When I mentioned buying a house in town, Shen Tianli's eyes flickered, and he finally said, "Year, it's okay to buy a house. But you, Mom, and Luer shouldn't go to town for now, alright?" "Why not?" I asked, then remembered there was someone in town Shen Tianli was afraid of. "Are you worried that Grandpa Chui will cause trouble for us?" Shen Tianli frowned and nodded. That Grandpa Chui has a lot of influence, and whether he's married or not, if he likes something, he won't let it go. If he sees you too, he'll definitely bother you like a hungry wolf. I'm not afraid of him, but I'm worried I can't protect you well. Lu Yi, who knows martial arts, was naturally not afraid, but Luer wasn't. I couldn't risk putting Luer in danger because of myself, so I said, "I've read many medical books, but I still don't recognize many herbs. It's a good chance to go up the mountain to pick herbs and practice my skills." Shen Tianli knew his wife was kind and talented. He kissed her on the lips and said, "Year, it won't take long. I don't know exactly who I am, but I know my father didn't die. He's in the capital, and next month, people will come from there. I will be able to deal with Grandpa Chui then. When that time comes, I won't stop you from going anywhere you want." Lu Yi smiled and nodded. "All right, I trust you. On the 15th, we'll go to my senior brother's place. I'll tell him then." Shen Tianli kissed Lu Yi and, feeling helpless at his grandfather's house, sighed and said, "Tomorrow, when we go back, let Mom and them go to the East Room." Lu Yi curled up in Shen Tianli's arms and smiled, pushing him gently. "All right, time to sleep." Shen Tianli turned around and held Lu Yi in his arms, saying, "Sleep now." The next day, when they left, they didn't see He-Erniu. This naughty girl. She doesn't even know where she went, and she didn't see her aunt off. "Little sister, she's been spoiled by me. Don't mind her. I'll teach her a lesson later," Yang Shi said regretfully. "Big sister-in-law, don't say that about her."
Erniu was feeling upset.
This morning, her eyes were swollen. "Sigh, her marriage is coming up. Please talk to her and help her think positively," he sure sighed. Yang Shi wiped her tears and nodded. He Shuiqing and He Shualian took their sister-in-law and niece to the village entrance before returning. Lu Yi and the others walked about 5 miles out of the village and saw someone walking back and forth by the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. Lu Yi immediately recognized that was He-Erniu, and in an instant, she understood her intentions. He sure was clearly surprised to see He-Erniu and asked, "Erniu, why are you here?" "Little aunt, I want to stay at your house for a while," Erniu said, pulling He-Sure.
"But..."
Seeing He-Sure hesitate, Erniu started crying sadly. "Little aunt, if I stay at home, he comes every day, and it's so annoying. If I go to Annie's house, maybe he won't come and won't mention marriage anymore. Little aunt, do you also want me to marry that troublemaker?" Seeing her cry sadly, He-Sure hurriedly comforted her. All right. Don't cry. Come to Annie's house. Let's go now." Only then did Erniu smile, noticing Shen Tianli giving her a seat on the ox cart and Lu Yi reaching out her hand to hold hers. She happily got on the cart. Shen Tianli could only go back and tell his grandfather and uncle not to worry. Everyone first went to the town. Shen Tianli and others planned to visit Wei Auntie, while Li Zian wanted to take Li Shirong to the carpenter's shop. Although the shopkeeper didn't say it directly, it was clear that Li Shirong was being asked to leave, and he himself felt embarrassed to stay any longer. When Erniu came out, she had silver with her and even thought about buying gifts for her cousin-in-law and lure on the way. Hearing that Li Zian was taking his family to the carpenter's shop, she said, "Aunt, I want to follow Zhang Auntie." He sure knew they had business at the carpenter's shop and scolded her. "Child, what are you doing following Zhang Auntie? Come here, little aunt will take you to the clothing shop to buy you a new dress." Erniu knew her little aunt was kind to her. Since she was going to stay at her little aunt's house, she couldn't go empty-handed. She shook her head and said, "Little aunt, I brought clothes, no need to buy more. And I promise I won't run around with Zhang Auntie." She then linked her arm with Zhang's. Zhang looked at Erniu, her eyes twinkling, and smiled. "If Erniu wants to follow me, she can. Don't worry, I won't lose her." He sure saw Zhang's words and smiled. "I'm just worried this girl might cause you trouble." "It's okay. I like Erniu too." "All right, Then we'll wait for you at Qingxin Cloth Store on East Street. After making plans, the He family went to East Street, while Erniu and Zhang's family went to the carpenter shop on South Street. Wei Xian was very happy to see Lu Yi and others coming. When he saw Shen Tianli among the crowd, he was stunned. He was dressed in rough cotton clothes but couldn't hide his calm, noble aura. Especially those phoenix eyes, deep and stern. When he looked into those eyes, her legs felt weak. Seeing Wei Xian's strange look at Shen Tianli, Lu Yi first helped Wei Xian and asked, "Aunt Wei, what's wrong?" Wei Xian suddenly became clear-headed, looked at Lu Yi, and smiled. "It's nothing. I just rarely see such a handsome young husband, so I looked a bit longer." "Year, this is your husband, Tianli, right?" Lu Yi nodded. Yes. Shen Tianli noticed earlier that Wei shopkeeper's gaze was unusual. He couldn't quite tell what kind of look it was, but it seemed full of respect and awe, which felt familiar. He stepped forward and called out, "Aunt Wei." Wei Xian was puzzled, but decided to investigate Shen Tianli's family carefully. She smiled and said, "Come, sit quickly." He Mei and others sat down, and Wei Xian explained their purpose. Wei Xian smiled and said, "I've been in this town for 30 or 40 years, so I know it well. Wait a moment, I'll have someone call the tooth puller." While speaking, Wei Xian stood up, not only instructing someone to call the tooth puller but also sending someone to Tsuishan village to investigate Shen Tianli's background. The tooth puller arrived quickly. Because Wei Xian was present, he didn't dare lie. When asked about buying a house on North Street, he hesitated and said, "Houses on North Street are very popular. Only the slightly better ones are still available. There are just a few thatched huts and 2 old tiled houses left. Are there any good houses for rent?" Since Qinghua town had many visitors, some wealthy people didn't like staying in inns and rented houses in town for a while, so there were quite a few vacant rental houses. Shen Tianli took Lu Yi and Shen Tianyan to look around. They liked a small courtyard with 3 main rooms and a well. It seemed good, so they rented it. Lu Yi didn't understand real estate, but she knew that school district houses usually had good potential for appreciation. She pulled Shen Tianli and said, "Maybe we should look at the houses for sale?" Shen Tianli nodded. Xiaoyan was still young, and he didn't know when he could pass the imperial exams, so buying a house in town was quite necessary. After looking around, they found that most houses were not very good and quite old, including one that used to be a thatched hut for beggars. Shen Tianli frowned and said, "Forget it. We'll buy when we find a good one." Lu Yi pointed at a path not far from the thatched house and asked, "Where does that road lead to?" The 5 connected thatched houses in the back row had collapsed after a heavy snowfall some time ago, leaving a mess. Behind the thatched cottage, there is a small river. On both sides of the river, there are dry weeds. Behind the river, there is a. Following the curve of the river, there is a relatively flat main road. If I remember correctly, this road leads to Huiyan Temple and the county town. Huiyan Temple is a famous temple in Yeong County. Many worshippers go there to pray on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Even passing merchants often stop by to pay respects. Although it's a bit far from the school, about 20 minutes walk, if the small river and behind the house are used well, and the environment is decorated more elegantly, whether for selling or renting, it should be good. This road not only leads to Huiyan Temple, but also to the county. Having confirmed this, Lu Yi asked, "How much do you want for these 5 thatched cottages?" Hunyatsi, hearing her interest in buying, asked in surprise, "You want to buy these cottages? If the price is right, I'll buy them all. If not, then I won't." Hunyatsi was very happy. These cottages are connected, and he thought they would be easy to sell. But after some potential buyers looked around and shook their heads, he had been holding on to them for a year. Now, hearing someone wanted to buy, he said, "Madam Shen Weizhonggui is my benefactor. You are introduced by her. Let me be honest with you, these houses, the owners are asking 20 taels each. I'll add 1 tael to each for my commission. What do you think?" Lu Yi pointed to the distant and small river and said, "If you can include that small hill and this section of waterway in the property deed, I'll add 10 more taels." Hunyatsi was very pleased inside but kept a calm face. That's possible, but those small hill and waterway will definitely cost silver. No problem as long as the cost isn't too high. All right, Brother Shin, Madam Shin, leave it to me. Lui took out 110 taels of silver and handed it over, saying, keep this first. Once the property deed is done, I'll make up the rest for the mountain and waterway. Seeing Lui trust him so much, Hunyatsi took the silver happily and said, good, just wait. It should take about 3 days. After that, come to the pawn shop to find me.
Liu Ye nodded.
What about those beggars who used to live here? Oh, those beggars, following the county magistrate's orders, have been moved to South Street by the village head to oversee the warehouse there, Hunyatsi said, surprised that Liu Yi knew those little beggars. Liu Yi felt relieved and said, you can go ahead with your work. We'll look around here some more. The area was already messy, so there weren't many people around. Shin Tianli held Liu Ye's hand and wandered nearby. Do you think this small river leads toward the academy?
He asked.
Shin Tianli smiled and said, let's walk and see for ourselves. He then took her hand and followed the river westward. The path wasn't well-trodden, overgrown with weeds, making it hard to walk, but after about 10 minutes, they reached the academy. They looked at each other in surprise and happiness. You're really lucky. If we tidy up this little path and rebuild those few houses, they would definitely sell well. Liu Yi blinked and asked with a smile, if we buy a house now and then add more buildings, we'll run out of money. Don't you feel bad? Shin Tianli squeezed her hand and said, it's fine if we earn more later, as long as my wife is happy. Seeing his loving eyes, Liu Yi felt sweet inside but pouted and said, you're so smooth-talking. They bought some books, ink, paper, and brushes before slowly heading back. Mrs. He was very happy to hear the house was bought. She thought about how Year would return to her parents' house tomorrow. Her clothes were ready, but her jewelry was still missing. She said, Year, let's go for a walk. You're going home tomorrow, and you haven't brought any gifts for your in-laws, nor any jewelry. The silver hairpin on her head was a gift from Tianyu. Mom, there's no need, Liu Yi replied. Yes, you do. Let's go, and we can also find Nyo. It's about time we head back. Shin Tianli also felt sorry for his wife. He hadn't bought her a gift in all these years of marriage. He nodded and said, let's go. Everyone said goodbye to Wei Xian and went straight to the jewelry shop. The shopkeeper saw Xiao Yan and looked at him for a long time before recognizing him. The boy had become paler and chubbier, looking like a wealthy young master. He probably no longer needed to work as a shop assistant. He enthusiastically showed them silver jewelry. Shin Tianli didn't have much silver, so he only bought a hairpin for his wife. A few days ago, his daughter-in-law had given him 20 taels of silver. Mrs. He, used to spending silver, bought Liu Yi a pair of silver bracelets so she could look decent when she returned home. He also bought silver hairpins and floral hairpins for himself and Liu Nyo. Then they went to see Nyo. She didn't expect that buying a small wooden box would cause trouble. When she arrived at the carpenter's shop, she learned that Aunt Zhang's son was studying there. He smiled and said, Brother Li, I want to buy a box later. You'd better give me a good price. Li Shuirong had never seen such a cheerful girl before. For a moment, he blushed and touched his head, unsure how to answer. Mrs. Zhang also heard from her mother about Nyo's marriage. She disliked Fu Gui and thought that anyone who married such a rascal would ruin their life. Although she thought Nyo was nice just now, the idea of her being connected to people in the town and the county made her dismiss it. Seeing her son looking embarrassed, she felt a bit regretful about bringing Nyo over and smiled, saying, that's natural. As long as Brother Li can help, he will. But today, we are just here to bring some things back from the carpenter's shop, and I don't know if they will give us face. Most apprentices leave the shop after they have learned enough, so Nyo praised, wow, Brother Li is so impressive. He's already skilled at such a young age. Li Shuirong felt even more awkward. Could he say he was driven away by his master? Finally, they arrived at the carpenter's shop. When someone saw Li Shuirong and the others, they looked at Nyo with slight surprise and then smiled, saying, Brother Li, the master asked you to come over. Uncle Li and Aunt Li, you should come too. Everyone nodded. Mrs. Zhang spoke to the apprentice young man. Nyo wants a small wooden box. Can you introduce one to her? The young man nodded and said, Sure, Annie. Li Shui-rong and the others went to the backyard. The carpenter master didn't hold back and told Li Shui-rong directly that he had learned enough and should leave. Mrs. Zhang was annoyed at his attitude. If it weren't for this person intentionally trying to marry his daughter to her son, Li Shui-rong would have married and had children long ago. She might even have grandchildren. But now, they said they didn't agree to the marriage. It was just talk between the two families, not official. Even if her son was grown up and needed to find a new marriage, her father-in-law was the village chief, so marriage prospects were easy. Yet, they still wanted to send her son away. This was too much. Knowing her son was here, she didn't want to lose face, so she could only angrily pack his belongings and leave in frustration. When they reached the front yard, they saw Nyo and the carpenter's daughter looking unhappy. She hurried over. Mrs. Zhang and her group went to the backyard. Nyo was in front, choosing a box. She didn't want a big one, just a small box to hold silver and jewelry. These were just ordinary boxes, and Nyo felt they didn't match her elegant face. She picked one while waiting for the Li family. Ernia searched for a long time, but couldn't find a small box she liked. She decided to go back and buy a hairpin for her sister-in-law instead. Suddenly, an unhappy voice came from behind. I think you don't dislike my family's wooden box. You're just here to cause trouble. Ernia turned around and saw a girl about her size giving her a hostile look. Feeling a bit guilty for causing trouble, she said, Miss, you misunderstood. I wanted a pretty carved small box, but these carvings are too plain. Hearing this, the carpenter's daughter got angry immediately. You say my carvings are plain, and now you're here to buy? Why did you send Li Shui-rong to learn from me? I think you like Li Shui-rong, and when my father drove him away, you did it on purpose to get back at him. Ernia was furious. She was just trying to buy a wooden box, and now was being falsely accused. Being hot-tempered, she snapped, You crazy girl, I think you like Big Brother Li. He finds you ugly and mean, so he doesn't want you. You're holding a grudge, and deliberately drove him away. The carpenter's daughter got even angrier and started swearing. Nonsense. I don't like Li Shui-rong. My senior brother is from the county, and his carpentry shop is bigger than ours. He's far better than that country bumpkin Li Shui-rong.
He doesn't deserve me.
Only a rural girl like you, who's seen nothing, would fancy him. Oh. So you went for a better match. But it's probably your senior brother who isn't as good-looking or honest as Big Brother Li, and he's not as kind to you. So, even though you want to marry your senior brother, you're still thinking about Big Brother Li. Basically, you're greedy, wanting what's in the pot while eyeing the bowl. Hearing this, the carpenter's daughter blushed with anger. She stepped forward and shouted, Nonsense. If it weren't for Li Shui-rong bringing you here to bother me, I wouldn't care about him. It was he who shamelessly wanted to marry me. Hearing this, Li Shui-rong and his family, who had just arrived, looked very upset. Clearly, it was the carpenter's family who had initially shown interest in them.
Bah.
With your small eyes, freckles, and shorter height, compared to Big Brother Li, who is tall and strong and looks honest, you're not a match. If anything, you should be grateful to marry Big Brother Li. Otherwise, why are you trying to chase him away? It's because you've done something wrong and feel guilty. Indeed, Ernia was right. Everyone looked unhappy, including the carpenter master, who hurried over. After hearing the situation, he felt even more embarrassed and angry. He said to Li Shui-rong, even though we are no longer master and apprentice, there's no need for you to cause trouble with your people here. Li Shui-rong's face stiffened, but he still said, Master, you misunderstood. Cousin, he just.
Ha.
Li Shui-rong, have you been secretly seeing your cousin? That's why you announced my marriage first, then brought your cousin here to cause trouble, the carpenter's daughter angrily accused, acting as if she had caught her husband cheating.
No.
She just came to buy a wooden box. It has nothing to do with me, Li Shui-rong hurriedly explained, not wanting to ruin the girl's reputation. Ernia nodded and said, I think you're not only ugly but also not very smart. Didn't I tell you I was here to buy a wooden box? You're just being stubborn. You're the stubborn one. Clearly, you two are having an affair, but you won't admit it. What does that have to do with you? You're engaged, yet you keep spying on other men. Aren't you ashamed?
Liuye suddenly interrupted.
Seeing the little sister-in-law and others arrive, and that her sister-in-law was defending her, Nyo felt more confident and raised her voice, saying, "Shameless. You have a fiancé, but still meddle in other men's affairs. And you even look at my cousin? My cousin is already married. You're so shameless." Hearing Liu Ye's words, the carpenter's daughter was furious. But when she looked up, she saw a handsome man inside the house who looked like a fairy. Her face instantly turned red, and she couldn't look away. The carpenter master looked at everyone angrily. Seeing his daughter staring intently at the handsome man, he grabbed her and scolded, "Shameless girl, go to the back now." He forcefully pushed his daughter to the back, and she fell to the ground unexpectedly. The carpenter didn't bother to look at her and glared fiercely at Li Shuirong. Then he said, "Since you're not buying anything, leave quickly. I don't welcome idlers here. Leave when we want. We don't even want your stuff," Nyo said proudly, lifting her chin. After saying that, ignoring the carpenter master's expression, she held Liu Ye's arm and asked, "Cousin-in-law, are you here to see me?" Seeing Liu Ye nod, she was even happier. "What are you doing here? Why did you get into a fight with someone?" He knew that his young niece was spoiled at home, but he didn't realize she was so good at causing trouble. Liu Ying, hearing her sister-in-law's scolding tone, quickly let go of the willow leaf and ran to his side, feeling wronged. "Little sister-in-law, it's not my fault. I just wanted to buy a pretty small box as a gift for my cousin-in-law. I didn't expect her to accuse me without knowing the facts, really." Zhang, standing nearby, apologized sincerely. "Shui Lan, it's really not Nyo's fault. It's because of us that Nyo is upset." "Jiahong, don't say that. It's this girl who's hard to please. Are you still buying things?" He knew that he was changing the subject and also understood that it was better to protect the girl's reputation, so he shook his head and said, "No more buying." "What about you all?" "Just buy some rice and grains on the way." Li Zian nodded and said, "All right, let's get in the car. We're leaving." Li Shuirong looked deeply at the girl happily jumping into the car. Her dark face no longer showed anger, and her bright eyes and smiling face made her seem a little more at ease. Thinking about the small box she wanted, her eyes flickered, and she lowered her head. On the way, they bought a lot more things and finally ate a bowl of wonton in town before returning to Tsuishan village. In the evening, it was lively because Shun Yongkong's wedding was happening. He invited old friends, and it was said that the academy had mistakenly thought the two were engaged, but now Shun Yongkong's right to continue studying had been restored. People doubted the quality of education in the town school, especially for someone like Shin Tianli, who had a rural household registration and could only study in the town. Only after passing exams and gaining fame could he go to the county school. Anyway, she believed that with Shun Tianli's intelligence, they would soon move to the county. The next day, under his urging, Liu Ying followed Shin Tianli back to Liujia village, bringing dried wild boar and wolf meat. Lai Shiqian hadn't had a good winter, worried about his daughter. His son said she had cut ties with Shun Laoxi's family and had some money, but he hadn't gone to see her, so he felt uneasy. Once the road was open, he wanted to visit his daughter, but during the new year, what would it mean for his father to visit her? He could only hope she would come back soon, so he waited at the village entrance every day, hoping to see her quickly. "Shu Qian, are you out for a walk again?" "Yes, yes." Lai Shiqian replied with a smile as he headed toward the village entrance. The willow trees have all gone past, and only then does the village start talking. These days, after breakfast, Lu Shuquan goes to the village entrance and wanders around for half a day. What is he doing? Maybe he's waiting for his sweetheart, someone joked with a smile. His sweetheart? With Fang's appearance, she's famous in 10 or 8 villages. Lu Shuquan could find someone better than her. Oh, you're used to seeing a lot. You don't know that the fool's mother is even more upright than Fang. Otherwise, How could she have a beautiful fool? Many people who had seen Liu Ye's daughter agreed, saying Liu Shuquan was lucky to marry two beautiful women. When someone mentioned the fool, they said, "Do you think Liu Shuquan is waiting at the village entrance for the fool to come back and visit her family?" Hearing this, everyone agreed it was possible. "I think the fool won't come back." Although her husband is alive, Shen Tianli is crippled, and his sister-in-law was his former fiancée. If it were me, I wouldn't want the fool to go back and embarrass herself. That's right. I also heard that the fool might cause trouble at old Shen's house. It said she caused a fuss several times, making the family tired of her. If it weren't for the family having scholars, they might have divorced her already. Oh, the fool must be having a hard time now. Exactly. I heard that although old Shen's family didn't divorce her, they cut ties with her because of her. How can she live like that? Her mother-in-law and family must hate her to death and might be tormenting her. Why would they let her go back home to complain? Then the fool must be very miserable now. Definitely. She might be in danger, or even dead. Otherwise, Liu Shuquan wouldn't be going to the village entrance every day. Stop talking, stop talking. Lu Ming is coming. He probably went to the village entrance to wait for the fool too. Everyone greeted Lu Ming, and seeing him also head that way, they sighed and said, "Sigh, the fool is really lucky. She's been spoiled by her grandmother since she was a child. When her grandmother passed away, her father and brother protected her. Too bad, she has a stepmother and married A. Otherwise, she might be more precious than ordinary girls." After she finished, everyone sighed again. Lu Ming reached the village entrance and saw his father walking back and forth, occasionally looking ahead. He also looked toward the road where his sister is coming from and asked, "Dad, do you think sister will come back?" Her mother-in-law is sensible. "She will definitely let your sister come back. But what if sister doesn't want to?" He knew his sister didn't like their mother, and maybe, just maybe, she was avoiding seeing her on purpose. Liu Shuquan paused for a moment, looked at the distant road, and frowned as he said, "Your sister definitely wants to see you. To avoid causing you trouble, she will come back." Lu Ming frowned while looking into the distance, feeling unsure. The father and son were waiting at the village entrance. Just as Liu Shuquan was about to tell his son to go back, he suddenly ran forward 2 steps. Lu Ming was sure he saw a cow slowly approaching. He ran a few more steps, looked again, and happily exclaimed, "Dad, Dad, sister is back. She came in a cart. I saw brother-in-law too." After saying this, Lu Ming, who had been calm before, suddenly looked like a happy child and ran over joyfully. Shen Tianli saw his brother-in-law run over and stop the cart. Lu Yi also saw her brother and happily called out Ming Ming. Lu Ming saw his sister wearing a bright red cotton jacket and a white cloak. Her rosy, tender face looked healthier than before. She looked like a little fairy. When he saw her getting off the cart, he hurriedly said, "Sister, sit in the cart. The ground is dirty." He didn't want his sister's beautiful cloak to get dirty. Lu Yi nodded, spread the wolf fur over her lap on the cart edge, and smiled. "Ming Ming, come up too." Lu Ming nodded and climbed in. "Sister, are you cold?" Although the sun was shining today, the wind was strong. He thought she wouldn't come back. "I'm not cold." "Ming Ming, why did you come?" Lu Ming felt a bit shy to say he and his father went to the village entrance every day to wait for his sister. Instead, he said, "I was wandering around the village, and I didn't expect to see my sister. Brother-in-law is back." "Brother-in-law, how's your leg?" Even in such cold weather, he shivered. Who wouldn't sit on the warm kong at home or by the fire? But since his brother didn't want to tell her the reason, she didn't ask. "All right, that's good. Have you finished reading all of brother-in-law's books?" "I brought a few more for him, planning to send them over in the next couple of days. Now that he's back, I don't have to make a trip." Shen Tianli understood that if they didn't come back today, his little brother-in-law would worry about his sister in a few days and go look for her. Seeing their father standing at the village entrance confirmed his guess. He quickly stopped the cart and bowed. "Father." "Good, you're back." Liu Shuquan was surprised to see Shen Tianli standing in front of him. He had seen Shen Tianli once before. At that time, Shen Tianli was handsome, but his skin was dark, giving off a sense of intimidation. But now, he looked as white and gentle as a scholar, much more handsome and kind. He felt very pleased and asked, "How is your injury?" "It's all healed now." "Good. That's great." Lu Shuqian then looked at his daughter sitting in the carriage. Her skin was white and tender, her complexion bright. At first glance, he almost couldn't recognize her as his own daughter. Seeing her, he thought his own Year should be this fair, tender, and beautiful. It's all Fong's fault. Lu Yi didn't realize she had unintentionally influenced Fong's family. She happily called out, "Dad." Now, it was clear that her kind father and younger brother were waiting for her at the village entrance. This feeling made her very warm inside, and she sincerely called out Dad. Lu Shuqian happily nodded. "Year is back. Are you cold?" "No, not at all. My new coat and warm cloak keep me cozy. My mother bought them for me." Her kindness to her mother made her want her father to know and feel at ease. Lu Shuqian saw her coat was new and felt very happy. It seemed her son hadn't lied. Shen Tianli's family really treated Year very well. He smiled and said, "Good. Your mother is really kind. Let's go home."
Wait.
Seeing Lu Shuqian's face turn red from the cold, Lu Yi took a hat from the basket on the carriage, stood up, and put it on Lu Shuqian's head. She smiled and said, "This is for Dad. Wear it, and you won't be cold." Lu Shuqian touched the hat on his head, chuckling happily. Year thought of him and made him a hat. Her eyes turned red. "I'm not cold. Dad isn't cold. Sit properly, and let's go home." "Yes, yes. Dad will come up and sit too." Hearing his daughter's invitation, Lu Shuqian couldn't refuse. He happily got into the carriage and said, "Dad will sit too." Seeing his father-in-law get into the carriage, Shen Tianli hurriedly drove the ox, slowly heading into the village. At the village entrance, villagers sitting around the fire saw a handsome, fair young man they had never seen before enter the village. They all looked at him. They couldn't help it, he was too handsome. The older women and young wives, if they weren't busy with their ox carts, would think they saw a fairy. They couldn't take their eyes off him. Only when they saw Lu Shuqian sitting on the other side did they come back to their senses and ask, "Shuqian, who is that young man? He is so handsome, even more handsome than the paintings." "I'm his son-in-law, Year's husband," Lu Shuqian proudly said. "Year's husband? The fool's husband? This fool is so lucky. Married such a handsome young man. Fong's family is so good." "No, wait. Wasn't the fool's husband Shen Tianli? Isn't Shen Tianli lame? Shen Tianli is surprisingly handsome." No wonder the Fong family decided on a marriage for their youngest daughter so early. But now, it seems to have benefited Lu Yi, the silly girl. Everyone looked at Shen Tianli and said, "Yuer's little husband is really handsome. Is he fully healed?" "Yes. Yes. His leg is also fine now." Hearing this, they all thought the silly girl had truly found a treasure. Soon, the Fong family would definitely regret their decision. By the way, wasn't Shen Tianli disowned by old Shen's family because of that silly girl? Even though she married a handsome young man, life must be hard for her. "Where is Yuer?" "Third aunt, I'm here." Lu Yi took off her hat, revealing a fair, pretty face, and smiled brightly. Everyone was even more surprised. How could this silly girl be doing so well? She looks very happy. Her smooth, white face looked so delicate it seemed to glow. She was also wearing a beautiful cloak. Oh, people might think she was a young lady from a wealthy family. Yuer has really changed a lot. Even I can't recognize her now, Lu Yi chuckled, showing her silly side. Yuer is so lucky to have married into a good family. Look, everyone can't recognize her anymore, yes. But the young couple are a perfect match, each one more handsome than the last. With everyone's praise, Shen Tianli drove a ox cart to his father-in-law's house. The Lu family brothers all lived in big brick houses in the village. Lu Shirquan knew his daughter liked to keep clean, so he had paved the yard with bricks, avoiding mud. When Fong Shi heard someone entering the yard, she thought it was a neighbor. Usually, the head of the family and the sons were stubborn and eager for that silly girl, so they wouldn't come before noon. But when she looked out, she saw a ox cart arriving. The person getting off was her husband and son. "Sister, I'll support you." Hearing her beloved son's happy voice, Fang Shi looked up and saw a beautiful young woman in a bright red dress and white cloak stepping down from the cart. She was a little dazed. Such a pretty girl calling her sister? She must be from a wealthy family. Could her son have mistaken her for someone else? The girl suddenly tilted her head, smiled charmingly, and called out, "Mother." For her good younger brother, she didn't mind being a little nicer to this cheap mother. "Mother? Are you Lu Yi?" Fang Shi was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. "Yes, mother, I am Yue," Lu Yi said with a smile. "Lu Yi, that silly girl? How is that possible? Wasn't she the one who was dark and thin, with only her eyes looking pretty? Everything else was so unappealing. But the woman in front of me, with her slender figure and lovely face, is she really Lu Yi? How much has she changed?" Before she could fully react, she saw a handsome young scholar walk over, stand beside Lu Yi, bow slightly, and respectfully call out, "Mother." "Who is this person? Wait, this man seems familiar. He looks a bit like Shen Tianli, but he is more handsome and refined than Shen Tianli." The two stand together like a perfect couple, very matching. Are they really Shen Tianli and Lu Yi? Why do they seem different from what she expected? Lai Shiyuan was stunned, not knowing whether to invite her daughter and son-in-law inside. She looked a bit annoyed and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Go make some hot tea for Tianli and Yi to warm up." After saying that, she ignored her daughter-in-law and son-in-law, smiling as she said to Shen Tianli and Lu Yi, "Your mother hasn't seen Yi in a long time and is very excited. Let's go inside. It's cold outside." When Lu Ming saw her father and sister and brother-in-law go inside, he approached his stunned mother and pulled her gently. "Mom, what's wrong? That was really silly." The fool hadn't finished speaking when she saw her son's disapproving look. She quickly changed her words. "Is that Yi and Shen Tianli?" She had seen Shen Tianli before, handsome, yes, but always tanned from hunting, with a serious face. He looked very stern at a young age. Now he looks kind and friendly. "Mom, it's my eldest sister and her husband. Her husband has probably been resting inside for the past few months, so he's gotten paler. He seems even whiter than him. And, Mom, her husband's family has money, so they broke ties with old Shen's family and are doing better. My eldest sister looks even prettier than when I last saw her." "You saw her?" Mrs. Fong was surprised and sad. She wasn't against her son visiting her, but he did it behind her back. That was so upsetting. He's her own son, yet he's not as attentive to you. Lu Ming accidentally let slip, smiling awkwardly, "Mom, go serve some hot tea. I'll bring out the tea leaves from the room so sister and brother-in-law can drink." He turned to leave but then ran back and said, "Mom, since eldest sister is visiting and the past is behind us, please be nicer to her. Don't make things difficult for me. Oh, and make plain rice for lunch. Let's treat sister and brother-in-law well." Mrs. Fong watched her son's back as he left, feeling a mix of emotions. She agreed to this marriage mainly because Shen Tianli was handsome and Yu liked him. More importantly, Shen Tianli was good at hunting, and his kind nature meant Yu wouldn't be bullied after marrying him. But who could have imagined that Shen Tianli, after being bitten by a tiger and nearly dying, would survive? He also cut ties with the old Shen family and chose to live alone. Not only did he become better off, but he also became more handsome, even more so than Yu. This made her feel a bit uncomfortable, but also somewhat relieved. If she truly lived a hard life, her husband and son would blame her, and she would feel guilty herself. Inside the house was much warmer than outside. Lu Yi took off her cloak and sat down. Just then, Lu Ming brought in tea, smiling eagerly and saying, "Sister, brother-in-law, have some tea." "Tianli, I heard Ming'er can read now. Have you thought about going to school?" Mao Dong had been thinking about this for a while. Hunting made money, but it was dangerous. Since nothing happened this time, who could guarantee it wouldn't happen next time? Now that his daughter was married, He didn't want her husband to get hurt hunting or risk her becoming a widow. But if he built a house himself, Shen Tianli might think they didn't earn enough money. Maybe he would even blame Yi for it. After thinking it over, he believed studying was the best choice. Studying helps understand things, can lead to official titles, and most importantly, scholars value their reputation and wouldn't abandon their humble wife. Plus, if he supported Shen Tianli's education, he believed Tianli would treat Yi well. It was difficult to support two children studying alone, but as long as his daughter was happy, he didn't mind working harder. This is exactly what I want to tell my father. I want Mingming to be a matchmaker and help him get into a school, Shen Tianli said with a smile. He could have asked Li Shuiguang to help, but if his little brother-in-law found out, he would be unhappy. It was better to talk directly to him and strengthen their relationship. Lu Shu still worried that Shen Tianli, being older, might feel shy about going to school. Hearing this, he happily said, Good. Ming'er will definitely help. Ming didn't expect Shen Tianli to decide to go to school, but he was very happy. He said, All right, brother-in-law, don't worry. When I turn 15, I'll take you to meet the head of the school, and by 17. Before he finished, he was interrupted. You can't go to school. Why did you come out? When you come out, you should call sister and brother-in-law. How can you be so rude? But at this moment, Lu Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. Is this Shen Tianli? They had only met twice, but Shen Tianli in her memory was not like this. He didn't talk much, and his tone was calm, making people feel distant and afraid. Now he seemed warm and friendly. She felt that Shen Tianli had changed completely. He looked more handsome and seemed more kind. She admits that Shen Tianli is good-looking. Besides liking him a little, she is also a bit afraid of him. Her mother wouldn't let her marry him, saying Shen Tianli was not only alive but also disabled. So, she thought it was perfect for a fool to marry him. But it's not just that he's alive and disabled. Why did he bring the fool back to her family? Lu Yu felt like he was getting back at her for not marrying him, making her embarrassed. So when she heard they were back, she hid inside, feeling mixed emotions. But she never expected him to want to go to school. A hunter, married, and still wants to study? What's he going to study? Wouldn't it be fine if he just stayed a hunter all his life? Her mother said Shen Tianli was good, but he was still a hunter. Lu Yu would marry him and live like that forever. But she was different. In the future, she wanted to marry a scholar, become a wife of a talented man, maybe even a wife of a top scholar. She secretly felt proud. What if the fool took her fiancé? She was lucky. She would marry a talented scholar or a top scholar someday. But now, Shen Tianli wanted to study. What would a fool's husband study? She didn't want the fool to always overshadow her. She couldn't help but run out and say something. Hearing her father's scolding, she felt wronged. She was just a fool, but not only did her grandmother like her father and brother also liked her.
Why?
She was prettier and more sensible than others. Lu Yu looked at Lu Yi with resentment, but when she saw Lu Yi, she was stunned. Is this still her silly sister? Why does she look so fair and beautiful now, even better than her skin? Her eyes are clear and bright, no longer afraid or hiding. What changed her so much? Are you a fool? Lu Yu, why are you talking to sister like that? Lu Shuquan asked angrily. Father, second sister was too excited because she saw how much big sister has changed. Second sister, hurry up and call her big sister. Lu Ming pulled Lu Yu, warning her with his eyes. Lu Yu looked at her brother's disapproving face, then at her angry father, and lowered her head. Tears welled up in her eyes. It's always like this. She always ends up on her sister's side. She bit her lip and softly called out, Big sister, brother-in-law, or do you miss me? I miss you very much. Lu Yi stood up and walked over to Lu Yu, smiling. In her memory, this young girl has always been jealous of her. Yes, she was jealous when her grandmother protected her as a child, and later jealous of her brother being close to her. Although she ignored her and let the Fong family bully her. After she woke up from her fainting spell, her body was weak, and it was this little girl who took care of her. Even though she kept a cold face and was reluctant every day, she no longer ate leftovers. Lu Yu lowered her head, wiping her face, unwilling to pay attention to Lu Yi. Seeing that her father and brother frowned, Lu Yi said, "Dad, you all talk. I want to talk with you." Without waiting for Lu Yu's unhappy expression, she pulled her into her room. The room was warm. Lu Yu was embroidering a handkerchief. Although her stitching was not very neat and the stitches uneven, it looked very cute, a lively koi fish. Your embroidery is really beautiful," Lu Yi said, holding the handkerchief. Lu Yu's pretty face was cold. She snatched the handkerchief from her hand. If she didn't know she was simple-minded, she might think she was doing it on purpose. She sat aside and said, "If I hadn't learned needlework from Grandma, I wouldn't be worse than you. Look at that, this little girl still resents Grandma teaching her needlework." "My grandma did teach me a little," Lu Yi said, "but she also taught you." "Liar. If she really taught me, your embroidery wouldn't look so real," Lu Yu pouted. "It was taught by Aunt Wei from the town." "I can take you to see her," Lu Yi said. "Really? She taught you?" Lu Yu asked, unable to believe it. Why didn't this simple girl tell her before? "Yes." Lu Yu knew Lu Yi wouldn't lie, so she pouted and asked, "Then why didn't you tell me before?" She had been misunderstanding for so long. "You didn't ask," Lu Yi said helplessly. This little girl always kept her feelings inside.
Jealousy, too.
Lu Yu was stunned. Yes, she always thought Grandma favored her older sister and deliberately didn't teach her. If you don't ask, you won't say anything. Simple-minded people are just simple-minded. They can't even speak clearly, Lu Yu said angrily. Lu Yu didn't argue. She tilted her head, grinning foolishly at Lu Yu. Seeing her, Lu Yu felt embarrassed and annoyed, and said angrily, "With your simple mind, I really don't understand why Ming'er likes you. You just annoy me. When I was little, someone bullied Ming Ming. I helped him fight back. After that, the children in the village never dared to bully Ming Ming again." Lu Yu was stunned again, then remembered. When she was a child, because of a silly older sister, many villagers laughed at her and Ming'er, and even bullied her and Ming'er. After being bullied a few times and unable to resist, she stopped going out to play, which made her resent her even more. But Ming'er was a boy who liked to go out and play. When he was bullied outside, his mother, being gentle, didn't stand up for them. However, later on, for some reason, Ming'er stopped crying and running back every day, and instead, he became friends with the older sister. "Those who pulled your hair, I also pulled theirs. The kids who pushed you, I also beat them many times." "Really?" Lu Yi nodded heavily. Lu Yu finally understood why her peers no longer dared to bully her, and why they no longer disliked her for having a silly sister. It was because she was secretly protecting him. She had thought she only cared about Ming'er. The long-standing worry in her heart was finally lifted. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, but her tone was full of disdain. "Only you like to meddle in other people's affairs." After saying that, she felt her tone was inappropriate and awkwardly cleared her throat, then asked nervously, "Does Shen Tianli treat you well?" Lu Yu was different from an ordinary 12 or 13-year-old girl. She just smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, he's pretty good." But Lu Yu didn't believe her. She frowned and said, "But I heard you and old Shen's family cut ties? Mother said that Shen's wife isn't a good person." Lu Yu pouted and nodded. "She's right. Shen's wife isn't a good person." Lu Yu heard Lu Yi call her mother and knew that during that time, her mother was very harsh with her. Feeling guilty, she looked at Lu Yi and asked angrily, "Are you still angry at Mother? Are you angry because Mother made you marry Shen Tianli?" Lu Yi's eyes flickered. She had no feelings for Feng Shi, but her original self did. Although Feng Shi had caused her death, perhaps because her original self was a fool, or maybe because she was raised by her grandmother since childhood and never received maternal love, she still had deep admiration for Feng Shi. She told me not to finish my chores and not to eat. I almost starved and fainted from exhaustion. In reality, the original self was already dead. Lu Yu glared at Lu Yi with anger. "How dare you say that? Mother told you not to finish your chores and not to eat.
But what about me?
Didn't I bring you food? Didn't I leave steamed buns in your room at night? What did you do? I risked the hot sun to call you back for dinner, but you refused to come. Fine. I took you to the field, but you stubbornly refused to eat or rest. My mother couldn't stand it and called you back, but you still wouldn't eat. The next morning before dawn, you went back to work. Do you think you're a stone? Working for 2 days without eating or drinking, who would faint first? Who would die from exhaustion? Seeing Lu Yu's disappointed and angry face, she almost wanted to scold her directly. Lu Yu also felt helpless. It's because the original owner is so stubborn and foolish. She almost starved herself and worked herself to exhaustion. In the end, she didn't blame Feng Shui at all but blamed herself for being so useless. Just a little more, and she would have finished the corn, making Feng Shui happy and start to like her. When she woke up, she also thought the girl was foolish. Not just foolish, but stubborn to the point of being simple-minded. Feng Shui said she shouldn't eat, so she didn't eat, but she didn't realize Feng Shui disliked her even more. After Lu Yu finished speaking, feeling unfulfilled, she scolded again. You stubborn fool. You're asking for trouble. You fainted and let Dad scold us, making the villagers think we're abusing you. Do you know that because you fainted, my mother and I took turns caring for you for 3 days and nights? My mother married you to Tianli because you were too noisy when you got better. Isn't it better if she doesn't make trouble? Every move she makes is under Feng Shui and Lu Yu's watch. What if they find out something's wrong? After speaking, Lu Yu suddenly looked at Lu Yi with suspicion. Lu Yu was feeling regretful. When she met Lu Yu's curious gaze, she asked, what's wrong? Lu Yu stared at Lu Yi and asked directly, Lu Yi, is it because you caused so much trouble that old Madam Shin cut ties with you? Lu Yi twitched her lips, looked at Yu, and wondered if she was really that troublesome. She blinked and tilted her head, saying, maybe so. Hurry up and tell me, what exactly happened? Lu Yu urged. Lu Yi then told Lu Yu everything that happened after they arrived at Shin's house. When Lu Yu heard about the lively events, she couldn't help but smile. By the end, she said, you're really too troublesome. If I were you, I would also cut ties. Then her tone suddenly turned cold. Old Madam Shen is really not a good person. She's not as kind and gentle as our grandma. Cutting ties is for the best. We won't have to deal with her anymore, and when she dies, we won't have to mourn her. Finally, she found someone to talk to who suited Lu Ye's taste. Lu Yi couldn't help but smile and said, with her stingy attitude, if she dies, I'd be laughing too late. I wouldn't cry for her. That old lady isn't worth it. After she finished speaking, she heard Lu Yi looking straight at her and asking Lu Yi, are you not so naive anymore? Lu Ye's smile instantly froze on her face. He's sure Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan didn't suspect anything because they spent so much time together and thought that a fool like her wouldn't notice. Meanwhile, she naturally relaxed at the Shen family, and after getting used to it, she started talking casually and relaxing more. Look at that. She accidentally let her guard down and got caught. Habits really are scary. But I have to say Lu Yu is very clever. You don't need to lie to me. Your eyes look strange. I felt something was off the moment I saw you. When did you get better? Lu Yu stood up, angry as she asked. Lu Yi awkwardly said, I was just hit on the head by someone from the Shin family. Later, I slowly felt more clear-headed, but I wasn't completely awake. Sometimes my head still hurts.
Ouch.
She rubbed her temples painfully. Lu Yu asked nervously, what should we do? Does it hurt again? Let's see a doctor. I'll go call Dad. She was about to run out. But Lu Yi grabbed her hand and said, it's okay. I'm just a doctor. This is a lingering effect from being silly for so long. It'll get better gradually. Lu Yu was surprised and asked, when did you become a doctor? And what is a lingering effect? When I went to the county with Shen Tianli to see my injury, I started having headaches and some moments of clarity. My master saw I was recognizing things quickly, so he took me as his apprentice and helped me see a doctor. I recovered pretty fast. A lingering effect just means I haven't fully recovered yet. Don't worry. Are you really okay? Lu Yu asked suspiciously. Yes, yes.
Yue, sit down.
I brought you a gift, Lu Yi said, pulling Lu Yu onto the bed. She took out a simple drawing book she made herself from her space and handed it to her. Lu Yu's embroidery skills were average, but her sketches and the shapes of the objects she embroidered were very unique and beautiful. In the past, Aunt Wei loved Lu Yu's designs the most, and the original owner was skilled at embroidery. Lu Yu looked at the drawings of various flowers and animals in the book, all lifelike and very pretty. She asked excitedly, "Where did you buy this?" Lu Yu pouted and tilted her head, mumbling to herself, "Who am I talking to? Is it me?" Lu Yu, dissatisfied, grabbed Lu Ye's arm and called out, "Lu Yi, I'm asking you a question. Call me sister, or don't call me at all." Lu Yu glared at her sharply and said, "You've become smarter and know how to threaten people now. But you were cuter when you were just a fool." At that time, Lu Yu didn't like the original owner much, but she was a good sister and mostly listened to Lu Yu. "Then you think I'm a fool? Give me the drawing book." When Lu Yu heard she wanted her favorite sketchbook, she quickly hugged it to her chest. "No, this is mine." But when Lu Yu already had a corner of the sketchbook and kept pulling it away from Lu Yu's arms, she was shocked. She forgot how strong that fool was. She hurriedly said, "All right, stop pulling. I'll tell you. Big sister." Lu Yu finally relaxed happily and nodded with satisfaction. She threatened, "Remember, from now on, call me that. If you call me wrong again, not only will I take this book away, but I won't buy you one next time. Got it?" Lu Yu pouted, unhappy. She carefully took the sketchbook out of her arms, smoothed out the wrinkles she had just made, and looked inside happily. Seeing it undamaged, she felt relieved. The more she looked, the happier she became. She even thought to herself, it would be great if she could draw like this. "Quick, tell me, where did you get it?"
Huh.
"Big sister."
Come on.
"Hurry up and tell me." "I found it in the county. I knew you'd like it, so I bought it." Besides acupuncture, she had learned to draw, especially simple sketches, and was pretty good at it. Knowing Lu Yu would definitely like it, she drew it herself and bound it into a book to give her. In the county? Lu Yu frowned. If she could buy it in town, her mother probably wouldn't have taken her to the county.
Don't think about it.
"I've already checked all the bookstores in the county, and this is the only one. You won't find it anywhere else. But I think you could learn to draw yourself. Maybe you'll draw even better than this." "Really?" Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Then her face darkened. "I don't know how to draw, and no one has taught me. And what's the use of drawing? A girl's talent isn't important."
Wrong.
Look at Aunt Wei. She's talented, wealthy, and respected. If you learn to draw, people will look up to you in your future family. Why does Shen Tianli like me? Because I can read and treat illnesses. I might even become a divine doctor someday." Lu Yu looked at her with disdain and said, "How shameless, wanting to be a divine doctor. Of course, if you're going to learn well. Naturally, you'll become a divine doctor. Focus on painting well so you can become a great artist in the future. Let scholars and poets admire you." Lu Yu encouraged her. Lu Yu glared at her. As long as she could paint, she was happy. Yet Lu Yu still dared to say that scholars and poets would admire her. Foolishness is just foolishness. "But what if no one teaches me?"
she asked.
"It's easy. Mingming will definitely teach you. He'll help you learn," Lu Yu said quickly. Lu Yu shook her head.
No.
"Mingming is studying now. He has to take exams soon. I can't distract him. Then you can just practice painting yourself. You know how to use a brush, right? And not only should you learn to paint, but you should also keep studying." "I still need to study?" Lu Yu frowned. "Studying costs a lot of money." "Of course. Even I, who am a bit simple, know many characters. I want to become a great healer someday, so you, my sister, should also learn many characters. Do you think you're smarter than me?" Lu Yu said on purpose to tease her. Lu Yu stared at her fiercely, raising her voice a little. "I'm foolish? You're the foolish one. Our family, you're the most foolish." After saying that, seeing Liu Yue's teasing look, she angrily added, "Just wait and see. I'll show you that I'm smarter than you.
All right.
Studying costs money. I've found a way for you to earn silver. Plus, it will improve your painting skills. What way? Lu Yu asked curiously. Design patterns for Aunt Wei's fabric shop. You don't know? My little sister-in-law is better at embroidery than I am. She's currently working on embroidery for Aunt Wei's shop. You do sketches, she does embroidery, surely you can make good money. Even more than Dad does. Really? Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Lu Yu nodded. Hand embroidery has always been profitable, especially when it's delicate and beautiful. But what if Aunt Wei doesn't like it? After the family split, they had money, but she hadn't done embroidery seriously for a while. Then, when Shun Tianli goes to town to find a teacher, you can go with Mingming. We can visit Aunt Wei.
How about that?
Lu Yu's eyes brightened. She nodded eagerly. Yes. Okay. By the way, why did you just now oppose Shun Tianli studying? Lu Yu pouted. Mother said she would find someone better than Shun Tianli for me. Shun Tianli used to be handsome, but he's just a hunter. Now he's going to study, so how can I find someone better than him, who's also a scholar? She glared at Lu Yue. And if Shun Tianli studies well, and someone likes him, what if he forgets his gratitude and leaves you? Lu Yi knew that this was the main reason Lu Yu opposed. She smiled and said, What are you afraid of? I can treat myself and support myself. Even if it doesn't work out, I still have my family. When I come back, you and Ming'er won't chase me away. Lu Yu glared at Lu Yi and said with dislike, You're not only stubborn but also very troublesome. As long as Shun Tianliang leaves you, you won't cause trouble. Dad is so good at earning money. He can support you easily. Besides, I want to be a great painter in the future. I can earn more than Dad, so I can definitely support you. Hearing her shy sister say this, Lu Yi smiled even more happily, but Lu Yu got more annoyed. She pointed at Lu Ye's head and said, Xiao, stop smiling so foolishly. Do you really agree for him to go to school? Seeing her sister still worried, Lu Yi decided to share the ideas of modern women with her and said, if a man wants to cheat. What's cheating? It means if a man likes another woman and wants to leave you. Even if you lock him at home and keep him close all the time, he might still dislike you. So what should we do? Lu Yu's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Let's be independent and strong so he can't leave you. Why do women depend on men? Because men earn money. If we can earn more than they do and be more capable, won't we be just as good? It's the same whether they are around or not. Lu Yu looked into her sister's bright, clever eyes and had nothing to say for the first time. She even thought she was right. Dad scolding her, and Mom was because Dad could earn money. Looking at Aunt Lu San next door, Uncle San works less in the fields than Aunt Lu San and earns less too, so he's always under her control and doesn't dare speak loudly. But she also felt there was no problem with that, and if she couldn't think of anything, she would just ignore it. Seeing her sister understand, Lu Yi continued, Don't let her find a match for you first. That's our mother, Mom. Seeing Lu Yu's displeased look, Lu Yi compromised and said, All right, Mom, okay? Anyway, she had just called out to her.
Why?
Think about it. Ming has been able to read since he was young. He will definitely do well in this exam, and he'll get better and better. Maybe he'll even become the top scholar. You have a top scholar brother, a divine doctor sister, and you're a great painter. If you marry an ordinary person, wouldn't that be a bit unfair to yourself? The most important thing was that Lu Yu was only 12. Lu Yu thought for a moment, nodded, then frowned and said, Dad and Mom definitely won't agree. Mom has already started looking for a match for me. Dad, I will talk to her. I believe you can persuade her. Lu Yu's eyes brightened with happiness, and she nodded. Suddenly, she heard her mother calling outside. I'm coming, Mother. Lu Yu replied, hiding her picture book. She said, Mother probably called me to light the fire. It's all your fault. Then I won't come back anymore. Lu Yu put away her book and glared at Lu Yi. She said, How dare you? During festivals or even every month, you find reasons to come back once or twice. Do you hear me? Lu Yi was a bit proud and grateful to her little sister, who was also her lifesaver. She liked her and said, "All right, I'll listen to you."
Liu Yue's attitude softened.
She nodded, then walked toward the door and asked, "If you're not silly, should I tell Dad and Ming'er?"
Not yet.
"They're not fully recovered. If I tell them now, they'll worry. When I'm completely better, I will tell them." Lu thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, wait in the room. I'll go help Mother prepare some good food for you." Lu followed Lu Yi out of her room and saw Shen Tianli looking at her with a meaningful gaze. She blinked, feeling a bit confused. Then she heard Lu Shuquan say, Yer, are you both all right?" Actually, he wanted to ask, Yer, did anyone bully you?" He had just heard Lu Yu scolding Yer, but since there was an outsider, he wanted to give his little daughter some face. Yes, Yer and I are fine. Yer even said she would make me something tasty." Lu Yi giggled foolishly. Lu Shuquan and Lu Ming's worried expressions instantly turned into happiness. Lu Ming said, "Second sister's cooking has improved a lot recently. Sister, try her food later." Yes, Yer is a good cook." Hearing her father and twin brothers praise her, Lu Yu felt very happy. She said, "Wait in the room. I'll go cook for you." Yes, Yer is so good. I'll wait." Seeing Lu Yu leave the room, Shen Tianli reached out and pulled Lu Yi to sit beside him. "Yer, I heard Tianli say you bought those thatched houses in town?" He had planned to earn enough money first and then buy one, but he didn't expect his daughter to have good judgment like him.
Liu Ye nodded.
"With a house, my husband can study there, Ming can study there, and father can work in town too." Although the eldest daughter is straightforward-minded, she has always been caring and kind. Hearing this, Lu Shuquan felt warm inside and smiled, saying, All right. When we get back, Dad will go see it. You all discuss how to build it. Dad will build the best and most beautiful house for you." Yes. Dad's house will be the most beautiful." Hearing his daughter say this, Lu Shuquan stood up with a smile and said, "Let's go to the study. Recently, I've drawn some sample designs. Let's see if you like them." The oldest elders also stood up, and the others naturally followed. Lu Shuquan took his son, daughter, and son-in-law to the study. When he opened the door, he saw Shen Tianli and Lu Yi walking over shoulder to shoulder, their hands almost touching, looking very happy. His son had said that Shen Tianli was good to Yer, but he didn't believe it at first. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he felt relieved and thought he had made the right choice. The father and son exchanged a satisfied look about Shen Tianli. Lu Shuquan took out the sample drawings. Lu Yi finally understood who inherited Lu Yu's artistic talent. The houses on the drawings looked so real, standing there like real buildings. Moreover, Lu Shuquan had a good sense of design and layout for the houses. "I know where you bought the thatched cottage. I heard you also bought the pond and the hillside in front. That's even better. Tianli Yer, are you planning to build a big house or several small ones?" The couple looked at each other and Shen Tianli said, "Dad, we've looked at it. Although it's a thatched house, the yard isn't small. So we plan to build 5 houses. This way, they could keep one for themselves, give one to the father-in-law's family, and rent or sell the remaining ones based on Yer's wishes." "Good. Take a look and see if anything needs changing." Shen Tianli and Lu Yi didn't want to dampen Lu Shuquan's enthusiasm. They looked at the designs, and finally Lu Yi asked, "Dad, everything looks good. But where is the outhouse?" Lu Shuquan didn't expect his daughter to ask such an awkward question. He wondered why she wasn't paying attention to other things but was concerned about the outhouse. Well, that's just her straightforward nature. He blushed slightly and coughed, saying, "It's at the back of the yard. I suggest paving the whole yard with bricks, except for the back corner, which will be used as the toilet." Lu Yi rolled her eyes, silently in her mind. She couldn't stand the outhouses of this era. They were just a patch of land with a 1-meter-high dirt wall, covered with grass. When it rained, it didn't leak much, but it was still very basic. On the ground, people casually defecate and urinate. After a few days, the accumulated waste is shoveled into a pile with an iron scoop and sent to the cesspit to ferment as fertilizer for the fields. On sunny days, it's manageable, but when it rains, it becomes very difficult. Willow prefers to drink less water or no water at all, and avoids going to the latrine. She is very afraid that she might step into the mud with feces on it. No way. Why not? Lu Shuquan asked his daughter, puzzled. Dad, I don't want to use the mud latrine.
How can that be?
No latrine means no comfort. Lu Shuquan frowned. Shen Tianli also knew his wife disliked the muddy latrine, so after moving to the new house, she specially remodeled it. He suggested, Dad, year doesn't mean that. How about this? Outside the latrine, dig a big square hole. Inside, line it with bricks, and then the floor of the latrine so that waste falls directly into the square hole. When the hole is full, someone can empty it out. It's clean and easy to manage, and it doesn't waste anything. After Shen Tianli finished, Lu Shuquan's eyes lit up. Isn't that just a bigger night pot? He hadn't thought of that before. Whenever they built a house, the latrine was usually the worst part. He had tried to think of solutions, and even went for walks hoping to find a way. Ordinary families just dug a hole and placed a ceramic jar inside to handle waste. That method was good but difficult to clean. It was easier to use a night pot or just bury it in a pile of earth. What worried him more was the school. On rainy days, everyone smelled bad because cleaning was impossible. Tianli, you're really clever. You thought of this? Shen Tianli smiled and looked at his wife. It wasn't really his idea, it was his wife's. Lu Yi also wanted a toilet, clean and odorless, but conditions didn't allow it. Even if there was a drainage pipe to flush waste downward by gravity, in ancient times there was no cement or smooth porcelain toilets. If waste stayed on the surface for too long, it would become very unpleasant. This method was easier to clean. Before she traveled here, her grandmother's old house used this kind of toilet. It was common in rural schools, which shows how practical and convenient it was. Dad, you're flattering me. It was Year's idea. Shen Tianli honestly spoke his mind, but Lu Shuqian thought her son-in-law was deliberately taking credit away from his daughter. She was even happier, looking at her daughter and son-in-law with relief. She said 3 times, Good, good, good. Father, let's wait before building the house in town. After the new year, we'll fix up the house we live in now. Are you planning to build a new house in the village? After thinking for a moment, he said, in the future, Tianli will want to earn a good reputation, and that's very important. The house needs to be built. Father, we plan to buy our current house and renovate it. Renovate? How can a thatched cottage be renovated? Remove the thatch and rebuild it with thatch again? Father, I want to remove the thatch, keep the earthen walls, and change the roof to bricks and tiles. After Shen Tianli finished speaking, Lu Shuqian immediately stood up, her eyes shining as she looked at him. How many families in the countryside are willing to use bricks and tiles for their houses? It would cost at least a few silver coins. But thatched houses need repairs every year. During heavy rains, it can rain inside the house. If they replace the thatched roof with bricks and tiles, 3 rooms would only cost about 2 or 3 silver coins. Most families have that much money. 2 or 3 silver coins can not only improve their living conditions, but also help protect their grain during rains and last for many years. Ordinary families would be very happy to have such a house. Shen Tianli knew his father-in-law would like his idea. Sure enough, his father-in-law's eyes changed when he looked at him. Lu Yi also looked at Shen Tianli in surprise. The young man really is talented. The brick and tile house is a common rural building style from the 1960s and 70s. Shen Tianli didn't expect his cleverness to be so obvious now. His father-in-law's approving gaze didn't bother Shen Tianli. When he saw his wife also giving him a proud look, he instantly smiled and slightly curled his lips. Under the table, he also squeezed his wife's hand. Lu Shuqian didn't see their interaction, but Lu Ming did. He couldn't help but admire Shen Tianli even more and became more determined to study hard, not only for himself, but also for his sister. Lu Shuqian was especially happy today. He even took out the wine he had hidden and drank with Shen Tianli and Lu Ming. Of course, he didn't let them drink too much. Most of it was for himself. Why are you only eating rice and not the vegetables? Do you dislike my cooking? Lu Yi frowned with almond-shaped eyes, looking displeased at Lu Yi, but she reached out and took a piece of meat to put in Lu Ye's bowl. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Could she say that Lu Yi's cooking was about the same as hers, SOSO? It's not as delicious as the dishes made by the Fong family, but I think my younger sister, who doesn't cook often, is doing it for herself. I can't discourage her enthusiasm, so I hurried to eat. After eating, I also helped Shen Tianli by adding some food and said, eat quickly, eat quickly. Yours cooking is very tasty. Shen Tianli smiled and nodded, then started eating. After Lu Yi helped Shen Tianli, she saw her father looking at her. To show her filial piety and prove that her cooking was good, she also helped Lu Shu with some food. When she saw her brother's gaze, she added some more for Lu Ming, then looked at Lu Yu and added some for her as well. Only then did she sit down and start eating slowly. Everyone was watching her. Lu Yi looked up confused, glanced at Shen Tianli, and finally fixed her eyes on Lu Yu, whose expression was fierce. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong?
You.
Lu Yu hadn't finished scolding when her father called her out. Why are you talking to your sister like that? Lu Yu pouted and said, Big sister, how can you only think about eating yourself? After saying that, she looked at Fong Shi. Only thinking about herself? She had helped everyone with food, hadn't she? Seeing the worried look in the young girl's eyes, she understood. To avoid embarrassing her father and younger siblings, and because Fong Shi kept watching her, she helped herself to some meat and smiled, saying, Mother, you should eat too. Fong Shi seemed not to notice the dishes at her bowl and stared straight at Lu Yi. Lu Shuquan saw that Fong Shi was ignoring her daughter and was still watching her, so he said unhappily, Year, didn't you already help your mother with food? Hurry up and eat. But Fong Shi seemed not to hear him and asked, Year, are you feeling better? After Fong Shi asked, Lu Yi felt terrible. Since she returned, she hadn't spoken much to Fong Shi. Now, after helping with food, her mask suddenly fell off. See, this is why she had to pretend to be crazy and act out. Everyone is so clever, she has to be cautious. After Fong Shi finished speaking, Lu Shuquan and Lu Ming, who were eating, also stopped. Their eyes widened, and they stared for a couple of seconds. Lu Ming asked, Big sister, are you feeling better? No wonder these two felt something was off every time they visited their sister. Turns out she was actually fine. Lu Yi rubbed her temples with her chopsticks and frowned, saying, A little better, but I still have headaches. My master said it will take some time to fully recover. I didn't expect Mother to notice. Then Lu Yi smiled foolishly. Shen Tianli had no idea that his wife still had headaches. He quickly asked, Still have headaches? But to others, it sounded like she really had headaches before, got a little better, and now she was experiencing headaches again. Willow Tree Quan and Lu Ming both put down their bowls and worriedly said, Big sister Yi, let's go see the doctor. No need, no need. Just an occasional headache. It doesn't hurt now. After saying that, she glared at Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli immediately realized he might have misunderstood his wife. He had heard her talking to her younger sister clearly, and it was different from what she told him. He believed his wife wouldn't lie to him, so maybe she was just finding a good excuse to make her mind clearer. He smiled and said, Father, Mother, Mingming, don't worry. Yi is smart. When I went to the county to see a doctor, Dr. Sun, who used to be an imperial doctor, took notice of Yi and accepted her as an apprentice. She doesn't know how to treat patients yet, but she still knows her own health. Willow Tree Quan and Lu Ming were even more surprised, especially Willow Tree Quan. She didn't expect her daughter to have such good fortune. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she blinked quickly to stop them from falling. I know Dr. Sun from the county. If Dr. Sun says sister is fine, then she definitely is. Sister, you're better now, that's wonderful. Lu Ming was also excited and looked at Willow Leaf with envy. No one wanted his big sister to get better more than he did. He studied so he could go farther and take his sister to see doctors. Now that his sister is finally better, he could relax. Willow Tree Quan nodded and said, That's enough. We don't need to worry anymore. Seeing her father and brother so emotional, Jade Lee glared at Willow Leaf with jealousy and asked, Why didn't you tell me your master is an imperial doctor? Silly sister is now an apprentice to an imperial doctor, so she will definitely become a great healer. She couldn't be weaker than her. No, when she leaves, she will start studying painting and calligraphy. She must become a famous artist. Willow Leaf blinked innocently and said, "You didn't ask. Besides, he's not one now. From now on, you must honestly tell me. Don't become too clever and forget about your sister. Hurry up and eat," Jade Lee said proudly, then scooped some meat onto Willow Leaf's bowl. Hearing Jade Lee, the excited atmosphere calmed down a lot. Willow Tree Quan wiped her eyes and said, "Yes, yes, let's all eat." After serving Willow Leaf some food, she also served some to Mrs. Fong. Mrs. Fong looked at him, lowered her head, tears in her eyes, and started eating. Because she married Willow Leaf to Shen Tianli, she hadn't spoken to him for a long time, not even sharing a room. She felt both wronged and helpless. Willow Leaf pretended not to see and continued eating. Lu Yu saw Lu Yi happily eating and felt satisfied. She then scooped some meat into Lu Ye's bowl and said, "Eat more. Being too thin isn't good. You look better when you're both white and plump like before." Lu Yi watched some meat go into her bowl and suddenly felt that her sister cared for her very much. She thought in rural families everyone likes to eat meat, but her sister didn't eat any herself and gave it all to her. She accepted this kindness and remembered it. Just as she was about to put the meat in her mouth, she heard her sister say that being chubby and healthy was better. Suddenly, the meat didn't taste as good anymore. She looked at the slender Lu Yu and thought it wasn't her own taste that was the problem, but that she was jealous because she had become prettier. She wanted Lu Yu to eat more so she would stay as she was, chubby and plain, like before. After finishing their meal, everyone chatted for a while. Lu Shu wanted Lu Yi and Shen Tianli to stay overnight, but Shen Tianli was worried about his mother and Luer, so he said goodbye to his father-in-law and prepared to leave with Lu Yi. Lu Yi thought for a moment and decided to give Fong a bottle of her homemade skincare cream. When she arrived, the original girl also had a wish to make Fong like her and take care of her as a daughter. Since she was using the original body, whether for Lu Ming or for herself, she should go along with her wishes. Fong looked at the bottle in her hand, feeling mixed emotions, and asked, "Do you hate me?" Lu Yi was surprised. She hadn't expected Fong to be so straightforward. As Lu Yu's own mother, she simply said, "It's all in the past. As long as you and Dad are happy." Fong's eyes reddened, and she looked at Lu Shuquan and Lu Ming with a sad expression, saying through her tears, "Whether I hate me or not, I don't care. I may not value you much, but I haven't mistreated you. The time I hit you was because you didn't learn your lesson and kept bothering Ming. I didn't let you get close to Ming because I was worried you'd influence his studies." Since Lu Yi married into Cooling Village, her husband ignored her, and her son resented her, making her feel very wronged. Today, she wanted to clarify everything in front of everyone. Lu Yi knew that before her grandmother passed away, she was worried that Fong wouldn't like her. So she asked Lu Yi to work harder and listen to Fong more, hoping Fong would like her. To make Fong like her, the original girl did all the chores at home and in the fields, earning a reputation as a wicked stepmother. After waking up, she caused trouble to hide her true intentions, making Fong's reputation worse. Later, Lu Yi thought to herself that if she were from the Fong family, she would definitely hate the original owner. She did nothing wrong but was called a wicked woman, and her husband and son misunderstood her. "I know, Mother. You have been very kind to me. If another family had someone as silly as I was before, they would have beaten her to death long ago. I was naive and wanted to please you, and because I wasn't very smart, my father and everyone misunderstood me. I promise I will visit you often and show my respect," Lu Yi said with a smile. Mrs. Fong looked at Lu Shuqian and Lu Ming and sighed sadly. "It would be better if your father and Minger didn't misunderstand. It was the original owner's fault, but since she had taken someone else's body, she had to bear the responsibility." She quickly explained, "Father, Ming, you really misunderstood Mother. Mother has never made me do chores. I always did them voluntarily, hoping to make her happy. I didn't mean to harm her. Please don't misunderstand Mother, okay?" Lu Shuqian looked at Mrs. Fong with regret and said, "Sure, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." Mrs. Fong immediately broke into tears, sobbing loudly. You all don't believe me. None of you believe me. Because they didn't trust her, and since the original owner was straightforward, Mrs. Fong grew more annoyed with her. She spoke more harshly, and the original owner worked even harder. This vicious cycle caused misunderstandings to pile up. Lu Yu glared at Lu Yi, who shyly lowered her head. The misunderstanding was cleared up. Mrs. Fong, who was not stingy, packed a cart full of grain for Lu Yi, enough for half a year. On the way back, Lu Yi wanted to clear her name. She greeted everyone one by one, saying that the grain in the cart was a gift from her mother. As they left Lu's village, Shen Tianli asked, "Do you really not hate your mother anymore?" "I still feel sorry for her." In ancient times, a woman's reputation was very important. The original. I was straightforward and caused her a lot of trouble. She must have felt wronged and ignored me. That time she hit me, she was getting gentler each time. Louis thought about the original owner but realized it was wrong and quickly changed her words. "That's good," Shen Tianli said, relieved. Now he wouldn't have to seek revenge for his wife anymore. "Shen Tianli, do you feel awkward?" Louis asked curiously. "Awkward about what?" She knew he was asking a silly question. "Well, what do you think? Your former fiancée has become your sister-in-law. Do you regret it? Are you embarrassed?" Shen Tianli suddenly stopped the ox cart and pulled Louis into his arms. Louis looked around both sides. This was a bend in the road, with a hill hiding them. Still, in broad daylight in the countryside, such closeness made even modern women feel uncomfortable. She struggled to ask, "Shen Tianli, what are you doing?" Shen Tianli smiled as he looked at his nervous and angry wife. He said, "What are you afraid of? I can hear everything within half a kilometer around us. Don't worry, no one is coming." Louis stopped struggling and stared at him. She asked, "What are you planning to do?" Shen Tianli gently brushed her messy hair behind her ear and asked seriously, "Are you worried about my past engagement with your sister?"
Huh.
She wondered when she had that thought. How did she not know?
If you weren't worried, why ask?
"I believe I am a good person. Even if things are awkward, it's their problem, not ours." Louis pointed at Shen Tianli's chest with her finger and said firmly, "It's better if nothing happens. I warn you, now that you are with me, you must not think about anyone else." His chest was so firm, his muscles really were worth it. Shen Tianli looked at Lu Yi with deep joy in his eyes. This morning, he overheard her talking with her sister-in-law. He thought she liked her, but didn't value him much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that it didn't matter if she was abandoned or shared ideas about women relying on themselves and earning more money with her sister-in-law. But now, hearing that she cared about the fact that her sister was his former fiancée, he knew she was serious. Her heart still cared about him deeply. She even got jealous of her sister. Louis nodded for a long time, eating a lot of tofu, but Shen Tianli didn't answer. She looked up to ask, but he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her passionately, leaving her no time to dodge. After a long moment, they parted. Louis's face was shy and she muttered, "What are you doing?" Although she was a modern person with open thoughts, she still felt shy about kissing in public. Shen Tianli, in this life, no matter if I am poor or rich, will never abandon you or betray you. As long as I have you, that's enough." Louis felt happy inside, her eyes shining with joy. But she said, "Men's words are just lies. They say nice things now, but who knows what will happen later." Uncertain about her trust, Shen Tianli felt both angry and upset. He kissed Louis fiercely again and said firmly, "I won't." The willow leaves felt a little sore from being kissed, and she was afraid she might say something that would cause this man to punish her again. She buried her head in his embrace and said, "All right, let time prove everything." Shen Tianli was both amused and annoyed by his wife's distrust. Fine, let time show the truth. Anyway, his wife was now his. She couldn't run away.
Norus.
Shen Tianli just returned with Lu Yi to Lu village. Old Madam Shen, along with Wang, Li, Fan, and the new daughter-in-law Yu, went to his house, claiming they wanted to serve tea to he, the third sister-in-law. After her son and daughter-in-law left, He shut the door tightly. When she heard knocking outside, she refused to open, even when she recognized old Madame Shun and others. She was furious and scolded at the door for a long time. At noon, he was cooking when she suddenly heard noises outside. She ran out of the kitchen and saw Shin Yongsho jump down from the wall and then open her house's big door. He was anxious and angry. She hurried over, shouting, "Shin Yongsho, who told you to come into my house? What are you doing? You're not allowed to open my door." But by the time he reached the door, it was too late. Shin Yongsho had already opened it, and old Madam Shin, along with a group of people, pushed past he and entered. "You shameless woman, how dare you not open the door this morning?" Old Madam Shin said, slapping he across the face. She had good intentions to reconcile with he, but this woman refused to show gratitude. She dared not open the door, causing neighbors to laugh at her. So, she decided not to let he have an easy time. He was already timid around old Madam Shin. After being slapped, her courage was half gone, and she choked on her words, covering her face and standing aside, tears in her eyes. Shin Tianlu and He Ernyang heard his voice and hurried over. "Grandma Shin, we are no longer related. This is my home. If my mother wants to open the door, she will. If she doesn't, that's fine." "Why are you hitting my mother?" Shin Tianlu said angrily, seeing her face swollen. You little brat, how dare you speak back? It's not your place to judge." "I think you're just asking for a lesson," old Madam Shin said, reaching out to slap Shin Tianlu. Shin Tianlu, who had been practicing martial arts with his brother and sister-in-law, was quick and sharp. He caught her hand and said coldly, "I'm no longer involved with you. Stop scolding me like before. Hurry up and leave, or when my sister-in-law comes back, you'll regret it." While speaking, she pushed Old Lady Shin. Old Lady Shin stepped back 2 paces, grinding her teeth with anger. They were afraid that Shin Tianli and that fool might come back, so they chose to do this during mealtime. She thought that by showing off at the door and intimidating the He family, she could do as she pleased. But she never expected that Shin Tianlu, who had been quiet before, would suddenly become bold.
It was really annoying.
"Wang and Li, you 2 ants, why don't you teach this girl a lesson? You've been gone only a few days, and now you forget who you are?" Old Lady Shin squinted her eyes sharply and looked fiercely at Shin Tianlu. Wang and Li came over and surrounded Shin Tianlu. Seeing the situation was bad, he hurriedly stepped in front of Shin Tianlu and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? We're no longer connected to you." "Nonsense. As long as Shin Yong'an is buried in my Shin family's land, he's my daughter-in-law, and Shin Tianlu is my granddaughter. I have the right to discipline her." Old Lady Shin had made up her mind. She knew that he was the type to back down easily. Look, she had spoken softly and kindly in the morning, but they didn't open the door. Now, she entered the yard and slapped her, showing her confidence was weak. And, seeing that he was following Kang's words, she immediately dared not make a sound. When she saw he still blocking Shin Tianlu and scolding, "You shameless woman, go inside and let you give you tea and recognize your family. Third sister-in-law, we're just here to offer tea and recognize our kin. As long as you obediently listen to your mother, we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering," Wang said with a smile. "Offering tea and recognizing kin? That's just asking for trouble." And everyone knew that offering tea was for elders. Why would they offer tea to peers? If they had the guts, why not wait for the eldest brother and sister-in-law to return? Shin Tianlu wanted to come out from behind he, but she was pulled back tightly. She frowned and said, "Mother, don't listen to them. Let me go. I'm not afraid of them. Lure, be obedient." His face still hurt, and she couldn't bear to see her daughter also suffer. Shin Tianlu tried to break free from his hold, but saw Xiao Yan run over angrily and shout, "Why are you here?
Leave now.
Our family doesn't welcome you." "Shin Tianyan, are you looking for a beating? Your family? Look where your father is buried, on our ancestral grave."
"So you have to listen to me," she said.
"My father isn't buried on your grave. Everyone knows that's my father's clothes. My father was harmed by you, and his bones are gone. How dare you mention my father? Aren't you afraid he'll come back and seek revenge? Shin Tianyan said angrily. What are you saying, you brat? Old Lady Shin said as she swung her hand toward Shin Tianyan. Shin Tianyan slightly tilted his body to avoid her, then shouted outside, Someone, come quickly.
Come see.
Grandma Shin took advantage of my sister-in-law not being home to bully us. Old Lady Shin, angry and blushing, said, Second brother, hurry and cover his mouth. Shun Yongsho quickly stepped forward, and Shin Tianyan ran around in the yard, thinking to himself that as long as Uncle Lee came, it would be fine. Before Fan Shi arrived, her husband had warned her to just follow along and not get involved, so she stood silently to the side. Yu Shi frowned, knowing the other was stalling, and said, Mother, it's almost noon. Let's quickly settle the engagement. Once the village chief arrives, it will be hard to explain. She also tugged at Old Lady Shen's sleeve and pointed at Yu Shi. Old Lady Shen hated Yu Shi the most because she had damaged their family's reputation. However, she thought Yu Shi's words made sense. Seeing her point at Yu Shi and tug at her sleeve, she glared at her and said, Yu Shi, you better be honest about the engagement. Otherwise, when the village chief arrives, the match will still happen, and it won't be good for Xiao Yan's reputation. Don't you still want her to go to school? Shun Tianluo glared fiercely at Old Lady Shen, furious that she was threatening her brother. Fine, if they wanted to settle the engagement, they could do it. Mother, let them settle the engagement. Everyone, go inside the house. Tulip, you. Shun Tianyan, quick-witted, immediately understood his sister's hidden meaning. He ran to Yu Shi's side and whispered, Yes, Mother, let them settle the engagement. We'll talk after sister-in-law comes back. Hearing the fool, everyone hesitated. Old Lady Shin, however, insisted firmly, What are you afraid of? Let's go. Everyone followed Old Lady Shin into the house. As they passed the kitchen, they saw meat on the table and paused briefly, then reluctantly entered the house. Inside, they saw a fire burning with charcoal, warm and cozy, and they instantly regretted breaking the engagement. Otherwise, their room would also be this warm. Old Lady Shin glared at Yu Shi fiercely. Although they had stored a lot of firewood back then, there were many people, and now there was no firewood left at home. They shivered at night, but Yu Shi was fine, still burning charcoal in broad daylight. Yu Shi entered the room and coldly said, All right, if you want to settle the engagement, then do it. Yu Shi looked at Old Lady Shen, then stepped forward, bowed, and called out, Third sister-in-law. She then took out a pair of shoes according to etiquette. Yu Shi coldly caught them and said, Second girl, go and bring me a pouch from inside the house. Second girl hurried to the inner room, took out the small purse she made, and Mrs. He happily looked at her niece. Then, in front of everyone, she took out about 20 or 30 coins and put them inside. Old Lady Shin's face instantly turned cold, and she scolded, Mrs. He, you made you a pair of shoes, and you only give her 20 coins? How much do you want? Mrs. He knew they wouldn't give up easily. Give her the silver hairpin on your head. Also, don't you have a cloak? Give her that too. By this point, Mrs. He and the others understood. They were after the cloak. Mrs. He looked angry and said, Ing has taken the cloak.
No.
Well, Mrs. He, you dare to ignore me. Then don't blame me for being rude. Old Lady Shin said, standing up and heading toward Mrs. He's inner room. Mrs. He was shocked and asked, What are you going to do? Wang Li and the second son. Stop them. Old Lady Shin finished speaking and went into Mrs. He's room. Mrs. He was shocked. There were 5 taels of silver in the cabinet. She wanted to stop them but was blocked by Wang and others. Shun Tianlu and Shin Tianyan held Mrs. He back. Mother, let her take it. The shame is on them. When sister-in-law returns, I won't let any of them go. After saying this, Shun Tianyan looked coldly at everyone. Everyone looked into his eyes, their hearts trembling, and they couldn't help but lower their heads. They were really afraid of that fool, but since their mother-in-law went in to look, it wasn't their business. Maybe the fool wouldn't bully them. Old Lady Shin entered the room, searched around, and found only 5 taels of silver and Ying's cloak. She was angry but took it out. She looked at the door to the west room but didn't go in. Then she said to Shin Yongsho, second son, go check what's in the kitchen storage. Take everything. These ungrateful people don't even bother to send New Year's gifts to me, their old grandmother. Just consider it compensation. Shin Yongsho had just seen that there was meat in the kitchen and quite a lot. Although he ate meat yesterday, he thought, who would dislike a little meat? And nodded, then went to check the storage and kitchen. When he found it, he was shocked and shouted, Mother, mother, come quickly. They're eating only plain rice and flour, and there's a lot of meat too. Old Lady Shen was pulling the silver hairpins from Mrs. He and Shen Tianlu's heads. Hearing this, she thought for a moment and decided to give up Ying's hairpin. She hurriedly ran out. Seeing the large amount of meat hanging in the west wing, my eyes lit up instantly. I ordered Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Li, hurry and take down the meat. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li quickly moved forward. When Mrs. Fan saw her mother-in-law look over, she thought of his face as white and delicate as a flower. She bit her lip and also went to help take down the meat. He saw them acting like bandits and immediately started crying. Shin Tianluo pulled her aside and said, Mother, let's go find Grandpa Li crying. Let everyone see how they are bullying us. He nodded and was helped by her children to walk outside. Mrs. Fan saw this and hurriedly said, Mother, let's go. He must have gone to find the village chief. Old Mrs. Shin saw it was about time and said, What's there to be afraid of? My daughter-in-law respects me. No matter how much that old man talks, I can block him. After saying that, she took a piece of dried meat and said, Let's go back with the rice and flour on our backs. Once we get home, they won't be able to take anything back. Old Mrs. Shen and everyone carried a lot of things and left Shin Tianli's house quickly, ignoring the villagers' laughter, heading home fast. In the afternoon, Shen Tianli and Lu Yi just entered the village when they heard someone say, Tianli, you should go back quickly. Today at noon, Fan Suya took people to your house and took everything. They just found out today how rich Shen Tianli's family was. So much meat and all white rice and flour. Shen Tianli and Lu Yi looked at each other. Lu Yi got down from the ox cart and ran toward home. Shen Tianli thought for a moment, then slowly continued to drive the cart to the village chief's house. Lu Yi entered the house, and he cried and rushed over. Year, you're back. They took everything from her house. Lu Yi saw his face was swollen, her eyes slightly squinted, and asked, Mother, what happened to your face? Older sister-in-law, I didn't take good care of Mother. That old woman hit her. How did they get in? Shin Yongsho climbed over the wall. They said they were relatives, but they stole everything. Luer, tell me exactly what happened. Shin Tianluo carefully explained everything. After hearing this, Lu Yi snorted coldly. Since they want to die, let's help them. Mother, bring me that broken shoe. Shin Tianluo quickly handed it over. Lu Yi caught it, her face full of coldness as she walked out. Here Nayu pulled Shin Tianluo and asked sister-in-law, What are you going to do? To take revenge for us. Revenge? Here Nayu's eyes lit up. Then let's go and see. Shin Tianlu thought for a moment and said, Cousin, you go. Don't worry about anything, just watch. When sister-in-law needs help carrying things, come back and call us. He Ernie nodded, left the house, and saw many people following behind Lu Yi not far away. She wondered, why are so many people following? She hurried over and heard the crowd say, Old Fourth Shin isn't ashamed. His son got married yesterday, and today he's causing trouble. They've forgotten how their fool used to deal with them. Yes, they just don't learn. Don't you know? Fan Shui is shameless and said that as long as Shin Yong'an's grave is in their family, the He family belongs to them. But everyone knows only Shin Yong'an's clothes are there. Exactly. That fool is shivering all over, and I find it scary. Old Fourth Shin's family won't have peace for a while. Who is the fool? Are they talking about sister-in-law? Lu Yi arrived at Old Fourth Shin's house and looked at the tightly closed door with a sarcastic smile. It used to be that this door couldn't stop her, but now it's even easier. Since Shin Yongsho liked to climb over the wall, she decided to learn how to do it too. She walked to the wall and kicked it here and there. What is that fool doing? Look, can't you see? That fool is kicking the wall. Haha, she really thinks she's a strong man thinking she can kick down the wall?
Why not?
She can kick through doors as thick as that, so the wall must be no problem. Oh, I've envied this wall at old Forthshen's house for years. If that fool can kick it down today, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Someone said happily.
Huh.
Just wait and see. This wall is much stronger than the door. As soon as the crowd finished talking, a loud crash sounded. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. That fool was really impressive. She actually kicked down the wall, and it was a solid wall. It was amazing. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Ernie was very shocked. She hadn't expected that the beautiful-looking sister-in-law was actually a fool, and she had such strength that she knocked down the entire wall. Fortunately, she hadn't offended her sister-in-law. Otherwise, she would have been worse off than the broken bricks on the ground. Old Forthshen's family got so many things, and only Shin Yongkong and his wife were truly happy. Others felt both joy and unease. In the room, they burned charcoal from Shun Tianli's family, talking happily and laughing to hide their worries. Suddenly, I heard loud thunder outside. Everyone was surprised and quickly stood up, rushing outside. I saw the wall had fallen down. Lu Yi, smiling slightly, stepped over broken bricks with a calm expression. She walked closer, step by step. Everyone's hearts trembled. She was clearly smiling, but her smile made us feel scared, as if she was a devil from. Old Lady Shin saw the broken bricks on the ground. Her anger rose, and her eyes turned red. She screamed, "Brat, you fool, you pushed down our wall. Why didn't you get crushed?" Before she finished cursing, something hit her hard in the mouth. She stopped crying out in pain and looked down. It was a pair of new shoes. She recognized them. They were the shoes you had made for he. Lu Yi came in and said sarcastically, "You all fell for my wall and didn't die. How could I be killed? If anyone should die, it's you heartless people. While my husband and I are not home, you bully my mother and even use my father's name. Aren't you afraid my father will come back and find you? You foolish girl, spouting nonsense. If third brother comes back, he'll find you unfilial people. You broke my wall. Pay me some silver." Old Lady Shin, seeing Lu Yi walk in, placed her hands on her hips and reached out her hand to ask Lu Yi for money. She seemed to forget how troublesome Lu Yi had been before. Wang and Li, hiding behind Old Lady Shin, thought to themselves that their mother-in-law had forgotten how fierce this girl was. She dared to ask for money. Mrs. Fan stood behind Shin Yongtai, next to her father-in-law. She was amazed. This foolish girl was so pretty. Shin Yongkong, Shin Tianxi, Shin Tianlei, and others also felt surprised. Shin Tianlei usually only came back during the New Year. Today it was cold, and only his younger uncle had come back from town for his wedding. He found out that his third brother not only got married but also married a lively, silly girl. As a result, his grandmother cut ties with him. He knew his third brother was capable. Last night, he wanted to get close to him, but never had the chance. Today, he couldn't even persuade his grandmother. They went to visit his third brother's house. Seeing all these things, he was even more sure that his third brother was capable. But what good was that if his grandmother had offended everyone? It seemed he had to find another chance to get close. However, the sister-in-law's looks were truly rare. Even in the county, it was hard to find someone like her. His third brother was really lucky. Thinking of this, he looked at his sister's room. Qing'er was also of marriageable age. She was his only sister. He decided he should take good care of her and make good use of her. Shin Tianxi has never cared about looks. He believes that only those who can bring him benefits are truly valuable. However, when he sees a woman in a bright red dress, with delicate white skin and elegant willow leaves, he can't help but recall a passage from a book. Add a little, it's too long. Subtract a little, it's too short. With powder, it's too white. With rouge, it's too red. Eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, waist like a tied silk ribbon, teeth like conch shells. A charming smile that captivates Yang Cheng and confuses Xia Kai. Shun Yongkong, seeing Lu Yi, steps forward excitedly. The last time he saw Lu Yi, she was beautiful, but not as refined as she is now. Her face like a silver plate, her eyes like water apricots, lips naturally red, eyebrows naturally green. What a rare beauty in the world. She is 3 parts whiter than Yu Taiji, 3 parts more beautiful, and her mischievous smile makes her even more alluring. His heart feels itchy and restless. He secretly hopes that today, if his mother can win over this foolish girl and scare her into obedience, he will also follow his older brother and ask his mother to bring the He family and others back. Once they return, while Shen Tianli goes hunting, he can enjoy this foolish beauty. He even imagines that she, beneath him, would bloom like a lovely flower, even more beautiful. Lu Yi senses a disgusting, evil gaze and looks away in disgust. She sees Shen Yongkang staring at her without blinking, his eyes full of lewdness. She sneers coldly inside. Looks like the lesson last time wasn't harsh enough. Lu Yi pushes away Shen Laotai's hand and scolds, "You shameless old woman. You cut ties with your family, but still dare to bully my mother. Watch me beat you to death." She slaps Shen Laotai repeatedly. Caught off guard, Shen Laotai screams as Lu Yi hits her, grabbing her and retreating, crying out, "Ah, you stupid girl.
How dare you hit me?
I won't let you get away with it. Wang Shi, Li Shi, what are you all doing? Come help." Wang Shi and the others shrink back, but Shen Laotai orders, "Hurry up. If you don't teach her a lesson, none of you will escape later." Hearing this, Wang Shi dares not delay and quickly runs over. Seeing the two approaching, Lu Yi keeps hitting, kicking them to the ground. "Fan Shi, you too," Shen Laotai commands. Fan Shi looks at Shen Yantai, who steps forward and says, "Father, Jir is pregnant and shouldn't get involved. I will take her back to her room." Without waiting for Shen Laotai to speak, he takes her away. Shen Yongtai has always opposed falling out with Shen Tianli. Today, he disapproves of what is happening, but he also doesn't think about the current situation. Now, they are at such a point that Shen Yongmen's life is at risk in the middle of everything. How could Shen Tianli forgive them or reconcile? It might be better to find some benefit instead. Since his 3rd son doesn't want this, and he has more than one son, he commands eldest, 2nd, 6th brothers, Tianlei, hit this wicked woman. Make her afraid, so she won't cause trouble again. Shen Yongkang hears his father calling him and feels a bit unhappy. He's a scholar and doesn't want to do such rough work. But then he thinks, only by scaring this fool will she behave and serve him properly. He picks up an iron shovel nearby and hits along with his brother. Tianlei doesn't want to fall out with Shen Tianli and stands still. Old Shen looks at him coldly and says, "We are one family. He has nothing to do with you anymore. Even if he tries to save face, he won't give you any benefits." Tianlei feels embarrassed by his grandfather's words, but still says, "Grandpa, isn't it wrong for so many of us to beat up 3rd sister-in-law? She isn't your 3rd sister-in-law. She's the fool who is tearing down our house. Go help your father and brothers," Old Shen says, watching Lu Yi circle around the old woman. The sun's sticks haven't hit Lu Yi but have hit the old woman, making her eyes bulge with anger. "Why are you hitting your mother? Hit her like you hit that fool. Beat her to death." If it weren't for this fool causing trouble, he would cut ties with Shen Tianli. Now he's pinching a silver coin to spend, and it's all this fool's fault. Lu Yi sneers and glances at Old Shen. Seeing Shen Yongfu and others fighting even harder, Wang and others stand up. Wang pulls out a needle from her space and, when they aren't paying attention, it into the back of Old Shen. Then she forcefully pushes Old Shen onto Wang. Wang's stick falls and hits Old Shen, who screams loudly and screams even more fiercely. "Mother, why do you always block for that fool?" Wang complains. Old Shen is furious. She isn't blocking for the fool, it's that fool who pulls her and uses her as a shield. "Hurry up, beat her to death. Kill her." Old Shen, feeling even more pain all over, points angrily at Lu Yi. Wang quickly raises her stick to hit Lu Yi, but sees Lu Yi somehow Shen Yongkang's iron shovel. Using the wooden handle of the shovel, she fiercely pushes it into Shen Yongkang's stomach. Shen Yongkong instantly falls to the ground, unable to stand from the pain. Then, holding an iron shovel, she broke the wooden stick from her husband's hand. The stick hit his body, knocking him to the ground. Hearing her husband's screams, she felt pain herself. Shen Yongshou was not doing well either. The iron shovel struck his leg, causing him to kneel down immediately. Then, the stick landed on his back, hitting him even harder than her husband. Li, who had come to help earlier, was struck on her thigh with his stick. She also immediately knelt down and couldn't get up again. Father, mother. The sudden chaos was too fast. When Shun Tianlei reacted, he hurried to check on Shen Yongshou and Li. Are you going to hit me? Lu Yi looked at Wang and asked with a smile. Wang shook her head in fear. No, it's not true. She then looked at her hand, which was holding a wooden stick, and quickly threw it on the ground. Go, return everything you took from my house, one by one. If anything is missing, I will hit your husband and son in revenge. Wang hurriedly nodded but stood still, unable to move freely. She was frightened by the roughness of this foolish person. Go quickly. Lu Yi ordered coldly. Wang then ran away hurriedly. Lu Yi saw her enter the main room, then spoke to the people lying on the ground. You stole from my family. Tell me, what good do you think I took from you? You're talking nonsense. That wasn't stolen. It was his filial gift to my mother-in-law. You foolish girl, you don't understand filial piety. Hitting your grandma and uncles. I will report you to the county magistrate. Let you get whipped and put in jail. Old Shin stood up and looked fiercely at Lu Yi. Lu Yi threw the iron shovel on the ground with a loud clang. Seeing the broken shovel, Old Shin trembled inexplicably. She looked up and saw Lu Yi slowly walking toward her. She was suddenly afraid, backing away step by step, staring at the foolish girl in terror. She thought she was facing a demon, not a person. She retreated to the corner of the wall and could go no further. When she saw Lu Yi suddenly smile and reach out her hand to grab her neck, she thought the foolish girl was trying to strangle her. She curled up and shouted in fear. Ah! Suddenly, she felt a pain on her scalp. Her hair fell and covered her face. She heard the foolish girl's voice from above. If you dare to take my mother's silver hairpin, I will make sure you all have no silver hairpins to wear. Yan Yi finished speaking and then walked over to Madame Li, saying, Give me the silver hairpin on your head and everything inside your house. If not, I will go look for them myself. Don't expect to keep anything from your house. Madame Li nervously took off the silver hairpin on her head, ignoring her messy hair, and said, All right, I'll give you everything. Inside the house. Yes, yes. Madame Li just wanted to get rid of this troublemaker and hoped she wouldn't enter her house. But as soon as she moved, her leg hurt badly and she could only shout, Xiao Qing, quick, bring out all the hairpins from my house. Shin Tianqing, hiding in the room, heard this and frowned. She ran into Madame Li's room, opened the jewelry box, and took out 3 silver hairpins. She went to the door, but then put one back. Seeing Shun Tianqing take out 2 hairpins, Yan Yi smiled and said, Fool. Shun Tianqing was scolded and felt both angry and helpless. She ran to Madame Li to see how she was doing. Yan Yi looked at Wang, who came out holding a fan and a cloak, and said, Quickly take these back. Wang hurriedly hugged her things and ran outside. She was truly scared of this troublemaker, who was not gentle when hitting people and liked to cause trouble. Seeing Wang leave, Yan Yi went to Yu and said, Give me all the hairpins on your head and inside your house. Yu moved closer to Shin Yongkong, who was squatting on the ground, then tearfully took off her hairpin, saying sadly, This is the only one I have. I don't believe you. Seeing Yan Yi step forward with dissatisfaction, Yu cried and said, Really, my brother was unhappy with the dowry, so he left my jewelry. This one was given by my mother-in-law. Yan Yi kicked Yu, who was startled and fell to the ground. Coincidentally, her hand pressed on Shin Yongkong's lower body. Shin Yongkong, already suffering from stomach pain, felt pain below, and Yu's hand pressing there made it worse. He pushed Yu away angrily and scolded, You fool. Where did you press? Yu fell to the ground, her hand hurting badly. Seeing Shin Yongkong in such pain, she hurried over and asked nervously, husband, how are you? I didn't mean to do it. She didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that her hand pressed exactly there. Yanyi had just pressed on Shin Yongkong's stomach, but it was not without purpose. She was thinking that Shin Yongkong, being newly married, would be constantly in the bridal chamber. Over time, he would surely be exhausted. Now, surprisingly, you helped her. Looking at Shin Yongkong's pained expression, he probably will recover even faster. That thing is useless now. He's no longer a real man. Seeing him, he probably won't dare to show off anymore. Then, he smiled brightly at old Shin with a gloomy face and walked toward the third household. Don't think that hiding in the house will let her go. She won't forgive anyone who harms her mother, and she won't let them have a good time. The door of the third household was kicked open by Lu Yi. Madame Fan was startled. Shen Yongtai came out from the inner room, frowning as he looked at Lu Yi entering, and asked coldly, Lu Yi, what are you doing? What am I doing? She's stealing from my family, so I'm taking from yours. If you don't want to get hurt, step aside, Lu Yi said, pushing Shin Yongtai away and going into his inner room. Madame Fan saw Lu Yi rummaging through her chest and quickly stood up, grabbing her, and asked, what are you doing? How can you go through my things? Get out of my way. Lu Yi pushed Madame Fan aside and searched her chest. Soon she found a small box. Seeing the small box, Madame Fan's face turned pale, and she cried, put that down. It's mine. Give it back to me. Lu Yi held the small box in one hand and pushed Madame Fan away with the other. Shun Yongtai hurriedly supported Madame Fan, frowning as he said, you're pregnant. Why are you fighting with her? What if you hurt the baby? Husband, quickly take the box. Our silver, money, and jewelry are inside. Madame Fan cried. Shin Yongtai's eyes flashed coldly and said, Lu Yi, you're foolish. I won't argue with you. You can take as much as you want, cause trouble if you like, but don't be too greedy. Take everything. Lu Yi smiled and said, but I like this box. What should I do? Shan Yongtai helped Madame Fan to the corner of the bed, then suddenly threw the small table on the bed against the wall and took a broken leg, saying, let's see if you can take everything. People who have been on the battlefield are different, full of a deadly aura. Lu Yi smiled, took all the silver from the box and threw it onto the bed, saying with a smile, third aunt, you're pregnant? Is it with your little uncles or third uncles? If the baby is born, will it call third uncle dad or uncle? Madame Fan's face turned pale at her words, and she said in horror, you.
What are you talking about?
When Shun Yongtai heard Lu Ye's words, he frowned and looked at Fan Shi with confusion. He saw fear and panic in Fan Shi's eyes. Seeing his gaze, she hurriedly said, husband, don't listen to this fool's nonsense. I have nothing to do with Wu Manliang, that beast. It was better when she didn't speak, but now her words made Shin Yongtai's eyes narrow as he looked at Fan Shi's belly. Fan Shi looked down along Shin Yongtai's gaze and instinctively held her stomach. She didn't know whether it was her husband's or Wu Manliang's, but she knew it could only be her husband's. She quickly pulled Shin Yongtai, crying, and said, husband, this fool is deliberately revengeful. You have to believe me. After speaking, she let go of Shin Yongtai's hand, ran down from the Kong bed, and attacked Lu Yi. You stupid girl, how dare you slander my name? I will fight you. Lu Yi grabbed Fan Shi's wrist and sneered coldly, fool. Do you know what it means to hide something? You think I don't see through you. After saying that, she pushed Fan Shi onto the Kong, gave Shin Yongtai a grim smile, and turned to leave. She believed that with this scene, Shin Yongtai would no longer have the energy to bother them. After leaving the third room, she saw no one in the yard. The doors of Shun Lao Si's house were all tightly shut. Lu Yi sneered and kicked open the door of the main room. Inside, Shun Lao Tai and Shun Lao Tu were both angry and anxious. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, they felt even more scared. Shun Lao Tai asked, old man, the fool has come in. What should we do? What should we do? You ask me? I ask who? It's all your fault. You insisted that you sure serve tea and acknowledge kinship, and now you're using the fool's things? Now look at us, like we're facing a Yama, king of. Shen Lao Tai was furious and said angrily, now you blame me? Who was laughing just now? You useless man, always pushing the blame onto me when something happens. When there's no trouble, you just wait to get benefits. You're so useless. You can't even handle a fool. Are you still a man? She started hitting Shen Lao too. Shen Lao too was angry but didn't want to fight back. He thought that once the thunder called the village chief over, the fool wouldn't dare do anything to them. Later, he planned to have Shen Tianli cover their wall, pay compensation, and get back everything the fool had taken. But he didn't expect Shen Lao Tai to take advantage of his distraction, hitting him hard and even scratching his face. Old Mr. Shen was gasping for breath and pushed aside Mrs. Shen, shouting, "You crazy woman! What are you doing?" Mrs. Shen was pushed onto the bed and felt more pain all over her body. Hearing Mr. Shen scold her made her even angrier. She sat up suddenly and started hitting him, shouting, "You old fool! How dare you hit me? You can't hit a fool who can't fight back, but you hit your own wife? You're so useless and weak." Mr. Shen was hit and scolded by Mrs. Shen, especially when she called him useless. He couldn't hold back his anger and started fighting back. When Lui arrived, she saw Mrs. Shen and Mr. Shen fighting on the bed. She thought for a moment and ran outside, shouting to the onlookers, "Everyone, come quick. Help! Grandpa Shen and Grandma Shen are fighting." Hearing this, the villagers rushed into the yard and into the main room to watch the scene. Seeing this, Lui kicked open the door to the main house. She saw Shen Tianqi frowning at her and didn't look at her. She kept walking to open Shen Yongfu's door. Just then, Shen Tianqi said, "Sister-in-law, let Tianli and Xiaoyan have some face." Lui turned to Shen Tianqi and sarcastically said, "You have the face to talk about face? If you cared about face, this wouldn't have happened. All these years of studying, and it's all wasted." Shen Tianqi was both embarrassed and angry from being scolded. Could he be blamed? Grandpa and Grandma's decision was final. Even Uncle Wu couldn't stop it, let alone him. He had also advised his mother and father, but they didn't listen. What could he do? It was all because that fool was so noisy that Grandma cut ties with him. Thinking about it, before that fool came, their family was so good. Now, not only have they split up, but they also become the joke of the village, even the town and the school. Remembering how classmates mocked him yesterday made Shen Tianqi even more angry and ashamed. When Tianli arrived, he would definitely discipline that fool properly. But Lu Yi didn't know his thoughts and didn't want to argue with this selfish, ignorant scholar. She directly kicked open Wang's door and saw Wang and his wife huddled in the corner of the bed. She coldly asked Wang, "Did you send everything?" Wang shook his head, then quickly nodded and weakly said, "I gave everything to Nyo. Just that little? One more chance. If you don't send it, what then?" Lu Yi shook the small box of fans and then looked at Wang's cabinet. Seeing Lu Ye's gaze, Wang hurriedly got off the bed in fear and ran outside. "Wait. What are you trying to do?" Shen Yongfu asked through his pain and anger. "Give me all your silver jewelry or else." "I found." Xiao Mian's words were not spoken by Lu Yi, who simply shook the small box in her hand. Mrs. Wang bit her lip and handed Lu Yi her silver hairpin, saying, "It's gone now." Lu Yi sneered and started walking toward Mrs. Wang's cabinet. Mrs. Wang hurriedly tried to stop Lu Yi, but Lu Yi swung her arm, causing Mrs. Wang's large body to hit the wall, making her grimace in pain. "Mother, are you alright?" Shen Tianxi asked. Seeing Mrs. Wang shake her head, he angrily said to Lu Yi, "Hurry up and leave, or I'll call third brother." Lu Yi didn't even glance at him, and was already calling third brother. How did Shen Tianli, who was lying in bed for so long, handle things? He didn't even look at her. Mrs. Wang, seeing Lu Yi about to open her cabinet, ignored her pain and hurriedly shouted, "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Don't touch my box." Inside was half of their family savings. If it was lost, not only would her son struggle to go to school, but their future food and clothing would also be a problem. Seeing her finally behave, Lu Yi took a step back and said, Hurry up, take it out, then move all our things back home. If anything is missing, I will make you pay 100 times over. But the meat we took back was already eaten at noon. Mrs. Wang weakly handed over 3 silver hairpins. Lu Yi snatched them and said, then replace it with silver. Afterward, she left the main house. Mrs. Wang saw that the troublemaker finally left and let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the man lying on the bed, groaning in pain, and then at her eldest son, who was pursing his lips. She said, Cece, go study. Don't worry about the family matters anymore. Mother, we can't just let her do this. I'll go find third brother right now. Mrs. Wang quickly held him back. Lu Yi had taken her silver jewelry, and although she was heartbroken, she knew she wouldn't get it back. Sending Tianxi now was useless. Cece, don't go. Even if we fight with Lu Yi fiercely, your grandmother is there to support us. In the future, you and Tianli will still have brotherly love. If you go causing trouble, that bond will be broken. Besides, that fool dares to come because Shen Tianli ordered him to. You should go to school tomorrow and study hard. Don't worry about the family's affairs anymore. Shen Tianxi frowned. Mother, since you know all this, why do you still want to go to third aunt's house? Mrs. Wang coughed lightly. On one hand, it was her mother-in-law's order. On the other, she wanted to take advantage. Since her mother-in-law was backing her, even if the sky fell, she could rely on her. Why not seize the opportunity? But unexpectedly, Lu Yi was so fierce this time. He went from house to house settling scores. It's really a case of losing out after trying to cheat. If I had known, I wouldn't have done such thankless work. I just have to listen to your grandmother. All right, go rest in your room. I'll call Tianfeng and Tianqing to take the stuff back, or that fool will cause trouble again. Wang said hurriedly and left quickly. Shen Tianxi looked at his father lying on the bed, thought about what his mother just said, and finally furrowed his brows as he returned to his own room. Lu Yi left the main house and went into the main hall. He saw old Shen sitting in the living room smoking a pipe. The smoke curled around him, but couldn't hide the scars on his face from old Shen catching him. Lu Yi felt happy inside. This hypocrite who always stood behind the scenes deserved to be caught by old Shen. He should be glad that he was too timid and weak to move earlier, otherwise it wouldn't have been just a few hits. Seeing Lu Yi, old Shen was so angry he almost exploded. He shouted, "Why haven't you left yet?" This fool was even more unruly than before. Grandpa Shen, Grandma Shen took silver from my family. My mother said it was 10 taels, but she hasn't paid it back yet. Old Shen, who was crying inside, suddenly stopped crying and yelled, "You're lying. Ha, he sure only has 5 taels of silver. How dare you say 10? It's 5 taels, but that was when you robbed from my family. Now it's 10 taels. If you don't give it back, I'll learn from you. Don't forget, I'm good at finding silver." Lu Yi said with a smile at the door of the inner room. Look at how miserable Shen's 4th son's family is. Spectators just stand at the door watching the show. Old Shen's wife was crying so sadly just now, but no one tried to stop her. It's really too tragic. She even feels sorry for her. You dare. Old Shen's wife exclaimed in panic. Lu Yi looked at her with a smile, but didn't answer. Old Shen's wife immediately panicked. She climbed down from the Kong bed, came over and took out silver, stuffing it all into Lu Ye's hand while crying, "This is your family's silver. You can go now. I won't come to your house again." Now, she only had less than 10 taels of silver. If this fool took it all, she'd have nothing left. "No, you stole my silver. Give it to me quickly, or I'll have to do it myself." Old Shen's wife suddenly sat on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum. "I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live. I'm so old and still bullied by the younger generation. I've given you the silver, and you still bully me. If you have the guts, step over me and crush me to death. Anyway, I have no money." The onlookers saw Grandma Shen with messy hair, a swollen face covered in injuries, crying with tears and snot, and they felt sympathy. They said, "Tianli's family, forget it. She already gave you money from your family. Don't push her anymore." "Yes, I've never seen Fan Suya in such a miserable state. Just let her go this once. Since ancient times, people instinctively sympathize with the weak, showing kindness regardless of right or wrong. Lu Yi smiled to herself, thinking, fine, with this one time, Fan Suya will surely be honest. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's forget it. But you all have to eat my family's meat at noon, and give some silver. 1 or 2 taels. When Grandma Shun heard Lu Ye's compromise and that someone was defending her, she cried, I don't have any silver. No silver? Then how about using silver hairpins as collateral? My mother bought you quite a few silver accessories. Grandma Shun was angry when she heard this. I only took He Shi and Lu Er's silver hairpins. You took 6 from Li Shi, and you sure on my head, and you're still not satisfied. Are you stupid? No, you're clearly greedy. Yes, I am a greedy ghost, driven to greed by you all. Coming back from my maternal home, I can't rest easy. Since you're so mean and looking for trouble, you have to bear the blame for hitting my mother and stealing from my family. Will you give it or not? If not, I'll take it myself. Hearing Lu Ye's firm and powerful words, Grandma Shun's heart trembled. Should she give this fool the silver? If she did, it would be her own silver. If she didn't, the fool definitely wouldn't give up and might even take her jewelry. While she hesitated, Old Man Shin spoke up, give her 1 or 2 taels of silver. Grandma Shin finally wiped her tears in anger, stood up, and threw her some silver, saying, Here, go quickly. Don't come back again. Lu Yi took the silver and sarcastically said, If you all don't cause trouble or act cheap, I won't even take a sedan chair to come here. After saying that, she left without looking back. After leaving Grandma Shin's house, Lu Yi saw Shen Tianli being blocked by someone and hurried over. Li Xiu'er came out to watch the fun, secretly hoping that Shen Old Fourth's family would beat Lu Yi badly, even to the point of injury or disability. As long as they could teach that fool a lesson, with Grandma Shen's arrogance and domineering attitude, she believed she could gradually control He Shi. Then, her marriage to Tianli would still have hope. But unfortunately, Shen Old Fourth's family was full of useless people, and they couldn't handle this fool. Seeing how they were bullied by the fool, she felt both pleased and helpless. The family of Old Shen Fourth has had such a tough life. Finally, they have vented their anger from the previous generation. Unfortunately, that foolish person turned out to be so capable. She not only kept Shen Fourth's family under control but also managed to bring brother Tianli and the He family close to her. Not only did they not want to abandon her, but they also relied on her heavily. With this situation, how could she marry brother Tianli? Li Xiu'er angrily rubbed her silk handkerchief, feeling very worried. Suddenly, she saw a tall, strong figure ahead and brightened her eyes. Brother Tianli. Since that night fighting the wolf, she hadn't seen brother Tianli again. No matter how much she apologized to Shen Tianlu, that stubborn girl refused to forgive her or let her visit her home, or see brother Tianli. She almost hated Shen Tianlu to death. But unexpectedly, she met brother Tianli on the road. She took a few quick steps forward, then suddenly stopped, looked around. Everyone was still watching the fun at Old Shen Fourth's house, and there was no one else on the road. She thought for a moment, bit her lip, then ran quickly toward Tianli. Tianli heard from Uncle Li about how old Madame Shen had bullied his mother that morning. He remembered her saying that as long as his father's tomb was at her house for a day, Shen Yong'an would be his son. He frowned. He knew his father was not dead, but as old Madame Shen said, once she knew her father was wealthy, she would surely use that as a reason to make him repay her. To avoid future trouble, it was better to move the grave out of Old Shen Fourth's house. He discussed the grave relocation with the village chief, ignoring Shen Tianlei, who was looking for him. After returning home, he took some gifts to the clan leader's house. Such matters didn't need Shen Fourth's approval. As long as the clan leader agreed, everything could be arranged. The clan leader agreed, and the plan to move the grave was set for the day after tomorrow. Hearing that his wife hadn't come out of Old Shen Fourth's house yet, he slowly walked on the road, waiting for her to return home together. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a woman running behind him. He thought it was his wife playing with him, but as her footsteps grew closer, he felt something was wrong. When the person behind him prepared to pounce, he quickly dodged. Seeing Li Xiao'er fall to the ground, Shen Tianli frowned and asked disdainfully, "Why is it you?" Li Xiao'er fell to the ground, feeling pain in her buttocks and arms. Just as she was about to complain, she heard Shen Tianli's voice and immediately remembered her purpose. She looked at him shyly and affectionately, then lowered her head slightly, her brows drooping. One hand supported her chin, the other raised halfway in the air, and her voice was coquettish and charming. "Brother Tianli, how did you make me fall? Hurry and help me up." This kind of voice she practiced for a long time, sounding gentle and pretty. Her downward gaze and shy posture were also shaped by her past experiences, making her appear more charming and alluring. She believed that such a beautiful version of herself would surely be liked by Brother Tianli. Shen Tianli didn't bother to look at her. He turned away and left directly. Li Xiao'er was thinking that if Brother Tianli pulled her up, she could fall into his arms. At that moment, she wished someone would come out so that Tianli could tell everyone he was going to leave Lu Yi and marry her. Li Xiao'er's mind was full of lovely fantasies, but she was surprised when Shen Tianli didn't pull her. She looked up in shock and saw that he had already walked far away. She hurriedly looked around and realized he was gone. Without hesitation, she quickly stood up and ran to block his way. "Brother Tianli, why are you ignoring me? Look, my hand is hurt." Li Xiao'er held out her scraped hand and complained. This winter, not only Lu Yi turned pale, but she also found good things to make herself whiter and her hands softer than before. Her delicate hands looked so lovely that even she liked them, and Shen Tianli, being a man, would surely care even more. Shen Tianli looked coldly at Li Xiao'er. This woman, his wife in his illusion, though he could sense that his illusionary self didn't like her, now he felt a strange hatred and even an urge to kill her whenever he saw her. Shen Tianli knew that she must have done something later to make him hate her deep down. In the past, he kept her around just to remind himself why he hated her so much. But now, seeing her fake and disgusting behavior, he really felt like killing her. No, he couldn't kill her now. He had to wait, at least until the silver arrived from the capital. Get out of the way. He didn't shout to make her leave, but that was already his mercy. "Brother Tianli, why are you so harsh to me?" Li Xiao'er looked at Shen Tianli with tears in her eyes, pitiful and innocent. "He shouldn't tell you to move aside. He should tell you to get lost." "Li Xiao'er, can't you have some shame? You're still a girl, not a..." The man trying to her. Lu Yi sneered at Li Xiao'er and shot Shen Tianli a sharp look. "Soon you won't see her, and you'll be chasing after other women." Shen Tianli held Lu Yi's hand and blinked innocently. "I didn't do anything. I was waiting for you." Who knew she ran over? Li Xiao'er heard Lu Yi openly insulting her and became so angry that her eyes turned red. She stomped her foot and pointed at Lu Yi, saying to Shen Tianli, "Tianli ji, look at her. She's actually insulting me like that." Shen Tianli looked softly at Lu Yi, then turned to Li Xiao'er with cold, harsh eyes, speaking cruelly and unkindly. "If you're so cheap, don't be afraid of being insulted. Also, call me Shen Tianli. Tianli ji is not something you can call. Tianli ji you." Li Xiao'er looked at Shen Tianli in disbelief. Hearing Shen Tianli's strong disapproval and pressure, Li Xiao'er took a step back and started crying, covering her face. Shen Tianli held Lu Yi's small hand and crossed past Li Xiao'er, feeling very happy inside. His wife is his year. Lu Yi felt Shen Tianli's action, looked at him, and with a bit of a vengeful feeling, also held Shen Tianli's hand. This time, his wife used some strength. He could feel his hand hurt a little, but he was more aware that he was holding his wife. This sense of peace and happiness made his usual cold expression soften. His eyes became gentle and deep, and his voice was soft. "Let's go home." Lu Yi released Shen Tianli's hand and smiled, saying, "Let's race to see who gets home first." Shen Tianli nodded and heard his wife count 1, 2, 3, then he ran with her. Li Xiaoer saw their happy figures running and couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Hatred seeped from her teeth. Lu Yi, you wicked girl. If it weren't for you, Tianli Ji wouldn't treat me like this. I will never let you go. Shen Tianli and Lu Yi both arrived at the door of the house. Shen Tianli deliberately slowed down a bit to let his wife go inside first. Lu Yi, in a victorious tone, said, "Tonight you sleep alone." Hearing such a serious punishment, Shen Tianli knew his wife wasn't punishing him because of that. He quickly hugged her and begged, "Year, I was wrong. I absolutely didn't say a word to her." Lu Yi blinked and said to him wisely, "Let go of me. I'm not punishing you for that. You lost the race, so you have to accept the punishment. How about we race again next time? I promise I will win you, and that will make up for it." Lu Yi no longer pushed Shen Tianli but raised her eyebrows and asked, "You want to beat me?" Shen Tianli feels confident. If he dared to say it, he would definitely not sleep alone tonight. Maybe he would have to sleep alone for a long time. He quickly smiled and said, "I definitely can't win against my wife." Lu Yi snorted and said, "You have some self-awareness. Let go, here comes Mom." Shen Tianli released her hand, and Madam, he came out. Seeing Lu Yi happy, she said, "Yi, you're back. That's wonderful." Lu Yi ran to Madam He and took a small box from her space, opening it with a smile. "Mom, look, what is this?" Shen Tianli glanced at his wife. When he held her earlier, her sleeve was empty, nothing inside. "Silver hairpin?" Madam He took the small box, surprised. "Why are there so many silver hairpins?" Lu Yi took out the ones Madam He bought yesterday, placing them on her head, smiling. "They are their way of making up to us." "Is this too many?" "There are more than 10. "No, Mom, just enough. This way, they'll remember and won't dare to bully you again," Lu Yi said happily. "Yes, Mom, if you don't want them, you can sell them in town later," Shen Tianli added. Madam He nodded. That was good. Shen Laoxi's family had suffered a loss, so they wouldn't dare come again. "But, Mom, let's go inside. I have something to discuss with you," Lu Yi said, looking at her. Madam He looked at her son and nodded. Lu Yi held her arm, and they went inside. Shen Tianli called his younger brother and sister over. "I've talked to the clan leader and the village chief. The day after tomorrow, we will move Dad's grave." "Move the grave? Where to?" Madam He asked in surprise. The clan leader agreed. "They will use the northwest corner of the Shen family ancestral grave for us," Shen Tianli explained. Madam He was very happy. This meant the clan leader acknowledged them as a separate branch, not related to Shen Laoxi's family anymore. When she was 100 years old, she would have a place to go. That night, Lu Yi lay in Shen Tianli's arms and asked, "Do you remember Dad's voice?" Shen Tianli stroked her smooth, white face, looked at her, and his voice was still low and tender. "I remember." "That's good. Today, when I was tidying up Grandma Shen, I gave her an injection to prevent her from being too stimulated. Later, you can hear some air with Dad's voice in her ear, then move the grave. You can pretend to be Dad and cause some trouble. She'll be shocked and have her mouth and eyes will crooked, and she won't be able to get out of bed. Then we can be at peace." As for Shen Lao too, as long as he still has some shame, he won't come over to cause trouble. Today, I once again planted a seed of doubt in Shin Yongtai's mind. He will surely investigate thoroughly and won't be able to pay attention to them for a long time. Meanwhile, others will feel fearless. Shen Tianli's eyes lit up. He kissed Lu Ye's red lips hard. Lu Yi pushed him away in displeasure and said, "We almost bit each other just now. Now, you're still kissing? Are you letting me go out tomorrow?" Shen Tianli smiled and said, "Year, you're so clever and smart. I really like you a lot." Lu Yi smiled but replied, "You're so smooth-talking. Hurry up and put on your clothes to do serious work. I prepared a sleeping potion for you, so they will sleep more peacefully, and anyone who wakes them will be in a daze." Shen Tianli nodded, put on his clothes, took the potion, and left the house. The next day, Shen Tianli and Li Zian went to town again. They not only informed Uncle's family, but also invited a master from Huiyan Temple to perform a ritual. Old Shun was very angry when he heard Shen Tianli wanted to move Shen Yong'an's grave. He went to see the clan leader, but was scolded harshly. Old Shen returned home and scolded Shen Laodai. Just as they were about to fight, Shen Yongtai ran over to stop them and suggested Shen Laodai cause trouble instead. Only Shen Laodai could stop Shen Tianli from moving the grave. Fifth brother, if they move it, it's just a simple tomb, Shen Yongkong said. Hearing this, Shen Yongtai got angry. He had planned to use this reason only for big issues in the future, but his mother had already said it out loud, causing him trouble and suffering a big loss. He didn't want to see his younger brother at all now. He angrily said, "Do as you like," then turned and left. Old Shen also glared angrily at his younger son and told Shen Laodai, "Tomorrow, you go, and try not to let Shen Tianli move the grave." Shen Laodai agreed, just like his younger son. She still felt pain all over and didn't want to provoke Lu Yi. Plus, she had overheard Shen Yong'an constantly calling her yesterday, saying he was restless even after death. He wanted to move away and have nothing to do with them anymore. She couldn't sleep all night, feeling cold all over when she woke up. She said, "Let them move it. What's the point in stopping?" Old Shen was furious. This foolish woman said, "You also said that as long as Shen Yong'an stays at our ancestral grave, the He family is your daughter-in-law. If they move it, we won't be able to rely on connections anymore. Do you understand?" After speaking, he ignored them, looked at the half-built wall, sighed, and continued building. In ancient times, women had a low status, so whether it was a funeral in the past or moving a grave now, women were not allowed to participate. They could only wear mourning clothes and wait at home. Shen Tianli and Shen Tianyan, from the same village, came to help. They planned to follow the master's advice to dig the grave. Old Lady Shen suddenly ran over crying, threw herself in front of Shen Yong'an's grave, and sobbed, "My son, you've been obedient and caring since you were young. You knew how to love your mother. Now you're dead, finally resting peacefully, but your heartless son, for his own sake, won't let you be at peace.
I feel so sad for you.
My son, look at your heartless son. He just won't let you rest." Because Shen Yong'an's clothes were hurriedly buried last time, and it snowed heavily, no friends or relatives were notified. This time, Shen Tianli informed everyone, so Uncle He Shuiqing and He Shuiqian came, along with father-in-law Lu Shuzhuan. Hearing the old lady's words, Lu Shuzhuan was the first to express his dissatisfaction. "Now you realize that your father-in-law is not at peace. Why didn't you use the money to treat Tianli's illness back then? If Tianli hadn't been so lucky with such serious injuries, he might have been buried under a pile of dirt. I've never seen such a heartless person. The son is buried in winter, and right after, he cuts ties with Tianli. They don't share anything. If it weren't for the villagers' care, how could they survive such a cold winter? I think your father-in-law lying here isn't at peace either." "Exactly. Exactly." The onlookers nodded repeatedly, angry at Old Lady Shen. The master from the temple, who initially listened to Old Lady Shen, looked displeased at Shen Tianli. Since Da Chang valued filial piety above all, they were unhappy with such unfilial behavior. But they didn't expect the old lady to do such a thing. He Shuiqing and He Shuiqian hadn't spoken yet when he saw Niu, crying nearby, said, "How dare you come to make trouble at Uncle's grave? The family has money, but they forced Uncle to serve in the army. In the end, Uncle died for your fifth son. You mistreat Xiaogu and Tianli at home, refuse to treat Tianli's illness, marry him to a fool, and abuse them every day. When they cut ties, they didn't share anything. Even after Uncle died, they still can't rest in peace. Now you're causing trouble again. Aren't you afraid Uncle will come looking for you tonight?" He Sanyu only found out today that her pretty cousin-in-law was actually a fool. A fool. She felt heartbroken thinking that such a smart and capable cousin had married a fool. Seeing that the father-in-law and brother-in-law looked unhappy, He Shuiqing and He Shuiqian quickly pulled He Sanyu aside and said, "Child, how can you say such things?" After speaking, he awkwardly glanced at Lu Shuquan. Although Lu Shuquan was unhappy that He Sanyu called his daughter a fool, he was also glad that his daughter was getting better. Otherwise, With Shun Tianli's appearance and intelligence, she would surely achieve great things in the future. He would then feel that his previous foolish daughter was not worthy of such a person.
Dad, why don't you let me speak?
Did I say something wrong? Little uncle must be feeling uncomfortable here, not allowing us to move the grave. He must be even angrier and probably looking for them every night. Let them bully little aunt. After he saw you finish speaking, old he, who was lying on the grave, suddenly looked frightened. She quickly hid far away, her eyes bulging, face pale, trembling as she said, "Move it away. Quickly move this evil child away. He's not my son and doesn't deserve to be in our family's ancestral grave. Hurry, move him away." Then she staggered and hurriedly left. Shun Tianli's eyes flickered. His third cousin really lived up to his expectations. After Xiao Yan nagged him a few words, he remembered almost everything. "Grandma Shen, I hope you cherish today and enjoy this time well. I fear that in the future, with Shun Laoxi's family's character, your days will be very hard." Shun Tianli felt that not only had old Shen left, but also someone else had gone. He couldn't help but frown, unsure if it was just his illusion. Since this morning, he had felt like he was being watched. He arranged a new grave for Shen Yong'an. Last time, old Shen was reluctant to entertain everyone. This time, Shun Tianli prepared a sumptuous feast to host everyone. In town, Wei Xian sat at the main seat. After hearing the reports from below, he suddenly stood up, his eyes bright with excitement. Did that old woman really say that? Yes, she said directly that Shen Yong'an was not her child. Wei Xian's eyes teared up as he looked at a tall man beside him. "I knew he was the little lord. I knew he was the little lord. But the little lord is already. How can I report to the Grand General? How can I report to the master?"
Boo-hoo.
All right, Xian, don't cry. First, let's clarify what happened and make amends. The man patted Wei Xian's shoulder and said with a frown. Wei Xian wiped his tears and nodded. "Brother gang, tonight go to Shen Laoxi's house and use some tricks to find out everything clearly. Then we can send a report to the capital and see how the Grand General wants to handle it." "Good, don't worry. I'll go right now. If it's really the little lord, this is a big matter. I'll go to the capital myself to send the report. And I will also apologize sincerely. I have searched for over 30 years. The young master was right under our noses. Even if they find the person, they won't escape punishment. However, none of this concerns Xir." At night, Suishan village was very quiet. At this moment, Lui was helping Shen Tianli put on clothes that Shen Yong'an used to wear. She said, "Let's go. I'll go with you too." Shen Tianli nodded. Just as he was about to leave with Lu Yi, he suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, I think someone has entered the village." Lu Yi frowned and asked, "It's so late. Could it be a thief?" Shen Tianli shook his head. "No, their martial arts are very good, and they move very fast." Then he quickly pulled Lu Yi onto the bed, covered her with a quilt, and pretended to sleep. Lu Yi could also feel that someone had entered their yard. She frowned, saw Shen Tianli put his finger to his lips to signal her to be quiet, then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. After about 5 minutes, Shen Tianli said softly, "He left. It seems he went to old Shen's house." "Why would he go to old Shen's house?" Lu Yi asked suspiciously. "I don't know. But if I had to guess, it's probably about Dad's background. The other person is likely here to investigate," Shen Tianli said with a frown. She also felt confused. Given the time, even if someone from the capital came, they wouldn't arrive so quickly. The capital is northwest of here and should be colder. It was sunny in the capital now. Traveling from there to here by fast horse would take at least half a month. And they wouldn't come in the middle of the night. In the illusion, such things simply wouldn't happen. Suddenly, she remembered Wei Xian from the honest cloth shop. His behavior and speech were clearly trained. When she saw him earlier, his eyes looked too strange. Could he be one of her people? Is Dad's status very high? I can only think of things related to Suishan village. I don't really know who Dad is. I only know he's still alive in the capital. They also sent a lot of silver notes, asking us to wait patiently. Lu Ye's eyes flickered. She grabbed Shen Tianli's collar and pulled him close, asking, "Is the scene in your mind about marrying Li Xiao'er?" Although she asked, her tone was more like a statement. Shen Tianli saw her dark, murderous eyes and instinctively wanted to deny it. But in the end, he held her tightly and said, "No matter who I married in the illusion, you are still my wife." Then he tried to kiss Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised her hand to cover his mouth and angrily said, "Don't change the subject. Just tell me, is it true?" Yes. Lu Yi knew it was true. She suddenly felt weak and a little sad. She loosened Shen Tianli's clothes and turned away, but then she felt she was being unreasonable. She was sure that Shen Tianli had been reborn and Li Xiao'er as well. So, whether they were married in the past or not, now Shen Tianli belonged to her. She didn't need to care about the past or what didn't exist anymore. But she still felt a bit sad inside. Seeing her ignore him and turn away, looking very sad and upset, Shen Tianli's heart tightened. He turned Lu Yi to face him and hugged her, saying, "Year, in the illusion, Li Xiao'er married me. But because my leg was useless and my temper got worse from giving up on myself, Li Xiao'er wasn't a good person either. Even if I don't remember some things, I am sure I never touched her." "Really?" Lu Yi finally looked up and asked quietly. "Yes. In the illusion last winter, because it was very cold and there was no firewood at home, I went to the mountain. I was bitten by a tiger you had killed, which ruined my leg completely. Later, someone from the capital came and gave my mother a lot of silver. Old Madam Shin brought my mother back home and arranged my marriage with Li Xiao'er. Li Xiao'er wasn't as healthy as she is now when she married in. She was very sick, but my mother treated her. Not long after, old Madam Shin took all the silver notes from my mother and started to abuse us. She even wanted to send Lu'er to be a concubine. Xiaoyan was forced to go hunting on the mountain with Xin Qingshan but was eaten by a black panther. After that, everyone's personality changed. I became more gloomy and irritable. Li Xiao'er became even more unreasonable, constantly insulting me. I felt that in the illusion, I was in complete darkness, with no light at all. So, no matter what my status in the future, I would never touch Li Xiao'er again. Wife, you have to believe me. Lu Yi understood that Shen Tianli was very loyal and caring, but also a bit indifferent. She was wholeheartedly devoted to their family, and he was completely devoted to her. The Shen family was cold and unkind to them, and when he fought back, he was also very direct. Moreover, Li Xiao'er was never a virtuous woman. So, if what Shen Tianli said was true, even if Li Xiao'er married Shen Tianli, he truly wouldn't touch her. At the same time, she felt that Shen Tianli's past life was really tragic. His leg was useless. And Xiao Yan and Lu'er had such a hard life too. No wonder that time the black bear ate Li Ershi, and Shen Tianli reacted so strongly. It turns out something tragic happened in his past life. Now I finally understand why Shen Tianli cares so much for Li Ershi and the injured Shen Ergo. Lu Yidu Dongbao of Shen Tianli, looking into his eyes, said, "I believe in you." Hearing his wife trust him, Shen Tianli felt both relieved and happy. His year is not only kind and gentle, but also generous. He feels very lucky to have married her. He expressed all his feelings through actions, passionately and deeply kissing Lu Yi. The two then embraced again. Long after, Lu Yi leaned in Shen Tianli's arms and said quietly, "Look at you. You'll have to put on clothes again soon. Today, Dad moved the tomb, and you don't even know to be respectful." Today, when Feng Shi came, they learned that during the mourning period, couples should not be intimate. Shen Tianli softly said, "Dad is fine. There's no need to be superstitious about this. Besides, if we work hard and have a grandson for Dad soon, he will be happy. The original owner is still young and growing, and Lu Yi doesn't want to have children so early." She said, "My master said that having children too early can hurt health. I should wait a couple of years." Shen Tianli was surprised, not expecting Lu Yi to say that. Seeing Shen Tianli's expression, Lu Yi thought he disagreed and didn't cherish her. Though she understood, she still felt a little sad. But then he said, okay, I also don't want to have children too early. Tell me what to do, so I won't hurt myself. He knew all medicines could be harmful. He didn't want his wife to take the wrong medicine to prevent pregnancy and hurt herself. Liu Ye's sadness hadn't fully formed yet, but she was touched by Shen Tianli's caring words and asked in disbelief, really? After all, in ancient times, nothing was more important than passing on the family line. Shen Tianli nodded, we're still young. If we have a child now, we can't focus on studying. It's better to wait. I can't give you a better house or more silver now, but I will support you as much as I can. Hearing that this ancient person had such a progressive idea and was even willing to act for her, Liu Yi felt happiness surround her. She was even glad she came here, pretended to be crazy, and married Shen Tianli to get such a good husband.
西主动抱着他，亲了一下他的脸，开心地说：“相公，你真好。”
Rarely, her wife threw herself into his arms, but only once. Shen Tianli was dissatisfied and asked, is that all for reward? Willow Leaf blinked her eyes again and kissed Shen Tianli on the lips. Just as she was about to leave, Shen Tianli caught her. The two shared their feelings more deeply than before, feeling shy and causing the moon outside to hide away. Shen Tianli noticed that the person had left. Seeing Willow Leaf asleep, he slowly put on his clothes and went to old Fourth Shen's house. The next day, news spread that old Madame Shen had suffered as punishment. Some said she dreamed that Shen Yong'an came to take her life, which frightened her into having a. Others said she dreamed of Shen Yong'an and, scared, spoke nonsense for a long time. Old Shen slapped her, and then she had a. There were many opinions, but overall, old Madame Shen's mouth was crooked, her eyes were slanted, and she was paralyzed on the bed, speaking unclearly. Dr. Li examined her and said she wouldn't be able to get out of bed anymore. She would need help with eating, drinking, and bathroom needs. Moreover, if she could stay calm and not get angry, she might live 2 more years. But if she kept losing her temper, she might die at any time. However, old Madame Shen's emotions were unstable. She was very angry after being slapped, her mouth and eyes crooked, and she couldn't move her body. She was furious. If she could get up now, she would definitely want to punish her husband. Sadly, she could only look at him with hatred, drooling and speaking unclearly.
Old mouth.
You hit me. I will hit you.
To death.
Her trembling hand kept shaking as she spoke. Seeing her angry eyes, old Shen knew she was cursing him. Remembering the time when her waist was broken and she kept shouting in pain, making it hard for him to sleep, he said, eldest and second sons, your mother needs rest. Take her to the room in the 3rd house. Old Madame Shen was even more upset when she heard this. The 3rd son had been bothering her these past days. If she went to the 3rd house, could she still live? She struggled to say she didn't want to go, but suddenly couldn't speak and could only drool and make crying sounds. Father, Mother doesn't seem willing to go, one of the sons said. Not willing? You'll still eat in the main house. Aren't you afraid of the smell when she poops and pees? Old Shen said. Hearing this, Shen Yongfu immediately shut his mouth, and the other sons also remained silent. Seeing everyone was quiet, old Shen said, starting today, each of you will take turns caring for your mother for 1 day. Now help her move to the 3rd house. Shen Yongfu and Shen Yongshou carried old Madame Shen away. She was so angry she couldn't hit old Shen, only grabbing Shen Yongfu and Shen Yongshou. 2 people were pinched so hard by Grandma Shen that their faces hurt, and they almost threw her away. Shen Yongfu angrily said, Mom, if you pinch me again, I won't take care of you anymore. This is in the courtyard, and it's still cold outside. As long as you're not afraid of freezing to death. Hearing this, Grandma Shen immediately stopped moving, tears streaming down her face. Shen Yongfu pretended not to see and watched as Wang Shi laid out the quilt and helped Grandma Shen onto the bed in the east room, then left. Wang Shi and the others looked at Grandma Shen with pride. This old woman had oppressed them for half her life. After dividing the family, she was still bossy. Now she was lying in bed, and they finally could live peacefully without her. Luyi had planned to visit her senior brother when she turned 15, but she heard that on the 15th day of the first lunar month, everyone, whether doing business or just ordinary people, would go to Hui'an Temple to pray for good luck and blessings from Buddha. Since it was the start of the year, they had to go on the 14th. They first took He and others to the town to settle into the rented house. They stayed overnight in the town and planned to visit the museum director the next day. In the evening, they could also enjoy the Lantern Festival. Shen Tianli and Luyi arrived in the county and received a warm welcome from her senior brother's family. Senior brother, these are the books I brought back. I've finished reading them. Here you go. Sun Qishan took the books, smiling, and said, You read pretty quickly, junior sister. But reading alone isn't enough. You need to learn how to feel the pulse to understand the books better and treat illnesses more effectively. Luyi knew this well, but since she had promised Shen Tianli to wait until after March, she wouldn't go back on her word. Senior brother, I still don't recognize many herbs. I want to take this time to learn about herbs carefully. Sun Qishan agreed naturally and nodded. That's a good idea, junior sister. Learning herbs can be done gradually. I heard Tianli will be studying in town. I've thought about it for a long time and believe it's better for you and your husband to open a new pharmacy in town instead of separating. I've already found a good spot for the pharmacy and a doctor who is quite skilled. When the pharmacy opens, you can learn pulse taking from him. As for other things, we can discuss them later. Luyi thought this was a good idea and nodded, saying, Okay. Tomorrow, I plan to go to Hui'an Temple. I'll take you to see the pharmacy location and introduce you to that doctor. Luyi naturally had no objections. She gave her senior brother the address of the house she rented in town and, with the land deed from her sister-in-law, followed Shen Tianli back to town. On the street, Shen Tianli glanced at the land deed handed over by Luyi and asked in surprise, You actually bought a house in the county? His wife was wealthier than he had imagined. Yes. The young master Nailin gave me 1,000 taels, so I bought a house. Shen Tianli smiled and looked at her. Not only was his wife now wealthier than him, but she also owned more property. He realized he needed to work harder. He happily handed her the land deed. Keep it for yourself. Are you not angry? Angry about what? Not only did I buy the house without telling you, but the deed is also in my name. Usually, most men would be upset about that. The money you earned is yours, so of course the deed is in your name. From now on, all our money and property will be in your name. Why? Even in modern times, most men wouldn't put all their savings and property in their wife's name. Because you are my wife, we are one. It doesn't matter whose name it's in. Most importantly, if everything is in the wife's name, she will understand her importance. In the future, whether it's her mother, Xiao Yan, or Lu Er, once they regain their status, they will remember how kind she has been. They won't look down on her just because her name is on the property. Luyi looked at him and saw his sincere expression, without a hint of displeasure. She put away the land deed. In her heart, she thought, This little husband of mine is truly a model man. She liked him even more. Seeing her always smiling, Shen Tianli knew his decision was right. Sure enough, his wife was not only beautiful but also ambitious. He and He, along with Shen Tianluo and He Niu, cleaned the house thoroughly. Seeing the spacious, bright house and the bright study area for the older and younger sons, they felt very happy. What made him even more satisfied was the water well in the yard. Luo your brother and sister-in-law will be back soon. Let's buy some pots, bowls, and utensils so they can drink hot water when they return. But, brother said we can't go out. Shen Tianluo said. She understood her brother's intention was to protect her. After these months of being cared for, she had grown taller, become more graceful, and looked even more fair and beautiful. Many people on the town's road had been watching her, asking if she was betrothed. Moreover, that powerful and lecherous Uncle Cui in town, if she went out and met him, it wouldn't just be a simple trouble for her brother and sister-in-law. He understands her daughter's worries and knows that her son doesn't want them to go out because of Cui Han, the local bully. She smiles and says, You stay home with Niu. Xiao Yan, and I will go buy some things and come back. We're missing a lot of supplies, and we can't let the older brother and sister-in-law run around so much. Shen Tianlu nods. It's true. They can't go out, but their mother and younger brother can. He sure and her son not only buy pots, bowls, oil, salt, and seasonings, but also buy a lot of rice. They ask the shopkeeper to deliver it in 15 minutes. Then they buy some meat and vegetables to take home. Before they go far, they're stopped by some big men. He sure frowns as she looks at the men surrounding them. She feels scared and steps back, protecting Shen Tianyan. Shen Tianyan stands in front of He Sure and looks fiercely at them, asking, "What are you doing? Move aside. Little brother, is this your mother?" Cui Han looks at He Sure and asks. He also heard from his brothers that 2 young beauties came to town today. They looked fresh and pretty. He went out hoping to meet one, but instead, he met a beautiful mature woman. This woman is fair and delicate, with the charm of a mature lady, but she still has the shy innocence of a girl. Recently, his brother-in-law hasn't been satisfied with the women he sent over. They didn't work out, so they were sent away. If this woman were sent to him, his brother-in-law would surely be pleased. "Yes, she's my mother. What do you want to do?" Shen Tianyan asks angrily when he sees the other side looking at his mother with bad intentions. "Your mother? And where's your father? Your mother still has a white flower on her head. Isn't your father dead?" Cui Han originally planned to just take her back and then find out which family her daughter-in-law was from, so they could threaten her family to make her listen to his brother-in-law. But when he sees the white flower on her head, he feels he might not need to. "Whether my father is dead or not has nothing to do with you. Who are you? Step aside." Shen Tianyan quickly guesses who this person is when he sees everyone avoiding them and looks scared. Cui Han, hearing this, confirms that the woman's husband is really dead. That's good, since her husband is gone. She only has a young son. As long as he controls her son, this woman will listen to him. Thinking of this, he glances at He Sure and then smiles at Shen Tianyan. "I'm your Uncle Cui. Come with me. Uncle Cui will take you to enjoy good food and drinks." He reaches out to pull Shen Tianyan, but Shen Tianyan doesn't dodge. Instead, he bites Cui Han's hand hard when he's grabbed. "Let go. Let go, you brat. How dare you bite me? Stop right there or I'll hurt you." Cui Han didn't expect this young, delicate child to be a little troublemaker who even bit him. The pain made him shout and wave his hand. Seeing Shen Tianyan holding onto him tightly, Cui Han kicked him hard. Shen Tianyan hurriedly let go. Misses he had already pulled him back 2 steps to avoid Cui Han's kick. Cui Han saw blood on his hand and quickly covered it, then frowned as he looked at Mrs. He and her son. He ordered, "Take them away. What are you trying to do?" Mrs. He was a bit scared, but when she saw the big men coming over, she quickly protected her son and stepped back. "Hey, miss, you better behave. Since Mr. Cui called you over, he'll treat you well. If you resist, you might get hurt because you're so delicate," a man said, trying to flatter Cui Han. No wonder Mr. Cui liked this older woman. Her skin looked soft and smooth, and she still had charm. She looked more attractive than some young girls. "Are you Mr. Cui?" "Haha, I didn't expect this lady to know Mr. Cui. Looks like you're quite connected," one man said, trying to flatter Cui Han. Cui Han tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped his hand. Hearing his men speak, his anger eased a bit. Especially seeing this woman, who was clearly scared but pretending to be brave, made him feel a strange attraction. Mrs. He also noticed Cui Han's changing expression. She couldn't believe he was so shameless. Although they looked about the same age, she was about to be a grandmother. She glared at him and said, "You'd better let me go. Manager Wei from Qingxin Cloth Shop is my sister. If she finds out, she won't let you go." Before leaving, her eldest son had told her that if anything happened, she should find Wei Xian. Hearing this, the big man about to grab Mrs. He hesitated. This town isn't big, but there are many people they shouldn't offend. For example, Manager Wei from Qingxin Cloth Shop was one of them. It's said that even the county magistrate was polite to him. Cui Han knew more. He had heard from his brother-in-law that Manager Wei was from the capital and had a powerful background. They shouldn't get involved with the cloth shop. But Manager Wei had been in this town for 20 or 30 years, and Cui Han had never heard he had a sister. Thinking of this, Cui Han smiled and said, "Since she's Manager Wei's sister, we should treat her with respect. Let's go to my house for a visit." He signaled his men to follow. Mrs. He saw they weren't afraid of Wei Xian and became even more nervous and scared. What should she do now? If I follow them, I will surely lose my honor and integrity. How can I face my husband? It's better if I just die. Shen Tianyan saw a tall man trying to grab his mother's hand and became very angry. The angrier he got, the calmer he became. His mind was filled with the martial arts moves his brother and sister-in-law had taught him. Suddenly, he stepped forward, channeling his inner strength into his hand. Knowing his strength was limited and he couldn't break the man's wrist, he aimed at the man's fingers and gently bent them downward. The tall man quickly stepped back and screamed, "Ah! My fingers are broken! My fingers are broken! You little brat, you're asking for death. Everyone, come help! Come help!" The other three men saw that this small boy had injured two people and became angry. They moved toward him. Shen Tianyan saw them approaching and quickly grabbed a basket from his mother's wrist, threw it at one of the men, and shouted, "Mother, run quickly. Go find Aunt Wei." Mrs. He also knew that the most urgent thing now was to get help. The shop of Wei Xian wasn't far away, so she hurriedly ran forward.
"Quick!
Stop her!"
Kuyan shouted urgently.
No matter whether they knew Wei Xian or not, if someone ran away in the street, how could Cui Han continue to survive? When Shen Tianyan threw the basket, he pulled out the meat inside to use as a weapon. Seeing one of the men chase after him, he struck his leg with all his strength. The man stopped in pain, and Shen Tianyan hurried to block another. But because he was young and his martial skills were weak, dealing with two people was already difficult. He could only watch helplessly as one of them chased after his mother, hoping she could find Aunt Wei. Soon, the meat in his hand was snatched away by three tall men, and he was subdued by them. "Let me go. Otherwise, my brother and sister-in-law will come back and won't let you go," he shouted. The tall man, whose finger Shen Tianyan had just broken, slapped him across the face and said, "You brat, you're quite capable. Biting and threatening people? As long as Lord Cui becomes your father, your brother and sister-in-law will come back and won't be able to escape punishment." It was one thing to guess, but hearing that they dared to hurt his mother made Shen Tianyan even angrier. He struggled and shouted at Cui Han, "You dare? I will kill you! I will kill you!" Cui Han saw his angry look and smiled happily. "Brat, in Qinghua town, there's nothing I wouldn't do. Look, isn't your mother back?" Seeing his mother being brought back, Shen Tianyan felt both scared and angry. He roared, "You animals! Let go of my mother. Otherwise, my brother and sister-in-law won't let you go. My sister-in-law is a disciple of the county's imperial doctor, Sun Yu. She knows the county magistrate. If you dare to hurt my mother even a little, you'll regret it. Let go of my mother." Hearing this, Cui Han paused his steps toward He. He knew old Sun from the county, a skilled doctor who used to be an imperial physician. But he had never heard of him taking apprentices, let alone accepting a young woman. He thought this kid was just bluffing, so he deliberately stepped in front of He, reached out to touch her face, and said with a smile, "Your skin looks so white and tender. It feels smooth and nice, even better than a young girl's skin. The more I look at you, the more I like it." He stared angrily at Cui Han. His hand made her scared and disgusted. She quickly bit his hand fiercely. Cui Han was furious. First his son, now this woman. Everyone was like a wolf. "Let go! Let go!" Cui Han shouted angrily, then tried to hit He with his injured hand. As he raised his hand, someone grabbed his wrist. Brother, they're bullying my mother. Hurry, save my mother." Shen Tianyan cried out as he saw someone approaching. Cui Han felt his wrist almost breaking. He looked up and saw a handsome man with a cold face staring at him. That look made him shiver all over. An inexplicable fear filled his heart. His voice trembled with pain as he said, Who?
Who are you?
Let go of me. It hurts. Let go. Shen Tianli heard that his mother and brother had come out and felt uneasy. He told his wife to stay home and watch his sister while he went out to find help. Soon, he heard someone say Chui Han was bullying a lady. He hurried over just in time. But Chui Han was truly despicable. His mother dared to be insulted like that. Shen Tianli held Chui Han's wrist with one hand and clenched his fist tightly, reminding himself not to kill him. Chui Han's bitten hand loosened, but his wrist was almost useless now. Seeing his men hesitating, he quickly shouted, Are you all cowards? Hurry up and beat this brat. However, Shen Tianli didn't give them a chance. With one kick after another, within a short time, the 4 men were lying on the ground, unable to stand. Seeing how powerful Shen Tianli was and facing his cold, murderous gaze, Chui Han's whole body trembled. He realized this young man might kill him. His legs went weak, and he almost peed himself, begging, Good man, spare my life. Spare me, please. Seeing Chui Han so frightened, Shen Tianli disdainfully released his grip and turned to see Wei Xian rushing over. Wei Xian looked coldly at Shen Tianli, feeling both fear and joy. Truly a young master. Even in the marketplace, he shows such courage. Manager Wei, why are you here?
Shen
Tianli, I heard about it and rushed over. I promise I won't let them trouble you again. Seeing Wei Xian's respectful gaze, Shen Tianli was sure that Knight's people were theirs, and they already knew his identity, which is why they showed such respect. Good, deal with him quickly. I don't want to see them in Qinghua town again. If I do, you all will disappear. Shen Tianli finished, coldly staring at Wei Xian. Wei Xian was momentarily stunned, then said, Yes. Although she didn't know how much the young master knew, just because he had the courage to give orders, she would obey. Her yes confirmed Shen Tianli's suspicion, and she felt relieved. With Wei Xian here, she could surely remove Chui Han, the troublemaker. Her wife and sister wouldn't need to worry about their safety anymore. Wei Xian ordered someone to send Chui Han directly to the county. The county magistrate bowed and apologized, sending Wei Xian's people away, then turned to scold Chui Han. What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble at the Xian town cloth shop? Are you crazy, thinking you're so powerful you can do whatever you want? Chui Han weakly said, Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I didn't know that lady was Manager Wei's person. If I had known, I wouldn't dare, even with 100 guts. What lady? That beautiful woman who just moved to town, wearing plain cotton clothes, but still charming. Her husband died, and I felt sorry for her, thinking of sending her to serve you. She didn't want to and even had me beaten. Look at my hand. She bit me, and her lover broke my wrist. Brother-in-law, you have to help me. Help? With what? Things aren't going well, and I have to apologize for you. What more do you want? If I didn't need you now, I'd lock you in prison for life. Hearing this, Chui Han knew it was safe and quickly smiled. It's mainly because I didn't know her background. Otherwise, how could she cause trouble for you? Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll handle tomorrow's matter well and make you satisfied. The county magistrate nodded and sat on the grand chair, saying, Make sure this is done properly. Not too many but precise. As long as the higher-ups are satisfied, when Qin Darren's term ends this year, the position of county magistrate will surely be mine. At that time, you should no longer stay in Qinghua town. Whether it's the county or other towns, you can choose any. I can even recommend you to hire authorities to go to the provincial capital. When Chui Han heard this, his eyes lit up even more. He promised, brother-in-law, don't worry. I will handle it properly. The county magistrate was satisfied with this young brother-in-law's work and nodded, saying, Hurry to the town now. Be careful, and don't let them find out. Yes, brother-in-law. Mrs. He returned home with her 2 sons, holding Lu Yi and crying again. She felt regret in her heart for not listening to her son, which caused this unnecessary trouble. Mother, you don't need to be afraid anymore. From now on, Cui Han won't appear in the town again. Aunt Wei won't let him escape. Shen Tianli's eyes showed anger, but his words were gentle. Such a beast shouldn't be in the town. Aunt Wei did very well. She's removing trouble for the people. When I get back, I will thank her properly. He wiped her tears and said, Good. Mother, it's so late, and I'm hungry. You go and cook. Louis glared at Shen Tianli. Seeing that Mother was still sad, and she was asked to cook, she said, Mother, you rest. I'll go cook. No need, no need. I'll do it. The pots, bowls, and ingredients have been delivered, right? She was crying out of fear, but couldn't let her son go hungry. Shen Tianli saw that his mother was feeling better and quickly said, They've been delivered. They've been delivered. That's good. I'll go cook now. But the vegetables and salt. They were all damaged by the younger son. Mother, Lu Yi, and I will go buy some firewood and charcoal. You stay at home and wash the pots and bowls. All right, go ahead. I won't disobey this time, and go out. The town was too scary. If she hadn't seen Wei Xian take someone away, she would have wanted to go back to the village. Shen Tianli and Lu Yi went out to buy essentials and arranged for the shop to deliver them to their residence. They then went to the pawn shop to see if the land deed had been issued. Wang Yazi saw the two and smiled broadly, becoming more enthusiastic. Brother Shen, sister-in-law, you've come. If you don't come soon, I'll deliver the land deed to you. Then he took out the deed and respectfully handed it to Shen Tianli. They exchanged glances. Louis found Wang Yazi's change strange, but Shen Tianli probably understood why Wang Yazi was so eager. He took the deed, looked at it, and then handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi opened the document and saw that not only the 5 houses, the canal, and the back hillside were included, but the area had also increased quite a bit. Most importantly, the deed was in her name. Lu Yi asked in surprise, Why is it in my name? Shen Tianliang smiled and said, Of course, it's easier to do things with my wife's name. As a common man, I can't buy so much land in town, but my wife can. Everyone knows you're son-in-law's apprentice, so it's natural for things to go smoothly. Lu Yi didn't believe Shen Tianliang would say that. If he wanted the land in his own name to make more money, he could definitely do it. But she had to admit, Shen Tianliang's cleverness made her very happy. After all, every woman likes her man to think of her and put her first. Sweet words are important, but actions matter even more. Originally, Wang Yazi was puzzled why Shen Tianliang wanted the deed in his wife's name. When they reached the county, he gave them a lot of silver, but the official was not happy. He even said only the canal should be included and the back hillside should be left out. Everyone knew that if only the canal was included and not the back hillside, the river was long, and although the deed listed it, if someone caused trouble, the canal still belonged to the government. When the other party heard that the head of the household was Lu Yi from Tsuishan village, they scolded him and complained that he didn't clarify things earlier. In the end, not only was the back hillside included, but the area was also increased. He secretly inquired and found out that Lu Yi was not simple, she was actually Sun Lao's apprentice in the county. Haha, Brother Shen's sister-in-law, I still have a lot of land here. Do you want to buy some? These lands are just behind that hillside. This was his way of trying to build a better relationship after learning Liu Yue's identity. Lu Yue and Shen Tianliang also seem to have thought of this. Someone who can be a good informant is not only clever, but also connected behind the scenes. More importantly, this person is a local troublemaker, more slippery than a snake in the grass. Making friends with such a person makes doing things in town much easier. Shen Tianliang smiled and said, We happen to want to ask Brother Wang if he has land. We didn't expect Brother Wang to bring it up. It's perfect. Yes, Brother Wang, how many acres of land do you have? Wang Yazi, hearing Shen Tianliang and his wife call him Brother Wang repeatedly, clearly also wanted to make friends with them. He was very happy and took out his land. Shen Tianliang and his wife quickly bought it, naturally ensuring Wang Yazi didn't lose out. The next morning, Lua took her family to town. Lu Ming took Shen Tianli and Shen Tianyan to visit the director, while Lu Shuquan, Fang Shi, He Shi, and others went to Hui'an Temple. At this moment, Hui'en Temple was bustling with people, flowing continuously. Lu Yi not only saw Wang Shi and others, but also met Li Xiao'er. Aunt He Luer, sister-in-law, you're here to offer incense too? He sure, unwilling to pay attention to Li Xiao'er, simply nodded, and then led everyone away. Li Xiao'er seemed not to notice He Shi's expression but instead walked over to Lu Yi and said, Sister-in-law, I heard that the plum trees on the back mountain of Hui'en Temple are blooming very beautifully. Why don't we go take a look later? Lu Yi saw Li Xiao'er's eyes flickering and thought she was probably setting a trap on the back mountain, waiting for her to fall into it. But no matter how clever Li Xiao'er was, the unlucky one might not be her in the end. Plus, she wanted to find out Shen Tianli's identity. She originally planned to ask her senior brother about the general's identity, but he didn't tell her, so she couldn't infer her father's identity from the general. However, since Li Xiao'er was reborn, she must know more clearly.
Great.
Let's go see now. Let's go. Li Xiao'er didn't expect Lu Yi to agree so quickly and felt a bit nervous. But wasn't that exactly what she wanted? Since she planned to set a trap for Lu Yi, it would also be good to take revenge on Shen Tianlu. She smiled and said, Luer, let's go together too. Shen Tianlu looked at Li Xiao'er and disagreed, saying, Sister-in-law, today there are many people. Big brother told us to offer incense, and then quickly return to the town. Yes, I'll be back soon. You don't need to look for me. Finish offering incense first, then go back. I'll pick flowers for you later. Without waiting for others to object, she pulled Li Xiao'er into the crowd. Big sister, what's going on? Why are you leaving so suddenly? Dad, I'll follow big sister, Lu Yi worriedly said. Shen Tianlu also looked at He Shi. Lu Shuquan frowned and said, Your sister said she'll be back soon, so she will. Don't go, it's crowded, and you might get lost. I heard there are pickpockets in the temple. Yes, last year several girls walking alone were kidnapped. Don't run around. Later, let Dad go find your big sister. Fang Shi also disagreed. He Shi, hearing her relative's words, quickly pulled Shen Tianlu and He Niu and said, You two stay close. Don't run around. Then, sister-in-law. Shen Tianlu looked around and asked worriedly, I don't see Lu Yi in the crowd anymore. Your sister-in-law is so capable. She'll be fine. Don't worry. Let's quickly burn incense. Then Uncle Lu will go find your sister-in-law. Lu Shuquan nodded and said, Yes, let's burn incense first. Then I will go find someone. Li Yue pulled Li Xiao'er towards the back mountain. The closer they got, the more nervous Li Xiao'er became, struggling to pull her hand back, saying, Sister-in-law, let go of me.
I want to go to the outhouse.
If Lu Yi wasn't afraid Li Xiao'er would run away, she wouldn't want to pull her at all. Now that they reached the back mountain, she wasn't worried about her escaping, so she loosened her grip, brushed her off disdainfully, and said, Perfect. I want to go too. Let's go. I don't want to go with you. You go pick plum blossoms in back mount. I'll go by myself. Li Xiao'er quickly shook her head. What's wrong with this fool today? She used to want to stay as far away from her as possible, but today she's actually sticking with her. No, I don't know where the plum garden is. You have to come with me. Seeing many people around, Li Xiao'er thought those flower photographers wouldn't dare act rashly. The plum garden is big and crowded, and those people are probably causing trouble there. It's better to take her to the plum garden quickly. She clenched her teeth and said, Fine. Once we get to the plum garden, don't follow me anymore. If it weren't for picking plum blossoms for my husband, I wouldn't let you follow me. I hate you the most. You act like you've never seen a man, staring at my husband all the time. I've never seen someone as shameless and indecent as you. Li Xiao'er almost lost her temper and wanted to tear this fool's mouth apart. Clearly, Tian Legay is hers, but this shameless fool took advantage and took her. Now she dares to talk like that? But this fool is strong, and she can't fight her, so she could only say angrily, Stop talking nonsense. Tian Legay is mine. I am his wife. Just wait. From today on, Tian Legay won't want you anymore. He will marry me. Hearing this, Lu Yi became even more sure that something was happening in the back mountain. But she didn't come here for that. She continued to scold, You shameless woman with wild ideas. My husband hates you the most. Once he finishes his studies, you, a country bumpkin, will be even less suited for him. In her previous life, Shen Tianli had clearly never gone to school. She didn't know why, but this time not only were her legs better, her face was more attractive, and she was studying in town. This was even more different from before, making her even more anxious. Her voice grew louder. Nonsense. Only I am worthy of Tian Ligay. Not now, and even if Tian Ligay becomes emperor in the future. At this point, Li Xiao'er suddenly stopped speaking. This fool is really hateful, almost revealing her secret. Her biggest card now is that no one knows Brother Tianli's identity. If she reveals it now, the fool will surely tell Brother Tianli. If Brother Tianli goes to the capital early, it will be even harder for her to marry him.
What?
Lu Yi blinked and asked. Li Xiao'er looked away and pushed Lu Yi aside. To hide her nervousness, she loudly said, "What emperor what? You heard wrong. We're just going to see the plum blossoms. Hurry up and go." Seeing that Li Xiao'er refused to tell, Lu Yi decided to let it go. In this ancient time, Shen Tianli being an emperor was impossible. The only possibilities related to the emperor would be princes, grandsons, or noble relatives. No matter which, her goal was achieved. It showed Shen Tianli's status was very high, very noble. She married a treasure, a noble treasure. While walking, Lu Yi suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. Although it was similar to plum blossoms, it was mixed with other herbs. Lu Yi quickly held her breath. She saw Li Xiao'er sway slightly ahead. Two strong women had just passed by them. One hurriedly supported her, and the other approached Lu Yi. Lu Yi mimicked Li Xiao'er, pretending to faint by holding her head. The other woman quickly stepped forward and helped her, exclaiming, "Oh dear, daughter-in-law, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'll help you back." Lu Yi initially thought Li Xiao'er was scheming to trap her, but it turned out she was using the flower-picking person. No wonder she was eager to leave. But this fierce woman looked so fierce. Robbery in broad daylight and pretending to be her mother-in-law. What a shameless act. Lu Yi wanted to see where they were taking her and how many people they had taken. She closed her eyes and pretended to faint. When the two strong women brought her closer to the bamboo forest and then descended from the back mountain, Lu Yi followed the mountain trail for about 20 minutes. Suddenly, two burly men appeared on the hillside. Seeing the women, they exclaimed happily, "Today, they're all good stuff. If the master finds out, he'll be happy." The other man also said, "That's right. Let's wait for the master to reward us." The two women looked very happy, laughing and saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly get these two trash away."
I'm exhausted. All right.
Lu Yi was supported by one of the men. She smelled his unpleasant odor and almost vomited. To avoid alarming others, she had to endure it. Compared to Li Xiao'er, this big man is much more honest. The man holding Li Xiao'er was touching her all over and looked at her, saying, "Your little wife in your arms is really beautiful. After all these years, I haven't seen such a pretty young lady. She's even prettier than that young lady earlier. How about the two of us brothers have some fun later? Sir, you know my character. You can tell that I like this young lady. If I find out you used her first, you know the consequences yourself." Hearing this, the big man immediately backed down, smiling and saying, "Haha, I was just joking. I wouldn't dare touch Sir's belongings. I was just talking casually." He no longer dared to touch Li Xiao'er. They crossed through a small bush and entered a small cave. The cave led to a thatched hut at the foot of the mountain. Outside the hut, 4 or 5 strong men were guarding. When they saw the visitors, they opened the door. Lu Yue and Li Xiao'er were thrown inside the hut. After hearing the door close, Lu Yue finally opened her eyes. Inside, the hut was filled with straw, and 6 girls were lying on it. One girl, about 13 or 14, had only a jade hairpin on her head, was dressed in fine silk, and looked like a wealthy young lady. However, her face was very pale, her neck was limp, and she was unconscious, with lips turning blue. It was clear that when those people casually left her there, they didn't notice she had broken her neck, which was blocking her breathing. Lu Yue hurriedly supported her, checked her pulse, and frowned. If she didn't respond to gentle pressure but responded to firm pressure, and her pulse was deep, it indicated internal issues. The pulse was heavy, often seen in internal illnesses, with signs of blood and energy deficiency. Additionally, there was a wheezing sound when she breathed, which is unusual for someone with a broken neck who can still breathe normally. Her lips had turned blue, indicating suffocation, suggesting a breathing problem. If her diagnosis was correct, this girl likely had bronchial asthma. Lua quickly unbuttoned the girl's collar and started artificial respiration. When her lips gradually turned pink again, she stopped. Just as she paused, a violent cough sounded, and hearing the door open outside, she quickly closed her eyes. The person outside saw she was just coughing and had her eyes closed, so they left and said, "Madam Fan is getting pickier about who she finds. Look at that woman. She's pretty, but her face is all pale, like she's about to die. Yet, she still dares to bring her here. Sir said as long as she's beautiful, it doesn't matter if she's sick. Some people like the sick too." That's true. Today, many people came to burn incense, and there were many good items. Sister Fan brought back some, and the master will reward us handsomely. That's for sure. Not to mention, just the 2 women she brought back earlier, the master will definitely be pleased, not to mention the young lady and the maidservant. As long as the master is happy, our suffering in this cold weather is worth it. Luckily, we only have 2 more to do, then we can finish work. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. This time, the master only wants 10. That's too few. You think the master doesn't want more? First, the goods we promised over the past 2 years are all gone. On the first day of the new year, we brought in many people, and the officials are still investigating. Today, I even saw the county magistrate come. It's better to finish early, gather them in one place, and move them quickly. Oh, and quickly, light another incense so they can rest. If they wake up and start crying again, someone might notice. Hearing this, Lui quickly closed her eyes. Soon, she smelled the fragrant incense in the air. She took a mask from her space and put it on, then pinched her nose and tried to breathe through her mouth. Although she could still breathe in the fragrance through her mouth, the amount was very small. From their tone, it seemed the people who were there before hadn't been moved yet. So, it's not a good time to strike back. The best thing is to wait. Forget about the young lady being lost. Someone will definitely come looking for her. If she's lost, her father and mother-in-law will also search. If they find out she's missing, they will report it to the authorities. But the cave's location is hidden. I wonder if the magistrate with a bad eyesight can find it? Should I let Qingling go and tell them?
No.
Qingling knows her mother-in-law and Lure, but they don't know Qingling. Sending her to find them might cause trouble. And if her father can't find them, he'll probably go back and tell the young master. It's better to wait until the young master arrives. After burning incense, Lu Shu asked Feng Shi and others to wait in a prominent spot for Lu Yi. He went to look for someone but searched the entire back mountain and couldn't find anyone. He ran back in a panic and asked, "Has Yi come back yet?" "No, dear father-in-law. Do you think something happened to Yi?"
No.
Shen Tianlu and Lu Yui said in unison. Afterward, they looked at each other. Lu Yui said, "That silly sister of mine is strong and now smarter. She won't get into trouble." "Yes, maybe my sister-in-law didn't find us, so she went back first." "Exactly, that's possible. You all go back first. I will go to the back mountain to look for her. If Yi hasn't returned home, don't come here. Stay at home and wait for Tianli. Then ask Tianli to come find her. The temple is not very safe. I just went to the back mountain and saw that several families are searching for their daughters. Yuer, Luer, and Ernie, you must stay close and not run around. Father-in-law, do you think Year might have been taken by them?" His words were left unspoken, but everyone understood her meaning. Lu Shuquan also had this worry but said it won't happen. Those people only target young girls. Year is a married woman. They won't want her. Go back quickly and check. And Fong hurriedly left with their people. When they reached the temple gate, they met Sun Qishan's family, who were there to pay respects. Although Shun Tianlu was anxious, she knew her sister-in-law's older brother, so she pulled her mother. He recognized that the person coming over was Sun Dafu's family. She hurried to greet them. Dafu Shangsaza, are you here to pay respects too? Sun Qishan and his wife looked at He, and Shin Tianlu paused for a moment, then realized they were the sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law. Hearing his way of addressing them, they smiled helplessly. Shang stepped forward and said, You and Luer have changed so much we didn't recognize you. Are you going back now? Where is Year? Why isn't she with you? Year went to the back mountain to pick plums, but disappeared. We're going back to see if she's returned to town. Sun Qishan thought that although his sister-in-law was a bit naive, she wouldn't run around recklessly. He said, maybe she went to the back mountain and got separated? I'll send someone to find her right away. Father-in-law has already gone to look. It's good that you go and check as well. We should also go back to town and see if Year has returned. Sun Qishan nodded and ordered, Shanyao, take them back to town. Check if Mr. Shi is there. If not, come back immediately and tell me. Shanyao quickly nodded and took He and the others away. Dad, there have been girls missing from the temple these past 2 years. Do you think Mr. Shi might have been in trouble? Sun Liang asked worriedly. Sun Qishan frowned, then saw Song Butu rushing over in a panic. He hurried to greet him. Captain Song, what's going on? Why are you so anxious? Master Sun, just now Miss Tang's nurse said she came back to get a cloak for Miss Tang, but Miss Tang was gone. The county magistrate told us to find her as soon as possible. When Sun Qishan heard that Miss Tang was missing, he was very shocked. If something happened to Miss Tang, not only would Magistrate Qin be held responsible, but they would also be involved. After all, Miss Tang came to Yurong County seeking medical help. He hurriedly said, go quickly. Captain Song also knew this was very important and quickly left in a rush. Sun Qishan looked serious and said, let's also go to the back mountain and look for her. Hopefully nothing bad has happened. When Mrs. He arrived home, Shin Tianli and others had already returned. Hearing that Lu Yi was missing, Shin Tianli looked very upset and said, Mother-in-law, wait at home. I will go to the temple. Lu Ming was worried and said, brother-in-law, I will go too. Before Shin Tianyan could speak, his older brother said, Xiao Yan is at home. Shin Tianli then asked Shan Yao to ride a donkey and hurried to Wei Xian's place. Wei Xian, upon hearing that Lu Yi was missing, looked serious and said, in the town these past 2 years, many girls with pretty looks have gone missing. On the first day of the month, 5 were lost. Year might be in danger. Shin Tianli frowned. He trusted his wife's ability, and Qingling must be nearby. If anything happened, Qingling would send a message. Since he hadn't seen Qingling yet, it meant she was waiting for the right moment. Could this be related to Cui Han?
Wei Xin not dead.
Her job was only to find the young lady, so although she knew about Cui Han's schemes, she never interfered as long as she wasn't involved. Shin Tianli understood. No matter Wei Xian's identity, if she didn't have official rank, interfering could be harmful to her. He ordered Aunt Wei, take a few people to protect my mother and sister. Wei Xian said, Pinxiang Tower is also our people. I will have them follow you and help find Year. Shin Tianli nodded. More people made things easier, and he wouldn't refuse. When Shin Tianli and Lu Ming took 5 people to Huiyan Temple, Lu Yi and others were quickly moved away. Although Lu Yi wore a mask, she inhaled a lot of incense and felt a bit dizzy. To be safe, she took Qingling out of the space and kept her on her wrist. When she saw these people put her on a boat, she frowned but didn't let Qingling leave. The boat kept moving forward. Due to the medicine, Lu Yi was dazed and didn't want to open her eyes. She listened to the girls' screams and scolding, which continued non-stop. Under the threats of the big men, they all sat quietly on the boat and started crying. Tang Huishan woke up to find herself lying on top of a young woman. She frowned, and the cold air around her made her cough uncontrollably, coughing repeatedly. The maid Inga heard her and hurried over, gently patting her back and asking, Miss, are you all right? Tang Huishan kept coughing but shook her head. Lu Yi heard her cough getting worse and whispered, I'll give you an acupuncture to help reduce the cough. Turning away from the others, Lu Yi began to insert the needles into Tang Huishan. Inga wanted to stop her but couldn't, thinking that on this boat, revealing the young lady's identity would be dangerous. She decided to wait until Lord Qin arrived to help the young lady, as having someone to ease her cough was good enough. She noticed that the buttons on the young lady's collar were undone and thought something was wrong. Was the young lady being bullied? But she also knew that if anything happened to her, her own life would be at risk. She clenched her teeth and chose to pretend she saw nothing. After a set of needles, Tang Huishan felt much better. She covered her mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief and weakly smiled, saying, "Thank you." Lu Yi took a mask from her space and said, "Put this on. It will block the cold air, and you'll feel much better." Tang Huishan was curious about what it was, looked at it blankly, and then confusedly looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi removed her mask and put it on again. Tang Huishan quickly understood how to use it and tried to wear it over her mouth. It was indeed much better than the silk handkerchief. Feeling grateful, she said, "Sister, thank you." Lu Yi shook her head. "It's nothing." Inga looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Miss, where are they taking us?" Tang Huishan shook her head. "We'll find out when we arrive." "Are you not afraid?" Usually, young ladies from noble families would show their strength and reveal their identity to make others afraid in such situations. Is being afraid useful? Isn't sister also not afraid? Tang Huishan looked at Lu Yi with calm but curious eyes.
"I'm afraid."
"I'm very scared," Lu Yi replied softly. Seeing her tone with a hint of teasing, Tang Huishan couldn't help but smile. This sister is really interesting. They wandered on the boat all day until nightfall, when they finally reached the shore. Before getting off, their eyes were covered, and they were pushed forward one by one. In the darkness, fear would grow invisible, making sobs more obvious. Tang Huishan also started coughing again. As a doctor, caring for patients is her natural responsibility. She also liked Tang Huishan, a quiet girl full of a scholarly aura. Lu Yi slowly approached her and said, "Don't be afraid. Hold my hand." Tang Huishan heard Lu Yi's voice and hurriedly held her hand. Her hand was warm and soft, giving a feeling of safety. Her nervous heart gradually calmed, and her cough also stopped. The two of them kept holding hands like that until they bumped into someone ahead and had to stop. A rough male voice sounded in their ears. "Hurry inside." When they were pushed, Tang Huishan staggered. Lu Yi quickly supported her and also took off Tang Huishan's blindfold. They saw that the dark room was full of straw and firewood, probably a storage shed. Inside sat 7 or 8 girls around 12 or 13 years old. They looked pale, their eyes dull, all showing despair. Some looked up when they entered, then lowered their heads. Others had expressions of schadenfreude. Using the firelight, Lu Yi found a relatively clean spot and pulled Tang Huishan to sit down. Li Xiu'er saw this and hurried over. She glared fiercely at Lu Yi. If it weren't for this fool, she would have stayed close to her mother and brother-in-law and wouldn't have been captured by these people. But she woke up already on the boat. Besides resenting Lu Yi, she could only hope that Magistrate Qin would find them soon. However, she also knew that the chance was slim. She knew about the flower thief in the temple because, in her previous life, a noble lady was kidnapped. Magistrate Qin searched for a long time before finding her. On the boat, she kept resenting Lu Yi until she heard coughing and, finally, saw her clothing, which made her suspect that the sick girl in front of her was the noble lady. This noble lady's background was quite extraordinary. Her great-grand-aunt was the current Empress Dowager, her great-uncle was a powerful marquis, and her father was the prefect of Yeqing Prefecture. She was not only the legitimate daughter of the Tang family, but also greatly favored by the Empress Dowager. Such a noble lady, loved by everyone, was lucky, but also had little happiness. She had a cough since childhood, and was later rejected and ridiculed by other noble girls in the capital because of this. To avoid burdening the Marquis's daughters, she eventually went to a temple to pray and lived a lonely life. But now, she was still the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's house. If she could befriend her when Brother Tianli arrived in the capital, she would have some support. Miss Tang, are you alright? With this, Tang Huishan and Inga the maid exchanged wary glances and looked at Li Xiaoer cautiously. Who are you? How do you know my surname is Tang? Li Xiaoer only then realized that her current identity prevented her from recognizing Tang Huishan or knowing her surname. She cursed herself for being stupid, then smiled and said, I'm good friends with Aunt Luo, the county magistrate's wife. She told me. Although Tang Huishan's suspicion eased, she instinctively moved closer to Lu Yi and became more distant from Li Xiaoer. She simply responded with an "oh" and ignored Li Xiaoer. Inga, however, directly said, This place is small. Our young lady has a cough illness. You should sit over there. She looked down on the maid sister for trying to get close to their young lady. Lu Yi watched Li Xiaoer with a look of schadenfreude, thinking how foolish she was to get a second chance at life. It was such a waste. Li Xiaoer was annoyed and embarrassed by the maid's words, but she had nothing now and wanted to build connections, so she couldn't offend anyone. After thinking for a moment, she moved closer to Lu Yi. Though she despised and hated this foolish girl, she relied on her strength and the fact that she could cause trouble. Having her around provided some protection. Foolish girl, if you want to protect me, I'll tell Brother Tianli.
Li Xiwei teriatanat.
If you call him Brother Tianli again, I'll push you out and say you're trying to serve a man, Lu Yi threatened coldly. Not calling?
Fine.
Anyway, you're supposed to protect me. Got it, fool?
Li Xiwei yayat.
Lu Yi thought this woman was truly crazy. What was their relationship? On the surface, they were fellow villagers. In a less kind way, this woman was just shamelessly trying to be her husband's mistress. She had fallen into a trap, and it was her own scheme. She saw no reason to retaliate. Li Xiaoer had no right to expect her protection. Lu Yi ignored her and used the firelight to gather the surrounding straw. It was cold, and without blankets, she needed to gather more straw to avoid suffering. While doing so, she also sent Qingling out to bring Shen Tianli back. Tang Huishan saw Lu Yi's actions and told Inga, You should also gather more straw. Inga nodded and asked, Madam, what is your name? My family name is Shen. So, your sister Shen. Are you a doctor? Li Xiaoer, nearby, also gathered some straw and said, What kind of doctor? She's just a fool. You're a fool? Inga asked in surprise. Willow Leaf laid out the wheat stalks and said, Yes, I used to be a fool. How about now? Just as Inga asked, Tang Huishan scolded her. Inga. Her daughter is a reflection of her face, so she apologized. Sister, don't take it to heart. I'm just curious as a maid. My name is Tang Huishan, but everyone at home calls me Shan. If sister doesn't mind, you can call me that too. Whether the other person is foolish or not, just because they could quickly stop her cough and cover her mouth and nose and took care of her along the way, she felt grateful and wanted to be friends. Willow Leaf. Willow Leaf also liked this girl. She seemed gentle and quiet but was strong inside. Very clever. Willow Leaf? Are you Willow Leaf, Sun Lao's apprentice? Inga asked in surprise. I didn't expect you to know me, Willow Leaf said with a smile. I've had a cough since I was young, and Sun Lao has always treated it. This time, Sun Lao couldn't come to the county office because of other matters, so I came instead. I didn't expect Sun Lao to go to the northwest. I also heard that Sun Lao took on a little apprentice, and I wanted to meet him. Unfortunately, the heavy snow blocked the roads, and I'm weak, so I couldn't fulfill my wish. But I didn't expect we'd meet in such a difficult situation. Sister's needle technique is amazing. I should have thought of that. Cough, cough. Tang Huishan said so much in one breath, then started coughing. Inga quickly took out some pills and said, Miss, take a pill. It's about time to take medicine too. Willow Leaf took out a bamboo tube from her space and said, Warm water, drink some. Tang Huishan was indeed thirsty. Seeing the thick cloth wrapped around the bamboo tube, she opened it and took a sip. It was warm, and she used the water to swallow the pill, saying, Thank you, Sister Willow. Sister Willow, you should drink some too. Willow Leaf shook her head. I'm not thirsty. She was a bit hungry. Those people only gave her half a flatbread for lunch. You're not thirsty, I am. Li Xiaoer said, trying to grab it, but Willow Leaf pushed her away. Willow Leaf, what are you doing? My water, if I pour it out, I won't give it to you. Willow Leaf said coldly.
You.
Their noise attracted some men's attention, who interrupted Li Xiao loudly. What are you doing? If you're not obedient, we'll come out and serve the men. Li Xiao quickly shut up, glared at Willow Leaf, and sat back obediently. Shun Tianli searched all day through Huiyan Temple and finally found the cave, but when he reached the thatched hut, it was completely empty. There were no signs of vehicles passing by, but Shun Tianli noticed many footprints on the riverbank in front of the hut. Captain Song, the person probably took a boat away. Let's rent a few boats and follow the river to look for him. Captain Song agreed with Shun Tianli, but, Brother Shin, you don't know this river has 3 branches and each branch leads to a different place. It might be hard to find him. Even if it's hard, we must find him. Shun Tianli said firmly and turned to leave. A nearby officer saw Shun Tianli's strong attitude and shrank back, but when he saw him leave, he said, Boss, look at this kid. He's so bold, a common village guy, and he dares to act tough in front of you. Captain Song glared at him and scolded, Stop talking nonsense. I tell you, find him with all your strength. If you can't find him, we're all finished. After that, he turned away. Not only had they lost Lu Yi, Sun Lao's disciple, but even Miss Tang was someone they couldn't ignore. Shun Tianli was right. If it was difficult, they still had to find him. Not only that, but they had to find him faster. Although the river had thawed, normally, around the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, people wouldn't sail without worshipping the river god. The passing boats were loaded with goods, and they certainly wouldn't lend their boats. In the end, Captain Song and Shun Tianli used their authority and offered money to persuade 3 boatmen to help them find the person. But as Captain Song said, even though they focused on these 3 routes, it was still very hard to find him. By nightfall, they had not succeeded. The boatmen no longer wanted to continue. Young masters, it's already dark. I'm too tired. Let's go back. Boatman, keep searching. As soon as we find him, I'll double your pay. Young man, it's not about money now.
Look at the sky.
We've come so far, but the river has no end. Besides, my boat is small and slow. Maybe those bandits' boats are bigger and faster, and they've already reached the shore. You see, there are no boats on the river now. Shun Tianli frowned. The river was long, and he wished he could grow wings and fly to find his wife. But he could only follow the river slowly, searching step by step. Shun Tianli clenched his fists tightly, staring at the dark water ahead. His heart was deep and full of mixed feelings, fear and hope. These feelings formed a big fist, gripping his heart tightly, making it ache. The pain reminded him to stay calm. Based on the tracking from the back of Huiyan Temple today, it seems his wife deliberately let the thieves take her away. With her skills, she should be safe. When they reach a safe place, she will send a message through Qingling. She wouldn't let them worry or search blindly, just like the broken bamboo on the back mountain or the small bushes knocked over near the cave. Let's go back. Brother-in-law. Lu Ming called out unwillingly. Ming, maybe Captain Song or Aunt Wei found something. Let's go back and check. Hearing Shun Tianli say this, Lu Ming nodded and clenched his fists. But sadly, Captain Song and Aunt Wei found nothing either. No, I want to go back and look again, Lu Ming said, trying to board the boat. But Lu Shuquan held him back firmly. You're just a kid. It's so dark now and we missed the best chance to search. Even if we chase now, these small boats can't keep up. We need bigger boats. Big boats? Where are they?
Dad, we must find them.
Maybe the thieves waited until nightfall to come ashore. Lu Ming said angrily. He then walked over to the boatman and asked, who's willing to help me find her? 10 taels of silver for 1 night's work. What do you say? Lu Ming offered such a high price, and the boatmen were tempted. But they had already searched all day, without success. They looked at each other and shook their heads. Brother, it's so late now. We haven't even eaten dinner. We're tired after a whole day. We need to rest, they said. Yeah, that's right. Maybe she's ashore resting too. It'll be even harder to find her now, they added. Forget it. Just give up. Over the past 2 years, many girls have gone missing. Blame it on their bad luck. Don't bother searching. Even if you find her, she might lose her innocence. Living is hard enough, they said. Yeah, that's right, others agreed. The boatman kept persuading Lu Ming to stop searching. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his handsome face full of anger. He shouted loudly, "My sister is lucky. She'll be fine." Shen Tianli felt the riverbank move slightly. Something was coming ashore. He quickly walked over and looked down. It was Qingling. Lu Ming saw Shen Tianli quickly walk to the riverbank and pick up a white snake from the ground. His movements and eyes showed excitement. He hurried over and asked, "Brother-in-law, do you have any news about my sister?" Lu Shuqian and Captain Song looked at Shen Tianli. He nodded and said to Lu Shuqian, "Dad, go back and tell Mom that Year has been found. They can rest assured." Lu Shuqian nodded excitedly. "That's great. I'll go tell them right away." Shen Tianli then told the boatman, "Let's go. Take us there, and each of us will give you a silver coin." The three looked at each other and said, "All right, but we're hungry. Can we eat some steamed buns first?" Lu Ming said, "Wait for me. I'll buy some buns." Then he ran off. Soon, he returned carrying 3 bags of buns and said, "Boatman, get on the boat quickly. These bags are filled with plain steamed buns, enough to fill you up." He handed 1 bag each to Captain Song and Wei Xian. The boatman was happy and got on the boat. Lu Yi thought they would have to wait until everyone was asleep tonight to secretly eat, but unexpectedly, shortly after, they heard someone outside. "2 big brothers, my dad has prepared food and wine. Come over and eat. I will take care of everything here with my mom." "Good, village chief, he always does things well. I'll leave it to you too." "Yes, yes." Lu Yi found the flattering voice somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember where she had heard it before. When the firewood shed was opened, she saw a man about 20 years old and a strong woman around 40. She thought she must be overthinking. She had never seen these two before. The strong woman called out, "Come eat.
Come eat."
You little troublemakers, I have to serve you." Lu Yi watched the early arrivals. Although they looked at the large basin nearby, each showed shame and anger, biting their teeth as if considering whether to eat. Meanwhile, the man stared straight at every woman in the firewood shed with a gaze like a wolf seeing a lamb, making it clear that the food was probably not good. Feeling his gaze on them, Lu Yi quickly pulled Tang Huishan aside and whispered, "Lower your head quickly." Although Tang Huishan didn't understand why, she hurriedly lowered her head. Lu Yi sensed that Li Xiaoer had already run over, along with 2 new girls who also ran over, clearly so hungry they forgot about danger. Today, among the 10 people who came, besides her and Tang Huishan, Li Xiaoer was the most attractive. So, Li Xiaoer was probably going to be taken advantage of. Sure enough, as soon as Li Xiaoer ran over, she was grabbed roughly by a man. "What are you doing? Let me go. Let me go, you." Li Xiaoer felt his big hand grab her and pull her into his arms. He lifted her skirt. She was shocked, and she struggled and shouted. Some people who arrived earlier seemed to expect this and watched with malicious excitement, while others looked down. The 2 girls who had just run over with Li Xiaoer saw what was happening and quickly ran back in fear. "Little beauty, aren't you hungry? If you serve me well, I'll make sure you eat and drink enough and live comfortably," said Hifugue, as his hand slipped into Li Xiaoer's pants. Li Xiaoer was both ashamed and angry. She couldn't push him away and slapped him across the face. Hifugue's mother was watching nearby, but when she saw her son's victim hit him, she suddenly became angry. She rushed forward and grabbed Li Xiaoer's hair, slapping her hard. Li Xiaoer hadn't eaten all day, and she was starving that night. Since her rebirth, she hadn't suffered like this before. Plus, she had just been slapped, which used most of her strength. So, her mother's slap knocked her down. "Fugue, go and teach this girl a lesson. Make sure she serves you well." Hearing the old woman call the man Fugue, and remembering the guard mentioning director, Lu Yi suddenly realized why the man's voice sounded familiar. It was Fugue who was trying to force his second daughter into marriage. What a coincidence. He had somehow ended up in his village. Now, she believed Qingling could find the little lord, and with Miss Tang there, the police officer would surely follow. This Hifugue was definitely going to have a big problem. Second daughter wouldn't have to marry this scoundrel. Hifugue heard his mother and immediately burst into a smile. He unzipped his pants and walked toward Li Xiaoer. "All right, mother,"
he said.
"this girl is even prettier than the last one." Li Xiaoer saw what Hifugue was doing and turned pale with fear. She backed away, trembling, and asked anxiously, "What? What are you going to do?"
"What?"
"Of course, I want you to have fun," Hifugue sneered. Then he suddenly pounced on Li Xiaoer and started kissing her.
Li Xiaoer
"You, get off. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Do you want to be executed and your whole family to die without a proper burial? Do you want to wipe out your entire clan?" Although Hifugue was a troublemaker, he had seen some of the world in recent years. Hearing this girl talk about wiping out the entire clan, he suddenly stopped and looked up at his mother. He knew that Qinghua Town occasionally had some officials passing through. His mother was more knowledgeable than him. She walked over, squatted down, and pinched Li Xiaoer's soft flesh, saying, "Who do you think you are? Wearing rough cotton clothes and pretending to be a young lady. Killing someone or wiping out a family is something only the emperor can do. Who are you trying to scare with your lies, you brat?" Li Xiaoer was pinched painfully, and tears welled up in her eyes. The stubborn man was sitting on her, making her feel ashamed, angry, and humiliated. Suddenly, she remembered she was nothing, and she glared fiercely at Lu Yi. It was this foolish boy who caused her to suffer such insult. The fool dared to laugh at her. Li Xiaoer clenched her fists and declared loudly, "I am the sister of the county magistrate. Now, get out of here." When she mentioned being the sister of the county magistrate, combined with her previous training and some authority, Hifugue panicked. He quickly got up from her, his belt loose from before, and his pants fell down. He hurried to pull them up, ran to his mother, and asked, "Mother, what should I do? She's actually the sister of the county magistrate." His mother was initially startled by Li Xiaoer's imposing presence. She stood up quickly. To ordinary villagers, she was like a princess from the emperor, far above, and the county magistrate's presence was not something to fear. She squinted at Li Xiaoer and asked, "Are you really the sister of the county magistrate? Why are you wearing rough cotton clothes? And why do you only have a silver hairpin on your head?" Thanks to her daughter, she had seen the county magistrate's wife before. Even in winter, she wore fine cotton clothes and was adorned with many gold and silver jewelry. "I came out to burn incense, so I kept it simple. Besides, all the good things on my head have been taken away, so I only have this silver hairpin left." Her mother had also been to the temple before, so she understood that good things naturally belong to oneself. "If you are really the sister of the county magistrate, tell me about his wife and concubines." Li Xiaoer knew about this because she had previously visited Luo Xiaozi, and Luo Xiaoa, the county magistrate's wife, had told her everything clearly. "My brother is 32 years old today, with 1 son and 3 daughters, and he has 1 wife and 3 concubines. My sister-in-law Kong is 28 years old this year. Her concubines are Jiang, Fan, and Luo, who recently moved in." Hifugue's mother, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. She spoke in much more detail than her daughter, even knowing the county magistrate's title and the lady's age. She hurried forward, helping Li Xiaoer to her feet, trembling with fear and apology. "Miss, I am truly sorry. We didn't know your identity. If we had known, we would never have disrespected you in any way." Seeing that she had frightened the other person, Li Xiaoer patted the straw on her clothes and glared at Lu Yi. She said, "It's okay if you don't know. If your son wants to play with a girl, he should go find her. That woman is not only pretty, but also not a maiden, so he can play with her freely." Tang Huishan looked at Li Xiaoer in surprise. Didn't she just say she was the sister of Qin County Magistrate's concubine? Why does she now say she is the magistrate's sister? And she is still pretending to be powerful and using others to do harm. Seeing her point to Lu Yi, she frowned. Lu Jie has been protecting her all along. When that man was being inappropriate with Li Xiaoer, He even used mud from the ground to smear her face and took down her jade hairpin to use as a talisman. She must repay this kindness and cannot let Lu Jia get into trouble. But before she could stand up, Lu Jia pulled her back. Hifugue, after hearing Li Xiaoer's words, finally remembered his main purpose for coming. Just now, in his room, he also heard that they brought back a beautiful woman to present to Lord Luo. Unfortunately, Lord Luo wasn't there today. Those people were secretly saying they would enjoy themselves with this beauty tonight. So, he took the opportunity while they were eating and warming up with wine to try to get some benefit. Otherwise, after they leave tomorrow night, he would miss his chance. He had previously seen that Li Xiaoer looked good, and driven by desire, he forgot to notice her maidenly hair. He pounced on her. Now, following her finger, he saw a woman squatting among the crowd. The woman had almond-shaped eyes, peach blossom cheeks, and her mouth was covered with white cotton cloth. Although her appearance wasn't clear, her exposed skin was tender and white. He had seen many women, but he had never seen such tender skin. "Mother, I want her. Mother." He pointed at Lu Yi with one finger and waved his hand to his mother. His mother looked at her features and knew she was probably a beautiful woman. Hearing her son's excited voice, she shouted loudly at Lu Yi, "Get up and come here." Lu Yi looked at Li Xiaoer, who was giving a look of schadenfreude, and couldn't help but smile.
Fool.
Since the fake identity has already scared them and they haven't realized it's an opportunity to turn the tables and escape, they are instead planning to use violence. All right, then let's see who will end up dead. Lua slowly stands up and takes 2 steps forward. Hifugue sees her figure more clearly and becomes even happier. He rushes forward to try to take off Liu Yue's mask, but is kicked to the ground by her. Seeing her son fly out, Granny he is shocked and quickly runs over, worriedly asking, "Fugue, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Hifugue holds his chest and says, "Mother, my stomach hurts. It's killing me." Granny he looks angry and scolds Lua. "Are you trying to die? How dare you hit my son?" Lua thinks Hifugue should be grateful. If he still had use, that kick wouldn't have hit his stomach, but would have gone lower. With that kick, the sins of the He family will be paid back, and they deserve to be cursed with no descendants. Lua smiles and says, "If I were you, I wouldn't waste time here. Instead, I would seize the chance to save my life and seek a better future." Granny he frowns and asks, "What do you mean? I am just an ordinary woman and probably have no power or influence, so I wouldn't be targeted. But the county magistrate's sister is different. Now, the magistrate will gather all his people to find his sister. So, finding you is only a matter of time." Hearing this, Hifugue and his mother exchange glances. In the past, the master only brought back women from ordinary families, and the police would just check briefly and move on. But now it's different. With the magistrate's sister involved, they will be thoroughly investigated, and they will be found out. What should they do now? Seeing their faces change, Lua continues, "Don't you think this is a good opportunity to establish a relationship with the magistrate? Build a relationship with the magistrate?" Granny, he murmurs. "Think about it. If the young master becomes the magistrate's brother-in-law, even if the magistrate investigates, can he still harm you? If he doesn't investigate, it's a good thing for you. Then, you can take the magistrate's sister as a wife and gain fame and wealth. Maybe in the future, Lord Luo will even bow to you. Don't you think so?" Hifugue and his mother exchange looks again, then their eyes light up as they stare at Liu Xiaoer. Liu Xiaoer meets their gaze and instantly understands Liu Yue's plan. Angrily pointing at Liu Yue, she says, "You fool. You're so cruel. You're not a fool. You're a wicked woman." "Who says I'm a fool? Didn't I tell you? I've been fine for a long time," Liu Yue says with a smile. "The reason I didn't expose Li Xiaoer's false identity is that I thought it would not only let her face the consequences, but also help cover for Tang Huishan. Although she is not from ancient times, both historical records and stories show that a woman's reputation was very important in those days. From Tang Huishan's clothes, her status must be high. Her disappearance would definitely catch Qin Kai's attention and lead to searches. No matter how much she hides, news of her being kidnapped would spread. Whether her family is in a good or bad situation, her ending would likely be tragic. However, if the county magistrate's younger sister is used as a shield, Qin Kai, if clever and wanting to connect with the Tang family, would hide Tang Huishan's situation tightly and use Li Xiao'er as a cover. This way, Tang Huishan would be protected, but Li Xiao'er's reputation would be ruined. She would have no face to appear before the young master again. Of course, her actions are motivated not only by liking Tang Huishan and wanting to win her over, but also mainly by wanting to destroy Li Xiao'er, who is like a pesky fly. You've actually recovered. Li Xiao'er looked at Lu Yi in surprise, feeling both angry and upset. If this fool is okay, how could Tian Li's brother leave her?
Why would he marry me?
No. Even if she is fine, as long as this fool's body is dirty, Tian Li's brother wouldn't want her. Now that you've slept with this shameless woman and saved me, I will marry you. Li Xiao'er pointed at Hifugue and said. Hifugue's eyes lit up even more, and he looked at Lu Yi. If he could sleep with this beautiful woman, he could marry the county magistrate's younger sister. That would mean he was a nobleman. Lu Yi smiled and said to Madame He, as the saying goes, parents' wishes and matchmakers' words are not something a young lady can decide on her own. Besides, your two families are so different. If someone tries to break the promise, with so many people involved, the county magistrate would surely punish them severely, and the marriage would be broken. But if everything goes smoothly tonight, and you become the county magistrate's sister-in-law, even if the magistrate is angry or upset, he wouldn't dare harm his sister's reputation by killing her brother-in-law. Madam He thought for a moment and finally smiled, saying, Miss, this place is dirty and messy. You should leave here first. Also, Fugue's actions are making your eyes dirty. You should go somewhere cleaner. Li Xiao'er frowned, thought about it, and nodded. As she left with her, she said, bring me some hot food and soup. I also want some steamed buns. Grandma hurriedly said with a smile, all right, you go inside to keep warm. I'll come to take care of you soon. When Hifugue saw the two leave, he hesitated about whether to listen to Li Xiao'er. Suddenly, Lu Yi said, Fool. Go quickly and talk to your father. You're supposed to marry the county magistrate's nephew, yet you're just standing here foolishly. Do you want a beating? Believe it or not, tonight you won't become the groom. Lu Yi stretched her leg as she spoke. Hifugue hurriedly clutched his stomach, looked at Lu Yi with fear, and ran out quickly, not forgetting to lock the door. Lu Yi went to the big basin, stirred the contents with a spoon, and frowned. She thought, Hifugue's family is really stingy. They're cooking with bran, are they feeding pigs? But she still picked up a bowl, scooped some water from the basin, grabbed a few steamed buns, and went to Tang Huishan, saying it's not tasty, but drinking some will warm you up. Who knows when you'll go out? Tang Huishan took the bowl, smiled, and said, okay. Then she added, Inga, you also serve a bowl for Lu Jie and yourself. Lu Yi looked at the food and couldn't bring herself to eat. She shook her head and said, no need. I'm fine with just the steamed buns. Inga didn't want to serve Lu Yi either. Seeing her say that, she stood up, went to the big basin, and sniffed the smell coming from it, wrinkling her nose. Although she was a maid, she was a family-born girl who had never lacked food or clothing. She usually ate fine rice and flour, so the smell from the basin made her want to. But she also felt very cold. The food was unpleasant, but it was hot, so maybe it would taste better when she drank it. She scooped a bowl and took the 2 steamed buns to sit beside her young lady. Seeing this, others also stood up and served themselves rice. Although they disliked it, they were used to simple meals since childhood, so it wasn't hard to swallow. Inga saw her young lady drinking bit by bit, so she lowered her head and took a sip. As soon as it entered her mouth, she couldn't help but spit it out. Wow, what is this? It's terrible. Young lady, you better not drink it. Inga put her bowl aside and reached for Tang Huishan's bowl. Tang Huishan avoided and smiled, saying it's okay, I can drink it. She saw that Inga's bowl was thick. Lu Jie only added water, which had a strange smell but was still drinkable. Seeing her young lady say that, Inga frowned. Suddenly, a girl ran over, took her bowl, and said, if you don't want it, I'll finish it. Who would fight over such bad food? Inga could only eat the steamed buns, but they were spicy and harsh on her throat. But I was still hungry, so I endured the discomfort and started eating. Mother he arranged for Li Xiaoer to stay at her son's room and brought her some food. Then she went to find her man. At this moment, Fuguei had just called Headman He out. The family of 3 gathered in a room and whispered quietly. Is she really the county magistrate's sister? Headman He asked. Yes. Not only did she clearly say her age, but she also talked about the backyard matters in detail. She even asked me for plain steamed buns. She kept rejecting the cornbread, saying it was not good. I also looked at her hands. They were white and soft, not rough from hard work. Hearing this, Headman He pondered for a moment and said, that beautiful woman is right. This is our chance. If Fuguei becomes close to the county magistrate's sister, we won't have to worry about Chui Han's attitude.
So, you mean?
Our family still has some incense. Light it up, make her faint, and then handle this good opportunity. Only if she becomes rich and powerful will things be easier for us. Mother he nodded, then frowned and asked, and after that? Then we say we didn't mean to save her. She was drugged with love potion, and only Fuguei can help her detox. Besides, the young ladies from Fuguei's family care about their reputation. They wouldn't tell anyone about being kidnapped or insulted. We can also continue working with Chui Han to make money and build connections with the county magistrate. 2 birds with 1 stone, Headman he said with a smile. But what if we don't have a girl then? Mother, there are so many girls in our village. We can just pick one to fill in. Our village girls won't do. Tomorrow, call your niece over, Headman he suggested. That's not good. Mother he hesitated. She knew these women were often sent to brothels or places to serve others. Why not? Going to such a place isn't a problem. Someone to serve you, food and clothes, endless wealth. Besides, your niece's looks aren't bad. She might be chosen. Exactly, Mother. It's for the sake of my cousin. She wants to climb higher, right? And she dared to flirt with her sister's husband right in front of her. Don't blame us for being cold, Fuguei said dismissively, then urged, Mother, go light some incense. Not too much, just enough to make her faint. If she passes out, it'll be more fun. Head of the family, I feel so uneasy, Mother he said, worried. Mother, I think you're just scared. You should think like this. If she is sent away tomorrow night, she will be considered A, which is very sad. You are actually saving her. Also, Mother, I just touched her, and her hips are big and round, so she can definitely give birth. If I work hard today, maybe soon you will become the wife of the county magistrate and have a big grandson. Yes, Brother Fuguei is right. Mother he also thought her son made sense. She shook off her worries and smiled, saying, Fuguei, just wait. Mother will make you happy. Then she left. Not long after, she went to call Fuguei. Fuguei happily looked at his father and eagerly went into the house. Following Ling's instructions, Shan Tianli kept walking forward, but he never expected the boat to stop at his village. Although small villages at the river mouth are similar, Shan Tianli had been here often before, so he recognized it immediately as his village. This year, there was heavy snow. Even though the weather cleared up recently, the roads were still muddy. When they reached the shore, they saw deep and shallow footprints on the ground. Without anyone telling him, Captain Song said, so many footprints, it must be them. Let's follow the footprints. They only lost the footprints near the only tile house in the village. Brother Song, come over first. Shen Tianli called to Captain Song. Brother Shen, what's the matter? Captain Song asked confused. Brother Song, does anyone else know about Miss Tang? Captain Song shook his head. No. This concerns the reputation of a noble lady, so besides Dr. Sun, I didn't tell anyone. Shen Tianli nodded with satisfaction. Earlier this morning, his senior brother had already told him Miss Tang's identity. If a noble lady could befriend her, that would be good. If not, he was willing to give his wife a chance. In the future, no matter what his status was, having a friend who was a daughter of a duke would raise his standing, and no one would look down on him. Brother Song might not know, but this is his village. My grandfather lives here, so I know the way back to the town. Once we go in, Captain Song listened to Shen Tianli's suggestion and smiled, saying, Brother Shen, your mind is sharp. Brother Song, you flatter me. If it weren't for your foresight and keeping quiet, I wouldn't be able to fix this no matter what I did, Shen Tianli said with a respectful bow. Captain Song appreciated Shen Tianli's praise and smiled, saying, No problem, no problem. According to Shen Tianli, as long as everything is done properly, it can both protect Miss Tang's reputation and make the authorities pay attention. This way, they can achieve two goals at once. Maybe this will help the officials promote him and even take him away. Thinking of this, Captain Song was the first to knock on the door. When village head Shen heard the knocking, he thought it was Cui Han coming. But when he opened the door, he saw it was a policeman. He hurried to close the door, but it was too late. He saw more than 10 people entering the yard. Captain Song told his men to arrest the people. He followed Shen Tianli and Lu Ming, taking 2 others to the woodshed. When they opened the shed, they saw Lu Yi was fine. Shen Tianli and Lu Ming both relaxed and, at the same time, stood in front of Lu Yi, their tall bodies blocking her. Lu Yi saw what Shen Tianli and Lu Ming did and couldn't help but smile. They arrived earlier than she expected. I am Captain Song from the county office. Everyone, stand up and come with me. When everyone heard he was from the government office, they all stood up and started crying loudly. Hearing this, Captain Song shouted, Enough, stop crying. You don't want the people in this village to know, do you? Suddenly, everyone quieted down and cried softly. Their reputation was very important. Even though they lost some time, as long as they had a good reason, it should be okay. The women who had been here longer were much stronger. Seeing all the women leave, Shen Tianli turned around and hugged Lu Yi tightly. Wife, I was so worried. Big sister. Lu Ming saw Shen Tianli so emotional and holding his sister, and quickly stopped him, turning away. Tang Huishan also wanted to pull Lu Yi away, but the next second, she saw a man hugging Lu Yi. She was surprised and wanted to stop him. When she heard what the man said, her face turned red instantly, and she quickly turned away. Lu Yi pushed him away and said, It's okay, I'm fine. There are still others. Shen Tianli finally let go of Lu Yi. After all, there were many people here. They should wait until they returned home to punish her properly. Wife, let's wait a little longer. When they leave, we'll go too. Shen Tianli noticed the 2 women beside his wife. From their appearance, he guessed they were Miss Tang without a doubt. Lu Yi nodded and said, This is Shaner. We got along well right away, so let's stay together. Shen Tianli nodded at Tang Huishan and then asked, Where's Li Xiaoer? Lu Yi looked dissatisfied and said, Why are you looking for her? Hearing the sarcasm in his wife's tone, Shen Tianli was quite happy but also a bit helpless. He secretly squeezed her hand and said, She is not a good friend of the county magistrate's wife. Song Puda brought us here to find her. Liu Yue's eyes flickered. As expected of her little husband, they thought alike. He recounted what had just happened and then asked, Shen Tianli, I treat her like this, you won't be angry, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming looked straight at Shen Tianli, as if to say, Did you do something wrong to sister? Shen Tianli was upset by his wife's repeated distrust. He gently squeezed her hand again and said, My wife is so clever. I originally wanted her to step forward. Sister, wait for me. I need to go out first. Lu Ming blinked, and then left. No matter how Shen Tianli treated Li Xiaoer, only if Li Xiaoer's reputation was worse could she have no chance, and people would forget about her sister. Lu Ming ran to the yard, whispered a few words to Captain Song, and seeing him nod, he then went to whisper to Huzi, the little servant of Aunt Wei. In the yard, Captain Song's voice was heard. Li Xiaoer, where are you? Li Xiaoer, I am the captain from the county office, sent to find you. Afterward, he asked Aunt He, Where is Li Xiaoer? Why isn't she here? Aunt He, who is Li Xiaoer? Aunt He, with chains on her hands, asked anxiously. She is the sworn sister of the county magistrate's wife. Where is she? A sworn sister of the county magistrate's wife? Isn't she the magistrate's sister? Aunt He suddenly struggled and said, Let go of me. Let go. I am your county magistrate's relative by marriage. You can't treat us like this." She had just overheard that the room was lively, and the two must have become close. The county magistrate's relative by marriage wouldn't escape now. Captain Song scolded, "What nonsense are you talking? Our county magistrate has no sister. Are you talking about Li Xiaoer? She is the sworn sister of the county magistrate's wife, maybe a little sister-in-law. Where is Li Xiaoer?" Aunt He and village head, he were shocked. The county magistrate's sister and the sworn sister of the magistrate's wife are very different. This time, they might be in real trouble. "She's in my son's room." Li Xiaoer was exhausted and in pain from what Hifugue had done to her. She wanted to fight back, but she had no strength at all and could only let him do as he pleased. She felt ashamed and angry, especially at Lu Yi. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have become Tian Li's wife, nor would she have been insulted by this beast. She wanted to kill Lu Yi, kill her. Suddenly, she heard someone loudly calling her. She hurriedly responded, hoping someone would come to save her. Seeing her current state, her face turned even paler. She pushed Hifugue and said quickly, "Hurry, someone is outside. Come quickly." "Madam, it's fine. Don't worry. With my mother here, no one will bother us," Hifugue said as he tried to kiss Li Xiaoer. Li Xiaoer kept turning her head to avoid his kiss, tears in her voice. "Yes, someone is really outside. Please get up quickly." Hifugue hadn't finished speaking when they heard the door burst open. Before they could separate, someone scolded loudly. "What are you doing? Doing such shameful things. Why aren't you dressed? Come out now." Both were startled. Hifugue rolled off and looked up to see a constable at the door, his face pale. "What are you looking at? Hurry and get dressed." Captain Song shouted, rushing out. It was really shocking to see. He had run all day, and this young man was doing something disgraceful. It was so unfair, so hateful. Hifugue hurriedly put on his clothes. Li Xiaoer, weak all over, still clenched her teeth and dressed, then stepped out. Seeing the scene outside, she wished she were still lying in bed. In the yard, there were many people, men and women, holding torches, lighting up the yard brightly. Everyone was looking at her, making her feel humiliated and even more ashamed. Just as she was about to go back to her room, someone called out, "Are you Li Xiaoer, the sworn sister of County Magistrate Luo's concubine?" Li Xiaoer wanted to shake her head, but a young boy ran over, pulling her and crying, "Sister, I finally found you. My brother and I looked everywhere for you. We heard there were traffickers in the back mountain, so we quickly reported it. Fortunately, Lord Qin was at the temple. When he heard, he started looking for you. Sister, I've finally found you. If we couldn't find you, not only would our parents be worried, but Luo's wife would be too. But why are you in this house?" That old woman said it's her son's room. "Hey, sister, what's wrong with your neck? Did this man hurt you? I'll beat him to death." Without giving Li Xiaoer a chance to respond, he kicked Hifugue. Hifugue did not dare to fight back. He dodged and shouted, "Spare my life. Spare my life. I didn't bully her. Shi Dudong said me." "Really? She even said she was the county magistrate's sister. She wants to marry me and insists on working with me. You can't hit me anymore. I am your brother-in-law. You can't hit your own brother-in-law." The young man kicked Hifugue twice and asked angrily, "Sister, is he telling the truth?" Li Xiaoer was a bit confused. She only had 2 brothers, so where did this younger brother come from? Could he be Luo Zhao's brother? But having someone stand up for her was a good thing. Hearing what Hifugue said, she stepped forward and said, "You're talking nonsense. Clearly, you lit incense, made me faint, and then forced me." At this point, Li Xiaoer suddenly stopped herself. She was revealing too much, letting everyone know that Hifugure had slept with her. She looked toward the group of women who had been rescued and found that Lu Yi was not there. Where did she go? Just as she was about to ask, Head Constable Song said, "All right, stop causing trouble. Let's all go to the county to report." After saying that, he gave a signal to the other constables. They hurriedly urged, "Let's go. Hurry up." Shen Tianli heard everyone leave the yard, leaving only Head Constable Song and Wei Yi's people inside. He said, "Wife, give me 30 taels of silver." Lu Yi took out a banknote and handed it to Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli then left, instructing Wei Xian's men, "Later, you all leave with Head Constable Song and follow his orders." "Yes, sir." Seeing Shen Tianli so commanding, Head Constable Song was surprised by his change and also amazed that these men listened so well to Shen Tianli. But just then, he realized he needed people. He had only brought 5 men and needed to send 2 to take the women to the town. There were 9 criminals headed to the county, and if they escaped along the way, it would be hard to catch them. "Thank you, Brother Shen," Head Constable Song said, clasping his fists. Shen Tianli smiled and handed the banknote to Head Constable Song, saying, "Brother Song, don't mention it. This is Hujia village. My uncle lives here. He's hospitable and well-respected in the village. He would have treated you with good wine and meat, but I know you're busy with official duties, so I won't keep you. Take this silver and use it to buy drinks for your brothers." Captain Song looked at the firelight and saw it was 30 taels of silver. He wondered how to give so much money and suddenly remembered Shen Tianli had mentioned his uncle and praised his good qualities. The owner of this house was the village chief of Hujia village. If he committed such a mistake, it was hard to say whether he would die or not, but he would definitely lose his position as village chief. At this moment, Shen Tianli giving him so much silver was clearly for a purpose. But he was just a village chief. 30 taels of silver could help him establish a good relationship with Shen Tianli. Captain Song smiled and said, "Brother Shen, your uncle is also my uncle. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Shen Tianli knew that being a captain wasn't easy, so he smiled and said, "Then I'll thank Brother Song on behalf of my uncle." After sending off Captain Song and his men, Shen Tianli waited until they were far away before driving the He family's ox cart away. He was very familiar with this road, and it wasn't far, only half an hour to the town. But before reaching the town, he saw a donkey cart rushing over from afar. As he got closer, he saw it was driven by Shan Yao, carrying Shen Tianyan and Lu Shuquan, brother, sister-in-law. Seeing Shen Tianli's figure, Shen Tianyan called out from the donkey cart. Lu Yi knew Shen Tianyan was worried about her, so she responded loudly, "Xiao Yan. Uncle, it's me, your sister-in-law. I found her. She's really back," Shen Tianyan said to Lu Shuquan, then jumped down from the donkey cart and ran forward wildly. Lu Shuquan was startled by Shen Tianyan's actions. Before he could say anything, he saw Shen Tianyan dash away quickly, really fast. But he soon couldn't help but laugh. Through today's events, he finally knew that Year hadn't lied to him. Not only was his mother-in-law good to her, but even his younger brother and sister-in-law cared about her. And, of course, the son-in-law himself. When they reached Huiyan Temple, they hurriedly looked for Year. She hadn't had a sip of water by noon, and her whole body was so tense that her father-in-law looked frightened. How could he not worry about a man who was so dedicated to his daughter? Shen Tianyan ran to the ox cart happily and called out, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Lu Yi felt Shen Tianyan's happiness and jumped down from the cart, smiling, "Xiao Yan, it's so cold. Why did you come?" On the cart, Shen Tianli and Lu Ming sat on either side, with 3 women inside. Since Xiao Yan was already 8 years old and Tang Huishan was from a noble family, Lu Yi didn't let Xiao Yan get on the cart. Besides, the ox cart wasn't faster than walking, so she decided to walk instead. "Sister-in-law, I heard Brother Xiao who say you would come this way, so I came to meet you." After speaking, she choked up and pulled Lu Ye's sleeve, saying, "Sister-in-law, please don't wander off with others in the future. Do you understand? It can be dangerous and you might get lost. Mother, sister, and everyone are worried about you. I'm really afraid I might never see you again." By the end, she was crying. Although sister-in-law had only been missing for half a day, he felt like she had been gone for a very long time, making him miss her so much. Much of his kindness to Lu Ming came from the original owner, which fostered a sibling bond. But Xiao Yan was different. Their feelings had grown day by day. Lu Yi truly regarded Xiao Yan as her younger brother, so her feelings for him were even deeper than those for Lu Ming. Hurrying to bend down and wipe Xiao Yan's tears, she said, "Don't cry, Xiao Yan. Sister-in-law was wrong. I won't run off again. Wherever I go, I will make sure Xiao Yan follows." This made Xiao Yan very happy. He nodded eagerly and said, "Yes, yes, sister-in-law. Wherever you go, I will follow you." But Lu Ming was unhappy with this. As a younger brother-in-law, what was the point of following his sister-in-law? When he married and had his own wife, he would go with her. No distractions for his wife. Lu Ming felt uncomfortable watching his older sister talk with Xiao Yan. Previously, she had only been gentle with him, letting him follow her. Now there was also a clingy younger brother-in-law. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lu Ming. Younger brothers-in-law were the most annoying. Lu Shu came over and saw his daughter interacting with her younger brother-in-law, feeling a bit emotional. His daughter had never been so affectionate with him since she grew up. "Xiao Yan, quickly give the steamed bun in your arms to your sister-in-law. She must be hungry." "Yes, yes, sister-in-law, I brought plain steamed buns. They smell so good." He opened his bag and offered the warm, white bun to Lu Yi. Lu Yi reached out and patted Xiao Yan's head, smiling as she took 2 buns. She first gave some to Tang Huishan and Inge, then to Xiao Yan Li and Lu Ming. Finally, she picked up the last 2 buns and said, "Is Xiao Yan hungry too? Let's each have one and eat together." Xiao Yan only took 6 buns, thinking that his older brother, sister-in-law, and Lu Ming had 2 each. He didn't expect there to be 2 more buns. He was about to save one for his sister-in-law, but when she said they would eat together, he quickly took one, nodded, and said, "Okay, okay." He took a bite and smiled at his sister-in-law. It was so wonderful that sister-in-law had come back so quickly. When Lu Yi and the others returned, Mrs. He held Lu Yi and started crying.
Yeah, you're back.
"Do you know how worried I was?" Holding her mother, Lu Yi felt the warmth and saw her voice trembling. She was only thinking about saving the kidnapped woman and didn't expect it would take so long, making Mrs. He and everyone else worried. She felt very guilty and sorry. "Mother, I'm sorry. Dear daughter-in-law, it's good that Year is back. Let's go inside. It's not good for others to see us here," Mrs. Fong said with red eyes. Mrs. He finally let go of Lu Yi and said, Yes, let's go inside quickly. It's cold outside." At this moment, Wei Xian brought out a small fire basin and placed it at the door, saying, "Year, step over it. May you be safe and sound in the future, free from trouble." Mrs. He quickly responded, Yes, Year, you need to step over the fire basin to drive away evil spirits." Under everyone's watch, Lu Yi had no choice but to step over it, then turned to Tang Huishan and said, "Shauna, you and Inga should also drive away evil spirits." Tang Huishan smiled and nodded, then crossed over with Inga one after the other. "Who is this?" Mrs. He asked. "Mother, this is a friend I met on the way back. Her carriage broke down, and since it was so late, I invited her to our home," Lu Yi explained. Hearing this, Tang Huishan gratefully shot a glance at Lu Yi. Mrs. He didn't doubt her daughter-in-law and quickly said, "Hurry, let's go inside. It's so cold outside. Luer, bring water to wash your hands. I'll go prepare hot food for your sister-in-law. She must be starving." "I'll go with you," Fong said, then hurriedly left. Lu Yu had already brought 2 bowls of hot water, one for Tang Huishan and one for Lu Yi. She looked disdainful and said, "Aren't you feeling better? Why did someone take you away? Such foolishness, not paying attention when you're not well. When you're better, people still worry about you. From now on, don't run back and forth when you go out. Stay close to me, understand?" Lu Yi smiled at her proud little sister, took a bowl, and took a sip of the hot water. It was just the right temperature, warm but not scalding, and sweet. This is sisterly love. Though she complained on the surface, she was more thoughtful than anyone else. Seeing Lu Yi drinking the hot water, Lu Yu finally relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She softly said to Lu Shuquan and Lu Ming, "Father, brother-in-law, Minger, I put some hot tea inside. You should also drink some to warm up. Willow Chuan and Willow Ming listened as Willow Yu, despite speaking harshly to Willow Yi, showed genuine concern. Willow Yi didn't mind Willow Yu's attitude, and was even closer to her than to her own parents. She quickly understood that this was just how they sisters interacted, and she smiled as she went inside. Shen Tianli glanced at Willow Yi and also went inside. When Willow Yu saw she finished her bowl, she took it and asked firmly, "Do you want more to drink?" "No, I'm not thirsty. I'm a little hungry," Willow Yi said with a smile. Seeing Shen Tianlu bringing water, Willow Yu said, "Hurry and wash your hands. I'll bring the food into the house." After eating with Tang Huishan, Willow Yu and Shen Tianlu had already prepared their servants' rooms. At first, they thought Willow Chuan, who worked in town, rented a big shared room, so Willow Yi rented a large house to make it easier for him and Willow Ming to stay. Besides the main house, there were 2 side rooms, which now came in handy. Tang Huishan saw the room was very clean, with new bedding and blankets, and a warm stove was burning, making it cozy. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Willow and Miss Lu. This is only right. The kitchen has hot water. If you want to use it, just go and get some." Miss Yi needed to bathe every day. Even though she was staying at someone else's house, she still needed to wash up. Inga asked Miss Lu, "Do you have an extra wooden basin? Can I have one?" "Yes, come with me and get it." Aunt Wei just sent over new blankets and a wooden bath bucket. Inga nodded and followed Shen Tianlu out. On the way, Willow Yi noticed Inga often looked at Tang Huishan's neck. She was worried that Inga might think too much when Tang Huishan was sleeping, so she said, "Shaner, when I first saw you, your clothes around your neck were too tight, making it hard to breathe. I loosened your collar." When Willow Yi said this, Tang Huishan realized something was different. No wonder she felt much easier to breathe. She had thought it was because of her mask. "Thank you, Sister Willow." No wonder she had felt like she saw her late mother for a moment. She was holding her mother's hand, but someone pulled her back. She had heard that only people close to death could see the dead. Sister Willow had saved her life. Try to wear fewer buttoned-up clothes in the future. If your neck feels cold, just wear a scarf. A scarf? Yes, just a long piece of cloth. I'll make one for you tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Willow. Seeing Inga come back, Willow Yi left. Shen Tianli arranged for Sun Liang and Shan Yao, then went to the room. He found that not only his mother, sister, and cousin, but also his mother-in-law and sister-in-law were all talking with his wife. He couldn't help but frown, feeling like they were all competing for his wife.
Clearly, she was his wife.
Since he rescued her from the others, she hadn't spoken much. He cleared his throat and said, "Mother-in-law, Mother, it's getting late. You all must be tired after a long day. It's time to rest." Yes, it's late. Let's go rest." Fangshi quickly stood up when she heard her son-in-law's displeased tone. "No, Mother, I want to sleep with Auntie and Lulu and Cousin Lu," Yu said, holding Huashir's arm. If she slept with her mother, her father would sleep with Ming'er and Xiaoyan. After her eldest sister returned home, she felt that her parents' relationship had changed. Sometimes they still had little to say, but her mother always had a smile on her face. Sometimes she even felt like she was unnecessary. To avoid disturbing her parents' relationship, she decisively chose to sleep with Lulu. "You, child, listen to me," Fangshi scolded awkwardly. "Auntie, do you agree or not?" Huashir smiled and said, "I agree. I like the lively atmosphere around me." Then she added to Fangshi, "Mother-in-law, you all go to sleep. These children get along well. Let them have some fun together." Hearing this, Fangshi could only nod. Seeing that the others had gone back to their rooms, Shen Tianli finally took Lu Yi into his room. After closing the door, he pressed Lu Yi against the wall and kissed her. His kisses were urgent and fierce. Lu Yi, feeling pain, punched Shen Tianli twice, which made him soften his approach. After a long while, he parted from her, voice hoarse, and with a cold face asked, "Are you still daring to act on your own in the future?" Lu Yi weakly shook her head. "No, I won't dare anymore. I really didn't expect them to stay on the water for so long." Hearing her obedient response, Shen Tianli sighed and then carried Lu Yi onto the Kong bed, saying, "Rest for a while. I'll get some water for your bath." Lu Yi nodded, thinking she had passed the test. She had thought that her little husband would scold her harshly, but it turned out she was wrong. After taking a bath, Lu Yi realized she had underestimated him. This narrow-minded man had exhausted her. When she woke up the next day, she was hungry and tired. She sat up, feeling her waist ache painfully. She cursed Shen Tianli silently, then put on her clothes and left the room. Hearing the door open, the person talking by the fire suddenly stopped. Shen Tianlu put down her embroidery and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, you're awake. I'll go prepare some water for your wash." He Niu also hurriedly followed out. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Yi, noticing her furrowed brow and firm tone, and said, "Look at you, so lazy. You slept until noon. If you're not sore all over, who is? Do you want me to massage you?" Lu Yi quickly shook her head. Shen Tianli had left marks on her, and if her sister saw, she would be so embarrassed. It's fine. I just need to shake my arms and do some exercise," she said, swinging her arms and twisting her waist. "All right, hurry and wash up. I'll make some porridge for you to eat first so your stomach isn't empty. We'll have lunch later," she said, and left. Feng Shi listened to her daughter's tone with a mix of helplessness and apology, saying, She. "Mother, it's okay. This is how we sisters get along. I like it. You don't need to worry. I'm going to wash up." Hearing Lu Yi say this, Feng Shi finally relaxed and said to He, "Year has always been generous and not petty since she was young. I used to think it was because she was simple-minded, but now I see it's just her nature." "Really?
Is I okay?"
He asked in surprise. "Don't you know? She said her master cured her," Feng Shi replied. He hesitated, realizing that after her daughter became her apprentice, she seemed to speak more fluently than before. She smiled and said, "It seems Year has always been like this. I didn't notice anything unusual. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought she was just simple. But she's kinder and smarter than before." Seeing that He had no trace of dislike, Feng Shi began talking about Lu Ye's past, sharing stories and laughing happily. Although Lu Yi was washing her face, she listened to Feng Shi's words. She had thought that Feng Shi only cared about her own children and paid no attention to the original girl. Hearing her talk about her amusing stories, she realized Feng Shi was really kind. "Shauna, where are you?" The host, felt so rude for forgetting her guests. "Shauna asked me how to make masks. She's in the room with Ingo making masks." "Oh, today a woman came by. She said she's Shauna's sister's nanny." Lu Yi wiped her face and asked, "Oh, where are your brother and my father?" Before she woke up, Shen Tianli was always by her side. "Uncle Lu is going to renovate our house, so he took my brother and Xiao Yan to choose materials. Brother Sun has gone back to the county and asked you to rest well." Shen Tianlu shared all the caring things about Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded, ate some breakfast, and then went to visit Tang Huishan. In the room, she saw several women in their 40s, dressed in simple cotton clothes, with their hair neatly combed, sitting on stools, sitting upright, and sewing masks.
"Shauna."
Big Sister Lu. When Tang Huishan saw Lu Yi, she put down her mask and stood up with a smile, walking over. Lu Yi held Tang Huishan's hand warmly and said with relief, "Shauna, we just moved here the day before yesterday. There are many things I haven't thought of yet. If you need anything, just tell me." Tang Huishan shook her head with a smile. "It's very good here. Although the environment is a bit simple, everyone is very kind, which makes her feel warm." Inga poured a glass of water for Lu Yi, feeling unhappy that the young lady said this place was good. The house is small, has a strange smell, and the bed is a Kong, heated bed, instead of a normal bed. It was hard for her to sleep well last night. Lu Yi nodded, noticing that Tang Huishan's mask-making was skillful and thoughtful, so she said, "Shauna, you can stay here for now, and tell others you're here for treatment." Tang Huishan gratefully replied, "Thank you so much, Sister Lu." Behind Tang Huishan, Grandma Zhao looked at Lu Yi. lowered her head, and thought even more highly of her. She heard that Old Sun had taken on an apprentice, and was surprised by what kind of woman could catch Old Sun's eye. Now, seeing her, she thought this woman was beautiful, well-mannered, with clear eyes. Even in the capital, such elegance and beauty are rare. She also treats the young lady kindly, without any flattery, always thinking of her, showing genuine care. "Madam Shen, can you cure my young lady's illness?" Ingo asked eagerly, while Tang Huishan looked at Lu Yi with anticipation. "Shaner, was your illness present from birth?" Tang Huishan and Ingo both looked at Grandma Zhao. Grandma Zhao said, "The young lady was only 3 months old when she was born. The second master was about to take his post, and it was winter. The young lady caught a cold on the way, and since then, she has had a cough." "Big Sister Lu, this is my nurse, Grandma Zhao." Lu Yi bowed and smiled, calling out Grandma Zhao. Grandma Zhao quickly avoided the formalities, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "Madam Shen, I wonder what you think about my young lady's illness?" Old Master's son couldn't cure Miss. Although she didn't believe Lu Yi could heal her either, as long as her condition improved and she felt less uncomfortable, that would satisfy her. Lu Yi slightly frowned and said, "Shan's cough isn't congenital, but she's had it since she was a baby. I checked her pulse yesterday, and curing her won't be easy. But once my senior brother arrives, we'll see what good ideas he has. Maybe combining medicine and acupuncture can help. Even if it can't fully cure her, at least she can live normally." When she heard live normally, Tang Huishan's eyes lit up. Since childhood, other girls enjoyed flowers and outdoor play in spring, but she couldn't go because pollen and walking for long would make her cough uncontrollably. In autumn and winter, she couldn't be in the wind either, or she would cough again. Only in summer did she feel a bit better. So every day, besides taking medicine, she stayed in her room with books. Over the years, she said she didn't mind outwardly, but inside, she deeply envied normal people's lives. Even speaking normally sometimes felt like a luxury to her. This time, Old Master's son couldn't go to the county mansion, and she hated her poor health even more. She thought, why not be a little rebellious? Even if I die, I'll have at least gone out for a walk. She didn't expect that enjoying flowers would lead to such an incident. She had already decided that even if she died, she wouldn't tarnish the reputation of the Marquis of Zhengguo's household or the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, she met Sister Lu, who not only took care of her and protected her along the way, but also gave her a new chance at life. "Sister Lu, we get along so well. If you don't mind, how about we become sisters?" "Miss, you can't," Inga quickly said. "What is the status of their miss?" "The legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Zhenghua and the granddaughter of the Empress Dowager. Not to mention she's just a village girl. Even as Old Master Sun's disciple, she isn't qualified to become a sister to the miss." Tang Huishan coldly looked at Ingo, who hurriedly lowered her head. Since Miss arrived in Qinghua town, her temper had become much more stubborn. She no longer listened to their advice. "Shaner, there's no need to be like this. Even if we don't become sisters, we can still be good friends. Rest assured, stay here comfortably. Just tell me if you need anything. Once my senior brother arrives, we'll study your illness and decide what to do." She stood up as she spoke. Seeing Lu Yi speak so kindly, Tang Huishan didn't want to insist further, so she also stood up to see her off. After Lu Yi left, Ingo advised, "Miss, you must not say such foolish things again. Claiming to make sisters outside is not just about you. You're recognizing the daughter of the Marquis of Zhengguo's household, representing the Marquis's honor. If the old master finds out, he'll be angry. Grandma Zhao, please advise the young lady as well." Grandma Zhao glanced at Ingo, but did not speak. She didn't think the young lady was at fault. Although the woman was of low status, she was now a disciple of Old Sunday. If the young lady could befriend her, it would be good for her, especially since she had been sick since childhood. Moreover, it was rare to see the young lady treat someone sincerely and even form a sworn sisterhood. She was happy about that. The young lady had been surrounded by books since childhood, with no one to talk to. She was kind to the daughters of noble families, but not close. She knew the young lady didn't like them. And what if the Marquis of Zhengguo's reputation was involved? Many people pretended to be working under the Marquis's banner. One more or less didn't matter. Are you angry? What's the use of being angry? Do you think everyone is eager to be a young lady of the Marquis's house? From now on, don't talk so much. If you do, you can go back. Inge heard Tang Huishan speak so sternly and was about to be sent away. She hurriedly knelt down, begging, "Young lady, I was wrong. I won't speak so much again." She had been with the young lady since childhood. It upset her that the young lady was willing to leave just for a village girl. She apologized outwardly, but felt unhappy inside. When she saw the young lady still not letting her get up after so long, she felt anxious. Tang Huishan picked up a mask that hadn't been finished and worked on it for a while before saying, "Get up." "Thank you, young lady." Inge quickly stood up gratefully, lowering her head and not daring to speak more. On the third day, Sun Qishan came and told them how Qin County Magistrate had sentenced the case. Everyone involved in human trafficking had their property confiscated. The main culprit, Cui Han, was wanted and immediately sentenced to death. Village head he and others involved were whipped 30 times and executed after the autumn harvest. Lu Yi frowned and asked, if Cui Han had no instructions, he wouldn't have dared. Qin County Magistrate's judgment is suspicious. He's not investigating further. Sun Qishan sighed helplessly. The county deputy is cunning. He left everything to Cui Han. There's no evidence linking the deputy to this case, and he's been powerful in the county for many years. Qin County Magistrate can't do anything about him. He can only impose heavy punishment to serve as a warning. Shen Tianli didn't expect his wife to have such a strong sense of justice. He held her hand and smiled, saying, "Foxes always reveal their tails eventually. Just wait." Besides Cui Han, the deputy has lost an arm. We're much safer in town. The second school year began, and now there was no more worry about Cui Han constantly spying on the beauty of the wife and sister. Lu Yi knew that Cui Han was an important person. The women were sent to different counties, which showed that the county magistrate was a minor figure. Qin Kai must understand this principle well. Perhaps he was afraid of the higher authorities above the county magistrate, so he hurriedly closed the case without further investigation. Where is he Fugue? He's been sentenced to death for several murder cases. Hearing that he Fugue was also to be executed, Lu Yi frowned. Does that mean Li Xiaoa has no one to protect her anymore? Maybe she thinks the young master doesn't know and keeps pestering him persistently. Don't worry, I've already spread the news about this. Especially about the sworn sister of the county magistrate's wife. Whether in town, the county, or Chuishan village, everyone will know.
Liu Ye nodded in satisfaction.
Senior brother, let's go see Shaner. Sun Qishan nodded. The two went to Tang Huishan's room, checked her pulse separately, and then discussed a treatment plan in front of her. They decided to try a new herbal formula combined with Lu Ye's acupuncture and massage for 10 days to see how it works. After agreeing, they went to the street to look for a shop with Lu Yi. Sun Qishan had already chosen a location, on E Street. There are 3 pharmacies in town, one on East Street, one on South Street, and one on North Street. East Street has the most foot traffic, so opening another pharmacy there makes sense. Plus, with the reputation of Hui Chun Tang, it should do well. The location was also good, close to Aunt Wei. Sun Qishan found the senior doctor. Lu Yi knew him. He was the one who treated Shen Tianli's leg. His surname was Du. He was quite famous in town. He used to work at Sihui Tang on E Street. When he saw Lu Yi and Shen Tianli, he was first surprised by their looks, then felt a bit familiar. When he heard Lu Yi was Sun Dafu's junior sister, he became even more respectful. Lu Yi thought this doctor had good morals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Shen Tianli's leg and said he caught a cold. Manager Chen was a servant bought by the Sun family and was well trained. Lu Yi found him to be steady. The shop was bought just yesterday. It was said to have been Cui Han's property before, and they hadn't finished renovating it yet. They planned to build shelves. Lu Yi remembered the small box Nuno gave her, which was handmade and quite nice. She immediately recommended Li Shuirong. Sun Qishan naturally didn't object. He told manager Chen a few things to handle, then left. After sending Sun Qishan away, Lu Yi took Shen Tianli to find Wang Yazi, thinking that Cui Han probably still had many properties. She wanted to buy them quickly. However, she was told they had all been bought, which made her very disappointed. Seeing his wife's disappointed expression, Shen Tianli secretly regretted. If he had known how clever his wife was, he wouldn't have let Wei Xian buy all of Cui Han's properties. But what's his is his, and what's hers is hers. That evening, Lu Yi gave Tang Huishan an acupuncture treatment. After washing up and lying in Shen Tianli's arms, she said, Shen Tianli, I tested Li Xiaoer the other day. It seems she knows about your background, saying you have a high status and carrying the imperial character. I've thought about it for a long time today. I feel that just ruining her reputation isn't enough. What if she turns evil? Turn evil? What does that mean? Turning evil means becoming bad. Oh, if she turns evil, what will happen? Could she harm us? Hearing Shen Tianli's careless attitude, Lu Yi protested. She looked up at him and said, Don't underestimate a woman's desire for revenge. She can do anything. If she turns evil, we'll be the ones in trouble. Besides, since she knows your future, what if she tells others? Just tell them. Who would believe her? Li Xiaoer, a woman, had no way to leave Yeong County. Of course, no one here would believe her. But in the capital? Since my father's status is noble, there are people who don't want him to go back. Li Xiaoer probably knows more, even about my father's enemies. If she told her enemies, wouldn't that put us in danger? Don't worry, she probably can't go to the capital. With her skills, she could still get Luo Xiaozhu to make a pass for her. Shen Tianli frowned. Although he didn't know his own status, he understood that the higher one's position, the more careful they must be. If that's the case, then only death is truly safe. A woman who has been insulted by a murderer probably has no face to live. So she wouldn't pose a threat to us. Today, it should reach the village. Since we're building a house, we'll go back tomorrow. He initially wanted to let Li Xiaoer go, but his wife was right. Li Xiaoer was a potential danger. He wouldn't allow anyone any potential threat to harm his family. Lu Yi nodded. Good. I also found a job for Li Shuirong. You're so kind-hearted. It's for Niu. I think they're a good match. We grew up together. Shuirong is indeed a good person. Moreover, these past 2 days, Uncle should have taken the position of village chief, as the two families are well matched. Lu Yi nodded and said, I originally planned to let Luer and Mother help at Aunt Wei's shop, but now I think it's good that Shaner is receiving treatment at our home. We can also ask Grandma Zhao to teach Mother and Luer some manners and etiquette from the capital. We might also hire a female teacher to help them learn to read and write. Yeah, Year has a far-reaching mind. We should ask Aunt Wei for the female teacher. Since Aunt Wei has been in town for a long time, she should know if there's a suitable teacher. Lu Yi nodded again. I'll go tomorrow. Although Yuer can paint, she hasn't had proper guidance. It would be even better if the teacher can paint too. Also, I plan to let Yuer and the others stay for a while longer so they can spend more time with Mother. Yes, today I told Mother to have her mother stay and keep her company. Besides, my father will not only build a house for us but also for the town. Since he probably won't return home, it's better for Mother to stay. After hearing that Shen Tianli was okay with his stepmother and sister staying, Lu Yi was very happy and said, Let's start practicing. We can go to bed early after practicing. Shen Tianli nodded, and they sat on the Kong, heated bed, to begin their training. The next day, Lu Yi went to Wei Xian and discussed the female teacher matter. Wei Xian immediately thought that Little Master truly had deep plans. In the future, Little Master and his group would definitely need to return to the capital. Whether it was the He family, Year, or Luer, manners, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting would become very important. Wei Xian said, I can teach manners and etiquette. As for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Miss Tang is very talented. You can ask her, but I will find a suitable female teacher as soon as possible. Calculating the time, if Brother Gang hurried day and night, he should have already reached the capital. She sent a message via pigeon to the capital, believing that the old lady would surely arrange a suitable person. Lu Yi went back to find Tang Huishan, who agreed without hesitation. She loved reading, and being a female teacher for a few days would not only repay Lu Jia, but also be a meaningful experience in her life. Li Xiaoa had been in pain these past 2 days, but her life was still quite good. That night, after being insulted by Hifugue, she walked for nearly an hour before reaching the county. Fortunately, Luo Xiaozhu still had some conscience and arranged a place for her. She stayed in the county for 2 days, with food, drink, and a maidservant to serve her. Although she felt ashamed inside, she thought to herself that Shen Tianli wouldn't know she had been insulted, and Hifugue was bound to die anyway. She decided to wait until everyone forgot about this matter, then find a chance for brother Tianli to marry her. In the future, she would still enjoy a high status, surrounded by maids and servants, living in wealth and honor. Luo Xiaozhu entered Li Xiaoer's room and saw her sitting with her legs crossed, smiling while eating snacks, acting as if she was at home. Aside from the first day, she showed no sadness or shame about her ruined reputation. She frowned and said, "Get ready to go back to your family." Li Xiaoer paused her snack eating and asked unhappily, "Are you trying to drive me away?" Her tone sounded as if she owed her something. Luo Xiaozhu's face looked a bit unhappy. Although Li Xiaoer had once given her a dress to help her out, over time she had also given her fabric and jewelry and treated her like a sister. She didn't expect Li Xiaoer to be so ungrateful. "It's not that I want to send you away. The fact is, everyone in the county now knows about your insult. Today, my maid went out shopping and was insulted and cursed at. Someone also cursed at us at the back door. If you don't leave now, I might lose face and not be able to go out." Although the adults hadn't mistreated Li Xiaoer and even allowed her to stay in the back courtyard, Luo Xiaozhu still cared about her reputation. When she paid respects to the lady today, Jiang and Fan mocked her openly and secretly, as if she was a shameless woman who didn't follow proper conduct. As long as Li Xiaoer stayed in the county, she wouldn't have a good life. "Everyone in the county knows? How is that possible?" Li Xiaoer asked in surprise. "How could everyone in the county know? If they knew, then the people in the town probably knew too. Did brother Tianli also find out?" She had thought that no one knew, and even if Lu Yi told Tianli, she could say Lu Yi was slandering her. But now that everyone knew, what should she do? "It's because your older brothers came to the county yesterday and accused Hifugue of insulting you, demanding compensation. Now your reputation is ruined," Luo Xiaozhu explained. "What?" Li Xiaoer couldn't believe it. It was her 2 greedy brothers who had ruined her and her future with Hifugue. She tore at her embroidered handkerchief with anger and hatred, her face full of resentment. Luo Xiaozhu frowned as she watched her. "I've prepared the carriage. You should leave now," Luo Xiaozhu said, waving her hand. A maid brought over a bundle and stepped forward. "Inside, there are some pastries you like to eat. Eat them on the way. I also packed 2 silver hairpins and 10 taels of silver. There are a few bolts of cloth on the carriage. 2 of the fabrics are in a style you embroidered well. I want to give them to the noble person." If it weren't for her appreciation of Li Xiaoer's sewing skills, she wouldn't give her so many good things. Li Xiaoer thought for a moment and decided to go back to the village. The villagers probably don't know she was kidnapped and insulted. This way, she can find a chance to kill Lu Yi or persuade brother Tianli to marry her, even if it's just as a concubine. With this plan in mind, Li Xiaoer took the bag and got into the carriage. Li Xiaoer thought the villagers didn't know, but she never expected that everyone in the village knew she was kidnapped and that Hifugue insulted her. It was all because her older brother went to the county magistrate to complain. As a result, the magistrate awarded her family the big tile house and some land, ruining her reputation completely. "Oh, isn't this Xiaoer? She actually has the nerve to come back. How shameless. If she was sleeping with someone, she should have gone somewhere private and died. Coming back here is a disgrace to the Li family. Li auntie, it wasn't her fault. Xiaoer is innocent and pitiful. She was kidnapped and bullied. Don't say such things. It's all because of her." Her good marriage was cancelled. She caused trouble for her cousin and now is riding in a carriage back home. How shameless. Li Auntie spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Li Xiaoer. Li Xiaoer felt sick and wanted to, but everyone in the village pointed at her and looked at her with ill intentions. The men looked at her with bad intentions, making her hurriedly go inside. Now, Grandma Li was happily busy packing her things to move into the big tile house in Hijia village. When she heard someone enter the yard and saw it was her daughter, she angrily came out. Li Xiaoer, you little... Grandma Li hadn't finished scolding when she saw her maid carrying a lot of cloth into the yard. She quickly greeted her warmly and said with a smile, Xiaoer, you're back? I was so worried. Mother, how could you let my older brother and second brother go to the county to complain? Let everyone know I was mistreated? If you do this, how can brother Tianli marry me? Mother, I am your daughter, your real daughter. Why did you let my brothers hurt me?
Boo-hoo. Li Xiwei cria angrily.
Grandma Li looked at her daughter in surprise and said, Didn't you ask someone to tell your brothers to go complain to Hifugue and seek justice for you?
What?
I didn't do anything. How could I let my older brothers do that? Li Xiaoer asked in disbelief. But it was really you who sent someone to report it. A woman in her 40s, riding a donkey cart, came here. Li Xiaoer suddenly widened her eyes. She knew who it was, definitely that mean woman Lu Yi. Sure enough, she's become clever and so cruel. Not only did she ruin her reputation in the He family, but now she's trying to destroy her name again. Is she trying to force her to die? Li Xiaoer has already died once. She doesn't care about this shame anymore. Lu Yi, just wait. One day, I will take back brother Tianli and make you suffer disgrace. Li Xiaoer tore at her embroidered handkerchief fiercely. Her eyes were like a wild beast gone mad, full of dark hatred. The Li family members were all frightened and took a few steps back, thinking, is this really Xiaoer? Or has she been possessed by some evil spirit? The next day, Lu Yi gave Tang Huishan an acupuncture treatment, then followed Shen Tianli to Chuishan village. Besides bringing back bricks and tiles and asking Li Yuqian to help build a house, she also planned to send Li Shirong to the town to make medicine cabinets. She also suggested that Zhang Shi and Uncle He become the village head. Zhang Shi already liked He Erniu. When she heard He Fugue was sentenced, she thought that when He Shi returned, she would ask her to be a go-between. Now, Lu Yi said that He Shi had found work in the town and wouldn't be back soon. She decided to send her son to work in the town and discuss her eldest son's marriage with her mother-in-law. When village head Li and old lady Li heard this, they thought it was a good match and asked Zhang Shi to visit Hijia village the next day to check on He family. But Zhang Shi couldn't wait until tomorrow. Shen Tianli's house was about to start construction, and the head of the family would surely go to help. There was no time to send her back, so it was better to go now. Shirong probably hadn't gone far, so she decided to take him along. She packed up, took some silver, and went to find Li Zian. Li Zian listened and thought it was a good idea. He inquired about Shen Tianli's situation and, seeing there was nothing urgent today, drove a ox cart to Hijia village. After Shen Tianli and Lu Yi unloaded the bricks and tiles they brought back, they went up the mountain. Although the weather had been clear for 10 days, the mountain paths were still difficult to walk. The two held hands and slowly made their way up. Besides looking for a few tall pieces of wood to make beams, they also planned to catch a wild pig, sell half to the village, and keep the rest for building the house. Shen Tianli grew up in the mountains, where the trees are tall and big. He knew this well, so he was not in a hurry. Instead, he was walking with his wife on the mountain. I'm sorry. Lu Yi understood why Shen Tianli was apologizing and smiled. You've already apologized once. Haven't I forgiven you? Why do you bring it up again? Even if you forgive me, I can't erase the fact that I used you and pushed you into danger, Shen Tianli said sincerely while looking at Lu Yi. Every time he saw the mountains, he remembered how he forced his wife to go after tigers and bears alone. Lu Yi kissed Shen Tianli on the lips and playfully but sincerely said, You didn't force me. I volunteered. If we did it all over again, I'd still think it was the best choice. And I'm happy because you see me as strong and capable.
Shen Tianli hugget Liu ese silimda ist.
His kind and understanding wife made him love her more and want to protect her. He proudly said, "My wife is naturally very strong and capable." Lu Yi looked at him with a bit of annoyance. She knew she was the one who trained in martial arts first, but Shen Tianli had improved so quickly that he was far ahead of her now. When he called her strong and capable, she blushed. "Smooth talker, let's go. Let's have a contest to see who finds a wild pig first." Shen Tianli loosened Lu Yi and nodded, interested in her idea. He knew the habits of wild pigs, but Lu Yi was quick and clever, so they almost found the pig at the same time, and it was the same pig. "I found it first," Lu Yi said confidently, looking at Shen Tianli, who had arrived a moment earlier. "Yes, you found it first, wife. You're really impressive." Lu Yi was pleased with Shen Tianli's cleverness and said, "I found it, so you just need to tame it. Scare it away, and we can practice our speed again." Shen Tianli didn't refuse. In a few moments, he scared the pig away, and it ran off grunting. Although the pig weighed about 200 pounds, it wasn't slow. Shen Tianli and Lu Yi used their internal strength and chased it for an hour until the pig was too tired to run. They saw the pig lying on the ground resting. Shen Tianli used a rope to tie it up and said with a smile, "Are you hungry? Wait here, I'll go catch a rabbit to cook for you." He still remembered the time when his wife brought Xiao Yan to the mountain to practice martial arts. Xiao Yan had cooked many rabbits, and his wife praised him a lot. Willow Leaf nodded. She saw that the area nearby was flat, with some green shoots among the dry grass. She looked around and recognized them as shepherd's purse and incheng. She knew shepherd's purse could be used in home cooking, and incheng helps clear heat, remove dampness, reduce jaundice, and support water and liver health. Most importantly, incheng grows naturally on the hillside. She had been thinking about how to help villagers become richer to repay their kindness. Now, she saw a good idea. Seeing many incheng and shepherd's purse around, she started picking them. When Shen Tianli returned and saw Willow Leaf gathering wild vegetables, the sunlight filtering through the trees made her look even more beautiful and gentle, like a lovely painting. He decided he must remember this moment. Later, when he drew, he would paint his wife. Shen Qingshan had a tough winter. He had planned to marry Li Xiaoer, but she went out and was mistreated. He looked at her face and decided he wouldn't marry her, especially not after what happened. He only felt comfortable for a few days before Shen Tianli, who was going to study in town, returned. Not only did he come back, but he also planned to build a house. He, a hunter, had never built a house. He relied on his wife for hunting and earning money. Why should he build a house? If Shen Tianli hadn't been lucky to marry a strong, simple girl, how would he have money to study or build a house? If he had known how capable that girl was, he would have married her. Today, he saw that the girl was even whiter, softer, and more beautiful than Luo Xiaozi before. He thought how lucky Shen Tianli is. He heard Shen Tianli went into the mountain and, after thinking, decided to go too. Since Tianli got better, he hadn't been into the mountain yet. He remembered Shen Tianli's words. Spring is the best time for breeding animals, and it's very fierce then. But since Shen Tianli and Willow Leaf could come, why couldn't he? Maybe there were many animals caught in traps. He went to check the traps and found only mud, no prey at all. Oh well, if there's nothing, there's nothing. He took his bow and arrow, ready to hunt again. Maybe he'd even catch a silly rabbit. While searching and walking deeper, he suddenly smelled a strong aroma ahead. Curious, he went over to see. He saw Shen Tianli roasting a rabbit, Willow Leaf squatting and picking wild vegetables, and nearby, a large wild boar was tied with a rope. The rope broke, and the boar was about to run away. Shen Qingshan's eyes flickered. Seeing the boar run off, he was about to shoot an arrow when Willow Leaf suddenly stood up and kicked the boar forcefully. The boar instantly fell down. Shen Qingshan paused, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at the wild boar lying on the ground. Then he smiled and came out saying, "Tianli, little sister-in-law, you're also out hunting. What a coincidence."
Liu Ye rollet her est disdainful.
How could she meet a scoundrel just by going up a mountain? Such bad luck. She then said to Shen Tianli, "I'm going to wash my hands. Shen Tianli softly replied, Xiaoxi is just 20 meters ahead. The meat is cooked, so hurry back. Lu Yi nodded and walked away. Tianli, aren't you studying in town? Why are you back? Shen Qingshan sat down next to Shen Tianli and asked bluntly. Since he hadn't been here these days, the villagers had become more friendly to him. My house is being renovated, so I naturally came back. Besides, this is my home, Shen Tianli said while spinning a rabbit and sprinkling pepper, salt, and his wife's spices on it. The rabbit smelled even more delicious. Shen Qingshan had slept late that morning and hadn't eaten. When he smelled the aroma and saw the golden meat, he became even hungrier. He said, Tianli, is it ready? Give me a leg. Shen Tianli looked at him and replied calmly, if you want to eat, catch and roast it yourself. Shen Qingshan immediately looked displeased. Rabbits are easy to chase. If he could catch a rabbit, he wouldn't need to come here. He could just find a rabbit burrow, catch all the rabbits, sell them in town for silver, and then eat whatever he wanted. Why bother asking Shen Tianli? I'm not hungry right now. If I catch one later, I'll return it to you, he said. Tianli, you weren't always so stingy. Hearing Shen Qingshan's angry tone, Shen Tianli glanced at him and said calmly, in the past, I didn't realize I was blind and made friends with a wolf. When Shen Qingshan heard Shen Tianli call him a wolf, his face turned red with anger. Tianli, how can you say that? I am your brother. Think about when you were injured. I was running around for you every day. Now you turn around and pretend I don't exist? Shen Qingshan, my husband said you are a wolf. I feel sorry for wolves. My husband takes you hunting so you don't have to worry about food and clothing. What's so wrong about that? Besides, when hunting tigers, my husband gave you 30 taels of silver. How many in our village can earn 30 taels at once? So, you're not better than a wolf. Wolves know how to fend for themselves and be grateful. Unlike you, who only think about taking advantage. Shen Qingshan blushed with anger and stood up, saying you. Tianli, you don't care about this fool, letting her talk nonsense like that. Shen Tianli heard him mention his wife and gave him a cold look. Shen Qingshan's heart trembled, and he took a step back. My wife is right, Shen Tianli said coldly. Then he tore off a rabbit leg and gently offered it to Lu Yi, saying, try it. How is it? Lu Yi sat beside Shen Tianli, took a bite, and found it crispy and fragrant, truly delicious. This is the best roasted rabbit I've ever had. Husband, you should try it too, Lu Yi said, tearing off a piece and feeding it to Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli finally felt satisfied and opened his mouth to accept his wife's feeding. Even if it was something unpleasant with his wife feeding him, it still tasted good, more so because it was genuine. He nodded and said, yes, it's delicious. You're the best at feeding me, wife. Seeing them openly showing affection without shame, Shen Qingshan felt both angry and helpless. He swallowed hard, feeling even hungrier. But looking at Shen Tianli's expression, it was clear he wouldn't give him the rabbit. If he couldn't have the rabbit, so be it. There were wild boars nearby. He could ask his mother to cook some meat for him when he got home, enough to fill a big pot. Tianli, that wild boar over there was kicked by my sister-in-law, but I was the one who killed it. I don't want too many. Just half will do, Lu Yi said with a smile, thinking this scoundrel was shameless to even ask for a pig. Since that was the case, she wanted to see if he had the ability. Lu Yi shot him a look, then stood up, kicked the wild boar, and said, all right. You have a machete, right? Just chop it as you like. Then she walked over, grabbed Shen Tianli, and stood aside to watch the show. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Shen Qingshan unceremoniously took an axe from his waist and swung it at the wild boar's head. Since that fool told him to chop freely, he kindly decided to leave the pig's head for them. But before the axe could reach the pig's neck, the wild boar suddenly stood up and charged at him. Shen Qingshan was knocked flying into a tree and stopped. Just as he caught his breath, he saw the wild boar charging toward him again. He hurried to pick up the axe nearby, but before he could grab it, the wild boar hit him again, knocking him down 3 times. Shen Qingshan fainted from the blows. Such a useless person. Still wants my pig.
Liu Yesiniret Sarjastijal.
The wild boar fainted not because of Shen Qingshan's arrow, but because she kicked its pressure point directly, causing it to pass out. She then walked over and woke the boar up by kicking it again. Shen Tianli saw the boar charging at Shen Qingshan and threw a stick, which lodged in the boar's throat. The boar, in pain, suddenly ran wildly. Lu Yi initially planned to spare the boar as a punishment for the bad man, but Shen Tianli injured its vital spot, so there was no need to keep it alive. He ran over and kicked the wild boar unconscious. The two of them ate the rabbit they caught, drank some water, and after finding a few trees, they held hands and went down the mountain. As for Shen Qingshan, she would go with the flow. Li Xiao'er heard that Shen Tianli had returned. After thinking for a long time and biting her lip, she decided to go find him. However, she saw that Shen Tianli had taken Lu Yi up the mountain, so she told her little nephew to wait at the foot of the mountain. At the village entrance, some children were playing. When they saw Shen Tianli and Lu Yi each pulling 2 trees, with a wild boar behind Shen Tianli's tree, they looked at each other and swallowed nervously. The children were afraid of Shen Tianli's cold personality. Shen Sherdun, who was friends with Shen Tianyan, was not very afraid of him. Seeing the wild boar and wolf from the past 2 encounters, they thought there might be meat and happily said, "Brother Tianli, sister-in-law, do we have meat now?" "Yes, Sherdun. Help us tell the village chief that we caught a wild boar and ask him to find someone to kill it. Also, ask around if anyone wants to buy the meat." Lu Yi said this, and the children exchanged glances, their eyes full of excitement. They ran home quickly, some shouting as they ran, "We have meat. Brother Tianli caught a wild boar, so we have meat." Seeing the children so happy, Lu Yi was also touched. She understood their feelings. In this time when food was scarce, having a meal of meat was the happiest thing for the children. Childhood was simple and joyful. Li Xiao'er heard Shen Tianli had come down from the mountain and hurried to the door, then stopped in her tracks. She felt ashamed to see Tianli Ji. She was dirty herself. Tears rolled down her face as she felt wronged and unwilling. She blamed Lu Yi and that fool who stole Tianli Ji and caused her to be insulted. Why should she suffer like this? Li Xiao'er crouched at the door and cried uncontrollably. Her sadness was overwhelming. Her sister-in-law couldn't stand her and thought she was embarrassing. Luckily, her own daughter was still young. Otherwise, her marriage prospects would be ruined because of such a shameless sister-in-law. This time, Li Xiao'er returned feeling sad because she didn't receive any good things from her mother. Seeing her so upset, Grandma Li came over to comfort her, saying, "Xiao'er, don't cry. Our luggage is almost ready. In a few days, we will move to the big house in Hejia village. No one there knows who you are. After some time, I will find you a good husband. I don't want to marry anyone else. Those country folks and common people are not suitable for me. I want to marry Brother Tianli." Her 2 sisters-in-law rolled their eyes. Everyone in the village knew that Shen Tianli treated Lu Yi very well, and that silly girl was becoming more beautiful, catching the attention of several young men. Now that her younger sister-in-law had lost her innocence, even someone as handsome and capable as Shen Tianli wouldn't marry her, even if he took a concubine. Grandma Li also thought so, but she couldn't say this to her daughter. She advised, "Yes, if Lu Yi hadn't pulled you to pick plum blossoms, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble. It's all that silly girl's fault. Let Shen Tianli take responsibility, divorce her, and marry you." Li Xiao'er immediately stopped crying and looked ahead thoughtfully. Her eldest sister-in-law saw that Xiao'er was shameless and sneered, saying contemptuously, "Mother, do you dare to ask Shen Tianli to divorce that silly girl? Let him marry my younger sister?" Shen Tianli was cold and aloof in the village. Although everyone, from the older women to the young girls, liked his face, no one dared to talk to him. She was sure that if his mother dared to do that, Shen Tianli would throw her out to the mountains to feed wolves. Her second sister-in-law said, "Mother, think about it. Now, my younger sister's reputation is ruined. Everyone knows that even if she becomes a concubine, Shen Tianli might not agree." Grandma Li understood this, but she wouldn't let her daughter-in-law embarrass her. She scolded, "Are you all out of your minds? Standing here complaining. Don't you want to move into the big house? Go and pack your things. The two daughters-in-law left unhappily. Grandma Li advised Xiaoer, maybe we should forget about Shen Tianli. With Aunt Luo around and your good looks, you could be a wealthy man's small wife. Life would be better than with that silly girl. But Xiaoer already had her own idea. She stood up and said, I understand, mother. You go busy yourself. After saying that, she washed her face, tidied up in her room, and then went out. The couple returned home. Lu Yi lit a fire, boiled water, and prepared to slaughter a pig. Shen Tianli sharpened some sticks. Li Xiaoer entered the yard and saw Shen Tianli busy working. The sunlight shone on his handsome face, making him look like he was surrounded by a holy glow, like a fairy, so attractive that you couldn't look away. Shen Tianli sensed it was Li Xiaoer and frowned in dislike, expecting her to leave quietly. Instead, she stood at the door, staring blankly. Her clingy gaze reminded him of bugs in a summer outhouse. Disgusting. He stopped what he was doing and coldly said, You're not welcome here.
Leave now.
Li Xiaoer immediately burst into tears and took a few steps forward. She asked, Tianli Ji, do you also know about my situation?
Don't call me that.
It's dirty and disgusting, he snapped. It was clear he knew everything. Li Xiaoer stepped back, sad, lowered her head, bit her lip, and softly said, I didn't want this. If Lu Yi hadn't pulled me to pick plum blossoms, I wouldn't have been kidnapped. And I got dirty because she incited He Fugui to hurt me. So, you can't blame me. Besides, you have to take responsibility for me. Whether it was Shen Tianli, Lu Yi from the kitchen, or the women from the village asking for prices, they were all stunned by Li Xiaoer's words. They thought she was shameless and utterly disgraceful. No, calling her shameless was an insult to shamelessness. I heard from my wife and mother that it was you who insisted on taking my wife to pick plum blossoms. Luckily, my wife's foolishness was cured. She asked about the location of the back mountain and came back. So, you going to the back mountain to pick plum blossoms and getting kidnapped has nothing to do with my wife. She is safe in town. How could she have incited He Fugui? Don't slander my wife. Li Xiaoer looked up in surprise, incredulous, and said to Shen Tianli, Tianli Ji, don't be fooled by her. The kidnappers took both of us. He Fugui tried to insult Lu Yi, but she used sweet words to manipulate him, which caused my trouble. Shen Tianli suddenly stood up and said, Li Xiaoer, since you're a woman, I've tolerated you so far. But if you continue to slander my wife, don't blame me for being rude. He then chopped a branch with his axe. The thick branch, about the width of a woman's wrist, snapped. Li Xiaoer's face turned pale with fear. She shrank back, but then said, I didn't slander her. It's true. She was kidnapped too, and insulted by He Fugui. Tianli Ji, her body is dirty. You should divorce her. She doesn't deserve you. Li Xiaoer became more and more emotional, almost saying she wanted to marry him, but her eyes shone brightly and eagerly looked at Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli suddenly ran over and grabbed her by the neck, saying, My wife is pure and innocent. She just finished praying and is going home. If you dare to slander her again, believe it or not, I will hurt you. Li Xiaoer looked into Shen Tianli's eyes filled with anger and fear, feeling her neck hurt badly and struggling to breathe.
She even saw death approaching.
She shook her head and cried, full of fear. Lu Yi came over, holding Shen Tianli's hand and said, Let go of her. Don't dirty your hands. Only then did Shen Tianli release his grip. He saw his wife holding a damp cloth, carefully wiping her right hand, which he had just grabbed. Lu Yi wiped her hands and finally felt at ease. She said, Li Xiaoer, you have stopped me many times, saying I don't deserve my husband. I know my husband is handsome. Because we are from the same village, I tolerated you again and again. I didn't expect you to be so shameless, to be with someone else, and then come here to insult my husband, even throwing dirt on me. How can your face be so big? Let me guess why you're doing this? Lu Yi looked at Li Xiaoer for a moment and then said, You slander me, and you still hope that my husband will leave me and marry you, right? Li Xiaoer coughed for a long time. Hearing Lu Yi's words, She became even angrier and said, "Brother Tianli should have married me from the start.
It was you who stole him from me.
Now that Tianli is marrying me, what's wrong with that?" After saying this, she looked at Shen Tianli with a sad expression and said, "Brother Tianli, you really should marry me. Only I am worthy of you. I can read and write, and I've learned proper manners just for you. In the future, when you..." Seeing Li Xiao about to say more about going to the capital, Shen Tianli immediately scolded coldly, "Shut up. You are not as beautiful as my wife, nor as capable. Why should I marry you? You, a woman with a tainted past, shamelessly running to another man's house to be taken as a wife. How many men do you lack? Honestly, women like you should have hanged themselves early, so as not to ruin the reputation of other women in the village." Yes, yes. Tianli is right. How can there be such a shameless woman? If she were from another family, she would have hanged herself long ago, so she wouldn't ruin the reputation of other girls in the village. She even dresses up provocatively to attract men. How could our Li family have such a lowly woman? Li Xiaoer's aunt, dressed in red, looked at her with disgust and said, "Exactly, Li Xiaoer is too shameless. She should die quickly. Otherwise, the whole village's reputation will be ruined by her. Quickly die." A woman from the same village picked up a stone nearby and threw it at Li Xiaoer. Others saw this and also picked up stones, dirt, and branches to throw at her. Lu Yi grabbed a broom and swung it at Li Xiaoer, shouting, "You shameless woman! How dare you covet my husband? You look so dirty. Just go home and hang yourself." She thought to herself that the young master was really cunning, finding a proper reason for Li Xiaoer's death. Li Xiaoer was hit painfully by the villagers. She had planned to hide at Shen Tianli's house and not leave, but Lu Ye's foolishness with the broom and a bamboo skewer scratching her face made her hurt and scared. She hurriedly ran outside. Lu Yi saw Li Xiaoer run to the door and stopped. She had seen that Li Xiaoer's eldest aunt, upset over her younger daughter's broken engagement, now looked at Li Xiaoer with hatred. At the door, Li Xiaoer's aunt grabbed her hair and slapped her face and body, shouting, "You shameless woman! How can someone like you be in the Li family? Why are you still alive? Just die already. If you embarrass us, I might as well beat you to death so you won't harm others." Not only her aunt, but other members of the Li family also beat Li Xiaoer, making her hurt all over. It wasn't until the village chief arrived that they stopped. Li Xiaoer, seeing everyone in the village hate her so much, hurriedly ran back home, stumbling. The villagers bought meat at a low price and happily went home, all praising Shen Tianli and his wife. Lu Yi and Shen Tianli finished their dinner, placing the remaining meat aside, and waited until midnight before leaving the house. The light pressure of their presence made the village chief's dog afraid to bark. They smoothly entered Li's house. Lu Yi blew incense into each room, then went into Li Xiaoer's room and said, "Go hang yourself from the beam." She didn't want the young master to carry Li Xiaoer. Only she deserved to hold the woman. Shen Tianli nodded and saw that there was good fabric in Li Xiaoer's room, which he tied to the beam. Lu Yi stepped on a stool and laid Li Xiaoer on the beam, making it look like she was committing suicide. Seeing Li Xiaoer fainted and not struggling at all, she thought to herself, "Look how kind I am to you. Even in death, I will make sure you are peaceful and free from suffering." The next morning, news spread that Li Xiaoer had hanged herself. The villagers spoke happily, as if she was a troublemaker gone. Lu Yi felt sad for Li Xiaoer, but she couldn't deny she was also a little happy. After breakfast, Lu Yi went to Li Shun's house to share the news about gathering herbs from the whole village. Li Shun was very pleased when she heard Lu Yi found a way to make money. She patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, Li Nai Nai will make sure to gather the best and strongest Yincheng herbs." "Li Nai Nai, these Yincheng herbs don't sell for much, but our mountains are full of treasures and herbs. I thought, when Dr. Li is free, he can take the villagers to pick herbs. I will collect all the herbs they gather." "That's wonderful. You're really a blessing to our village. Come on, let's go to my third brother's house. He will definitely agree," Li Xin said, leading Lu Yi outside. On the way, She also shared this good news with other villagers. The women and mothers heard and followed Lu Yi to Dr. Li's house. Seeing so many people, Dr. Li thought something serious had happened and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yi stepped forward and said, "Dr. Li, my senior brother opened a pharmacy in town. He needs many herbs. I know our mountains are full of herbs, so I thought you could help the villagers learn about herbs. Once they learn, I will collect all the herbs they gather." Dr. Li, despite his wife pulling him back, said, "I usually have patients to see, so I don't have much time." He not only had to treat patients but also teach his children and grandchildren about herbs and medicine. He truly had little free time. Lu Yi explained, "I understand. That's why I found help, Grandma Wu." She pulled Li Shen aside and said, "Grandma Wu has a big family and a large yard. When the villagers gather herbs, they can send them to you in the evening. You can help check them. Also, you can teach Grandma Wu how to dry and prepare the herbs. I know this might be a bit of trouble for you, but if you're willing, you can let Jueming go to the town clinic to learn. After training, he can stay in town or return to the village." This idea was suggested by Xiao Xianggong, who believed Dr. Li had high hopes for his second grandson. If he could learn medicine in town, Dr. Li would definitely agree. When Dr. Li heard this, his eyes lit up. He had only one son to carry on the family name, and his eldest grandson was also expected to. But his second grandson was clever and promising. If he could go to town to learn medicine, it would be very good. Pointing her head, she said, "Okay, as long as you teach Jueming carefully, I will handle the herbal matters. Of course, even if we go to town, Suishan Village is still our home. We hoped Suishan Village will get better. Right now, the pharmacy in town is being renovated. You can let Jueming go there at the beginning of next month." Dr. Li nodded and said, "I will send Jueming there on the first day of the month." Other villagers, hearing Lu Yi suggest sending Li Jueming to town, started to think. One by one, they recommended their grandchildren or younger sons to Lu Yi, leaving her unsure how to refuse. Think about what kind of people your children and grandchildren are. All they do is sleep and cause trouble. Jueming was already going up the mountain with his older brother to pick herbs at age 5. He knows as many herbs as his brother. Comparing your children to him, you should be ashamed. Li Shen's wife kept talking loudly, making the women and wives feel ashamed and leave one after another. Once everyone had gone, Li Shen said, "Year, look at my 2 grandchildren. What do you think?" Li Shen's grandchildren are about the same age as Shen Tianyan, so Lu Yi smiled and said, "Grandma Li, they're still young. You are responsible for gathering herbs now. Take this chance to let them learn from Dr. Li. If they learn well, I will definitely take them to town too." Hearing this, Li Shen happily nodded and said, "Good, good. Rest assured, I will make sure they learn well. By the way, you probably don't know, Li Xiaoer's parents are very heartless. Not only did they refuse to let her be buried with our ancestors, but they also planned to throw her on the mountain to feed the wolves. I've never seen such cold-hearted parents." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "That's really too much. No matter what, Li Xiaoer is still their daughter. How could they feed her to the wolves on the mountain? That's just too cruel." "Yes, yes. So my eldest brother arranged for her to be buried in a ditch with a mat. That way, even as a ghost, she will have a place to stay." "Grandma Li is right," Lu Yi said with a smile. Honestly, she wasn't very interested in Li Xiaoer's matter. Seeing Lu Yi not show impatience, Li Shen continued, "Year, you don't know, do you? Old Mrs. Fan Sueya is almost gone."
How could that be?
The old woman only had a few days ago. How could she be dying? Really? You don't know. Their family had already split up long ago. Plus, Fan Sueya's passed since, so her daughter-in-law all dislike her. Sometimes, they think about feeding her some food, but if they forget, they just ignore her. Every day, they curse Fan Sueya to die early, and old Shenxi doesn't care. If it weren't for Sister 15 causing trouble when Tianyu came back, we wouldn't have known anything. However, Tianyu knew you all went to town and left the next day, even taking Tianqing with her. This year, Shen Tianxue got married and didn't return to her family. Oh, and Xiaofan also had a miscarriage a few days ago. I heard she's still resting in bed. Shen Yongkong plans to sell his land and move to town. He's been looking for buyers these days. Did he come to your house? No, Lu Yi didn't expect that in just a few days. So many things happened to Shen Lao Si's family. She could guess some of Shen Lao Tai's ending, just a matter of dying early or late. As for Fan Shi, she underestimated Shin Yong Tai's ruthlessness. He actually caused her to have a miscarriage. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Whether Shin Yong Tai is sure Fan Shi was cheating or not, seeing the baby grow day by day, he would remember her words. Since those words made him dislike her, it's better not to have her around. Plus, he already has Shin Tianxua as his eldest son, so he probably wouldn't care about a child who isn't born yet and might stain his reputation. He asked for a high price, but no one wanted to buy. I thought he would look for Tianli. Li Shunshi said, then saw Shin Yongkong coming out of Lu Ye's house. He pushed her and said, look. He definitely went to Tianli. Judging by his expression, Tianli probably bought it. Lu Yi noticed Shin Yongkong's gaze and frowned. Luckily, he heard Shen Tianli's voice and quickly left. Year, you're back. Li Shunshi hurriedly said, Year, you should go back now. I'm heading home too. Lu Yi nodded, went to Shen Tianli and asked, did Shen Yongkong come to buy land from you?
Yes.
8 taels of silver per acre. The summer harvest is ours. I think it's good, so I bought it. Let's go back now, tell Dad, and then we should leave. Lu Yi nodded and returned home. Li Zian and his men had already taken off the thatched roof. Seeing Shen Tianli had arranged everything, Lu Yi told her father and Li Zian, then headed to town. Lu Yi and Shen Tianli returned to town. Big Aunt Yang had already taken He Niu back. The He family agreed to the marriage between Li Shirong and He Niu, just waiting for Zhang's matchmaker to come and propose. Also, He Shuiqing is now the village chief of Hejia village and busy handling village affairs and preparing for sacrifices. The family is very busy. After lunch, Wei Xian and a few others came over. Since you want to learn manners, you won't have time to handle your personal affairs. So, I have brought a few servants to train. Look them over and see if you like any. If not, I will find more. Seeing Wei Auntie's nod, Lu Yi understood her meaning and accepted her gift. She had noticed before, but now she realized Wei Auntie's previous warmth had turned into respect. That day, she asked Wei Auntie to find a female teacher, and Wei Auntie volunteered to teach etiquette and manners. She didn't think much of it at the time, but now it seems Wei Auntie is from the capital or is someone close to Shen Tianli. Recognizing Shen Tianli, she must have sent these people. Wei Xian brought 5 people, a young servant boy, a maid, and 3 girls around 12 or 13 years old. They all looked respectful, with gentle features, and appeared quite refined. Introduce yourselves, Lu Yi said. Servant Feng, who, 14 years old. I've studied for a few years, can drive a cart, and know some martial arts. Servant Lady Cheng, 35 years old. Her husband and son have died. She has a daughter, and she's good at cooking. Servant Xiao Lian, 12 years old. She can read a little and is good at embroidery. Servant Qi Ju, 11 years old. She knows some martial arts. Servant Dong Mei, 13 years old. She knows some herbal medicine and cooking. After they finished, Shen Tianli said, Feng will stay with me. The others you arrange as you see fit. Wei Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. Leaving her son with the young master meant she was forgiving her previous neglect. Her heart finally eased. She then looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi had to admire Wei Auntie's cleverness. The people sent over were useful to them. Cheng Lady and Xiao Lian clearly belonged to the same family, and Qi Ju and Dong Mei were Wei Auntie's daughters. She could faintly see Wei Auntie's intentions, but she still needed to observe them more. She said, Cheng Lady and Dong Mei will cook, Xiao Lian will handle the laundry and clothes, and Qi Ju will clean the yard. Hearing Lu Ye's simple arrangements, without specifying who they should follow, Wei Xian understood. She was testing them. No wonder the young master valued Lu Yi so much. She used to be naive and kind, but now she's much wiser. After assigning the tasks, she asked Tang Huishan to bring Qin Momo and others over. Qin Momo saw Wei Exine and hesitated briefly, then thought she was overthinking. Lu Jie, I discussed with Qin Momo. We'll follow a cycle of 2 days for chess, music, calligraphy, and painting, 1 hour in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The remaining time will be for Qin Momo. What do you think? Shauna arranged everything well, but isn't that too tiring for Grandma Qin? Maybe Grandma Qin can handle the morning, and I, Aunt Wei, can take over in the afternoon. Tang Huishan nodded naturally, without any disagreement. They sat for a long time before returning home. Back in the room, Inga complained, Miss, I think Lady Shin just doesn't like you. You kindly let Grandma Qin teach them manners, but they still found a village woman. That's disrespectful to Grandma Qin. You should know, Grandma Qin's rules are very good in the Duke of Jinggua's house. Many people in the capital want her to teach them manners. Before Tang Huishan could speak, Grandma Qin coldly said, Quiet. Inga, you've grown up with the young lady, yet you're so rude. If you keep talking nonsense and stirring trouble, there's no need for you to stay with her. Inga's eyes instantly turned red. Grandma Qin is the young lady's nursemaid, and she manages everything in her room. The young lady always respects Grandma Qin. If Grandma Qin asks her to leave, the young lady won't stop her. Thinking of this, Inga quickly said, Yes, Grandma Qin, I won't dare again next time. The next day, Shen Tianli and Shen Tianyan started school. Lu Yi took them to the academy and then went to see Dr. Du before the opening. She needed to learn about herbs with Dr. Du. Dr. Du didn't expect that Sun Taiyi's apprentice wouldn't even know herbs. He couldn't understand why Sun Taiyi, a highly respected doctor, would take someone who knew nothing as an apprentice. But after he introduced each herb, he was surprised. No wonder she could become Sun Taiyi's apprentice. She remembered each herb's features and properties after hearing about it once. Such a clever girl. If he were him, he would also take her as an apprentice. In a private room at Chunfeng Tower in the county magistrate who was drinking a little wine. When he heard the door open, he smiled and said, Nephew Peng, you're late today. Did you marry a beautiful bride and not want to leave the house? Peng Tao married before the new year. His family background was quite suitable for him, but his looks were average. He didn't like him much. Hearing Hu County Magistrate say this, he just smiled and sat down, saying, County Magistrate, you're early today. Hu County Magistrate poured him a glass of wine and said, It's not early anymore. The new year started badly, so I might as well drink some wine to relax. Don't worry, that useless Chui Han has already been dealt with. You don't need to worry. I believe you, but I just can't accept it. Hu County Magistrate took a deep sip of his wine. This year, both your wealth and career prospects seemed very promising, but because of Shin Tianli, Chui Han made a serious mistake. If I hadn't been prepared, I might have been caught in the trouble too.
He's just a small-town kid.
Don't worry. Leave it to me. I promise he will suffer and regret what he did to the county magistrate. You can trust me to handle this. But maybe you don't know, he's not just an ordinary small-town boy. Do you know Wei Zhonggui from the Honest Cloth Shop? Of course I know the Honest Cloth Shop. It's in the capital and has a strong background. What does that have to do with the boy? Zhonggui seems to value him a lot, and his wife is a disciple of Old Sunday. Oh, I see. It turns out this couple is not simple at all. Not only are they not simple, but the Sun family also runs a pharmacy in town, managed by Lu. Your county's pharmacy was pushed out by Huichun Hall. If Huichun Hall opens in town, your pharmacy might have to close. The Peng family once had a famous doctor, which helped them grow stronger over time. Although they no longer mainly run a pharmacy, it was their ancestral business. If their family legacy is destroyed, it would be a huge shame. Hearing County Magistrate Hu's words, Peng Tao looked displeased. He took a sip of wine and said, Don't worry, Magistrate. They can't destroy the Peng family's legacy. Of course. Everyone knows Peng Xian's ability. No one doubts that Peng Xian is talented and that the Peng family is kind-hearted. Peng Tao smiled at the compliment and raised his cup. Let's wish for success in everything we do. In the warm days of January, suddenly a cold snap brought an unexpected snowstorm. Despite that, It didn't affect the shop's renovation. Just after the herbs were delivered, and before opening for business, someone came for a consultation. Lu Yi naturally didn't miss this good opportunity for a diagnosis. First, Dr. Du examined the patient and prescribed medicine. Then Lu Yi examined again, prepared another prescription, and discussed the treatment openly with the patient. Your prescription is good, but the herbs are quite common. At Sihui Hall, the owner wouldn't allow such a prescription. While it's not wrong, the herbs used aren't profitable. Dr. Du, look, both Shixin and Kanggertzi have the function of opening the orifices and releasing the exterior. However, Shixin is much more expensive than Kanggertzi. Also, for clearing the lungs and reducing fire, you use Digapai, but I think loquat leaves can achieve the same effect. Dr. Du nodded and finally decided to use the recipe with willow leaves. There weren't many visitors that day, but Dr. Du could tell that this owner was a kind and righteous person, truly caring for the patients. Over the next few days, the clinic gradually received patients. After February 2nd and February 6th, the town's Huichun Hall officially opened. Not only did Sun Qishan come, but even Magistrate Qin sent a gift, and Captain Song personally came to celebrate. To make the opening lively and to boost Huichun Hall's reputation, Lu Yi announced a free clinic for 3 days and offered an 80% discount on medicine. Spring weather was unpredictable, and many people fell ill. With Sun Qishan personally seeing patients today, the clinic naturally saw a steady flow of visitors. Pang Tao watched Huichun Hall coldly, tightly clenched his fists, and asked the young servant Jingguan behind him, "How are the patients today at Sihui Hall?" "Sir, there are fewer than usual, but Sihui Hall is an old and reputable place, and many people still come for treatment." Pang Tao's expression softened a bit and said, "Keep an eye on Huichun Hall." "Yes, sir. By the way, how is Shen Tianli investigating things?" Shen Tianli is a hunter from Suishan village. Today he is 17 years old. He started hunting at age 7. Hearing about Shen Tianli's background, Pang Tao frowned, puzzled. He couldn't understand why a seemingly ordinary man, just good at hunting, caught the attention of Manager Wei. Does he have an uncle and 2 older brothers in town? First, have someone trouble them and find Shen Tianli. We'll wait and see. Yes, sir. However, I must say, Shen Tianli is quite fortunate. Old Sun's apprentice, I don't know how capable he is, but just his looks make people like him. If there's a chance, I should meet this handsome young man. Jingguan looked at Pang Tao and saw his eyes flickering, understanding his thoughts. He flattered him, saying, "Sir, with your good looks and prominent family background, it's a blessing for her to be with you. She will surely be fortunate as you wish." Although Shen Tianli is more handsome than Pang Tao has status and power. As long as he wishes, he can find many ways to make the other person submit. Pang Tao liked Jingguan's flattery and said, "Forget about the matter I ordered before. Even among peers, harmony is important." "Yes, sir." The old man probably wanted to leave a good impression on the other person. On the 6th day of February, the house in Suishan village was finally repaired. The villagers saw how well it was built and asked Lu Shuquan how much money he had spent. When they heard it was just over 2 taels for 3 rooms, many asked Lu Shuquan to help them renovate their houses. However, Lu Shuquan was now focused on his son's exam and planned to deal with house repairs after the exam. On February 9th, Lu Ming took his exam, so on the 8th, Lu Shu and his family, along with Lu Yi, went to the county. Many students had come to take the exam, and houses were in short supply. Lu Yi also rented out her house in town. Luckily, Sun Qishan had prepared everything in advance. Lu Yi knew it would be cold this year, so she prepared a lot of charcoal and made a wolf fur cloak to keep her brother warm. Although the exam lasted 5 days, there was 1 exam each day, so besides ink and brushes, she only brought some food. They started heading to the exam at 3 a.m. The wind was cold and howling. They checked each student carefully. To prevent cheating, they even unbuttoned winter clothes to look inside. Watching this, Lu Yi felt cold for them, but the police officer seemed to recognize her brother. After a quick check, he let him go in. They waited for about an hour before he entered. Lu Yi took her parents to Sun's house and then returned to town. Even in a carriage, Lu Yi had someone set up a tent inside, so she was comfortable sitting there. While she was practicing cultivation inside, she suddenly heard Feng Hu say, "Madam, there are a lot of stones piled up ahead. 2 of them are very big and block the road. We might have to wait until more people arrive to move them." Lu Yi looked out and saw several large stones, about half a meter high, blocking the way. She wondered why there were stones here, since this was the only way to the county. She jumped down from the carriage and said to Feng Hu, "No need, I can handle it. Madam, those stones are too big for you to move alone. Maybe I should go back to town and ask for help." "I can move them," she said. It was just a small stone, and even if it was a bit bigger, she could still move it. Just as she was about to try, she saw a carriage stop nearby. A young man in his 20s, handsome and dressed in fine clothes, stepped out and smiled, asking, "Why are there such big stones blocking the road?" "Miss, please step aside. I'll send someone to move the stones." They had never seen each other before, but Lu Yi felt like his smile seemed familiar. She suppressed her doubts and took a few steps back. Soon, 5 or 6 strong men came over, each holding a thick stick. Looking at the situation, Lu Yi's eyes flickered. It was not strange for a young man to leave with 5 or 6 strong men, but what was strange was why they were holding sticks. It seemed as if they already knew there were big stones on the road. Pang Tao took advantage of the servants pushing the stones and smiled as he walked over, saying, "Miss, don't worry. They will move the stones soon. You're leaving so early. Do you have something urgent?" "Meeting is fate. If you tell me, maybe I can help." Hearing the man's flirtation, Lu Yi was even more sure that the big stones were arranged by the person in front of her.
But why?
Why block her way and create a scene of heroes saving the beauty? However, no matter what the purpose was, it didn't work on her. She even thought the man lacked intelligence. Such childish tricks were easy to come up with. Plus, he was so ugly, who gave him the courage to come and flirt? She coldly said no need, and then walked toward the cart. Pang Tao's young servant, Jin Guan, looked unhappy and said, "Miss, you're really too unreasonable. Our young master not only helped move the big stone but also asked if you needed any help. How can you be so cold?" Lu Yi jumped onto the ox cart and said coldly, "No, it's not just about helping me move the big stone because you all need to pass. It's more about helping yourselves. Besides, I don't know you at all, so I don't need your help. Why should I be friendly to you?" After speaking, she didn't give them any chance and went into the shed. Pang Tao's face darkened. He had put in so much effort, gotten up so early, planning to be a hero and save the beauty, to make a good impression, and then naturally approach Lu Yi. But he didn't expect this young lady to be so clever and aloof. All his efforts had been wasted. But it's okay, this is only the beginning. Just because the young lady looks so good when she's angry, he wouldn't give up. Shen Tianli and Shin Tianyan took a day off to visit Mu Xiu. They hadn't been back to Tsuishan village for a long time, so they decided to go back and see. When they arrived at Tsuishan village, it was already dark. Seeing the new house, Lu Yi felt warm inside. Except for the west wing and the kitchen, which were made of mud bricks, the main house's 3 rooms were brick and tile. She knew this was Lu Shuchuan's idea. Even if she occasionally came to stay, she wouldn't want her daughter to be uncomfortable. "Brother, we also have a big tiled house to live in now." "Yes. Let's go in quickly." As soon as they arrived home, they heard someone knocking on the door. It was Li Yuqian, coming to deliver firewood. During the time Tianli was building his house, he paid money to have his grandmother and sister help with cooking. He also asked Uncle Lu to become his apprentice, so he could learn how to build houses in the future. Li Yuqian was very grateful to Shen Tianli and his wife for their help. After saying goodbye to Li Yuqian, Li Shun's wife came over with some fresh wild chives and tender leeks. She smiled and said, "We just dug up a lot of wild greens today, so I brought some for you to try." The weather has been sunny these days, so not only can we pick artemisia, but the yellow seedlings are also slowly growing. The price Lu Yi received was good. Although they haven't earned much silver yet, this business will last a long time, and everyone's life will get better in the future. We should thank Lu Yi for that. Thank you, Grandma Li, Lu Yi said happily as she took the greens. Year, I heard your foolishness is gone? Li Shun's wife looked at Lu Yi and asked. It should be gone now. Before, she always tilted her head, played with her hair, and smiled foolishly. But now, she's neat and proper, with her hair carefully styled, and her smile is more beautiful. Yes, Grandma Li. Year is smart, and now that she's better, she'll be even smarter. Maybe she can have children with Tianli someday. Do you have a baby bump yet? Li Shun's wife looked at Lu Ye's belly and asked. Lu Yi didn't expect that these ancient people could be so direct. She smiled and shook her head. Not yet. We're still young. We plan to wait a couple of years. Oh, you're not young anymore. Tianli will turn 17 in April. You've already celebrated your 15th birthday, right? So, it's time to have children. Lu Yi smiled but didn't say anything more. Li Shun's wife thought Lu Yi was shy, so she leaned closer and said, Year, you haven't come back lately, so you might not know. Recently, strange things have been happening in the village. What kind of strange things? Since you left, every night, the village chief's dog has been barking wildly. At first, everyone thought there was a thief, but after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Also, lately, I've felt cold at night, even when I'm in bed. It's not just me. A few other women who are close to you are feeling the same. We didn't think much of it at first, since it's February. But a few days ago, Li Xiaoer's mother died. Do you know how she died? How did she die? She hanged herself, and it was in Li Xiaoer's old house. Isn't that frightening? Lu Yi frowned and listened as Li Xin said, A few of us women feel uneasy. We think Li Xiaoer's ghost is haunting us in revenge. My older brother found a fortune teller, and 2 days ago, she came to perform a ritual. They dug up Li Xiaoer's body and burned it, scattering the ashes with the wind. Strangely, that night, the big dog stopped barking. I was sleeping on the Kong and didn't feel cold anymore. Li Xiaoer's spirit must have been taken away. Li Shun spoke seriously, and although Lu Yi was an atheist, she believed that since her crossing and the rebirth of Li Xiaoer and Shun Tianli were possible, it wasn't strange to believe in ghosts. She thought, as long as I don't do anything wrong, I shouldn't fear ghosts. No matter how fierce those evil spirits are, they can't win against humans. She smiled and said, Yes, Li Xiaoer must have been taken away. Yes, yes. It's a good thing you haven't come back recently. Otherwise, that wicked woman wouldn't let you go, she added, then suddenly felt she might have said too much and quickly smiled. Haha, dinner is ready at home. I'll head back now. All right, Grandma Li, take care. Year. I can feel the presence of spirits here, and they are very nourishing. You should come back soon. Not only can I enjoy a good meal, but I might also improve in my cultivation. Although she had absorbed a lot of jade stones in the space recently, it still wasn't as good as a wandering spirit. Qingling, you can actually eat spirits? Of course. I started out by eating spirits and grew stronger over time. I can still see and hear them. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. If that was true, she had to finally show her spirit, or she might harm her family. Many people came to give her things, and Li Yi took the opportunity to ask about the fortune teller's whereabouts. That night, she told Shun Tianli what Li Shun had said. Then she added, women are naturally yin. Long-term proximity to spirits can bring disaster and illness. They might even die like Li Xiaoer's mother, who was controlled. Qingling said she can eat spirits, so maybe we should go to the fortune teller's village later and let Qingling eat her. Shun Tianli nodded. He didn't believe Grandma Li's words at first, but since his wife mentioned Qingling, he couldn't help but believe. Okay. When everyone in the village is asleep, we'll go. They waited until everyone was asleep before getting up and hurriedly ran to the fortune teller's village. When they arrived, Li Yi asked, Qingling, do you still feel Li Xiaoer's spirit is present? Year, no. I can't feel her presence. Willow Leaf frowned and brought Qingling out of the space. Qingling crawled along Willow Leaf's arm, wandered around, then returned to her arm and went back into the space. She said, Year, I checked. There is no soul or spirit. That spirit hasn't even been here. Hearing this, Willow Leaf said to Shun Tianli, Qingling says she's not here. Let's go. Shen Tianli took her hand and said, Don't worry, it's just a soul. When she was alive, she couldn't do much, and as a ghost, there's nothing to fear. My mother likes to worship Buddha. We can invite a statue of Guanyin later. Willow Leaf nodded and intertwined her fingers with his. As long as they work together, they are not afraid of any monsters or spirits. On the way, Willow Leaf asked, Qingling, do spirits dare to appear during the day? Yes, but during the day, with a strong yang energy, they only drain their yin energy, so spirits usually appear at night. That's good. Qingling, from now on, you can practice in the space during the day and come out at night. Yes, okay. I recently advanced to the next level. Absorbing jade stones now doesn't help much, so I might as well go outside and have fun. Plus, I want to eat lots of delicious food. Busy lately and worried about things, she hadn't yet prepared good food for Qingling.
She said, All right.
Tomorrow, when we go back to town, I'll prepare some food for you. Are you guys going back to Tsuishan village? Let me out.
I want to go get some more jade stones.
Although there were still plenty in the space, it seemed they planned to stay in town, so it was better to stock up on supplies. When they arrived home, Willow Leaf released Qingling, and then went back with Shen Tianli. The two lay on the Kong bed. Willow Leaf looked at Shen Tianli and asked, Aren't you surprised that I usually keep Qingling somewhere? With Shen Tianli's skills, he would definitely notice if Qingling came out of or went into her space. But he never asked, which showed his trust in her. Shen Tianli could be honest with her, so why couldn't she be honest with him? He smiled and said, surprised. But since Year doesn't want to tell me, I naturally won't ask. They both didn't want to, but their silence was silent support for her. It was clear he had sensed something unusual long ago. Feeling a bit touched, she said, After I recovered, I found a large new area in my spiritual sea where I store things. And after Qingling entered the space, she could talk to me. Oh, I see. Listening to Shen Tianli's tone, it seemed he already knew about it. She is clearly very cautious. How did he find out? You seem to have known for a long time. Shen Tianli smiled and nodded. I found a fruit on the mountain before, and after eating it, I became very sharp and alert. Year probably stored a lot of good food in the space in the county, including meat buns. So Grandma Shen didn't give us enough food, and Year took out the meat buns from the space and cooked them with cornbread for us. Sometimes Year would sneak out to steal food. At that time, I suspected my wife had a secret place to store things. Later, when Qingling came, I was even more sure. After we divided the family, I also knew Year secretly took firewood from the space and stored it in the shed, and took rice and flour to the warehouse, so our family has endless firewood and food. Lu Yi never expected Shen Tianli to know everything, while she had already revealed her secret long ago. Seeing him look at her gently, she asked, You don't blame me for hiding this from you? Shen Tianli shook his head. Such strange things, it's not just you. Even if it happened to me, I would keep it secret from others. You're not. Before she could finish, Shen Tianli interrupted her. I know, so now you're telling me. Not telling me before wasn't just because there was no chance, but also because you had worries. Year, I'm very happy you told me now and trust me this much. I thought I'd have to wait a long time.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
After saying this, Shen Tianli couldn't help but gently and happily kiss Lu Yi. The next day, Shen Tianli and Lu Yi took Shen Tianyan into the mountains. They saw many people digging wild vegetables and herbs on the hillside, greeting Shen Tianli one after another. Tianli, are you going hunting again? Maybe you can catch a wild boar this time. We can finally taste some meat. It's been over 20 days without meat, and we're all craving it. One old woman said, but was interrupted by another.
Just you thinking about eating.
Wild boars are easy to catch. If Tianli could catch a pig every time he went up the mountain, they'd be all gone by now. That woman was displeased. Everyone knows Tianli is good at hunting, and his wife is also very capable. Since they go up the mountain together, they'll definitely catch a pig. If Tianli catches one, don't buy any. Why shouldn't I buy? I want to buy more. Tianli, go ahead. If you catch a wild boar, Grandma will buy even more. Grandma Zhang, if we catch a pig, we'll definitely buy more for you. You all go ahead. We're heading into the mountain, Lu said with a smile. All right, go ahead. Now, Tianli and his wife are becoming more and more handsome, looking like beautiful young gods beside a goddess. Yes, yes. If we didn't see them often, we would think they are the children of a wealthy family. The three of them slowly walk towards the hill amid the villagers' praise. When they are almost out of sight, the three of them suddenly use their internal strength and rush up the mountain like a race. Shin Tianyan, who is behind, watches his older brother and sister-in-law move lightly, their feet barely bending the grass as they leave, like flying swallows. He feels very jealous. Clearly, he learned martial arts before his older brother, but how come his brother is even better? He studies and learns to read, and trains in martial arts too. How can his brother be better at everything? No, he must train harder in martial arts in the future. Otherwise, if his brother can't beat him, how can he protect his sister-in-law? When they reach the mountain, Lu Yi and Shen Tianli slow down and wait for Xiao Yan to catch up. Lu Yi then smiles and says, "Why don't we catch a roe deer today? Although roe deer are good for health, it's okay to eat a little in spring. But they run fast." Good. Let's see who can catch up to the roe deer first. Brother, shouldn't we find one first? Shen Tianyan asks. Actually, he feels like his brother and sister-in-law have forgotten about him. He heard that roe deer run very fast, and his current speed and strength are far behind his sister-in-law and brother. He might not catch up. Xiaoyan, when I came back, I promised to bring 2 rabbits for Shaner. Can you help your sister-in-law catch a few? Hearing that he would help his sister-in-law, Shin Tianyan is very happy and nods. Okay, don't worry, sister-in-law. Leave it to me.
Good.
Then, your brother taught you how to find rabbit burrows before, do you remember? Louis ties a snake and insect-proof pouch to his waist and asks with a smile. Seeing his sister-in-law's actions, Shin Tianyan happily nods. Yes, sister-in-law, I remember.
Great.
After we catch the prey, let's wait here. When everyone is together, we can go home.
How about that? Good.
I'll wait for sister-in-law and brother. After speaking, Shen Tianyan walks toward the dense grass. Seeing his bothersome younger brother leave on his own, Shen Tianli feels very happy. Lu Yi notices Shen Tianli's gaze always following Shen Tianyan and says, "Don't worry. Qingling is on the mountain. She can definitely smell Xiao Yan's scent. The pressure she releases makes animals afraid, so Xiao Yan will be safe." Yes, I know. I just feel that unconsciously Xiao Yan has grown up. Shen Tianli held Lu Ye's hand and used his inner strength to walk in the opposite direction of his younger brother. When he was 7, he could catch rabbits on his own. Xiao Yan was 8 now, and should be grown up enough to do things by himself. Lu Yi also used her inner strength, moving in sync with Shen Tianli. She sighed, so many things have happened in these 6 months. Xiao Yan really has grown up. It's good that he's grown up. Let's go. We're going to find a roe deer. Before we look for the roe deer, let's go somewhere first. Shen Tianli nodded. Although he had been running around on the mountain since he was a child, he had never seen Qingling. Besides, the mountain was big, and there were many places he hadn't been to. His wife must have discovered something, which is why she wanted to take him there. However, Shen Tianli never expected that inside the bear cave, there would be a whole new world. Following his wife down into the cave, they lit a torch and saw that everything around was dark and filled with large rocks. He thought his wife probably didn't bring him just to look at stones. He looked carefully and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually iron ore. Not just iron ore, my dear."
Look,
Louis said, taking out a dagger and walking over. Suddenly, the dagger in midair seemed to stick to the ground. Louis smiled and said, "Come here, my dear. Help me pick up the dagger." Shen Tianli hesitated and walked forward to pick up the dagger, but he found that it was as if it had magic, heavy as 1,000 pounds. He used his inner strength to lift it and asked curiously, "What's going on with this?" "This is a good thing, magnetite. It can attract iron and even cure illnesses. And it's quite a large piece," Lu Yi said, taking out an iron shovel from her space and testing the magnetic range as she walked. The magnetite was over a meter long. With such a big piece of magnetite, she could make magnetic therapy pillows. Such a large magnetite is hard to mine. I don't know if Qingling can handle it. I heard from Qingling that there are also jade stones underneath, and the quality is pretty good. Hearing this, Shen Tianli couldn't help but feel amazed. His wife really was impressive, even knowing about magnets. The court forbids private mining of iron ore. If there's jade underneath, the iron content should be low. We should ask Qingling later if it can handle mining. If not, we'll think of another way.
Liu Ye nodded.
That was her idea too. But since they were being honest, she decided to tell Shen Tianli about this matter as well. The two of them left the bear cave to catch roe deer. After chasing the deer until they were tired, they took one strong one and released the other. Then they caught a few mountain chickens before going to find Shen Tianyan. Shen Tianyan's harvest was also good. He had 3 large rabbits and 4 small rabbits in his basket. The small rabbits were all white, cute and adorable. Lu Yi looked at them and felt very happy. Xiao Yan, you're amazing.
You caught so many little rabbits.
Hearing his sister-in-law's praise, Xiao Yan's face, which was tender and chubby, lit up like a flower. He smiled and said, I found a whole nest of rabbits. They looked so cute, so I took all the white ones. The big gray rabbits and small rabbits I left behind. Sister-in-law, do you like them? Lu Yi thought that Xiao Yan was even cuter than the rabbits now. His baby fat, tender face made people want to pinch him. She pinched his cheek and said, I like them. His sister-in-law's affection made Shen Tianyan even happier. His eyes curved into a smile. He knew his sister-in-law would like it. Shen Tianli saw his wife's actions and felt a bit unhappy. How could his sister-in-law pinch his little brother's face? If anyone should do it, it should be her husband's face. Seeing both of them so happy and forgetting about him, Shen Tianli thought that next time he came back, he shouldn't let his brother follow. What's the point of being a little brother-in-law and always following his sister-in-law? He decided to focus on studying quietly. He held Lu Ye's hand and said, let's go. It's getting late and mother will worry. Plus, everyone is waiting to eat meat.
Liu Ye nodded.
It was still early, and she had already discussed with her little husband to make a big pot of stew with roe deer meat. She invited everyone in the village to come and eat, as a celebration for moving into the new house. When they reached the hillside, Lu Yi saw everyone gathering around and said, we only caught a few mountain chickens and 1 roe deer. It's not enough for everyone. How about this? My family will make a big pot of stew. At noon, each family can bring their bowls to my house to serve the food. It's a celebration for the new house. What do you all think? They had originally planned a feast, but now it was already around 11 o'clock. There was no time left, as the food, rice, and noodles weren't prepared yet. They could only make a big pot of stew. Everyone was happy to hear this. It meant they could eat meat, and it was free. Shen Tianli's family was so generous. They put aside gathering herbs and wild vegetables and happily carried their bamboo baskets as they followed back to the village. Lu Yi went home and told He sure about the matter. Since it was such an important event, He sure agreed naturally. She said, all right, let Tianli go kill the roe deer. I'll go to the village to buy some vegetables.
Good.
My daughter, soon I will ask Grandma Li Wu to come over. Her family has many daughters-in-law, so they can handle the cooking. But before Lu Yi could find someone, Li Shun's family heard about it. They came to help with their son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter-in-law, bringing some carrots and cabbage too. Yi, are you sure you still want to cut the cured meat? Not only that, but they also want to take out the cured meat already prepared. The Tianli family is so generous. Grandma Li, the villagers have helped my family a lot. Although we don't have much now, we can still afford some meat. Since we're sharing, everyone should enjoy it happily. Plus, with cured meat, I won't need to kill a chicken, and I can sell wild game in town. Li Shun listened to Lu Yi and happily started cutting the meat.
Lu Yi was right.
With so many people in the village, hundreds of men, women, and children, 1 deer wouldn't last long. and she had seen that the Tianli family still had plenty of cured meat. He family didn't buy vegetables, but everyone in the village brought some over themselves. Seeing Li Shun cutting meat, everyone else started to get busy. Some washed carrots, some washed cabbage, and others took their own knives and cutting boards, found a spot, and began slicing. The men, following the women's instructions, built a few outdoor stoves and brought their large iron pots to use. After about half an hour, the smell of meat filled the sky over Tsuishan village. Once the dishes were ready, everyone went home to get basins. Some even brought large basins themselves. Seeing this, Li Shun scolded, "You shameless people! Your families are so many, and you're bringing out such big basins. Aren't you afraid of overloading yourselves? Fifth sister-in-law, this isn't your cooking. Why are you worried? I heard Shun Tianli said everyone can eat freely. He didn't say anything about using such big basins. Right, everyone?" A few people with large basins quickly agreed. Exactly. Exactly. How can they break their promises like that? Some who had already served their food looked unhappy, and those who hadn't hurried to get their own basins. Even though 5 large pots of food were prepared, using only big basins wouldn't be enough. People are naturally greedy, and some might even try to take a whole pot of meat for themselves. Year, what should we do? He family worriedly asked when they heard the noise outside. Louis thought for a moment, then took a clay jar for steamed buns and stepped outside. Standing in a high place, she said, "Villagers, I realize I didn't think this through. I used to think that since everyone in the village was from the same place, there wouldn't be any arguments over small matters. But I didn't expect that some families actually used wash basins as vegetable bowls." As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, everyone looked at the person holding a large basin and started laughing. The others looked a bit embarrassed. Lu Yi continued, "Our villagers have a lot of families, not too many, not too few. To be fair, from now on, when serving dishes, we will all use this basin as a standard measure. For those who have already served, they can use this basin to get a final portion of vegetable water." Everyone saw that this basin was bigger than a vegetable bowl, but smaller than a wash basin. Usually, the vegetables served are enough for 2 meals, so everyone was very happy. Especially those who just served vegetables. They were even happier hearing Lu Ye's words. They had large basins and served plenty of meat, and now they had a basin of vegetable broth with a layer of oil floating on top. It wasn't just good for cooking, even just pouring a little on dishes made them smell delicious. A few families in the village also had similar clay pots and basins, and they happily contributed theirs. Old Fourth Shun's family also shamelessly came to serve vegetables. Seeing Lu Yi not say anything, they sarcastically served themselves. The Shun family members, being thick-skinned, divided the vegetables among themselves. Although they felt a bit embarrassed, they happily left. It took about half an hour to finish distributing everything. Lu Yi kept enough for her family and then evenly shared the leftovers with the families who helped. The whole village enjoyed a lively meal, and only after everyone finished did they return to the town. In the past few days, Lu Yi kept running into the man who rode in a carriage that morning. Whether it was at noon in the afternoon on the way home or on the way back to the pharmacy, she saw him. But he only looked surprised and didn't say anything. Since Aunt Wei brought the servant girl, Tang Huishan rented the house next door, and the master and servant moved out. So, Shun Tianli, Lu Yi, and Shun Tianyan no longer needed to hide when practicing martial arts. Every morning, they would practice in the yard as soon as they got up. After breakfast, Lu Yi would leave with Shun Tianli and Shun Tianyan. At the fork in the road, they would go separate ways. One to the study hall, the other to the pharmacy. At noon, Lu Yi saw it was almost time for class to end, so she left the pharmacy and met the 3 of them at the fork, then went home for lunch. They would go out together at noon and return home together at night. That morning, many people came, mostly women seeking medical help. After treating Lu Yi, it was already past the time she usually went home with Shun Tianli. Worried they might be waiting for her, she hurried toward the fork in the road. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her. Turning around, she saw a carriage rushing toward her. The coachman was shouting, "Get out of the way! Quickly, make way!" Lu Yi saw a woman and a child ahead. They looked so shocked and scared that they forgot to dodge. She quickly ran over, holding the child in one arm and pulling the woman with the other, trying to move them aside. But the carriage was already close. The protruding axle caught Lu Ye's small leg, tearing her skirt and ripping open her cotton pants, causing a cut that bled. She put the child down and looked at the carriage axle. It should have been smooth and round, but now it was clearly damaged, with a 2-centimeter protrusion from the heavy impact. Even a small bump like that could be dangerous at high speed, like a sharp blade, just as it had been now. The carriage stopped. A handsome man stepped out. He was the same person Lu Yi often met. He jumped down and approached her with an apology. Sorry, the horse was startled. Are you all right? I am Peng Tao, the owner of Tsihui Hall, which is nearby. Let me take you for treatment. The woman and child shook their heads quickly. No need, no need. We're fine. It's this young lady who is injured trying to help us. Peng Tao looked at Lu Yi with regret. Miss, why don't you come to my pharmacy and take a look? No, I'm fine, Lu Yi replied coldly, glancing at her injured leg.
How can that be?
You're bleeding. Come. I'll help you to my place, he said, stepping forward to support her. She stepped back, displeased.
Thank you, Peng.
I am a doctor at Huichun Hall, so this injury isn't serious. If you really want to help, you should train your horses better. Otherwise, next time someone gets hurt, luck might not be on your side. After saying that, she prepared to leave, but Peng Tao blocked her way. Doctor at Huichun Hall? Ah, so you're Dr. Lu. Sorry for the accidental bump. We've met several times but didn't know each other well. Today, since we've met, why not come with me to Chunfeng Tower? As an apology. If this young master wishes to apologize, he should just pay in cash. That would settle everything. Sun Canli waited a long time for Lu Yiliang, but she didn't come. He told his younger brother to go home first, and came himself to pick up his wife. No one expected that he would encounter a shameless person. Seeing the woman combing her hair and inviting his wife to dine alone, with eyes that clearly carried inappropriate intentions, made everyone feel disgusted. Peng Tao turned around and saw a tall, handsome man with an extraordinary presence approaching. His father liked good food and drink, so he started learning business with his grandfather at the age of 7. He had met many people, but never seen such a handsome man. If he weren't wearing rough cotton clothes, he might think he was a young master from a wealthy family in the capital. Who is this man? Just standing there, he made others feel inferior. Sir, this is Shun Tianli. Jin Guan whispered. Peng Tao's eyes narrowed sharply. He saw Shen Tianli pass through the crowd and say softly, Wife, you're bleeding. Lu Yiliang heard the voice and was happily surprised, especially since Shen Tianli also expressed her feelings, which made her even happier. Seeing his brow furrowed in worry, she smiled and said, It's nothing. It will be fine soon. Shen Tianli bent down and gently picked up Lu Yiliang, then looked at Peng Tao and said, Since this young master's carriage caused injury to my wife, we won't take much. Just 1,000 taels to settle everything. I believe, with your strength and the reputation of Tsihui Hall, you wouldn't refuse to pay, right? Peng Tao was furious. Was this man crazy? Such a small injury, and he was asking for 1,000 taels. He didn't want to use Tsihui Hall's reputation to argue, but bringing his own reputation into it, especially mentioning refusal to pay, made him seem stingy. If this news spread in the county, what face would he have as a noble son of Peng? However, he was unwilling to waste 1,000 taels on such a minor wound. Dr. Lu's injury is just a small wound. How can it cost 1,000 taels? In our pharmacy, it can be healed for less than a tael of silver. Jin Guan said angrily.
Oh, really?
If it heals completely without a scar, don't worry, I won't take a single coin, Shen Tianli replied. Qian Guan frowned. With such a long wound, how can there be no scars? Even a divine doctor couldn't guarantee that.
Yes.
So 1,000 taels isn't unreasonable. This wound will be a lifelong shadow. My wife will always worry whether I despise her, living in constant anxiety. Plus, the body and skin are given by our parents and should not be harmed. Respecting parents is the beginning of filial piety. The young master said that he caused trouble between my husband and me and made my wife unfilial. I still took the 1,000 taels because I thought this young master was not a generous person. Everyone originally thought Shen Tianli was aggressive and extorting money, but after hearing this, it seemed worth the 1,000 taels. Pang Tao listened to the changing tone of the people around him. He was already angry, and when Shen Tianli dared to call him stingy, he became even more annoyed. He looked at Lu Yi, who was curled up in Shen Tianli's arms, appearing obedient and delicate. She was different from her usual cold attitude. He clenched his fist, then smiled politely and said, "Dr. Lu, I didn't bring much silver today. I will bring gifts tomorrow and visit you personally." "No need. My wife is a woman. Even if he is a doctor, he's just here to treat patients." This young master is neither a patient nor a woman. Although he's not a scholar, knowing manners and courtesy is basic. He should also understand the importance of a woman's reputation. Everything should be within her husband's control. "So, young master, just give the banknote to the student. Don't shamelessly bother my wife." After Shen Tianli finished speaking, the people around began to point fingers at Pang Tao, saying he didn't even understand basic etiquette and was unworthy of being the head of Zihui Hall. Pang Tao had never been humiliated like this before. His face turned red with anger. His remaining sense told him he shouldn't stay here long, so he cupped his fists and said, "All right, I'll have someone deliver the money tomorrow. I'll take my leave." After saying that, he turned and left. He was furious inside. This time, he not only failed to get close to Lu Yi but also cut off his path to her. Thinking of this, he angrily hit the window of the carriage with his fist, his eyes shining with hatred. "Shen Tianli, you better watch out. I will make you pay 10-fold, 100-fold. Shen Tianli saw Pang Tao leave and frowned, saying, "Let's go back to the pharmacy." "No need. There's medicine at home. Let's go back." Shen Tianli nodded and quickly carried Lu Yi away. He remained silent all the way and walked quickly, unknowingly using his internal strength. Shen Tianyan returned home and saw that his sister-in-law hadn't come back yet. He stood at the door waiting. When he saw his older brother carrying his sister-in-law back, he hurried over and asked, "Sister-in-law, what happened?" "Nothing. I accidentally cut my leg. It's just a small injury." "Your older brother is overreacting," Lu Yi said with a smile, seeing how worried Xiao Yan looked. Shen Tianyan looked at his brother's serious expression and didn't believe him at all, especially since his brother was walking so hurriedly. He quickly followed and carefully observed. He noticed that his sister-in-law only had a small scratch of about an inch on her calf and no other injuries, so he finally relaxed a little. Shen Tianli carried Lu Yi into the West Room. Seeing his brother also wanting to follow, he stopped and gave him a cold look. Shen Tianyan met his brother's gaze and quickly backed down, timidly saying, "Brother, I closed the door. Please help your wife bandage her wound." Then he hurriedly shut the door. Lu Yi saw Shen Tianyan looking shy and touched Shen Tianli's chest, saying, "Don't scare him. He's timid." Shen Tianli looked at Lu Yi, gently laid her on the Kong bed, and tore his pants. He said while doing so, "Get the healing ointment. I'll help you bandage it." Lu Yi first took out her homemade salt water for sterilization, then let Shen Tianli apply the healing ointment, and finally bandaged her leg. Just after finishing, she saw Qingling come over. Qingling tilted its head, looking at Lu Ye's leg without moving. Lu Yi thought it was worried about her, reached out to pet its head, and said, "Qingling, I'm fine. It's just..." "Ah." Before she finished speaking, Qingling suddenly bit her finger, making her cry out in surprise. Shen Tianli's heart was already tight with worry. When he finally finished bandaging the wound and heard his wife's cry, his heart trembled. He looked up and saw Qingling biting his wife's finger. He immediately stood up and shouted angrily, "Qingling, are you looking for trouble?" Uncertain whether it was Shen Tianli's anger or something else, Qingling suddenly released Lu Ye's finger, sensing Shen Tianli's fury. It hurriedly hid behind Lu Yi and said, "Year, he's so scary." Lu Yi quickly stopped Shen Tianli and turned to look at Qingling, saying, "Qingling, I heard your voice.
Haha, I knew I was right.
I smelled your blood, and a strange feeling urged me. I didn't expect drinking your blood could really let us communicate. Now I can talk to you from outside. I'm so happy," Qingling happily said. "Qingling, I'm also very happy." Shen Tianli was stopped by Lu Yi and heard her words. Although he didn't understand exactly what Qingling was saying, he roughly understood the situation. He looked at Qingling with displeasure. One brother fighting for attention was enough, and now another pet snake fighting for attention. So annoying. But seeing his wife happy, he could only suppress his anger and look at Qingling's bitten finger. He found that the finger was intact, as if what just happened was an illusion. Lu Yi also saw this and exchanged a glance with her husband. She then heard Shen Tianli give an order. "All right, you go out. I have something to say to Yi." Qingling, walking out while complaining, said, Yi, he's so fierce. If he bullies you, call me quickly. I'll help you fight him." Lu Yi watched Qingling quickly leave, clearly a bit afraid of Shen Tianli, but she said with a smile, "He won't bully me." Shen Tianli saw Qingling leave and then took off his shoes, pulling Lu Yi into his arms and giving her a deep kiss, saying, "Wrong. I will bully you." After saying that, he kissed her passionately again. Lu Yi hit him lightly, feeling shy and annoyed. "You hurt me." Shen Tianli apologized, releasing Lu Yi, then kissed her red lips again and said, "Yi, I was feeling at ease, but then Cui Han left, and now the big boss from Sihui Hall has come. What am I supposed to do? Should I lock you at home and not let you go anywhere?" Lu Yi blinked, pulling Shen Tianli's clothes closer and asking, "Are you sure you want to do that?" Shen Tianli smiled helplessly. "Of course not. They will only make me work harder to become stronger, so I won't let anyone have ideas about you or bully you." Lu Yi smiled happily, leaning forward to kiss his lips and saying joyfully, "I knew my husband is the best. Not because he's good, but because he knows that even if he forces his wife to stay at home, she will agree." The happy, joyful smile she is now, she might not be able to show again. "However, these 2 days I'll stay at home to rest until my leg heals, then I'll go to the pharmacy."
Liu Ye obediently nodded.
As an ancient person, Shen Tianli's willingness to let her continue practicing medicine, despite traditional ideas about women not showing their faces, was already rare. So, he didn't oppose this small request. Moreover, he was doing it for her. Hashir quickly learned from Shen Tianyan about Lu Ye's injury and hurried over. Without knocking, she barged in, completely ignoring Shen Tianli's darkening face, and anxiously asked, "Yi, are you all right?" Lu Yi sat up and shook her head with a smile. "I'm fine, mother. I just accidentally got cut while saving someone. Husband already bandaged me. I'll be fine after resting for 2 days." Hashir finally relaxed. "Next time go a little slower. You can't hurt yourself while saving others." "Okay, mother. I understand." Behind her, Shen Tianlu saw his sister-in-law get up from her brother's embrace. His older brother looked upset and a little embarrassed. Seeing that his sister-in-law was fine, she blushed and pulled on his sleeve. "Mother, sister-in-law is okay, but she must be hungry. Let's see if the food is ready." He quickly nodded and said, Yes, Lear and Year must be hungry. I'll check if the meal is ready." Then she hurriedly left. After his mother and younger siblings left, Shen Tianli finished making the bed and carried his wife onto the warm bedding. He said, "Wait here, I'll bring you a basin to wash your hands."
Liu Ye nodded.
Soon, she heard the sound of Qiu Ju coming outside. "Young master, let me fetch the water." "No need." Lu Yi stayed inside, trembling at his cold tone but feeling secretly pleased that Shen Tianli was so considerate. Soon, the young servant brought water and took a cloth. Without giving her a chance to refuse, he carefully wiped each finger, making sure they were clean. At this moment, Dong Mei also brought the food. Shen Tianli caught the dishes and said to her, "Take the water outside." Dong Mei was a bit afraid of Shen Tianli's serious look and hurriedly carried the basin out. Shen Tianli placed a small table on the bed and got on himself. He held Lu Yi from behind, leaning her against the wall, and placed a pillow behind her back. Then he picked up a bowl nearby. Just as Lu Yi was about to catch it, Shen Tianli said, "You're hurt. I'll feed you." "I hurt my leg, not my hand." She was supposed to rest in bed, and now he was feeding her too? She was grown up. "It's all the same. Just eat quietly," he said, scooping a spoonful of rice and putting it near her mouth. Lu Yi looked at him. His gentle eyes didn't leave her room for argument, so she opened her mouth.
Fine.
She decided her hand was useless now. In the afternoon, Shen Tianli's brother went to school. Tang Huishan heard Lu Yi was injured and brought many gifts to visit her, making Lu Yi a little embarrassed since it was not a serious injury. The next day, Peng Tao planned to bring gifts to Hui Tang Tang at Huichun Hall. Even if he didn't give her money, he wanted to say a few words and build a good relationship. But he heard Lu Yi hadn't gone to Huichun Hall at all. Reluctantly, he sent the money to Shen Tianli. He used to be confident about his looks, but seeing Shen Tianli, he realized that following Lu Ye's path might not work. Since Lu Ye's way was blocked, he decided to take another route. Because Lu Ye's leg was injured, she was ordered to stay at home. Her younger brother couldn't go to pick her up after his exam today. Although Lu Ming didn't know that Lu Yi was injured, he knew that his sister was busy at the medical clinic. He thoughtfully asked Feng Hu was following him, to deliver a letter back, saying that the results would be out in 10 days and that he would return then, so his sister could rest assured. He also wrote down his exam paper and his answers to show Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli liked this gift from his little brother-in-law very much and even learned a lot from reviewing his answers. He thought to himself that even if his little brother-in-law wasn't the top scorer this time, he would surely be among the top students. The couple both had full confidence in Lu Ming. They went about their own work while waiting for good news. While Lu Yu took the opportunity of her brother taking exams in the county, she searched all the local libraries but couldn't find the simple sketches her older sister had given her. However, she did find a picture book among other albums. She was still not satisfied and went to the library every day, asking the librarian if there were new sketches, hoping to get them first. One day, as she left the library, she was suddenly bumped into. When she looked back, she saw her purse was missing. She hurriedly chased after the thief, shouting, "Stop the thief! The thief just stole my purse! Everyone, please help catch him!" But the people on the street just watched without helping. Suddenly, a young servant ran after the thief and soon retrieved the purse, handing it to a refined gentleman. The man smiled and said, "Miss, is this your purse?" Lu Yu nodded happily, and the man handed it over, asking, "Check if there's any money missing." Lu Yu looked inside and saw that nothing was missing. She shook her head gratefully and said, "Thank you, young master. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have caught that thief." "You're welcome. I just happened to see it. I have to go now." Lu Yu nodded, watched the man leave, then turned back home. At the corner, the man saw the thief standing there, bowing and flattering him, saying, "Sir, I did a good job, right?" The man nodded, tossed him a silver coin, and said, "Good. Now go." What Lu Yu didn't expect was that 2 days later, when she asked about the picture albums at the library, she unexpectedly met that young man again. Not only that, he was holding a picture book in his hand. "Shopkeeper, is this a new arrival?" Lu Yu asked. "Yes, just this one. But this young man has already bought it." The shopkeeper's words made Lu Yu feel anxious. She said to the man, "Young master, how about selling me this album? I am willing to pay double the price." The man shook his head and replied, "Sorry, miss. My sister likes painting. This album is meant as a birthday gift for her." Lu Yu then realized that the man was holding an ink painting, not the simple sketches she wanted. Since she had already paid, and it was a gift, she felt too embarrassed to insist. She apologized, "That's really a pity. Sorry for the trouble," and turned to leave. Peng Tao didn't expect Lu Yu to give up so quickly. Didn't she like it very much? He thought she often visited the bookstore. Today, he finally met her. Shouldn't he ask her repeatedly and do anything to get it? He held the album and called out, "Wait, miss. What's the matter?"
she asked.
Peng Tao smiled and said, "I see you also like this album. Why don't you take it home to look at first? You can return it to me afterward." My sister's birthday is still some time away. Lu Yu always had clear feelings and wouldn't take what wasn't hers, especially since she was helped by him. She waved her hand and smiled. Thank you, young master. But it's not necessary. I was just bored and wanted to look at some sketches. I have other things to do, so I'll go now. She ran out of the bookstore. She was 13 and of marriageable age. Her mother didn't allow her to run around freely. If her mother found out she had talked so much with a stranger, she would definitely scold her. Also, the reputation of the man was important. Seeing his fine clothes, he must be a wealthy young master. It wouldn't be good if others thought she had bad intentions. Pang Tao watched Lu Yu run away and clenched the album tightly, feeling helpless. He had always been successful before. Whenever he was gentle and considerate to women, they would accept him gratefully, and everything would develop as he planned. But the Lu sisters, one after another, didn't understand romance. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Lu Yi and Shen Tianli didn't get good news about Lu Ming. Instead, Feng Hu hurried back in a panic. Madam, it's terrible. Young Master Ming Ming has been taken by the constables.
What?
Lu Yu was giving someone a pulse when she heard Feng Hu. She immediately stood up. Then she ran to Dr. Du and said, Dr. Du, I have another patient in my room. Please take a look. I need to go to the county. Although Dr. Du didn't know what had happened, seeing Lu Ye's anxious expression, he said, You should go now. Leave this to me. Lu Ye got on the donkey cart and said, Let's go to the school first. Although she didn't know what was going on, she felt reassured with Shen Tianli present. Soon, Shen Tianli came out and asked Ye, what's wrong? Ming Ming is in trouble. Xiao, who you tell them? Today, young Master Ming Ming went to meet with second young Master Sunday suddenly. The police arrived and said Lu Gongzi was accused of copying. They were ordered to come and arrest him. Without any explanation, they took Lu Gongzi away. Lu Gongzi asked me to come back and tell you. Shen Tianli frowned and said, Ye, go back and bring the test paper Ming Ming wrote for me, and tell your mother too. I will ask the teacher for permission. Lu Yi nodded and hurried away. When she returned, she saw 1 or 2 more donkey carts, with 2 elders sitting on them. On the way, Lu Yi asked, Who are they? They are Ming Ming's teacher and the school head. They trust Ming Ming's character, so they agreed to come and testify in the county with me. Lu Yi nodded and asked, Who do you think is trying to harm us with such cruel methods? In ancient times, a scholar's reputation was very important. Not only would it affect Ming Ming herself, but she was Ming Ming's older sister, and Shen Tianli was her brother-in-law. If Ming Ming's guilt was confirmed, Shen Tianli's reputation would also be damaged. If someone spread rumors intentionally, the business at Huichun Hall could also suffer because of her. I've already had Huzi investigate. The shopkeeper Pang Tao and county magistrate who are closely connected and working together. It must be them causing trouble. But County Magistrate Qin should know about Ming Ming's relationship with us, yet he still accused her of copying. There must be other issues involved. We need to go to the county to find out more. But don't worry, Ming Ming will be fine. Lu Yi nodded, but she felt angry at how wicked these people were. Shen Tianli and Lu Yi were halfway when they met Head Constable Song and others. Brother Song, where are you headed? Shen Tianli got off the cart and bowed politely. Brother Shen, I am acting on the county magistrate's orders. The school head and teacher are to be questioned. Coincidentally, I received news and brought the head and teacher to the county. Brother Shen is very clever, saving us a trip, Head Constable Song said with a smile. Brother Song, you flatter me. Please tell me what happened, Shen Tianli said, then handed 5 taels of silver to Song. Captain Song quietly collected the silver and sighed, saying, Recently, the county magistrate, the county deputy, the teacher, and the instructor have been constantly grading exams and surprisingly found 2 identical papers. Note, the county school has 1 teacher and 2 instructors. The county magistrate opened one and saw that one was written by the instructor's nephew, Hao Cheng, and the other by Lu Ming. Hao Cheng was well known for his talent at the county school, and the magistrate had praised him. He even believed that Hao Cheng was definitely the top scorer this time. Coincidentally, Lu Ming's seat was right behind Hao Cheng, and his desk was even higher than Hao Cheng's. Hao Cheng said he had a habit. After finishing his essay, he liked to read it twice. Captain Song's words were subtle but clear. Lu Ming had plagiarized Hao Cheng's essay. Shen Tianli thought they used some clever tricks, but it was actually quite simple. Since he was risking his life, he believed his brother-in-law could handle it. At that moment, in the main hall of the county office, Lu Ming and Hao Cheng were both present. They were outraged by the injustice faced by the students of the county school and strongly demanded that the officials take action. Lu Ming stepped forward calmly and respectfully said, "Sir, although I am not talented, I have been taught by my teacher for many years and understand the importance of courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame. I would never do such a thing. Since Brother Hao believes I plagiarized him, why don't we rewrite the exam questions here in the hall? If I copied, my paper would not be identical to the original." Magistrate Qin saw that Lu Ming remained calm and confident, and he thought this was a good way to prove his innocence. He asked Hao Cheng, "Are you willing to rewrite it?" Hao Cheng stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, I am willing." If he wasn't prepared for this, he wouldn't be standing here. Magistrate Qin ordered someone to bring in the desks and said, "No need to write all 5 essays, just the classics and essays." This was the part he valued most after reading it. Both seemed unbothered, as these writings were considered the most difficult. They sat on the ground and began to write. The hall was cool. After some thought, Magistrate Qin also had a fire basin brought in and placed in the middle. When Shen Tianli, Lu Yi, and others arrived, the two were still writing. Everyone greeted Magistrate Qin and waited nearby. Before long, Lu Ming finished first, stood up, and respectfully handed his paper to Magistrate Qin. This article was read by Magistrate Qin more than 5 times. After reading it, his attitude became more serious, especially since Lu Ming had marked the sources of the passages. After finishing, Magistrate Qin's eyes changed when looking at Hao Cheng and Hao Sundao. Of course, he also glanced at County Censor Hu, without whose help, how could a small instructor have such great ability? He was able to take items from the county office and participate in the imperial exams. His role as county censor was becoming more impressive. He handed Lu Ming's exam paper to the county censor and said, "Hu censor, compare it for me." Hu censor respectfully took it and, upon seeing it, was surprised. He glared at Lu Ming, thinking, how could a 13-year-old be so clever? He even wrote the sources on the side. The magistrate must now suspect him, but he always does his work carefully. He still felt angry, thinking, I shouldn't have listened to Pang Tao's foolish idea. I almost got myself into trouble. After reading, the county censor nodded and handed the exam paper to the county school's teacher. The teacher looked at it and, with bright eyes, praised Lu Ming. Seeing the teacher's expression, Hao Sundao knew something was wrong. But he didn't understand what was wrong because the teacher didn't pass on the news. Instead, he stood up and handed the paper to Magistrate Qin. Lu Yi and Shen Tianli saw the county censor's calm face and felt something was off. They exchanged secret glances, and Lu Yi quietly withdrew. Soon, Hao Cheng submitted his exam paper. Magistrate Qin glanced at it and said, Hao Cheng, write the sources of the famous sayings you used on the side. Hao Cheng was clearly stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows, sat down, and started writing the sources. However, he was slow and took longer and longer. Finally, he furrowed his brow and handed it in, looking less relaxed than before. Magistrate Qin only took a quick look and then handed the paper to the county censor and the teacher. After they looked at it, the teacher returned the paper to the magistrate and sighed, Hao Cheng, you have disappointed me greatly. When the teacher said this, Hao Cheng's face turned pale. He looked at the teacher, met his stern gaze, and lowered his head in guilt. Magistrate Qin pounded the gavel and coldly said, Hao Cheng, kneel down quickly and honestly tell me, how did you swap and steal Lu Ming's exam paper? Hao Cheng hurriedly knelt, feeling anxious inside, but he said, Your Honor, I was wronged. Magistrate Qin replied coldly, All right, let me ask you, have you read the Jingming Lu? Hao Cheng's heart trembled. He had heard of the Jingming record, the last masterpiece of the great contemporary scholar Ling Fan, and recently passed down from the Ling family. It was not in the county school, so how could he have read it? But why did the county official suddenly ask about the Jingming record? Could it be because it was quoted on the exam paper?
Impossible.
The county school didn't have it, and as a student from a small town, how could he have it? The official was probably trying to trick him. Thinking of this, he replied, I have not read it. Not read it? Then why is there a quote from the Jingming record on the exam paper? Hao Chung, tell the truth. How did you get Lu Ming's exam paper? Who in the county office is your accomplice? Sir, I am innocent. The books in the county school, I have read them all, and this book isn't there. The county school doesn't have it. How could a student from a small town possess it? The teacher also wanted to know, so he asked, Lu Ming, have you read the Jingming record? Lu Ming bowed and said, my father travels to different places to build better houses. He knows students like to read, so he always brings books back as gifts. So, I have not only read the Jingming record but also this book. The teacher's eyes lit up and said, really? Let me see it. Lu Ming looked at Shen Tianli, who shook his head, and then said, if the teacher wants to see it, I will send it to you later.
Good.
I'll wait. I am Wang Jiaoyu. Everyone in the county knows where I live, Wang Jiaoyu said with a smile. Lu Ming hurriedly bowed again. Greetings, Teacher Wang. Good. Everyone saw how the county magistrate acted and how Wang Jiaoyu responded. The students outside the hall, who had been standing up for Hao Chung, looked at each other in confusion when Wang Jiaoyu spoke like that. Then they began to understand a little. For a while, they were all puzzled. How could Hao Chung, who is often praised by his teachers, do such a thing? Hao Chung knew that cheating in the imperial exams meant not only himself, but also those who recommended him would be sent to the frontier. This was a serious matter, and if it got out, his uncle might lose his position as a tutor. He absolutely could not admit it. He struggled to defend himself, saying, Teacher, he said he has the book, but isn't that too hasty? Lu Ming cupped his hands toward Magistrate Qin and said, Sir, the Jingming record is in my brother-in-law's study. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to get it. Or you can find a copy in the county. Your official has a copy of Jingming Lu right here. Bring my copy over. The people in the hall were waiting. Lu Yi planned to find Sun Liang to see if he had medicine to make someone unconscious, preferably one that would make the person speak the truth easily. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to hypnotize. If she could, she would just use hypnosis. Not far from the government office, she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw a servant from County Magistrate Qin's team. She went over to bow and ask, I wonder what Lord Bai wants from me. Bai Gang looked around, then placed a bundle into Lu Ye's arms and turned to leave. Lu Ye looked at the bundle, found a quiet corner, and opened it. Inside were some letters and account books. She looked through them, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. County Magistrate Qin was very clever. Just when they were sleepy, he sent help even if they wanted to use her. As long as she could eliminate the root of the problem, it was fine. As she stepped out of the corner, she saw Lu Shuquan, Fang Shi, Lu Yu, and Sun Liang hurriedly arriving in a cart. They seemed too anxious. When passing by, they didn't see a horse-drawn carriage about to pass. The two vehicles almost collided. Lu Yi ran and shouted, Dad, be careful. Lu Shuquan only then saw the approaching carriage, which was very close. It didn't seem to be stopping. The slow-moving ox cart couldn't avoid the collision whether it stopped now or kept going. It looked intentional. The horses had turned slightly, and the carriage was crashing into them. If they collided, their cart would definitely be no match for the horse carriage. It could hurt the wife and daughter on board. Their faces turned pale with worry. Lu Yi quickly ran over. Seeing the danger, she leapt forward, grabbing a needle and stabbing it forcefully into the big horse's body. The horse roared in pain, then reared up, and in the next second, it dashed forward with the carriage. Lu Yi didn't care about the carriage or the people on it. She asked her parents nearby, Dad, Mom, are you all right? The three of them looked a little pale but shook their heads quickly, saying we're fine. Minger, what's going on? I heard Ming'er was caught and accused of copying someone else's exam paper. That's impossible. Ming'er studies hard, and he's not that kind of person. You must believe him. Fong Shi hurriedly said. This cheap younger brother of hers is still very proud inside and doesn't look down on others' test papers. Of course, she believes that. Mother, don't worry, my younger brother is fine. You all go to the main hall. Just watch from outside, don't go in. Lu Shu nodded. Okay, we'll go take a look. After sending her parents away, she turned to Sun Liang and asked, Are you okay?
Shigu, ai fine.
How is Mingming? He's okay. I was just about to find you. Do you have any drugs that can make someone faint? Or better yet, drugs that can make them tell the truth directly? She had noticed that her nephew's medical skills were average, but he liked to make all sorts of strange concoctions, and he was quite talented. Sun Liang's eyes lit up, and he said, I do. But Shigu, I have a request. You're bargaining with me? Lu Yi asked, giving him a sidelong look. She knew those things were secretly made by him, and her master and senior brother strongly disapproved of him doing this. Sun Liang hurriedly shook his head and said with a smile, Shigu, I dare not. I just want to stay at your place for a few days. I think you're up to no good. Probably afraid your parents will find out, she said. Sun Liang chuckled softly and whispered, Shigu, I plan to make a poison. I've collected everything I need, but my father is too strict. Making it at night is dangerous, so I can only come to you. That's fine. I still have a few beautiful rabbits here which you can use for experiments. But there's one thing. You must ensure your safety before making poison, and also prepare an antidote in advance. Otherwise, I won't let you go, and I might even tell my senior brother. Oh no, Shigu. Sun Liang wailed. Lu Yi spoke seriously. Poison and medicine are related, so I don't oppose you making poisons. But if a poison maker can't even protect their own life, and can't undo the poisons they make, then what's the point of making poisons? And don't forget, you're the eldest son of your senior brother. You have responsibilities and duties. Her words made Sun Liang pause and think. He started making poisons by chance after discovering that his grandfather had a poison manual. He found it interesting and began experimenting. To his surprise, he actually succeeded, which made him feel very accomplished. He even showed his grandfather, but his grandfather and father disapproved of him making poisons. They confiscated the poison manual and ordered him not to touch such things again. Everyone has a rebellious spirit and curiosity. So, when you forbid them from touching something, they want to try even more. He secretly copied down the poison manual and studied it carefully, even developing a dislike for studying medicine. At this moment, he suddenly understood his grandfather and father's intentions. It's not just because of the bad reputation of poison, but also because they fear he might get into trouble. After thinking for a long time, he said, Aunt, don't worry. I won't get into trouble. Once I make the antidote, I will then make poison. Lu Yi nodded and said, As long as you can do that, I am always here to help. I can even persuade your master and senior brother to let you make poisons. Really? Of course. But first, you need to make them trust you. Not only should you improve your medical skills, but you also need to make an antidote pill. Aunt, I will definitely make the antidote pill first. I want to create an invincible antidote pill that can cure any poison. Then I will become a great doctor like Uncle. Seeing the ambitious spirit of the young boy, Lu Yi encouraged him, patting his shoulder and saying, Young man, I believe in you. Work hard. Sun Liang blushed and nodded. Feeling a bit shy being patted on the shoulder by his younger aunt, he thought to himself that she was really thoughtful and considerate. All right, now go get the medicine for me. I need it urgently. Yes, aunt. I'll get it right away. I've used this medicine before. It works very well. Grandpa immediately told me where the poison manual was after I took it. Even when he woke up, he didn't remember this. Sun Liang chuckled, sharing his little secret. Lu Yi listened and once again thought her little nephew was a genius at making poisons. She said, As long as I think it's effective, I will tell you the secret needle technique to suppress blood flow. Sun Liang hurriedly nodded. Usually, poisons enter the bloodstream, so if blood flow is stopped for a short time, the chance of survival if poison increases. Luer returned to the main hall. The interrogation by Magistrate Qin had advanced further. They were now pressing Hao Chung about who gave him the exam paper. Hao Chung remained silent. The magistrate started using torture. Lua had watched torture scenes on TV before, and she thought they were fake. But seeing it in person, the strikes landing on the person's buttocks, combined with screams of pain, made her heart tremble, and she got goosebumps all over. By the 15th strike, Hao Chung couldn't take it anymore and fainted. A basin of cold water was poured over him, and only then did he slowly wake up. Tell me, who gave you the exam paper? If you don't speak now, you'll get 30 more strikes. Hao Chung felt as if his backside was torn open. If he received 3 more dozen lashes, his life would be over. He hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "Please, Your Honor, have mercy. Please, Your Honor." Judge Qin struck the wooden block and scolded, "Speak quickly." Hao Chung looked at his eldest uncle, seeing his fierce gaze and slight movement of his lips. After a moment, he guessed who he was talking about, and his face turned pale. But his father was indeed the best choice, lazy and careless. If his uncle hadn't taken care of him, not only would he and his brothers not be able to study, but their family's livelihood would also be in danger. He was quite knowledgeable. Agreeing to do such a thing for his uncle was mainly because he envied Lu Ming's talent and wanted to compete for the top position. Also, his uncle had given him a lot of silver, so even if he went to the capital, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, his uncle promised there wouldn't be any trouble or involvement for him. But the current situation was clearly no longer under his uncle's control. So, punishment was inevitable. For his mother and younger siblings, he had to sacrifice his father. "It was my father," Hao Chung gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. Hao Sundao nodded, showing he was a sharp and perceptive nephew. "Alas, what a pity. Bring Hao Er-yi to me," Judge Qin said, glancing at Hao Sundao. These people really thought he was blind and couldn't see their schemes? He only thought Hao Er-yi was not a good person, so he decided to deal with him together. Today, with Lu Ming's incident, he aimed to tighten the net and punish the cunning and treacherous Hu County magistrate. And at this moment, sentencing such a major case of corruption might even lead to a promotion to the county government. Judge Qin suppressed his thoughts and looked at Shun Tianli. He believed that with Shun Tianli and his wife's intelligence, they would surely satisfy him. Before Hao Er-yi was brought in, Sun Liang arrived quietly, told Lu Yi how to use the method, then stepped aside to watch the show. Hao Er-yi was furious when he learned his son used someone else's exam paper. He was already rough, so he didn't bother to greet Judge Qin when he came in. Instead, he kicked his son lying on the ground. "You wicked child. What good are you? Wasted your time studying? Even your own father you falsely accuse? I'll beat you to death." Hao Chung, already in pain, was kicked by his father and felt even worse. He couldn't help but cry out. Seeing this, Hao Sundao quickly stood up from his seat, grabbed his confused younger brother and scolded, "What are you kicking him for? Can't you see the child is already hurt? I've been out on my own every day. I tolerate you, but I never expected you could do something like this. You ruined Cheng's future for the sake of your reputation. How could Cheng have a father like you? Don't you realize that in the future, Cheng won't be able to go to school, nor will your other 2 sons, because of you? You scoundrel. Still not honest. How did you get the exam papers? Although Second Lord Hao is lazy, now I see that Big Brother is making him take the blame. I knew it. Cheng's ability is not enough to get the exam papers. Besides, Cheng is doing well in school. He doesn't need to do such things. It was all planned by Big Brother. Now Cheng is in trouble, and to protect his own position, he's dragging me into it, even threatening my 2 younger brothers. I've always been afraid of Big Brother. If it was a small matter, I would listen to him, but this could lead to exile, and I heard from Captain Song that the situation is serious enough to be punishable by death. I can't risk my life just to protect Big Brother. If Big Brother truly cares for me and our family, he wouldn't let Cheng do this, nor would he make our whole family take the blame. Thinking of this, I angrily said, Big Brother, I have many friends, but none of them could get the exam papers. Don't slander me. I didn't do it. Second Lord Hao glared fiercely at him. This fool doesn't understand that he should think of the family first. All he cares about is himself. You have so many friends, so if not you, then who? Tell me, who gave you the exam papers? He demanded, glaring warningly. Second Lord Hao shrank back, knowing this could mean execution. He dared not admit it and weakly said, Big brother, it's not me really. The magistrate Qin coldly said from above, Second Lord Hao, just confess. If you lie even a little, don't blame me for being harsh. He slammed the wooden block loudly, and the guards struck the ground with their sticks, making a loud noise. They shouted commands, and suddenly the atmosphere in the hall became serious. Second Lord Hao, who was naturally timid, quickly knelt down, trembling with fear. Lord Qin, please have mercy. I swear I am telling the truth.
I dare not lie.
Please see for yourself. Cheng Hao, your father says it wasn't him. Now tell me, who is lying? Speak honestly, or I will start the interrogation. Cheng Hao and Second Lord Hao both trembled, exchanging a glance. Hao Cheng originally thought his father was afraid of the eldest uncle, so he believed his father would take responsibility. But unexpectedly, his father denied everything. Hao Cheng felt resentful that his father didn't realize he was carrying the burden, and Hao Eri felt angry that his son had caused him so much trouble. However, he dared not reveal Hao Sun Dao's involvement. While he was struggling with these feelings, a constable suddenly stepped forward and knelt down, saying, Sir, please forgive me. It was I who took the test paper and gave it to Hao Cheng. County Magistrate Qin looked at the constable who had come forward and then glanced at Hu County Deputy. He was quite impressed with the deputy's skill, as he managed to make someone willingly take responsibility. He had underestimated him. Oh, really? Hao Cheng, did Shirluo give you the test paper? Hao Cheng looked at Shirluo and hurriedly nodded, saying, Yes, sir, he gave it to me. Since he gave it to you, tell me, why did you falsely accuse your own father just now? Hao Cheng bit his lip, looked at his father, and seemed to give up, saying, I know I am guilty this time. If I am punished, my father, with his bad temper, and my mother and younger siblings will suffer even more. It's better if we all share the punishment. That way, my mother will suffer less. Hao Eri was furious when he heard this. You wicked son. How dare you look down on me? If it weren't for me, where would you all be? You don't know how to be grateful, and now you even try to drag me into this. Just wait, I'll beat you to death. He then raised his hand to strike Hao Cheng, specifically targeting his injured spot. Hao Cheng grimaced and yelled. County Magistrate Qin thought it was enough and scolded. Enough. This is not a place for your fighting. If you don't behave, don't blame this official for being harsh. Seeing Hao Eri suddenly behave, he then asked, Shirluo, since you stole the test paper, tell me, why did you help Hao Cheng? What was your purpose? Shirluo looked at Hao Cheng and said, Hao Cheng is a famous talented student at the county school. The county magistrate has praised him. I think he has a bright future and wanted to marry my daughter to him. I heard he was determined to win the case this time. I was very happy. I quietly remembered a few lines from the article praised by the magistrate, hoping to make a good impression on Hao Cheng. But I didn't expect Hao Cheng to say it wasn't his. So, I decided to destroy the test paper. I thought, since the paper was destroyed, it would be better for Hao Cheng to have such an article. When no one was looking, I stole the test paper, had Hao Cheng copy it, then swapped the test papers and rebound them. He bowed his head and begged. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me, Your Honor. Oh, really? Shirluo spoke convincingly, making everyone believe him completely. The county magistrate suddenly said, Bring the basket down. Immediately, 2 guards pulled him away. The magistrate asked, Hao Cheng, tell me when and where you received the test paper from the basket. Also, when and where did you give the basket? Think carefully before you answer, or I won't give you another chance. Hao Cheng's heart was trembling. There was no prior agreement, so whatever he said would definitely be wrong. But he couldn't stay silent. Finally, he thought hard, clenched his teeth, and told the time his uncle gave him the test paper and the place, which he said was the alley beside the government office. Are you sure about this?
No mistakes?
Whether right or wrong, it was already doomed to be wrong. Hao Qing closed his eyes, hiding his despair. He blamed no one but himself for being greedy. He took a deep breath, bowed his head to the ground, and with tears held back, said, "Yes, sir. I have thought it through. There is no mistake." Good. The magistrate looked at the clerk, who nodded in agreement and had already recorded everything. He then said, "Sign your name." Hao Qing clenched his teeth and signed, accepting his fate. Only then did the magistrate order the basket to be brought back. It was obvious the time and place were wrong. The magistrate struck the wooden block and angrily said, "Basket, your stated time and place do not match Hao Cheng's. How dare you deceive me? Bring them out and give them 20 blows each. Let's see if they confess." Hao Cheng, gritting his teeth, fainted immediately. When he woke up, he fainted again. The basket also endured the 20 blows without a sound. The magistrate, furious, was about to punish them when Lu Yi stepped forward and said, "Sir, I have a way to make them tell the truth." The magistrate was overjoyed and said, "Lady Lu, you have a solution? That's wonderful. Please." Everyone else looked stiff with surprise. The county deputy said, "Sir, this might not be appropriate."
Why not?
"As long as it clears up the case, there's nothing wrong. Lady Lu, please." Lu Yi stepped forward, knelt down to face them, and sprayed powder into Hao Cheng's nose. After waiting a long time, seeing him become dazed, she asked, "What is your name? Where are you from? Who is at home?" "I'm Hao Cheng, from Yirong County. I have parents, 2 younger brothers, and a sister." Lu Yi stood up and said, "Sir, he's telling the truth, right?" "That's correct."
Good.
"Now, it's up to you, sir. You have only half a stick of incense time." The magistrate nodded happily. "Thank you, Lady Lu. Not surprising that the apprentice of the imperial physician has such medicines. Later, I will ask him to buy some for easier case handling." County Magistrate Qin suppressed his thoughts and focused on the case. Soon, Hao Qing clearly explained what had happened. After hearing this, Hao Sundao didn't need Qin County Magistrate to speak. He knelt down directly. The county deputy's face looked very grim. He suddenly clutched his stomach and said, "Sir, I have an urgent matter and need to leave briefly." Qin County Magistrate knew it wasn't an emergency, but nervousness. Still, it wasn't the time to cause trouble. With Lu Ye's medicine, he wasn't worried about Hao Sundao being uncooperative. He glanced at him and said, "In that case, County Deputy, please go and return quickly." "Thank you, sir." Hao Sundao replied and left. Hao County Deputy's departure didn't affect the case. Soon, Shi Luo took the initiative to confess that Hao County Deputy had forced him to do things over the years and that Hao County Deputy had threatened him to cooperate. Qin County Magistrate sent someone to find Hao County Deputy, only to discover he had taken poison and committed suicide. Qin County Magistrate never expected this old man to be so resolute. He drank poison himself. But that was good. He knew Hao County Deputy had powerful backing, or he wouldn't have been so bold. Since he died, there was no need to offend his superiors. It was a perfect solution. Soon the verdict was issued. Hao Cheng, Hao Sundao, Shi Luo, and others had their property confiscated and were exiled to the frontier. Lu Ming was found not guilty and released. Seeing his brother safe, Lu Yi felt very happy, especially since the cancer of the deputy county magistrate had been removed. He finally felt half at ease. Ming has really grown up, Lu Yi said with a smile. This lucky younger brother was only 13, but not only intelligent but also calm in handling matters. He had helped himself escape trouble with his own efforts, which truly impressed others. "Big sister, I've already grown up and can be relied on," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Good, from now on, you will be my support," Lu Yi said naturally, not wanting to embarrass her brother. From his eyes, Lu Yi could see that her younger brother was working hard to become stronger, partly because of her. "All right, let's go home," Feng Shi said with a smile. Pang Tao, hearing the news, was not only unable to frame others successfully, but also saw that his own men were taken away. Even How County Deputy had died. He couldn't help but smash everything in the room. "Master, don't be angry." Fortunately, How County Deputy drank poison himself and committed suicide. Otherwise, if he had used Lu Ye's medicine, he would have exposed us all. It would have been even worse then. Pang Tao finally eased his anger and said, "Isn't Lu Yi just apprenticed to Old Man Sun? How is she so powerful and able to develop such amazing medicine?" "Sir, I've already checked. Lu Yi has been simple-minded since she was young. Her stepmother made her marry Shin Tianli, who is injured and sick. When she went to see the doctor in the county, she met Old Man Sunday. She must have special skills. Otherwise, how could someone as proud as Old Man Sun look up to a woman?" Pang Tao said angrily, "I know this. That's why I'm annoyed that Lu Yi doesn't appreciate the opportunity and can't be used by me. I originally planned to ruin Lu Ming, then use Shin Tianli's uncles and brothers to destroy Shin Tianli. As for Lu Yi from Huachuntang, I have ways to make her submit. I didn't expect such a good move to fail so completely." "Sir, what should we do now?" "Of course, we make them pay the price. Hu County Magistrate has a son in the army camp. Let someone tell him that his father was harmed. I believe, given his temper, he'll just watch and wait. Then they will suffer the consequences," Pang Tao said with a sinister smile. Jin Guan blinked and flattered, "Sir, you're right. Since we've cut ties with Hu County Magistrate, we should stay out of it." Pang Tao nodded subtly, "Have someone buy Hu County Magistrate's assets." Yes. The next day, the results came out. Without a doubt, Lu Ming became the youngest case leader. Sun Liang also took the exam and ranked in the top 10. Both the Lu and Sun families were very happy. Lu Ming was happy but also had his own plans. He spent 2 days carefully copying the Jingming Lu and gave it to Wang Jiao. Then he contacted Sun Liang about going to the county government with a trading caravan, planning to leave early. Lu Yi and Shen Tianli naturally agreed. They also gave Feng Hu 200 taels of silver to take with him, just in case. The Lu family returned to the town. After discussing with his 2 older brothers, Lu Shuquan decided to finish renovating the houses for the villagers in Suishan village before building houses in the town. Feng Shi and Lu Yulio stayed in town. Lu Shuquan went back to discuss with his brothers and then started working. This time, Shen Yongkong and Shen Tianxi also took the exam. Shen Tianxi, although at the bottom, still made the list. Shen Yongkong was not on the list at all. When news reached Suishan village, Shen Laoxi was happy but couldn't help sighing. Xiao Kong was just too unmotivated. Currently, Erfang's Tianqing and Wufang's Tianshu are studying at the village school, but they come home every day to study even harder than before. They are more diligent than Xiao Kong and Tianxi. I hope they can bring honor to the old Shen family and make the family proud. In February, many people are sick, and since Lu Yuer is the town's female doctor, some women who used to endure their pain now seek medical help willingly. Seeing this, Lua discussed with Dr. Du to have him take care of male patients, while she would handle female patients. They also arranged for a screen to separate the male and female patients. After a few days, the number of male patients decreased clearly, while female patients increased, even some coming from the county. The female patients coming in are not just suffering from pollen allergies during March and April, which cause red spots on their bodies, but also gynecological issues. Lua suddenly felt that modern times and ancient times are quite similar. The only difference is that in ancient times, female doctors were rare and women were shy about seeking treatment to protect their reputation, so they endured their suffering. She believes these patients are not few, especially in ancient times when the preference for sons was very strong. Ordinary women might wear the same clothes for 10 days or half a month without washing. Some women only had 2 sets of clothes, winter and summer. Those who kept themselves clean could wash frequently, but those who were sloppier often developed gynecological problems naturally. Moreover, in this era, there were no underwear. In winter and spring, women wore pants under their skirts, and in summer, they reportedly went around completely bare. Lua found this uncomfortable to think about. The first thing she did after crossing over was to pretend to be naive and the second was to make underwear. To keep it modest, she made four-corner pants for herself and also gave 2 pairs to Lu Yu as a thank you for her care. After arriving at the Shen family, she gradually realized that he Shi and Shen Tianlu also made four-corner pants, just longer. To help women feel less embarrassed during summer, Lu Yue recommended four-corner pants to every female patient. They are simple to make. Since ancient women excelled at sewing, she looked shy but understood how to make them. Lu Yue not only recommended four-corner pants but also taught them basic hygiene and self-care tips. She even asked her senior brother to help recruit female doctors in the county. If she guessed correctly, her master left to save her father-in-law. So, their departure from here is only a matter of time. Since that's the case, she is prepared for it. In addition to recruiting female doctors, they also brought Dongmei from home, asking her to teach Dr. Du and the shopkeeper's granddaughter to read and learn about herbs. During their free time, she personally taught them. They were busy every day and sometimes even used the pharmacy to eat. Shen Tianli felt very worried and often brought lunch to share with Lu Yi. One day, while Lu Yi was seeing patients, she suddenly heard someone shouting outside, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, come out quickly. Master is in trouble."
Liu Ye reiset herebros.
The voice sounded a bit like Liu Qian, she thought. Then she heard shopkeeper Chen calling out, Dr. Lu, come out quickly. Your father is in trouble." Lu Yu was shocked. She told her patient to wait a moment and ran outside. She saw her eldest uncle carrying her father and rushing in. Seeing that Lu Shuquan was unconscious, Lu Yi felt a pang in her heart, her eyes welling up with tears. She thought this was not only the feelings of the original owner, but also her own. She hurried over and asked Uncle what happened. "Your father fell from the house while building it. You should have someone check him," Lu Shumao said. Lu Yi was not good at setting bones. She took her uncle to her restroom and left it to Dr. Du. Dr. Du examined her father's leg, then his upper leg, and finally frowned. "The leg is broken. That's easy to fix. It will heal after a few months of rest. But the hip bone is also injured and I don't know if the waist is hurt." Lu Yi understood what Dr. Du meant. If the waist was hurt, her father might become paralyzed. She frowned. The technology back then was so backward. If it were modern times, it would be just a minor injury. But now it was life-threatening. One careless move could cause paralysis all over the body. "Dr. Du, treat my father's leg first. I'll ask my senior brother to come and see if he can feel the injury," she said. As soon as she finished speaking, shopkeeper Chen sent his son to the county. Seeing Dr. Du setting her father's bones, Lu Yi dismissed her uncle and Li Yuqian and others, then sent her patients away. When she returned to her room, Dr. Du had already fixed her father's leg. "Thank you, Dr. Du. You're welcome, Dr. Lu. Take care of your father. I'm going back to see patients." Dr. Du felt grateful to Lu Yi and even glad that he had come to Huichun Hall without hesitation. Lu Yi was not only a good doctor and a kind host but also openly discussed medical skills with him, which benefited him greatly. She didn't mind her eldest son staying by his side. Now, both her medical skills and her son's had improved significantly. Although the youngest son and grandson are both young apprentices, every day Lu Yi spends time teaching them medical texts and personally checking their progress. She notices every effort she makes, and in her heart, she is determined to treat her family well and not let her trust and care go to waste. When Lu Yi is alone in the room, she touches her chest and feels a bit relieved. Although her hip was injured in a fall, her neck is fine. Since he is still unconscious and there are no visible injuries on his head, she thinks he might have fainted from pain. She has already asked Li Jueming to call Feng Shi, and she believes Feng Shi will arrive soon. Lu Shuquan can't be moved easily right now, so she plans to let him stay in the pharmacy for a few days. The pharmacy has a large backyard where Chen Zhonggui's family and Li Jueming usually live. She can also give him pain relief injections every day. Feng Shi arrives quickly, and when she sees Lu Shuquan lying unconscious on the bed, she cries very sadly. He Shi and Lu Yu try to comfort her for a long time before she calms down. When Lu Yi tells her to stay and take care of her husband at the pharmacy, Feng Shi agrees. She asks Lu Yu to go back and bring some things, while she stays by Lu Shuquan's side without leaving. When Sun Qishan and Sun Liang arrive, Lu Shuquan is already awake. He is sweating from pain, but Lu Yu gives him a pain relief shot, and he feels much better. Sun Qishan examines him and confirms Lu Ye's diagnosis. His legs and hips are injured, so he immediately applies tiger bone ointment, and Lu Shuquan feels much better. After seeing off Sun Qishan, Sun Liang stays behind. He doesn't go home but finds a corner room in the pharmacy to stay in, staying inside all day. Lu Shuquan stays in the pharmacy for a few days and feels much better. Not only do people from Suishan village come to visit him, but his uncle and Li Yuqian also come to see him. However, his second uncle, Lu Shusheng, has not been seen. One day, Lu Shu Mao and Lu Shusheng come together. Not long after they enter Lu Shuquan's room, Feng Shi is driven out. Only the three brothers are inside, talking in low voices. When the door opens again, Lu Shu Mao and Lu Shusheng leave with red eyes. Feng Shi enters and sees her husband's eyes also red, clearly crying. She worries and asks what happened. You called me, and I'll tell you both. Feng Shi nods and leaves the room. Soon after, the two brothers come back inside. Dad, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing.
Siu, yeah, sit down.
I have something to tell you. They look at each other and sit on a stool. Willow Tree sighed deeply, speaking in a slow, thoughtful tone. Your grandmother always taught us that brothers united are like steel that can break anything. So, from childhood, my brothers and I have been very close. Even after we parted ways, we remained brothers. But I never expected that second brother would actually push me off the roof. At this point, Willow Tree's eyes reddened again. Feng Shi looked shocked, and Lu Yi found it strange. Not only because Willow Tree is usually cautious, but also because he has been building houses for over 10 years, so falling off the roof in such a careless way seemed unlikely. Then Willow Tree continued with a sigh. Our brotherly bond of many years is no match for a few words from someone else who sowed discord in his ear. Father, don't be sad. Second uncle must feel regret now. Yes, he says he's sorry, but after doing such things, our brotherly love has faded. I'm like this now, and I don't know if I can still build houses in the future. So, we decided to split up. They can build their own, and Yu Qian will lead us to build our own. Father, don't worry. After resting for half a year, I can still build houses. Lu Yi comforted him. Hearing that he could still build houses, Willow Tree's eyes reddened with excitement. That's good, that's good. Being able to build houses means his son can focus on studying, it means he can support Yer, and it means finding a good family for Yer. Lu Yi knew that Willow Tree was no longer planning to blame Lu Sheng for what happened. She had expected this because Willow Tree is naturally kind-hearted, and they are brothers. But she found it strange. After so many years, how could Lu Shisheng suddenly be swayed and do something to hurt his brother? And who was the one stirring trouble? Why stir trouble? Was someone giving instructions behind the scenes? It wasn't just her overthinking. Recently, they had offended many people. Those petty villains are cunning and sneaky. They wouldn't openly attack her and Shin Tianli. They only use small tricks against those around them. It was your third cousin and his uncle. They said I, being the youngest, always want to be in charge and feel resentful about it. They kept whispering in your second uncle's ear. Over time, your second uncle must have become dissatisfied. Plus, recently Chuishan village has been praising me a lot, and your second uncle just lost his temper. So, it was the third cousin. Maybe she was overthinking. But hurting her father is not something to take lightly. Lu Yu didn't like formal manners, so whenever she was learning etiquette, she would run out first, look at her father, then come over to talk to Lu Yi. Big sister, I saw third cousin in town. He also went to Chunfeng Tower, which is the most expensive restaurant in town. I heard it costs at least 2 taels of silver. How does third cousin have enough money to go there? Also, second and first cousins have visited father, but third cousin hasn't come to see him. It's really unkind of him. Did you really see third cousin go to Chunfeng Tower? Yes. How could I mistake my own cousin? Lu Yu looked at you, as if you didn't think much of her. Did you see who came out of Chunfeng Tower after him? Suddenly, Lu Yu blushed and said, "It should be young Master Pang." Hearing the name Pang, Lu Yu was surprised. Especially now, Lu Yu's face was red, her eyes bright, and she looked uneasy. Young Master Pang?
Yes.
Lu Yu nodded with a shy face. Is his name Pang Tao?
Yes.
How do you know that, sister? Lu Yu asked in surprise. This Pang Tao is really impressive. In just half a month, he made Lu Yu develop feelings for him. He must have put in a lot of effort, right? But did he tell Lu Yu that he is the richest young master in the county, Pang de Gongzi? Did he tell her he already has a wife and concubines? Did he tell her he is the owner of Tsihui Hall? Lu Yu, come here. Tell sister how you met Pang Tao. Lu Yu looked at Lu Yi with suspicion. Seeing her serious attitude, she said, "A while ago, Ming Er was taking an exam in the county. I took the chance to visit various bookstores for picture albums. Once, my purse was stolen by a thief, but he helped me find it. Later, I went to buy a painting draft, and I met him again. He bought the draft to give to his sister. When we were returning from town, a big stone blocked the road, and he helped move it. That day, I came to see father and was accidentally hit by a cart, but he saved me just in time. He also gave me a picture album, saying he specially bought it for me." By the end, Lu Yu's face turned redder, and her voice grew softer. Similar stories and methods don't work on her, but they clearly work on her younger sister, who is just beginning to fall in love. I just hope she doesn't love too deeply, so there's still room for change. Lu Yu, do you like him?
Ah.
Lu Yu was surprised by her sister's question, gasped, then blushed and lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with shyness, and finally, she bit her lip, smiled shyly, and nodded softly. Although Pang Tao doesn't look as good as her brother-in-law, he has a gentle and elegant demeanor, a kind attitude, and is very attentive to her. He not only found her picture albums, knowing she wanted to learn painting and embroidery, but also said he would introduce her to famous female teachers and skilled embroidery women. Lu Yi saw Lu Yu's expression and immediately stood up. Suppressing her anger, she tried to stay calm and said, "Yuer, how much do you know about him? Besides knowing his name is Pang Tao, what else do you know?" Lu Yu frowned, then bit her lip, looking sad and resentful. Young Master Pang looks like he comes from a wealthy family. I like him, but I know our differences are too big. His parents definitely wouldn't agree. Although she doesn't leave the village, she understands that only the right match fits her family background. She can only be a concubine to young Master Pang. Neither her father, brother, nor sister would allow her to become a man's concubine. And she herself wouldn't allow herself to degrade herself like that. Big sister, don't worry. I won't meet young Master Pang again. The picture album he gave me, I will have my brother-in-law return it to him. Actually, if her sister hadn't asked today, she wouldn't have realized she had unknowingly started to like him. Luckily, she has self-awareness. Lu Yi finally relaxed after hearing her sister's words. She took Lu Yu's hand and said, "Yuer, I'm happy to hear that. But there are some things I still want you to know. Some people are not as kind as they seem. Pang Tao is the richest man in the county and the owner of Tsihui Hall. His family has wives and concubines. This isn't the most important thing. What's crucial is that his purpose in approaching you isn't pure." When Lu Yu heard he was the owner of Tsihui Hall, she realized that the Tsihui Hall and Huichun Hall in the county are not on good terms. Plus, since they are rivals, she also believes that Tsihui Hall and her sister are not friendly. Even more surprising is that he has wives and concubines. Although she has let go of it, she can't help but feel a bit sad. Recently, because she was kidnapped and saved many girls, some people's interests were affected. On the surface, these actions were done by Cui Han, but in fact, Wei Yi had already had people investigate. The real behind-the-scenes person is Hu County Magistrate and Pang Tao. Pang Tao tried to approach her several times before, but she refused. Then, Ming got into trouble in the county. Although it seemed to be directed by Hu County Magistrate after his suicide, no one could say for sure. This incident is related to Pang Tao. And the reason father fell from the house was because second uncle pushed him. Lu Yu listened with growing shock and, upon hearing that second uncle pushed father, couldn't help but stand up and shout, "What? How could second uncle do this to father? Father has always been kind to their family, even more than to the eldest uncle's family. When third cousin wanted to go to school, father paid for it. Later, when fourth cousin went to school, father paid again. How could they treat father like this? Have they no conscience? This isn't the main point. The key is that second uncle pushed father because third cousin incited him. I initially suspected third cousin was being told what to do, but from what father said, it seems third cousin has his own ambitions. I didn't expect he was just a target." Lu Yu quickly understood and, trembling, clenched her fists and said, "Are you saying that the injury to father was caused by Pang Tao? The situation is too coincidental. I can't help but suspect it was his doing. Don't worry, I will have your brother-in-law investigate." Lu Yi saw her sister's knuckles turning white and felt distressed. He gently held her hands and said softly, "Sister, why do you think he is doing this? Approaching me while harming father. What does he really want?" Lu Yu asked angrily. "If I'm not mistaken, he's trying to pressure me. Sihui Hall has always wanted to take control of Chun Hall, but they haven't found a way. Now I have suddenly appeared as a disciple. This is a good opportunity. He planned twice to approach me but was rejected, and your brother-in-law lost 1,000 taels of silver because of it. So, whether it's Mingxing's matter or father's injury, they are warnings for me to negotiate with him and do as he says. And you are his secret card." "Me?" Lu Yu narrowed her eyes. "Yes, you are. Look at Pang Tao, he looks pretty decent. It's obvious he's wealthy. If such a man is gentle to a girl who's just starting to fall in love, many girls wouldn't be able to resist. Once a girl falls into his trap, she might do anything, surrender, obey him, and so on." Lu Yu quickly shook her head. "Sister, I won't do that. How could I do something that ruins my reputation and that of my family?" Lu Yi nodded confidently and said, "Yes, I believe Yua wouldn't do that. But Pang Tao isn't a good person. If you don't cooperate, he'll use other means. When that happens, if you become his, I'll go along with his plans. He might marry you, or if you refuse, he could ruin you and then destroy our family. Sister, is he really that vicious? He looks so gentle and kind." Jiajet originally didn't know much, but recently she treated many women from the county. They mentioned him, saying he used a merchant's only daughter to cause her family to fall apart. So when I heard he was close to you, I became worried and scared, which led to these guesses. If you don't believe me, you can investigate in the county yourself. But I really hope you won't meet him again or think about him anymore." Lu Yu smiled bitterly. After her sister said so much, how could she still dare to think of him? Moreover, she had already decided not to see him again. "Big sister, don't worry, I won't." Seeing her sister's eyes still a bit bitter, Lu Yi knew that such matters could only be left to time. She comforted her. You're still young. It's normal to encounter scoundrels when you're young. We'll just be more careful and watchful in the future." "Scoundrels?" "Yes, like Pang Tao. Even though he has a wife, he still deceives young girls outside. Isn't that terrible?" Lu Yu thought for a moment and suddenly realized that Pang Tao was indeed a scoundrel. She quickly handed Lu Yi the album that Pang Tao had given her. Lu Yi naturally handed this task to Shun Tianli. Shun Tianli always repaid grudges, and now with Wei Xian's help, he would do more than just return the book. That was not his style. At Pang's house in the county, Pang Tao looked gloomily at his parents' room and asked coldly what happened. How did the master and madam fall from the tree? A group of guards remained silent. They didn't know what had happened. They had just been napping when they heard two screams. When they saw it, the master and madam were already crying out under the tree. "Master, we don't know. We absolutely weren't lazy." The fact that so many of us could sneak into the master's and madam's room shows the other side's skill is very good. "Master, this isn't something we could do." Pang Tao also knew he had offended many people, so he had hired many thugs. Being able to hurt his parents in front of so many guards showed that the other side was very strong. But who could it be? Who dared to do this openly? Even though he no longer held the position of county magistrate and was the richest man in the county, he still had the Nayland family backing him. Would these people be afraid of offending the Nayland family? While he was pondering who it could be, a young servant came over and said, "Big brother, a person named Shin Tianli just came by and asked me to give this to the master." He also said, Pang Tao saw the album handed over by the servant. It was the one he had given Lu Yu. Why did Shin Tianli bring it here? Thinking that Lu Yu's younger brother had gone to the county and that her father, who had a broken leg and was lying in bed, was brought over by her brother-in-law, was not surprising. Her father was lying in bed with a broken leg? Pang Tao suddenly shivered, looking at the picture book in disbelief. It must be Shin Tianli. Otherwise, after his parents fell from the tree, he wouldn't have come over. He coldly asked, "What did he say?" The servant timidly glanced at Pang Tao, hesitating to speak. He
said, "Speak."
Pang Tao ordered angrily. The servant immediately knelt down, trembling as he said, "He told the young master to be brave and confront him openly, instead of always doing things that are hard to see, acting like a petty person everywhere." Shin Tianli, I will never forgive you, never. Pang Tao shouted angrily, then tore the picture book into pieces, as if Shin Tianli was the one in the book. In the past 2 days, Lu Yu not only looked after her father, but also helped when female guests were busy. When there were female patients from the county, she would also ask about Pang Tao. The young girls said Pang Tao was handsome and gentle. The older wives said that if someone could become a concubine for Pang Tao, they would never have to worry about food or drink for their whole life. Only one, who seemed to be a wealthy family's wife, looked down on Pang Tao, but didn't say much. However, this attitude made Lu Yu realize that Pang Tao was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Pang Tao, who had been missing for a few days, suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu was startled and frowned as she looked at Pang Tao blocking her way, asking, "Young Master Pang, what are you doing?" Why did you return the picture book to Shin Tianli? Do you not like it? If you don't like it, look at this one, he said, smiling gently as he handed over another picture book. Lu Yu looked around. Since it was almost noon and there were few people on the street, she felt a bit anxious but kept calm. She took a step back and said, "It was just a loan back then. Since you've finished reading it, of course it should be returned. Moreover, I am a woman and shouldn't take things from a man. Young Master Pang, since you have wives and concubines, please do not come here again. Lu Yu thanks you for your repeated help." She bowed slightly to Pang Tao. Pang Tao, feeling sad, stepped forward and said, You really know. But I truly like you. I only married last year because I wanted to find a woman I liked, but she never appeared. Out of helplessness, I obeyed my parents' orders and married. Until I met you, I didn't realize I had finally found someone. So I didn't dare tell you I have wives and concubines. But don't worry, if you're willing, I would gladly leave her and marry you instead. For some reason, Lu Yu suddenly felt sick. She suddenly remembered the story her sister told her about Chen Shimi and thought he was just like that untrustworthy man, bad and dishonest. Her voice grew cold as she said, "No need, young Master Pang. Lu Yu considers herself from a humble family and doesn't think she is worthy of your noble background. Please don't come to bother me again." After saying this, Lu Yu was about to leave. But after taking a few steps, someone grabbed her arm. Seeing Pang Tao shamelessly pull her, Lu Yu felt both ashamed and angry. Just like her sister said, he's a bad man, daring to pull her, ruining her reputation. She angrily said, "Let me go." Pang Tao not only refused to release her, but also pulled her into his arms with force, speaking gently, Don't be angry. If you're angry, I will feel sad. I know I lied to you, and I was wrong. But don't worry, I will make it up to you. I will prove my sincerity." Lu Yu pushed him away sharply. "I don't need your sincerity. I only want you to stay away from me, from my family. Step back, I want to go home." But she found herself unconsciously being led to a corner by Pang Tao. Her heart raced with fear. She silently took out the pepper spray her sister had given her. All right, I will take you home now. My home is your home, Peng Tao said with a smile and reached to pull Lu Yu again. Lu Yu's eyes burned with anger at Peng Tao's shamelessness and false accusations. She shouted loudly, "Your home is not my home. I have nothing to do with you, this bad man." Then she tore open the pepper spray and threw it at Peng Tao's face. Caught off guard, Peng Tao was covered in the spray, his eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't open them. He stepped back 2 steps, crying out, "Ah, my eyes. My eyes. You wicked person. What did you spray on my face? You are a scoundrel. Don't come to me again, or next time, I will deal with you harshly." As she spoke, she ran back home. Jin Guan saw Lu Yu run away and heard the master shout. He ignored Lu Yu and hurried toward Peng Tao. "Master, what's wrong? Quick, go to Tsihui Hall. My eyes hurt. I don't know what that wicked woman threw on my face."
Yes.
Jin Guan helped Peng Tao onto the carriage and hurried off. He didn't notice the man dressed in fine clothes with a jade belt who was standing nearby. Wow, what an interesting scene. Nice, nice. The man in fine clothes said, then glanced at the room where Lu Yu had run, smiling as he left. If Lu Yu saw him, she would recognize this man in fine clothes and a jade belt. He's her other senior brother, Bai Xuxi. After Bai Xuxi and Nan Lanqingza returned, they followed Lu Ye's advice: acupuncture, medicine, and shouting. After so long, he hadn't had a single attack. Seeing he couldn't be useful, Bai Xuxi thought his junior sister probably knew other acupuncture methods. Since he was free, he decided to go ask her. On the way, he met Feng Lin. When they reached Irong County, he learned they weren't looking for the same person but from the same family. He also didn't expect his junior sister's husband to be so noble. He's Feng Lin's cousin. Feng Lin's cousin. That's no ordinary person. Forget it. No matter who he is, he's still his junior sister's husband. Ha! Chen shopkeeper saw a young, handsome, noble young man enter and hurried to greet him. "Sir, are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine?" "I'm not here for a checkup or medicine. I'm here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" "Could he be looking for Dr. Lu?"
"What is your master doing?"
"Our master is seeing patients. If you're looking for him, you'll have to wait a bit." "Where's Sun Liang?" "Oh, the young master? He's in the backyard." "Take me to see him," Bai Xuxi said, and headed toward the backyard. He heard his senior brother say Sun Liang had been here for a long time, not to help treat patients, but to learn medical skills from his junior sister. Why was he hiding in the backyard? Chin's shopkeeper quickly stopped him, looking serious. "No, Dr. Lu said no one else is allowed near the young master's room." Bai Xuxi raised an eyebrow. What are their master and nephew up to? Forget it. Since he's already here, he might as well wait. "I heard my junior sister's father is ill. I want to check."
"Lead the way," he said.
"Junior sister?" "Yes, I am your master's senior brother."
This.
He only knew that the head of the county was Lu Dafu's senior brother. How come he had never heard of any other senior brothers? After a moment of hesitation, he smiled and said, "Young master, since you want to see your elders, you should bring some gifts to show respect. Otherwise, others might think you're rude. Why don't you go buy some gifts first? Or, if you want to buy something, I can have someone help you." Bai Xuxi glanced at Manager Chen. He didn't believe him. Besides, who said he didn't bring any gifts? His ointment could help bones heal quickly. But going empty-handed wasn't good, so he said, "Forget it, I'll go myself." Feng Lin heard that his younger cousin had gone to school, so he waited nearby to see how his cousin was doing. As students kept coming out, a young man in rough cotton clothes slowly appeared. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. The young man was fair-skinned and handsome, with extraordinary bearing. Even in plain clothes, he couldn't hide his shining presence. He exuded a cold pride that made people keep their distance. Feng Lin felt a little excited. His deep phoenix eyes, handsome face, and overall aura all looked very much like someone from the Feng family. Shen Tianli had been receiving many glances since he entered the school.
He was used to it.
But today, he noticed a pair of curious, probing eyes. He looked over and saw, not far away, through a carriage window, a handsome and elegant man with beautiful phoenix eyes. His eyes showed curiosity, but also kindness, which made Shen Tianli feel a sense of familiarity. His gaze flickered, and just as he was about to look more clearly, someone pulled him back. Only Shen Tianyan could do that. Big brother, why did you leave first again? We agreed to go together today to pick up sister-in-law. You're not keeping your word. Shen Tianyan silently complained with his big eyes. He knew his big brother was playing tricks. Luckily, he ran fast and caught up. At the school, his brother went into the adult class C, while he went into the younger class D. Class D was farther from the gate. His brother was quick and often didn't wait for him. These days, his brother secretly went to the pharmacy to see sister-in-law. Shen Tianli looked in the direction where the carriage had left and said, "We're not going today. Let's go home." Not picking up sister-in-law?
Why?
Has she gone home? Sister-in-law has something to do today. We'll go back first. Although Shen Tianyan was unhappy about not seeing his sister-in-law, he felt somewhat better knowing that his older brother was also unable to see her. Shen Tianli returned home and went straight to his study. He had a feeling that the carriage was looking for him. Sure enough, not long after, he sensed movement at the window. He looked up and saw a handsome man dressed in moon-patterned clothing appear in his study. Shen Tianli put down his book and picked up his brush to grind ink. The man standing by the bookshelf, seemingly like family, was quietly studying ink without speaking. There was an unspoken harmony between them. Suddenly, Shen Tianli's brush trembled, and a large drop of ink splattered toward Feng Lin's clothes. Feng Lin quickly dodged and turned around to see a big ink stain instantly darkening the bookshelf. Luckily, he was quick, or else his clothes would have been as black as the shelf. "Cousin, you're really enthusiastic greeting me like this. I don't have a cousin like you." Feng Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did Wei Xian tell you about your background?" Shen Tianli focused on writing, only speaking after finishing a character. "Told me or not. Does it matter? Sometimes, knowing too much only adds to my worries. Besides, I am just myself." He paused and said, "Anyway, this isn't the place for you to come." Feng Lin didn't expect his cousin to be so perceptive and open-minded. He was glad he came. "Cousin, don't worry. I came here and no one knows. Once they find out, it's too late. Leave your martial arts secret book here and go quickly." Shen Tianli, though expecting his visit, was still amazed by his lightness of foot. He had already practiced the martial arts secret book that Year gave him to the 7th level, but he could sense that even at the 9th level, it was only average among experts. Far inferior to the skills of the man in front of him. "Cousin, you're truly ruthless. But you have good judgment." Feng Lin put down the book in his hand, took another from his, and placed it on the bookshelf. He also set down a fine jade pendant and several small bamboo tubes, saying, "In emergencies, light this bamboo tube, and the dark guards of the Feng family will appear. I'm taking the imperial exam. Before that, don't let anyone disturb me or come looking for me." "Oh, are you not worried about your father?" Feng Lin asked with a smile. "Just give him this family letter," Shen Tianli replied, tossing a folded paper to Feng Lin. Feng Lin took it, feeling even more admiration for his cousin. His internal strength was quite good. He asked, "Can I see it?" "Sure." Feng Lin smiled gently and opened the item gracefully. On it, 2 characters were written, "Wife." Feng Lin couldn't help but smile even more. He understood that his cousin was warning his uncle. Despite his changed status and position, he was still a man with a wife and children. So, no matter what he did, he shouldn't forget his wife and kids. Interesting. He liked and appreciated this cousin even more. "Does my cousin have anything for uncle to bring? Tell him I will protect my mother and younger siblings well. Let him wait for us. Don't let anyone come looking for us." "All right. I didn't expect to be so disliked. But you need to hurry. I can only hold them back for 2 years at most." 2 years. That's a tight timeline. Shen Tianli stood up, clasped his fists in a salute, and said, "Thank you very much, cousin." "Hee, I like hearing you call me that." Listening to the distant voice, Shen Tianli finished his bow, then looked up. The people in the room had already disappeared, and on the bookshelf, there was an extra stack of silver notes. He walked over, looked at them. They were all worth 100 taels each, totaling about 10,000 taels. His cousin was quite thoughtful. He carefully stored the silver notes, then looked at the jade pendant and bamboo tube, also putting them away. Finally, his gaze fell on a book. He opened it and felt a familiar sensation wash over him, as if he had studied this before. He suppressed the urge to keep reading and closed the book, preparing to go meet his wife. Outside the door, he heard Chen Sheng, the son of shopkeeper Chen, say, "Madam, Dr. Liu said she has something to do today and needs to go out for an appointment. She won't be home for dinner, so you and the young master don't need to wait for her. All right, you should hurry and take the ox cart." "The patient is urgent," he sure replied, not daring to delay his daughter-in-law's medical treatment. Although it was only a month, his wife's medical skills had gained recognition. Many people came to see her, and sometimes she went out for appointments. So he didn't think much of it. He returned to the study to continue reading. He never knew he actually had a talent for reading. He could remember everything after just one read, and even some obscure sentences became clear after reading them twice. Because of this, whether at the academy or the town bookstore, he was almost done with all the books. As for his younger brother-in-law, he understood him best. When he arrived at the county mansion, not only did he bring back family letters via merchant caravans, but he also brought books for him. Over time, he asked the merchant team to bring back many more books, which benefited him greatly. Unfortunately, the imperial examination for children has already taken place this year. Otherwise, he could have tried too. The provincial exams are held every 3 years, and the next one will be in February of the following year. He probably can't wait that long, and he wonders if there will be a chance for the imperial exam next year. Regardless of whether there is or not, he doesn't have much time left. He needs to keep studying and study more. He hopes that when his younger brother-in-law takes the local exam in August, his wife will also go to the provincial capital for a visit. Right after Bai Shushi left, several people carried a pale woman and placed her at the gate of Huichun Hall. The leading old woman strode in aggressively and asked, "Shopkeeper, where is the shopkeeper here?" Shopkeeper Chun hurried out from behind the counter. This woman didn't seem sick, but looked like she was causing trouble. He frowned and asked, "I am the shopkeeper here. What do you need?" "What do I need? My daughter-in-law came here a few days ago for treatment, took some medicine home, and after a few days, she ended up like this. Are you really doctors or just harming people? How could you treat my good daughter-in-law like this?" Shopkeeper Chin went outside and saw a young woman lying on a wooden board. She had her eyes closed, her face was pale, and her breath was weak. If her chest wasn't slightly rising and falling, he might think she was dead. But even if she wasn't dead, her condition didn't look good, and she wouldn't live long. He remembered that a woman like this had indeed come for treatment, but he trusted Dr. Liu's medical skills. He frowned and said, "Our doctors definitely wouldn't have caused this. Are you trying to frame us after ruining her and making her look like this?" He knew well that many wicked old women in the village did such things. The old woman looked guilty and avoided his gaze as she said, "You're talking nonsense. I treat my daughter-in-law well. It's your doctors who harmed her." After that, she loudly shouted, "Everyone come see. Huichun Hall kills people and then refuses to pay. They kill people and are immoral. Come see. The doctors at Huichun Hall are killing people. My daughter-in-law came here for treatment, took some medicine for a few days, and now she's like this. They even accuse me falsely. You can ask around my village. I paid for her treatment and medicine so she could have a grandson, but after just a few days, she's like this. Please, everyone judge fairly." Although it was noon, quite a few people had gathered around. Shopkeeper Chin was panicked and said, "Old woman, what nonsense are you talking? This person is still breathing. Where is she dead?" The pharmacy fears incidents that cause loss of life the most. Sometimes, even when the matter seems minor, it can damage their reputation. Look at her condition. She's almost dead. What else could it be? You people are so brazen to still speak so confidently about taking lives. Truly, you're heartless merchants. Don't you all agree? Look at this woman. She looks like she's barely hanging on. Her face shows she's seriously ill. Wasn't Dr. Chun from the local clinic the one who treated her? I heard he used to see patients in the capital. How could a doctor from the capital come all this way just to treat someone here? Maybe you heard wrong. What's wrong with the doctor from the capital? If he's skilled, why would he come here? Probably his skills are poor and his morals are worse, so he ended up in our small town. Now he's made her like this. In the future, we won't dare go to him. We should go to Tsihue Hall instead, an old, trusted place with good doctors and good morals. Yes, yes. I heard there's a female doctor there who wanted to treat my relative, but with such poor skills, I don't dare to go anymore.
Oh.
My relative was treated here a few days ago. I'll tell her to go to Tsihue Hall for a checkup. Better safe than sorry, so no more tragedies happen. Master Chin, hearing everyone get more excited and blame the Return Spring Hall, was very angry. He was about to defend himself when a clear voice rang out. Everyone, rest assured. If I truly caused harm at Return Spring Hall, I will take full responsibility. Master Chen saw Lu Yi and hurried over, saying, Dr. Lu, look, this woman. Lu Yi approached, ready to examine the dying woman on the board, but a woman blocked his way and said, You're Dr. Lu, right? My daughter-in-law said you treated her. You caused her condition to worsen. How do you explain that? Madam, please let me first examine her illness before we discuss responsibility. You're just making excuses, trying to avoid responsibility. Lu Yi looked around at the crowd and said, with so many witnesses, if this is my fault at Return Spring Hall, I will take full responsibility. But if not, I won't let anyone get away with blaming me. Lu Yi's gaze was intense and his tone strict. The woman and others from Tsihue Hall felt guilty and lowered their heads. Lu Yi bypassed the woman and reached to check her pulse, but she stopped him again, saying, What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to harm my daughter-in-law. I see that you are trying to harm your daughter-in-law. She was already weak and upset, and you kept stopping me from giving her treatment. What are you really trying to do? Shopkeeper Chun, go to the county and ask the officials to check whether our medicine is faulty or if someone is trying to frame us. Shopkeeper Chun hurriedly said, All right, I will send someone to call the constable. We can't let our reputation at the Spring Revival Hall be ruined. As he was about to leave, the old woman quickly said to the 4 men, Stop him. If the constable sees him, we might all get punished. The 4 men tried to stop Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Yi took the pulse of the woman, sighed, and then used a silver needle to treat her. When she slowly woke up, Lu Yi compassionately said, I told you to rest well and avoid heavy work, to eat more. Why did you make yourself like this? Dr. Lu, do I still have a chance? The woman asked anxiously. Lu Yi shook her head. You had a miscarriage. You haven't rested enough, your nutrition was poor, and you took too many cold medicines. Your energy and blood are both weak. Even my master can't save you now. If it had been a few days earlier, there might have been hope. But now, seeing the faint blood on the wooden board, Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. Women in ancient times really suffered. A healthy person was tortured into this state in just a few days. Hearing Lu Yi say she had a miscarriage, the woman on the board suddenly sat up, clutching Lu Yi tightly, tears in her eyes. You said I had a miscarriage? Yes, you were over a month pregnant, but your pulse was faint, so I gave you medicine to help you carry the pregnancy. Come back in half a month.
Sigh, I didn't expect.
Hearing this, Wang Xiaoya cried out, Haha. I am not a hen that doesn't lay eggs, nor am I a woman unable to have children. Li Xiling, listen, I was pregnant for over a month, but your mother tortured me. She killed my child. She killed our baby. That day, after she took her medicine home, her mother-in-law scolded her, refused to give her food, and made her do chores. She was so hungry that she accidentally fell. Her mother-in-law kicked and hit her. She felt pain all over, her stomach, her whole body, and then she fainted. When she woke up, she was on the bed. Her mother-in-law generously let her rest for a day. She saw blood on herself and thought her time had come. But it turned out she had a miscarriage. Seeing her husband's eyes flicker from a distance and his hesitant, timid behavior, Along with her mother-in-law stopping her struggle after hearing her voice, she suddenly understood something. She trembled and asked, "Fourth brother, do you already know that my child is gone?" She reached toward her belly as she spoke. Li Xiling felt sorry for his wife. Just as he was about to apologize and speak, his mother said, "What child? You're just a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Clearly, your little life is over. You believed that quack doctor's words? Her miscarriage happened only a few days ago. Any doctor can tell that. If you don't believe it, you can ask another doctor to examine her. If someone can invite the doctor from Tsihui Hall, even better. I will pay the consultation fee." Lu Yi looked at the people in the crowd from Tsihui Hall and loudly declared. Seeing no one move in the crowd, Lu Yi called out, "Jueming, you and Bai Zhu and Bai Ji go to other pharmacies and invite all the doctors here." "Yes." Li Jueming responded and hurried away. Only then did Li Xiling and the others realize that shopkeeper Chen had already left without them noticing. Lu Yi softly said to the suffering Wang Xiaoya, "Wang Xiaoya, don't be sad. This will only drain your spirit more. Rest well, and I will make sure justice is served for you and your child. Those who hurt you and your baby will be punished." Wang Xiaoya immediately stopped crying and tightly held Lu Ye's hand, asking, "Dr. Lu, are you telling the truth? Can you really avenge my child?" Lu Yi looked around at Li Xiling and his mother and children, then said, "As long as they are guilty, I will make them pay." Li Xiling and his mother looked at each other. The old woman was frightened by Lu Ye's gaze and shrank back. Suddenly, she said, "Look at this wicked woman's blood everywhere. So unlucky. Why are you three still standing there? Hurry up and carry her back. If her blood stains the place, we'll have to pay silver." The four strong men looked at each other and hurried to carry Wang Xiaoya away. However, Lu Yi stopped them with a single gesture and asked, "What are you doing? We're done watching. I want to carry my daughter-in-law back." "Is that illegal?" Li Pozi said from the side. Lu Yi looked around at everyone and said, "If today you do not bring Wang Xiaoya here to slander me and damage the reputation of Huichun Hall, then I have no control over whether she lives or dies. However, since you have brought Wang Xiaoya here today, I will take responsibility for this matter. I not only want to restore my own and Huichun Hall's reputation, but also seek justice for Wang Xiaoya." Lu Ye's words were firm and powerful, instantly silencing everyone present, especially Li Pozi, who turned pale with fear and regretted bringing Wang Shi along. She thought she must leave now. Perhaps the shopkeeper had already called the police. Seeing Lu Yi alone, his momentum grew stronger. He said, "Even if the county magistrate comes, Wang Xiaoya is my daughter-in-law. I can take her home. Step aside." "Is that so? Then come and try," Lu Yi replied coldly. Li Pozi just wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, something bad might happen. She shouted at her sons, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and take her away." Li Xiliang and the others hurried forward, but before they reached Lu Yi, each of them was kicked in the stomach and flew backward. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, and little fourth, how are you all?" The four brothers clutched their stomachs and couldn't get up. They only heard a cold voice nearby. "Do you think Huichun Hall is a place where you can come and cause trouble whenever you want? I tell you, until this matter is fully resolved, no one is allowed to leave." Taking this opportunity to show strength, Lu Yi warned those who still wanted to cause trouble to think carefully. His words frightened Li Pozi so much that she sat on the ground, looking pale. Soon, doctors from other pharmacies in town arrived. There was no choice. They had been invited by Huichun Hall, and it was the right time to build good relationships. Lu Yi respectfully said, "Thank you all. I have a patient here. Please examine her and see if she can still be saved." The doctors examined her one by one, then shook their heads. This woman had a miscarriage several days ago, and during her postpartum period, she took the wrong medicine. Her qi and blood are both depleted. Even a divine healer would find it difficult to save her. "Yes. I just asked. She had a miscarriage 5 days ago, and she's still bleeding. This indicates heavy bleeding after the miscarriage. It's remarkable she is still conscious now." "Indeed. May I ask, Dr. Lu, How do you manage to keep someone on the brink of death so alert? Is she just fainting, or do you have a way to treat her? When one doctor asked, the others looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi shook his head and said, I can't save her, but I have a set of acupuncture techniques that can keep her awake for a while and help her suffer less pain. Dr. Lu, you actually have such acupuncture skills.
No wonder you're a student of Old Sunday.
Yes, yes. Thank you all. I have a method to reduce fever. Tomorrow, I will have someone deliver it to you as a thank you for your help. Lu Yi initially wanted to give her pain relief acupuncture, but then he thought that in this era, many colds only get medical attention when they develop a fever. Many children die because the fever isn't managed in time or can't be quickly reduced. This set of acupuncture techniques is best suited for ordinary people. The doctor's eyes brightened, and they all smiled and bowed, saying, Dr. Lu, you are too kind. We won't refuse. Yes, no need for someone to deliver it. We can come and pick it up ourselves. Exactly. Dr. Lu, when do you think it would be best for us to come? How about late in the hour of the dragon? Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. Was she afraid she wouldn't give it to them? Let's do it tomorrow late in the hour of the dragon. Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Lu. We will take our leave now. Bai Xuxi didn't expect his junior sister to be so generous, just for helping out with a set of acupuncture techniques, and now it's being shared widely? He smiled and said, Junior sister, you're so generous to others. If you're this generous with everyone, maybe you'll be even more open with me, your senior brother, sharing everything without holding back. Lu Yi looked at him in surprise and asked, Bai Xuxi, what are you doing here? At Lu Ye's words, a woman who was about to leave from the crowd stopped in surprise. After thinking for a moment, she decided to stay and observe. Doctor, she really remembers me well. She even remembers my full name. When did you arrive? Hurry, help me see if she can still be treated, Lu Yi said, pointing at Wang Xiaoya. Bai Xuxi shook his head and said, It's a pity. She's still awake now, thanks to the amazing acupuncture method of my junior sister. You can't even take her pulse and already know her condition? Junior sister, a doctor needs to do more than just examine. It's also important to observe. By looking at the patient's skin color, eyes, lips, and chest movement, you can diagnose their condition. Her eyes are bright, but the area around them is dark and blue. The skin elsewhere looks pale and white, and her lips are pale pink. She's breathing with her mouth open, which shows her breathing is out of sync. Such a person is usually close to death. Hearing the man's words, Wang Xiaoya didn't feel sad but smiled and said, Dr. Lu, you don't need to worry about me. I have no attachments to this world. I just want to avenge my child. Lu Yi crouched down and said, Don't worry. I may not be able to save you, but I can show you the justice you deserve. Do they still have the medicine they gave you? I only took the medicine for 2 days.
Liu Ye nodded.
Usually, doctors prescribe a 3-day course, but she knew some patients feeling better and knowing the medicine is expensive, keep some to use later if similar symptoms return. She stood up and said, Senior brother, I have something to do, so I won't entertain you. Go to the backyard and find Liang Liang. Ming, take senior brother by there. Bai Xuxi's eyes flickered when he heard Liang Liang's name. The relationship between the young lady and her nephew is so close. All right, junior sister, you go ahead. We'll talk later, she said. Then she followed Li Mingming into the pharmacy. Lu Yi saw the shopkeeper Chen bringing 4 constables from town. She cupped her hands and said, Big brother constable, these people are slandering the reputation of Huichan Hall. To prove my and Huichan Hall's innocence, I plan to take them to see the county magistrate. Also, I would appreciate it if you 2 constables could check their homes and bring the medicine as evidence. The constables knew the county magistrate looked favorably on Dr. Lu. They hurriedly said, No trouble at all. We'll go right now. Shopkeeper Chen, please take the 2 constables there with your donkey cart. Chen nodded quickly and agreed. Lu Yi then said to the other 2 constables, Big brother constable, let's go to the county office. Hearing this, Granny Li panicked instantly. She thought the shop owner valued reputation and would settle things with money, not making a big fuss. But Huichan Hall? Why would Lu Yi want to see the county magistrate? If she did, she would surely be punished or even imprisoned. She refused to go. Before the two constables could speak, Granny Lee hurriedly stood up, ran to Lu Yi, and said, "I won't go to the county. Dr. Lu, please, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought my wife to slander you for money. I was wrong. Here's all the silver I have. Take it." She took out a cloth bundle containing 5 taels of silver and tried to give it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi stepped back and coldly said, "You still don't see where you went wrong? And you want me to forgive you? If you have harmful intentions, you must face the consequences. All 4 of you, come and carry the young lady." Lu Ye's command made the 4 brothers tremble, but they did not move. One of the constables kicked them and said, "Didn't you hear Dr. Lu? Get up and carry that woman." At this moment, the 4 brothers hurried over and carried Wang Xiaoya off the ground. Mrs. Li quickly regained her senses and said to Wang Xiaoya, "Little girl, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Let's not let Dr. Lu decide. Let's go home, and I promise to treat you well." But Wang Xiaoya turned her face away and ignored Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li continued, "Xiaoya, we are family. You can't help outsiders bully me and Xiaoxi, right?" Wang Xiaoya bit her lip but stayed silent. Mrs. Li, angry and anxious, shouted, "Wang Xiaoya, you are still part of the Li family. If you report me, it's a matter of elders. The county magistrate will punish me, and if I die, I can't be buried in our family's grave. I would become a wandering ghost." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoya suddenly realized and started coughing violently. She coughed twice, struggling to breathe, lifting her neck and trying hard to inhale air, as if she might suffocate at any moment. Lu Yi hurried over, applying acupuncture while saying, "First, it wasn't her who reported. It was me. Second, once we reach the county, just because you say Wang Xiaoya can't enter the Li family's ancestral grave doesn't mean she can't. Everything depends on the county magistrate." Lu Yi understood that for someone about to die, besides their own obsession, their only concern was their final resting place. Wang Xiaoya was an outsider married into the family. Even if she was dismissed, she had no right to enter the Wang family's grave. When she died, she would naturally be buried in her husband's family's grave. After hearing Lu Yi and feeling the acupuncture, Wang Xiaoya's breathing improved significantly. Lu Yi thought for a moment and asked, "If you don't want to have any connection with their family in your next life, I will find a way to send you back to the Wang family." She knew there was a saying in this era. Once a person entered her husband's ancestral grave, she would be protected by her ancestors, and in her next life, she would come back to repay the kindness. That meant she would inevitably be entangled with the Li family again. Wang Xiaoya's eyes widened in surprise as she asked happily, "Really?" Li Xiling had broken her heart. He constantly scolded and beat her, and her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law never spoke up for her. Her mother-in-law even caused her to have a miscarriage without telling her, and in the past few days, she was beaten and scolded again, forced to work. She truly didn't want to see such a man anymore. "Yes, close your eyes and rest peacefully. I will handle everything." This girl was only 16 years old and had been tortured into this state. If she hadn't been harmed, that was fine. But if she was, she would definitely fight for her justice. Wang Xiaoya smiled softly and gratefully said, "Thank you, Dr. Lu." Lu Yi nodded, then addressed the onlookers, "Everyone, since Hui Chun Tang has been insulted today, I hope you will all go to the county and testify alongside the local officials to clear Hui Chun Tang's name. Those who go today will receive a 20% discount on medicines at our shop or in the county in the future." After speaking, Lu Yi paid no attention to whether they would go or not, and then said to the constable, "Brother Constable, please." The constable led Li Posey away first. Lu Yi asked Xiaodu, the doctor, to watch the shop door and called over Chen Sheng, the eldest son of shopkeeper Chen, to bring the Shun family's ox cart. He also bought some meat buns and snacks for the 2 constables before heading to the county. Lu Yi didn't know that Shen Tianli was not only at home, but also receiving distinguished guests. When Lu Yi arrived at the county, Magistrate Qin had just finished eating and was talking with his wife, Kong Maoying. Kong Maoying was now 7 months pregnant. Recently, her husband had been gentle with her and often stayed in her room, which made her very happy. Hearing that Bai Gang had come to report to the yamen, she hurriedly said, "I want to take a short nap. You go ahead and handle your affairs." "All right. Rest well, I'll be back soon." Seeing her husband leave, Kong Maoying's smile slowly faded. She touched her belly, then let out a sigh. She walked to the desk, sat down, and wrote a letter. After folding it, she handed it to Zhou Mama, who was nearby, and said, "Please take this letter to my elder brother." "Madam, do you really want to send it to the general?" Zhou Mama asked with a frown. She knew that Miss Kong was clever and must have realized that her son-in-law had been visiting her room often recently, mainly because she wanted Miss Kong to write this letter. "Zhou Mama, we've been in Yairong County for 6 years. Lure is already 10 and loves reading. I can't let my own worries delay her. Moreover, I now have another child, and I want to give them a better life." Zhou Mama sighed and said yes. The county school here is good, but it can't compare to the capital. Once we get to the capital, not only will Qin's family teachings be available, but also the Imperial Academy. With young master's intelligence, he will surely stand out and bring honor to Madam. Kong Maoying nodded and said, "Yes, then send it." Meanwhile, Qin Chai was walking along the road, listening to Bai Gang talk about Lu Yi. Before entering the county yamen, he was suddenly chased by the steward, who handed him a letter. Seeing the envelope, Qin Chai was delighted and hurried inside. Carefully opening the letter, his joy grew even more. He resealed it, smiled, and said, "Bai Gang, quickly, have someone ride a fast horse and send this letter out." White Gang saw his master's happy expression and guessed the content of the letter. He hurriedly said, "Rest assured, I will send someone to deliver it as soon as possible." After speaking, he quickly left. County Magistrate Qin listened to the plaintiff Lu Ye's account, along with the villagers' testimonies. The constable also brought 2 different medicines. After consulting the county doctor, the verdict was clear. Lu Ye's medicine was a supplement for healing, while the other was a cooling medicine. The cooling medicine contained too much motherwort, which is normally harmless, but not suitable for women who have had a miscarriage. The cooling medicine caused cold energy to gather, leading to blood stasis and poor circulation. Motherwort promotes blood flow and regulates. One blocks blood, the other activates it. Since Lu Yi was already weak and hadn't rested after her miscarriage, her condition worsened. Some doctors used technical terms that Magistrate Qin didn't understand. However, from all their explanations, he realized that this mother-in-law intentionally caused her daughter-in-law to miscarry and then gave her cooling medicine to harm her, even falsely accusing her. Li Pozi kept saying that someone was stirring trouble, causing her to do such foolish things. But she didn't know who was behind it. Li Pozi suspected that Pang Tao was involved, as only he could have done this. Magistrate Qin immediately sentenced Li Pozi to 20 beatings and 5 years in prison. Li Xiling was also found guilty of colluding with her, along with Wang Xiaoya and Li's wife, receiving 20 beatings and 2 years in prison. The other 3 brothers of the Li family each received 20 beatings. The money bribing Li Pozi was to be used as compensation for Huichun Hall. Lu Yi didn't care much for the 5 taels of silver, but with that money, Wang Xiaoya's parents and relatives agreed to let her be buried in her family's land. Wang Xiaoya, upon hearing she would be buried in her ancestral land after death, finally smiled and closed her eyes happily. Lu Yi handed the 5 taels of silver to shopkeeper Chen, asking him to handle the arrangements. Meanwhile, she secretly accepted an invitation to check the county magistrate's wife's pulse. Kong Maoying knew Lu Yi but had never met her before. When her maid said that her husband had invited her to check her health, she felt even happier and thought secretly that writing to her brother was the right choice. "Madam." Lu Yi respectfully bowed and greeted. Kong Maoying personally went over to support Lu Yi and smiled, saying, "Lu sister, please sit. From now on we are sisters, no need for such formalities." Since Old Sun was called away by her brother, he would be given more important tasks in the future. Old Sun's disciple, regardless of his current status, should be treated well as long as Old Sun was around. Moreover, Lu Ye's medical skills were quite good. The wife of the county official has a low status and is not suitable for socializing with the lady of the house, Lu Yi modestly said. She said this mainly because Qin Kai was so blind. Who knows what his wife is like? Miss, you are too modest. I also have a good relationship with Sister Shang, so there's no need to be so formal with me, Kong Maoing replied. After speaking, she saw the maids bringing in the food. She smiled and said, I'm a bit older this month and tend to get hungry, so I had some food prepared. Sister Lu, if you don't mind, why don't we eat a little together? Seeing the dishes on the table, Lu Yi admired the kindness of the county lady. She guessed that she hadn't eaten lunch, and that was why these had been prepared. This thoughtful care greatly changed Lu Yi's opinion of Kong Maoing. Her tone became warmer as she smiled and said, Thank you so much, sister. The county official's kitchen was quite good, so Lu Yi didn't hold back and ate quite a lot, which made Kong Maoing very happy, feeling her efforts had been worth it. Sister, let me check your pulse for peace of mind, Lu Yi said naturally, not forgetting her purpose. That would be very kind of you, sister, Kong Maoing replied. Lu Yi took her pulse, then asked Kong Maoing to lie down and gently touched her belly. She discovered the baby was lying sideways. If not corrected, it would cause pain or even danger during birth. As someone familiar with pregnancy, Lu Yi said, Sister, your body is fine, but the baby is in an abnormal position. If not corrected, it could affect the delivery. Hearing this, Kong Maoing's face turned pale. Mother Zhou hurriedly asked Mrs. Shen, is there a way to correct it? Lu Yi nodded and said, Don't worry, sister. It's still early, and it can be corrected. I have some exercises for you. Do them for 15 minutes in the morning and 15 in the afternoon. I will come back in half a month to check again. Kong Maoing quickly nodded. Thank you so much, sister. Following Lu Yi's instructions, Kong Maoing learned the exercises, and Mother Zhou also had the maids practice. Lu Yi taught them the movements, then gave some precautions, and advised her to walk around the yard every day before leaving. When she left, her carriage was loaded with many bolts of cloth and a set of gold jewelry, all gifts from Kong Maoing. On the way, Lu Yi saw Shen Tianli rushing over hurriedly. Shen Tianli had also gone to the academy and heard about the incident at Huichun Hall. His wife was capable enough to go to the county town and complain behind his back. Although I trust my wife deeply, I can't help but worry. Anyway, my husband has already memorized the book he was studying today, so he took a day off to come see his wife. Why are you here? Lu Yi asked in surprise. Shen Tianli pinched Lu Yi's nose and softly said, You little liar, didn't you say you were going out for a checkup? Why did you go to the county to complain? You're quite capable. Such a big thing happened, and you didn't tell me. Lu Yi frowned in displeasure and pulled away Shen Tianli's hand, speaking in a coaxing tone. It was just a checkup. Look, this is my reward. Besides, it's not a big deal. I can handle it myself. I don't want to delay your studies. Your studies are not more important than you. Come on, tell me what happened on the way, he said, taking out some pastries and hot buns he had prepared. He knew his wife hadn't eaten lunch yet. It was all his fault for being too careless. I already ate at the county magistrate's wife's place. We talked for a long time and got along quite well. She's better than Magistrate Qin. They didn't take a carriage. Seeing no one on the road, they followed behind the ox cart, holding hands and chatting about their day. Basically, it's just Peng Tao's poor methods, Shen Tianli said with disdain. He's willing to use people's lives as tools, but I can't do that. We just have to wait. One day, he'll face the consequences, Lu Yi said unhappily when mentioning Peng Tao. Don't worry. I'll make sure he has no time to come after us for now, Shen Tianli said with a flicker of determination in his eyes. Recently, Wei Xian had already handed over his hidden contacts to him. He was still investigating Peng Tao. Even if he hadn't caught him yet, causing some trouble as a warning was still possible.
Liu Ye nodded.
She really despised such people, but right now, she lacked the strength to catch him. She could only avoid and defend herself. This feeling was very unpleasant, but she felt helpless. Sigh. It just proved she was too weak. Should she learn other skills besides medicine to strengthen herself? That's definitely something she needs to think about carefully. On the second floor of a well-known inn in town, a simple-dressed but fair and handsome young boy sat in a wheelchair. He held a book in his hands, reading with great interest. Suddenly, the door opened. The boy looked up, and sunlight shone on his face, making his skin look even paler. His lips were bright red with a hint of purple, and his voice was clear and bright, like a jade disc. "Mother, are we leaving now?" "We're not leaving anymore." "Not leaving? Didn't you say Old Sun and Dr. Bai are in the capital?" "They are in the capital, but Old Sun's apprentice and Bai Shishi are here. I want them to see your illness first. Mother's decision is the best," the boy said with a smile, his voice clear. Compared to the woman with furrowed brows, the boy seemed calm and relaxed. This made people feel even more heartbroken. That evening, Shen Tianli told Feng Lin about the matter. Lu Yi smiled and asked, "Why don't you ask yourself who you are?" Shen Tianli pinched her nose and smiled. "No matter who I am, I can't change the fact that I am your husband. Or maybe you prefer my other identity." Lu Yi quickly shook her head. She knew that in ancient noble families, rules were strict and many. There were many wives and concubines, and she didn't want other women to share her man. It's better now. Her husband supported her work, her mother-in-law encouraged her, and her younger sister-in-law and brother-in-law were kind to her. She liked everyone working together happily. "No, I don't like it at all. I even think that you are just Shen Tianli, and that's enough. Cousin said he would give me 2 years. So, we need to grow quickly. When we become strong enough, no one can easily control us." Lui had to admit that Shen Tianli's words were very right. She couldn't help but kiss him and said, "Yes, we are too weak now. We must become stronger." Shen Tianli held Lu Ye's waist and said, "I've already arranged for 2 swords to be made. They will be delivered tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we can go back to the village and practice our moves." When Lu Yi heard that the swords would arrive tomorrow, her eyes lit up.
Great.
"I've been wanting to try out the moves. Not having proper weapons makes it hard to practice. Because they didn't have weapons, they only practiced with bamboo sticks. Year, look how thoughtful I am. Do I get a reward?" Shen Tianli asked with fiery eyes. "Yes, a kiss." Before she finished, he covered her mouth. The next day, Lu Yi woke up late. She angrily scolded the shameless man in her mind, then hurried to eat and went to Huichun Hall. The doctors from various clinics were already waiting for her. "Sorry for making you wait so long," Lu Yi said shyly. It's okay. We understand that Dr. Lu was tired after a long day. It's fine to sleep a bit longer in the morning." Yes. Dr. Lu, you worked hard. Please take care of your health in the future." Listening to the doctor's compliments, Lu Yi felt her face turn redder. She also cursed the man who disturbed her last night in her heart. Then she handed the acupuncture diagram to the doctors and watched them leave. "Dr. Lu, today a woman came with her child seeking treatment. She specifically asked for you and young Master Bai. I have taken them to the backyard. Young Master Bai said that when you arrive, you should go to the backyard." Lu Yi nodded and went to Bai Shishi's room. Inside, she saw a modest, elegant woman and a young man sitting in a wheelchair. The young man was handsome and clear-minded, giving off a scholarly and noble aura. Behind him stood a man in his 20s, with an ordinary appearance that made him easy to overlook. But the more ordinary he looked, the more intimidating he seemed. "Junior sister, you're here. This is Sun Yang. She says she can treat illnesses and read books. If we can cure her son, she is willing to stay and work here as a female doctor. I just examined him and found the situation more complicated than I thought. Come and take a look." Lu Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. How complicated. Clearly, it was just a test of her medical skills. Still, she sat down to check his pulse. After diagnosing, she looked at his eyes and tongue, then crouched to touch the boy's leg. Frowning, she stood up and said, "He's poisoned. I don't know what poison it is, but it's not good to push the toxin down to the lower body. Now his lower leg is starting to shrink because of the poison. If we don't detoxify him quickly, even if the poison is later removed, his leg will be useless." The boy's face and ears turned red from Lu Ye's touch, but after hearing her words, he suddenly turned pale. Soo-young knew her son was poisoned and had managed to suppress the toxin in his leg early on to save his life. But she didn't expect it to affect his leg. She stepped forward and asked, Dr. Liu, is there really no way? Warner is only 17. He's so young. If he has to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, then... Her voice trembled with emotion, unable to continue. Bo-ran took her hand and said, Mother, I'm fine. How could there be no problem? My son only comforts himself. Seeing the deep bond between mother and child, Lu Yi said, Wait a moment. I have a nephew who is interested in poisons and is researching them. Maybe he can help. I'll go call him right now. Sun Liang, hearing someone was poisoned, happily came out of the room. Recently, he successfully made a poison that makes the whole body weak. Last night, he used it on his uncle, and it worked well. He was planning to study the next poison. If a poisoner could help him research, that would be even better. Excited, Sun Liang examined Bo-ran and finally shook his head helplessly, saying, I don't know what poison you have. My poison manual doesn't mention it. But I am very interested in your poison. Can you stay so I can study it? Soo-young thought of Lu Ye's words and shook her head, saying, No, we must go to the capital. Old Sun and Dr. Bai will definitely have a way. Lu Yi and the others looked at each other, realizing they only came to treat him because they knew their limits. Sun Liang shook his head and said, It's no use asking my grandfather. He isn't good at treating poisons. As for my uncle, he hates poisons the most. He won't help you. Hearing this, Soo-young looked at Bai Sushi with hope, and Bai Sushi nodded, saying, My father was once poisoned, and it was my great-uncle who cured him. Since then, he has hated poisons. Hearing this, Soo-young sat on the ground in despair, silently crying. Bo-ran saw this and said tenderly, Mother, don't do this. I'm happy to stay with you like this. Bo-ran felt deep sympathy. His mother was so strong. She had been expelled from her home without crying. Seeing her like this, Lu Yi also felt pity and said, Auntie, there is still a way. My nephew has a talent for poisons. Maybe he can really find a cure. I also have a set of detox acupuncture techniques. While they can't cure completely, they can slow it down. I will teach you a massage method that can relieve muscle atrophy. Combining these, one day, when his poison is gone, he will be able to stand again. Hearing this, Soo-young suddenly stopped crying and asked, Dr. Liu, is that true? Lu Yi nodded naturally, of course. Soo-young wiped her tears and then stood up gracefully and calmly, saying gently, Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. Auntie, will you agree to stay so I can study it? Sun Liang asked excitedly. Soo-young looked at Baran and said, We will stay for 2 years. If young Master Sun still cannot cure Rana, we will leave. After speaking, she turned to Lu Yi and said, I heard that Dr. Liu is hiring female doctors. Although I am self-taught in medicine, I took care of my father-in-law and husband when they were sick, so I am confident I can handle common illnesses. Bai Shushi glanced at the young man sitting in a wheelchair nearby, his eyes flickering. He said, It's really a pity that Aunt Sue is a doctor. My junior sister is looking for a female doctor for her sisters. Otherwise, Aunt Sue, you could do it. Hearing his change in tone and how he called her a female doctor, Soo-young was impressed. No wonder he is the son of a divine doctor. He guessed her identity after just a few words. She didn't reply, but looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, hearing Bai Shushi's words, looked at Soo-young and thought she was very elegant. Since her senior brother spoke, she must be a famous doctor. Tang Huishan had been receiving treatment for nearly 2 months. With the weather warming up, her cough was almost cured. Her family had already come 3 times to urge her to return home. If she guessed correctly, someone else would come soon. She was worried about finding a female doctor, and her senior brother just recommended one. What perfect timing! She said, Aunt Sue, if you don't mind, please teach my mother and sisters. If they are naughty, Aunt Sue, feel free to discipline them. Hearing that she wanted to teach 3 people and that they were Lu Ye's relatives, Soo-young replied, Dr. Liu, don't worry.
I will do my best.
Thank you, Aunt Sue.
Just call me Year, Lu Yi said kindly.
Aunt Sue, you probably don't have a place to stay, right? If you don't mind, you can stay at my house. Since Wei Yi had already taught etiquette, and Lu Yu and Shen Tianlu were no longer young, they should be cautious about men and women. She suggested renting a large courtyard with 2 or 3 entrances. Lu Yi thought that if guests came or there were servants, it would be better to rent a 3-entry large courtyard, and invited Tang Huishan to move in as well. Even if Tang Huishan didn't leave, Aunt Sue and the others could stay comfortably. Su Nuang considered, and said, Then I'll trouble you, Year. No trouble at all, Lu Yi replied with a smile. She also said to Sun Liang, You should go back and stay too. It's not good to always stay in the medical clinic. Sun Liang was very interested in Baran's poison and wanted to follow him everywhere, so he naturally agreed. He smiled and said, All right, I'll go pack my things now. Since Sun Liang said that, Bai Shushi had no objections. He had already planned to stay and learn more from his junior sister. Lu Yi brought Su Nyang and the others back home. After settling them in, she took Su Nyang and Bai Su Shi to meet the elders. Tang Huishan was teaching Shen Tianlu and Lu Yu to play the zither. Lu Yu was better at painting, but music was too hard for her. Shen Tianlu's playing was listenable, but Lu Yu's was just noise.
Shen, you give up.
The zither is too difficult. I think I'll stick to painting. Playing this instrument is harder than chess. It almost takes my life. You need to practice the zither diligently. You're just starting, and you're already doing well, Tang Huishan said kindly. Lu Yu felt that placing her 5 fingers on the strings was harder than holding a needle. Hearing her weak encouragement, she looked up at the sky. She wondered how her father had returned. If he were at the pharmacy, she could skip class and talk to her sister. But now, she was tormenting herself and others. Shaner, I haven't checked on my father today.
I'll go see him now.
Luer, you practice first, she said, standing up and rushing outside. As she left the yard, she saw her eldest sister approaching with some people. Though there were men and women, she didn't mind and ran over happily, calling out, Sister, you're back? Are you slacking off again? Lu Yi teased, pinching Lu Yu's little nose. Lu Yu looked sad and tugged Lu Ye's arm, saying, Sister, playing the zither is too hard. It's harder than embroidery. I don't want to learn it anymore. I just want to paint. I'll do my best to paint. Or, you can teach me martial arts. I see you and brother-in-law practicing, and it looks more fun than playing the zither. Lu Yi understood that Lu Yu wasn't good at music and knew forcing her would only add to her burden. She smiled and said, We'll wait until Aunt Sue decides. Come, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Sue, your new teacher. Hearing teacher, Lu Yu quickly bowed politely and said, Teacher.
Shunyang Nadith.
Besides the zither, I also know how to play the xiao, drums, and other instruments. You can try them. If you really don't like it, I won't force you. Lu Yu was overjoyed, her smile almost impossible to hide. She respectfully said, Yes. This is my senior brother, Bai Su Shi, Lu Yi introduced. Lu Yu only glanced and bowed, saying senior brother Bai. She thought to herself that although this man's looks weren't as good as brother-in-law's, he was still quite handsome. Lu Mei, you don't need to be so formal. I have a book here as a gift for you, he said, pulling a painting album from his pocket. Lu Yu looked at her sister. Seeing Lu Yi nod, she took the book and saw it was a picture album. She couldn't help but feel happy. She patted her body and took out a small pouch she had made earlier for Ming Ming. She handed it over and said, This is the pouch I made. It's not as delicate as my senior brother's, so I hope he won't mind. He also knew how to return a gift. Very good. Bai Shushi took the pouch. Although the stitches weren't very fine, the flower pattern was small and delicate. She smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Lu. Lu Yu also smiled politely and said to Lu Yi, Sister, you're going to see Auntie, right? She should be talking to Mother now. You all go ahead, I'll go back to my room. Lu Yi nodded and led everyone away. When they were far enough, Lu Yu quickly looked through the picture album. There were many beautiful flowers she had never seen before. She was very happy and giggled. This album is so beautiful. After saying that, She ran back to her room in a hurry, no longer acting like a gentle lady. Lu Yi naturally sensed her sister's happiness. She smiled and shook her head. Today, she saw her sister being so proper and polite. She thought she had learned good manners, but it turned out she was still a wild girl. Bai Shuxi's internal skills were much better than Lu Ye's. She also noticed Lu Yu's change after her sister's actions. She couldn't help but smile. This Lu's sister was very genuine. Lu Yi took Sun Yang and Bai Shuxi to meet He Shi and Fang Shi. Then she took Sun Yang to see Shen Tianlu and Tang Huishan. When Tang Huishan heard Lu Yi found a female teacher, she was naturally happy. After a while, she had to admit that Su Yi's qin musical instrument playing was better than hers. Lu Yi told Sun Yang to rest for a day. Starting tomorrow evening, she would come again to give acupuncture. Then she went to Wei Xian's place. When she arrived, she saw a thin young woman kneeling at the shop's door. Her face was pale. Lu Yi went inside. After the customers left, she asked, "Wei auntie, what's going on outside?"
Wei Xin Sai.
That woman was taken away in the first month of the Lunar New Year. After she returned, the constables told me to send some women back. Women who have gone through such things tend to hide themselves tightly, but her parents couldn't wait to announce it to the world. They wanted to ruin her reputation and marriage, forcing her to marry as a concubine. But this woman was stubborn. She preferred to sell herself into slavery rather than marry as a concubine. I didn't want her. Lu Yi thought this woman was also smart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found Wei auntie. She said, "Wei auntie, I have something to discuss with you. Let's go to the backyard." The two went to the backyard. Wei Xian poured a glass of water for Lu Yi and placed it in front of her. He asked, "Year, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Aunt Wei, I know you're not short of money, but who wouldn't want more? I have a business idea and want to cooperate with you. Please listen and see if you're interested." "Speak, Year." "Aunt Wei, what do you think of the sketches Yor drew?" Yor is clever and has a good sense of design. Her sketches are very creative. I must say, she has a real talent for drawing. Lu Yi also thought so. She took out a few drawings from her sleeve and said, "Aunt Wei, look at these clothing styles. Do you like them?" Lu Yi was a fan of traditional costumes in her past life. She had secretly bought a few sets of Tang and Ming-style clothes. When bored, she even designed some ancient costumes to earn extra money. Plus, the outfits worn by Miss Tang Huishan gave her a basic understanding of Dachin's clothing style. The clothes in this era are similar to early Ming Dynasty fashion, mostly solid colors. The tops are mainly jackets and shirts, with horse-face skirts underneath. Lu Yi redesigned the horse-face skirts into pleated skirts, and the different embroidery patterns on the hem made them look more lively and flowing. Both the armor and the outer garments feature new, beautiful patterns. Wei Xian took a look and was surprised, smiling as he said, "I didn't expect you and your sister to have such talent. These designs would definitely be popular in the provincial capital or even Beijing." Lu Yi knew Wei Xian liked her ideas. She smiled and said, "I know Aunt Wei has connections. Our town's port connects north and south. If we develop it well, it will sell very well. If you're willing to cooperate, I and you will prepare the sketches, and you can organize people to do embroidery and sell them. How about this? Me and you do 3, and you organize 7. Wei Xian didn't expect Lu Yi to have such ambitions. Not only does she want to do business, but she wants to expand it. Suddenly, her mind was shaken. She found Xiao Xiaozhu, but Xiao Xiaozhu didn't seem very interested in her background and often stopped her from talking further. So, she could only continue being the manager of the honest cloth industry. She had offered gold and silver proactively, which Xiao Xiaozhu accepted. She also bought many shops herself. She felt Xiao Xiaozhu didn't trust her, which made her sad. But now Wei Xian suddenly realized that Xiao Xiaozhu did not trust her. She was waiting for her to take the initiative and find Lu Yi. Her true master should be Lu Yi, not Xiao Xiaozhu. She was truly confused before. The young master had no power and no education, so it would be hard for him to gain respect in the future. With his intelligence and now studying, the young master would surely find ways to let him take over. Therefore, Lu Yi was. If she now stayed close to Yi Er and helped her, she would definitely be valued in the future. She only wanted to place her daughter near Yi Er and use some small tricks, but she forgot that at this moment, the young master didn't need servants like her. He needed useful people to help expand his influence. No wonder the young master knew that no matter what happens in the future, other people's power belonged to them. Only by building her own influence could she be truly safe and convenient. Thinking of this, she suddenly understood why the young master was becoming colder toward her. It turned out she was the most confused person. For a moment, her attitude toward Lu Yi also changed. In the past, she liked Lu Yi, but she felt she wasn't worthy of the young master, especially when Yi Er had once been foolish. But now, she saw clearly that no matter Lu Yi's low status, the young master respected Yi Er. Yi Er was the rightful wife, and just for that, she deserved respect. Moreover, Yi Er was now even wiser and more thoughtful than she had imagined. Yi Er, do you know about Tianli's background?
She asked.
Ye, no matter what his background is, he is now just Shin Tianli. You don't need to worry so much, Lu Yi said with a smile. Hearing Lu Yi also seemed uninterested in Tianli's background, Wei Xian respected her even more. She stood up from her chair, knelt on the ground, and bowed deeply, her forehead touching the floor, not daring to lift her head. Lu Yi quickly stood up and said, Ye, please get up. What are you doing? Wei Xian crawled forward and said, Losing the young master, I know I have committed a deadly mistake. But the young master is kind-hearted, so he only drove me out of the mansion. For over 30 years, I have been searching for the young master every moment, but I never thought he was right under my nose. I was ready to accept punishment, but the young master forgave me and asked me to help care for the young master. I want to recognize you as my master. Please forgive my past mistakes and let me stay with you so I can make amends. As she spoke, Wei Xian held up the contract of service above her head. Lu Yi knew that Wei Xian had probably guessed Tianli's identity long ago and had confirmed it. But she only now decided to surrender, showing she had some doubts before. Sit down and ask, Aunt Wei, I don't know Tianli's true identity, but I can tell he is very important. Even as Sun Lao's former disciple, I probably can't compare. Maybe one day Tianli will regain his status and think I'm not worthy as his wife, and he might divorce me. If that happens, even if I don't die, my people won't be better off. Are you sure you want to stay with me? Wei Xian naturally thought about this too. It was one reason she hesitated. But the young master's attitude was very clear, and with Yi now being so clever, she was willing to take a gamble. She respectfully said, I am already guilty, and it's only because of the master's repeated kindness that I still have my life. If I can stay with the master and gain his trust, I would risk everything without hesitation. Lu Yi also knew that one day, following Tianli to the capital, Wei Xian would be a big help. Besides, she was still a merchant with many resources. Moreover, she sincerely wanted to serve. Not accepting would only make her anxious. Whether it was past loyalty or future benefits, it wouldn't be a good thing. She took the deed of sale and said, Wei Auntie and I have known each other since childhood. I believe this fate will last even longer. When Wei Xian saw Lu Yi accept the deed, she was very happy and thanked her, saying, Thank you, young master. Lu Yi stood up and helped Wei Xian to her feet, saying, Wei Auntie, please get up quickly. Master, please don't call me that anymore. Just call me Wei Mo, Wei Xian respectfully said. Wei Auntie, there's no need for formalities. Let's just call it that before we go to the capital, Lu Yi replied. Wei Xian knew this was Lu Yi's way of showing respect and courtesy. She gratefully said, In that case, thank you, young master.
Just call me Yi.
I'm not used to that name, Lu Yi said as she helped Wei Xian to sit. Wei Xian sat down and said, Yi, please feel free to entrust me with the business matters. I know what to do. No matter the status, great financial support is needed. So, before returning to the capital, she would help her master earn more silver. When they arrive, her master wouldn't be underestimated. Lu Yi listened and didn't say much. She took out a bottle of skincare cream from her space and smiled. I gave Wei Andy some face cream last time. You should have finished it.
This is a new batch I made.
Would you like to try it? Thank you so much, Year. I must say, the face ointment made by Year is better than the one in the capital. Thinking of this, her eyes blinked and she said, Year, your face ointment is better than the one in the capital. Why not make more and sell it together with clothes? Lu Yi took out the face ointment for this purpose and said, Aunt Wei, that's a good idea. My stepmother has a talent for making ointments. Maybe Aunt Wei can come and discuss it with my mother. Good. For the next part, Lu Yi believed that she didn't need to arrange much because Wei Xin could handle it well. Maybe that's the benefit of selling oneself. She would help wholeheartedly. The next day, Mu Xiu, Lu Yi, and Shen Tianli returned to Cuishan village. The village had changed a lot. From afar, they saw several mud brick houses. People were still repairing the houses, led by Li Yuqian. However, Li Yuqian still found time to visit her father in town. Her apprentice was doing quite well. When Lu Yi and Shen Tianli arrived, they brought a lot of firewood and vegetables. After seeing Li Yuqian off, Li Zian also came to sit for a while. Not long after, Li Shun came over, looking angry and close to tears. Shen Tianli went to see Li Zian, leaving the two to talk.
Yeah, you're back.
Our business was taken by someone. Aunt Li, you don't need to worry. Take your time and tell me what happened, Lu Yi asked, surprised. It's none other than Shen Laoxi's family. Shen Yongfu doesn't know who the pharmacy knows, but he also started buying medicine. And he charges a bit more, just 1 extra coin. Many villagers sold their medicine to him, Li Shun said angrily. She and Shen Laoxi's family are neighbors. Seeing many villagers selling to Shen Yongfu made her feel uncomfortable. Are there still people selling to us? Lu Yi asked with a smile. Who else? It must be Zihui Hall. But Zihui Hall's move was clever and really benefited the villagers. There are some, but not many, Li Shin muttered. It's okay. No matter who they sell to, it's all the same, as long as the villagers benefit. Also, Huang Huang Miao is just an ordinary medicine, so it's not used often. It's a good opportunity for Grandpa Li to teach you how to process the roots of Huang Huang Miao. Processing the herbs doubles their value. Soon it would be April, the perfect time to dig up other herbs. Hearing Lu Yi say this, Li Shin finally relaxed. She also heard her third brother say that Huang Huang Miao was just an ordinary herb and the pharmacy wouldn't need much. Lu Yi's insistence on collecting it regardless was just to help the villagers. She didn't need to feel too sad. All right, Year, I'll listen to you. Tomorrow, I will go to find third brother and ask him to teach me how to prepare yellow seedlings. Grandma Li, if others also come to sell yellow seedlings at your place, just add a small extra fee quietly. Li Shan's wife knew that Lu Yi would definitely compensate her later, so she said, I understand. I will raise the price for them later. Lu Yi nodded and gave Li Shan's wife some of the pastries she brought back. After seeing her off, she said to Shen Tianli, I didn't expect Pang Tao to be working with them.
Who cares about them?
They're all the same. It's not surprising if they are together. Are we going up the mountain now or tomorrow? Shen Tianli asked gently. Lu Yi looked at the slowly appearing stars and bright moon and said, Let's go now. Although she had read many books before and knew about the habits and functions of various herbs, her understanding of medicinal plants still needed improvement. Recently, she learned more about herbs from Dr. Du now. Going up the mountain is a good chance to practice her sword skills and then find herbs tomorrow. Lu Yi picked up her small bamboo basket and little, ready to carry them, but Shen Tianli took them from her and said, Let me do it.
Come on.
He placed the into the bamboo basket, slung it over one shoulder, and then took Lu Yi's hand. He closed the door and headed toward the mountains. The mountain at night was very dark, but Lu Yi and Shen Tianli had good eyesight. Under the faint moonlight, they walked toward the mountain. Qingling was the happiest to go up the mountain. Lu Yi took her out of her space pouch and couldn't wait to swim ahead. Shen Tianli and Lu Yi looked at each other, and both used their internal energy to follow. However, Qingling was swimming too fast. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't keep up. We're too weak. We actually lost Qingling.
Liu ye siket.
Losing Qingling isn't the main issue. We can follow other animals. Look, there's a wild wolf over there. Hearing this, Liu Ye's eyes lit up. But before they could find the wolf found them and pounced toward Liu Yi. She threw a punch, causing the wolf to fall, but it quickly got up and ran deeper into the woods. The two hurried after it. Seeing that they were catching up, the wolf ran faster and deeper into the mountain. Suddenly, the wolf let out a scream and disappeared into the ground. Shen Tianli and Liu Yi were shocked. They hurried to stop, but due to inertia, they couldn't help but rush forward, and since they were not far from the wolf, they inevitably fell into a hole. Shen Tianli hurriedly hugged Liu Yi, holding her tightly in his arms, one hand clutching a dagger and scraping it against the stone, hoping to slow their fall. However, the cave was deep and long, and they slid for what felt like a moment, only stopping after a while. Liu Yi finally felt the stop and quickly asked, Shen Tianli, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I just landed on a wolf, Shen Tianli said with a smile. Liu Yi heaved a sigh of relief, took out an oil lamp from her space, lit it and looked around. The area was filled with scattered rocks. She had seen such scenes twice before. If she guessed right, this tunnel and cave were made by the Light Spirit. This must be the Light Spirit's quarry. I didn't expect there to be so many jade stones in this mountain. The Light Spirit is fine, but we're in trouble. The tunnel is nearly 1,000 meters long, and it's hard for us to climb out, Liu Yi said gloomily. It's okay. The Light Spirit can smell our scent and will come to find us. Let's move forward and see if there's another way out, Shen Tianli whispered reassuringly. Liu Yi nodded, and the two held hands, walking straight ahead. The cave was large, and they followed the airflow. After half an hour, Liu Yi suddenly heard a dripping sound. She was startled and asked, "What is that sound?" "It should be water dripping. Over there." "Let's go see," Shen Tianli pointed in one direction. Liu Yi nodded, and they continued hand in hand. The closer they got, the more the dripping sound intensified, and the air became more humid. After walking a few hundred meters, they saw water droplets falling from above. Shen Tianli asked, "Are you thirsty? Do you want some water?" Liu Yi shook her head. She was a bit tired and not thirsty, but she took out a bowl of water from her space and said, "From now on, just ask me for water. Don't drink water from other places randomly. It's not clean. What if it's poisonous?" Shen Tianli smiled and caught the bowl. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." Liu Yi leaned against a rock to rest for a while. She looked around with her oil lamp, checking all directions, even above her head. She saw water reflections on the stone wall, with droplets gathering and slowly falling. The surroundings were just rocks, boring. The Light Spirit was really something. Why not leave a piece of jade for her as a surprise? Last time there was a magnet, but this time it was all just stones.
Wait.
Liu Yi suddenly remembered something. She raised her oil lamp and looked at the water-dripping stone wall above. A drop of water just fell from the stone wall. Liu Yi looked at the spot where the water was dripping and saw a small hole with a little water inside. The stone was black, so it wasn't very clear. She kept looking up and watched the water drop again. This time, she saw it clearly, but maybe because of the light. She wanted to be sure. So, Liu Yi carried her oil lamp and continued to watch. Shen Tianli looked in Liu Ye's direction and saw water droplets gathering on the top of the stone wall and falling down. When he saw the color of the water droplets, his pupils shrank. He quickly pulled Liu Yi into his arms and said coldly, "Blood water." Seeing Shen Tianli's cautious expression, Liu Yi smiled and said, "It's not blood water. It's actually good stuff. Come on, let's go see ahead." "Good stuff? What good stuff?" "The red water means there's iron ore nearby. Isn't that good?" Liu Yi asked happily. Shen Tianli felt a bit excited. "Isn't it good stuff?" In recent years, Dazhang's iron tools have been plentiful, but who would complain about having too much iron, especially with ongoing wars in the northwest? More weapons and iron tools are always better. And with iron ore, he could make weapons himself. Of course, He still needed to find a good iron smelter. Let's go see what's ahead. The two held hands and walked a few kilometers. The red water's color gradually faded and was no longer visible. I didn't expect it to be so long.
Yeah.
Later, I'll ask Qingling to come and mine the iron ore. That way, we won't need so much manpower. Shen Tianli was curious how Qingling, so small and weak, could mine the ore. Seeing the cold air and rushing water ahead, he said, there should be a waterfall ahead. The area around it is flat and spacious. You rest for a bit. I'll practice my sword. Lu Yi nodded, took out her sword from the space, and also pulled out a chair to sit and watch Shen Tianli practice. He was very talented. In just a few months, even though today was his first time holding a real sword, he was becoming more and more skilled, flowing like clouds and water. She wondered when she could reach that level. After practicing for a while, Shen Tianli began guiding Lu Yi in swordsmanship. They took turns practicing inside the cave. Gradually, sunlight shone through the waterfall. Shen Tianli put away his sword and saw his wife sitting on the chair, asleep. He took off his long robe and covered her with it, then continued practicing his sword. After some time, Lu Yi slowly woke up to find herself wearing Shen Tianli's long coat. He was only dressed in his inner clothes and practicing swordsmanship. She stood up, took out hot water from her space, and asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like some water first?" Shen Tianli put away his sword, nodded, and took a sip of water. "You should drink some too to warm up. Why didn't you cover yourself with your cloak when you were sleeping? You might catch a cold." "I fell asleep while watching," Lu Yi replied with a smile as she helped Shen Tianli put on his clothes. After dressing, she took out some food to eat and continued practicing swordsmanship. They didn't know how long had passed before they finally stopped. Suddenly, Qingling swam over and asked, "Year, why are you two here?" "We accidentally fell in," Lu Yi explained. "Qingling, I thought you were coming tonight. Please take us out quickly."
Okay, yeah.
Qingling responded, then turned and swam ahead. As they walked, Qingling suddenly said, "Year, there's a cave on the opposite side of the cliff. An old man used to live there, working on various medicines. There are still things inside. I think we should go take a look." Lu Yi was delighted. Being able to refine medicine in the cave on the cliff was definitely the work of a wise person. "Sounds good. Then stand back a bit. Going from the waterfall is the fastest way." Lu Yi nodded, pulled Shen Tianli back, and said, "Qingling is taking us to the cave on the opposite cliff. A senior once stayed there." She knew about the cliff, but had never known there was a cave underneath or that someone had stayed inside. Indeed, her knowledge was still too limited. When she saw Qingling, as thin as a loach, suddenly grow half a meter thick in the blink of an eye, she realized how little she knew. Qingling has such incredible powers. Truly, there are fairy sisters in this world. Lu Yi wondered why Shen Tianli suddenly mentioned fairy sisters, but soon understood. He didn't believe that her skills were taught by a fairy sister, but seeing Qingling acting strangely, he finally believed that ghosts and gods might really exist. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. But this was a good thing. Otherwise, with the cleverness of the young master, he might someday start doubting who she really was and why she knew so much. "Year, get on." Lu Yi nodded, pulled Shen Tianli, and said, "Let's get on." Shen Tianli helped Lu Yi onto the creature, then sat down himself and hugged her.
Don't hold me.
"Hold Qingling instead, or it might go too fast and we could get hurt." After Shen Tianli finished speaking, he leaned his entire upper body on Qingling, feeling a bit jealous. However, since they had to go to the opposite side, he mimicked his wife by lowering his body and holding Qingling tightly. At that moment, when he embraced Qingling, he suddenly felt himself shoot out quickly. Cold water hit his body, making his muscles tighten and then expand. Before he could fully understand what was happening, he was wrapped in warm sunlight. Aside from feeling uncomfortable because his clothes were wet, he felt no other discomfort. Lu Yi felt the sunlight, opened her eyes, and saw many plants and 2 rare herbs on the cliff opposite. She didn't have time to be happy before seeing Qingling rushing downward, her tail swinging rapidly as if about to throw them off. Year, hold on tight. We're almost there. Lu Yi hugged Qingling tightly to prevent falling. However, Qingling's body was tilted downward, and she felt herself slipping down continuously. Year, wrap your legs around Qingling, close your eyes, calm your mind, and feel as if you and Qingling are one. Hearing Shen Tianli's calm words, she took a deep breath, then tightened her legs, closed her eyes, and imagined herself as part of Qingling. When she felt her body stabilize, Qingling stopped descending. Year, we're here. Lu Yi opened her eyes and saw Qingling tilting her head to look at her. With Shen Tianli's support, Lu Yi stepped down from Qingling's body and looked around. She saw walls on all sides, with nothing else in sight. Qingling, there's nothing here. Yes, there is, Year. Qingling said, swimming to a spot, then tapping her tail on a certain place, and a hidden door opened. There's actually a trap here. Not only traps, but there are also many delicious things. Are there jade? Not jade, but venomous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures. All of them are the old man's pets. Lu Yi looked at Qingling in surprise and asked, Qingling, do you still eat poisonous creatures? Yes. But after eating the old man's poisons, other toxins don't affect me anymore, Qingling said regretfully. Qingling, are you even more poisonous now? I don't know. But once, a tiger bit me while I was shedding my skin. When I woke up, I bit it, and it died, Qingling said innocently. Lu Yi was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. If a big tiger bit and died, how could a person withstand that? Qingling, in the future, if you're angry, never bite people, understand? Little Leaf, the gentle spirit doesn't bite people. Its venom is very valuable, and it needs to use it itself. Use it yourself? Yes, my venom is more toxic than those poisons. If I find some jade, I can drink it with the jade. It's even more nourishing than poison. I don't want to waste it.
Liu Ye se mau taichet.
Even someone as stingy as the gentle spirit is rare. Not only does it have snake skin, but it also produces and sells its venom. Shen Tianli initially wanted to find the mechanism himself, but seeing the room full of wormholes, his experience told him not to act rashly. He said, Little Leaf, ask the gentle spirit if the item is in this room. Lu Yi nodded and asked, Gentle spirit, is the item in this room? No. This room is full of poisonous insects, but I've already eaten them all. The poisonous insects on the mountain are smarter now and don't come anymore. Let's go to the next room. As he spoke, the tail pushed into a hole, and soon the door opened. The room was as bright as daylight, with 8 large glow-in-the-dark pearls on a wall display. The owner here is really wealthy. Gentle spirit, how do you know there's a mechanism here? I've lived with that person for a long time, so I know. What does it do with him? He makes poisons and feeds me to drink. It's for nourishment.
Liu Ye immediately vipet her forehead.
She had adopted a cute little creature, but it seemed more like a big poison king. What's wrong, Little Leaf? Shen Tianli couldn't hear Lu Yi and the gentle spirit's conversation, but seeing her amused and helpless expression, he asked curiously. Shen Tianli, you might not know, but the gentle spirit is a big poison king. Not only did it eat all the poisons in that room, but it also eats the poison others feed it, claiming it's for nourishment. Seeing his wife regretful, Shen Tianli patted her head and smiled. Even eating poison is a treasure. You should be content.
All right.
The big poison king is also a treasure. Luckily, it doesn't eat poison now or bite people. Little Leaf, he often reads this book. You should read it too. After reading, make me some poison pills to eat, okay? The gentle spirit's tail curled around a book, and its big, round eyes looked at Lu Yi with hope, adorable and cute, but what it said. Lu Yi finally understood why the gentle spirit brought her here. It had a purpose. Does eating poison help you improve your cultivation? Yes.
Yes.
After eating poison, my bones and muscles become more flexible. So that's how it is. She originally planned to become a quick healing doctor, not a poison doctor. Sun Liang isn't good at making poisons, and he likes it. You can let him do it and feed Qingling. Yes, she had forgotten about Sun Liang.
No, No.
His talent isn't as high as yours, Year. You can quickly make the big poison pills, Qingling said, shaking her head. All right, since poison doctors are all connected, sometimes poison can also cure diseases. Okay, but you help me find the herbs and poisons, Lu Yi said, taking the book. Yes, Year, don't worry. Whatever you need, I will find it for you. There are many herbs below this cliff. After hearing Qingling, Lu Yi suddenly felt that Qingling was hiding many things from her. No rush, she could slowly figure it out. Qingling, is there a secret room? Shen Tianli asked. Qingling nodded and activated 2 mechanisms with her tail. One secret room was full of books, and the other was filled with chests. Shen Tianli walked toward the study while saying, Year, go see what's inside the chests first. Lu Yi put the book Qingling gave her and another book from the stone table into her space, then went to look at the chests. She opened one, and a shining gold ingot almost blinded her. She flipped through it, an entire box of gold ingots. She opened another box, which contained silver bars. She decided to open all of them. Aside from 5 boxes of gold ingots, 3 boxes of silver ingots, 2 boxes of gemstones, 2 boxes of pearls, 2 boxes of porcelain bottles, 1 box of calligraphy and paintings, 3 boxes of jewelry, and 1 box of ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. Lu Yi looked at the room full of dazzling treasures and couldn't help but wonder, is being a poison doctor so profitable? No. She must also become a poison doctor in the future and earn even more than him. Without hesitation, she covered all the boxes and stored everything into her space. Then she asked Qingling, does he have anything else? Qingling tilted her head and thought for a moment, then went out and opened another mechanism. Lu Yi looked at the room layout. It was probably his bedroom, with a bed and wardrobe. Qingling wandered to the bedside and took down a gray pouch hanging there, handing it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at this unremarkable pouch, raised an eyebrow, took it, and felt that it was quite heavy, far beyond what it should hold. Thinking for a moment, she went to the stone table and poured out the contents. Seeing what was on the table, Lu Yi was surprised by the pouch. There was a small box, a set of silver needles, a book, a sword, and several hundred taels of silver, 5 gold ingots. Willow Leaf happily ran to find Shen Tianli, holding a small pouch and calling out, Shen Tianli, I found a treasure for you. Shen Tianli was deeply absorbed in his books, discovering that each one was a rare and precious edition, making him unable to put them down. Hearing his wife's voice, he tried hard to suppress his excitement and finally looked away from the books, smiling as he asked, What good thing did you find that makes you so happy? Look. Willow Leaf held out the pouch in her hands in front of Shen Tianli, her face full of joy. A pouch? It seemed ordinary and easy to overlook.
Yes.
But this isn't an ordinary pouch, Willow Leaf said, then started placing books into the pouch. Shen Tianli was worried Willow Leaf might damage the books. Before he could stop her, he saw the books go inside the pouch. He put down the book he was holding, took the pouch, and touched it from the outside. Inside, he saw a small square object. He looked up in surprise, asking, How is this possible? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a magic bag. It can hold many things. Later, I'll make you a pouch that contains a magic bag inside. You can carry it around easily. Shen Tianli quickly nodded, excitedly saying, Year, can I put all these books inside? Willow Leaf couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect her little husband to have such a pure and greedy side. She nodded and said with a smile, Sure, go ahead and put them in. Then she stood aside, smiling with her eyes, watching her little husband eagerly pack the books. Shen Tianli managed to fit in quite a few books, some as thick as English-Chinese dictionaries and many bamboo scrolls. Willow Leaf couldn't stand it anymore and asked with a smile, Little husband, are you sure you won't drop your belt by packing so many? Suddenly, Shen Tianli's hand holding the books froze. He looked down at his hand and realized that if he hadn't unknowingly used his internal energy, he wouldn't be able to lift even one book. Seeing his mischievous wife smirking nearby, he knew he must have been mocked and disliked. Calmly, he took out the books one by one, leaving only 2, then walked over, pulled his wife into his arms, kissed her fiercely, and softly asked, "Are you happy to see your husband making a fool of himself?" Willow Leaf touched her slightly swollen lips, glared at him, but her eyes were full of smiles. She said, "Yes. Usually, your little husband is always calm and in control, so it's rare to see him act silly. Naturally, I'm happy. Little husband?" Shun Tianli's voice lifted with a hint of danger. He had never realized that in his wife's heart, he was actually called Little Husband. Lu secretly felt annoyed at herself for calling Shun Tianli's affectionate nickname in her prideful moment. She felt a tightness around her waist, and his voice carried an inexplicable threat. She quickly smiled weakly and said, "Look, you married earlier than others your age. If not Little Husband, then what?"
Haha.
"Oh, and there should be other things in that room. I'll go check. You stay here and read your book." She then tried to run away. Shun Tianli could see through her, but since it wasn't a good time to punish her, he decided to wait until night. He pulled her back and said, "Take the books and the luminous pearl here. I'll go with you to look." Shun Tianli and Lu Yi arrived at the lodging room. Seeing the sword on the table, he brightened instantly and quickly walked over. He picked up the sword and slowly drew it from its sheath. As the sword was drawn, cold light shimmered, capable of reflecting shadows. Shun Tianli was overjoyed. He swung the sword to test it. The stone table was cut perfectly in half, yet the sword itself remained undamaged. This is a good sword. It's perfect for you." Shun Tianli sheathed the sword and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi could see how much Shun Tianli liked the sword, but she hesitated and shook her head with a smile. "This sword has a wide hilt, clearly made for a man. Its blade is also quite heavy, not suitable for me. You should use it. Later, find me a better sword." Shun Tianli raised an eyebrow, thinking how strange it was for a sword to be made for a man. If a woman used it, it would be even better. She could more easily perform her moves. The sword she used last night was just an ordinary sword, far from capable of unleashing its full power. "All right, look at this sword manual. It's similar to what your cousin gave you." Lu Yi flipped through the book on the stone table and found it was a sword manual. Shun Tianli put down the sword and took the book, frowning slightly. "My cousin gave me the front part. This is the back part. Both parts together make a complete technique," he said. "That's great. You'll definitely be better than your cousin in the future," Lu Yi said with a smile. Shun Tianli looked at the book in a daze and asked, "How could the owner here have the back part of the technique? What's his relation to my cousin's family?" Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said, "I'll ask who the owner of Qingling is." After Lu Yi finished speaking, Qingling replied softly, "I don't know who he is. I only know that he can easily come down here. The herbs at the foot of the cliff are also planted by him. He goes out every now and then, and when he returns, he starts making poisons and feeds them to me. He always asks why the poison doesn't kill me." Lu Yi's lips twitched, and she asked, "Qingling, where is he now?" "He died hundreds of years ago. I ate his corpse." Lu Yi couldn't help but step back, deciding to stay far away from Qingling. "What's wrong?" Shun Tianli saw Lu Yi looking disgusted and asked confusedly. "Qingling actually ate his corpse. Qingling is a snake. She usually eats corpses, so you don't need to be nervous." Qingling nodded and looked at Lu Yi with confusion. What's so strange about a snake eating a corpse? Lu Yi took a deep breath. All right, she was narrow-minded. She couldn't help it. Qingling was a pure white snake, looking delicate and beautiful. Plus, it ate jade, which in Lu Ye's mind symbolized a spiritual beast, innocent, kind, beautiful, and pure. But today, her understanding was completely overturned. Poison and corpses.
Right.
It's just a snake after all. She couldn't ask for too much. Qingling, don't eat corpses in the future. It's dirty. Qingling nodded. I don't eat ordinary corpses. His body was too toxic, so I ate it because it was good for me. Lu Yi was somewhat satisfied. Well, Qingling was a principled and picky snake. What's inside this box? Lu Yi shook the box in her hand. Suddenly, a silver needle shot out. Shun Tianli sensed a cold, dangerous aura and hurriedly pulled Lu Yi back, shouting, "Be careful." Startled, Lu Yi threw the small box away. Shen Tianli then shouted, "Qingling, quick, catch it." Qingling calmly caught the small box. Lu Yi's mind suddenly heard Qingling's voice. That old guy really isn't honest. There's so much poison hidden inside this small box. I thought I had used all the poison already. As she spoke, she began to shake her tail, but Shen Tianli stopped her. "Qingling, don't move." Qingling instantly dared not move. Shen Tianli walked over, gently picked up the small box, and said, "This box has a mechanism. Year, you should look for it. I saw some books about mechanisms on the bookshelf just now." Lu Yi nodded and used her mind to search for books in her space. She found quite a few, books on military strategy, formations, tactics, almost everything. There were even many medical books and alchemy books. Lu Yi found a book about mechanisms and showed it to Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli took the book and said, "I'll look at this first. You can look around and see if there's anything else." Lu Yi nodded and opened the wardrobe. She found several sets of clothes inside. As she moved slightly, the clothes turned to dust, revealing a black badge. Lu Yi picked it up and looked at it. It was carved with intricate and detailed patterns. "Qingling, what is this?" Qingling shook her head and said, "I don't know, but it's definitely not jade." Seeing that Shen Tianli was studying the badge carefully, Lu Yi put it into her space and continued searching, but found nothing else. "Qingling, where is this pharmacy?" Qingling lowered her head and whispered, "Year, I'll take you to the pharmacy. Please don't be mad at me, okay?" Lu Yi was a bit confused but nodded. She opened the door to the pharmacy. With the glow of a luminous pearl in the room, she saw that the place was a mess. The shelves were knocked over, and everything was in disarray. She slowly stepped inside and, recalling Qingling's words, asked, "Qingling, is this your doing?" Qingling awkwardly smiled and said, "Haha, Year, I was in such a hurry to find poison that I accidentally made a mess. Please don't be mad at me." Lu Yi had warned her not to touch the herbs or mess up the room. She saw some pills on the ground, smelled them, and recognized they were made from high-quality herbs. She felt a bit disappointed, but since everything was already like this, she couldn't blame Qingling. "Just don't go through things randomly in the future," Lu Yi said with a smile, patting her head. "Year is so kind," Qingling replied sweetly. Lu Yi stood up and helped straighten the shelves. Although the pills were gone, many valuable herbs remained. There were 5 stalks of 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old lingji mushroom, and a wooden box containing a jade box. The jade box had the words 1,000-year snow lotus written on it. Since it was stored in jade, it was probably still fresh, and Qingling hadn't absorbed the jade inside. Lu Yi closed the box and said, "Qingling, don't eat the jade inside this box. It contains very precious medicine." Qingling tilted her head and asked, "If I don't eat this, will Year quickly give Qingling poison to eat?" Hearing this, Lu Yi could only be honest and say, "Qingling, whether it's medicine or poison, I'm just starting to learn. Please give me time to study slowly, okay?" "How long will that take, Year?" Qingling really wanted to eat poison. "I don't know about that either. I can only say that I will finish reading the books in the space as soon as possible, then help you practice poison." Qingling blinked and asked, "Can I eat the man's leg in the yard, Year?" Lu Yi hurriedly shook his head. "No, but I can extract his toxic blood and let you drink a little." Although Qingling was not happy, she could only nod. Lu Yi stored the precious herbs and the luminous pearl, then asked, "Qingling, are there any sealed rooms left?" Qingling nodded. "Only the last alchemy room remains." She then swam out. The alchemy room was also messy, indicating Qingling had cleaned it up. There were only some herbs and 2 half-meter-wide pill furnaces, one gold-colored, one black. Qingling quickly swam to the black furnace, and Lu Yi understood that the black one was used for practicing poison. Lu Yi stored the pill furnace and the 2 luminous pearls from the wall when he heard Shen Tianli's voice. "Ear, the box is open." When Lu Yi and Qingling approached, Shen Tianli was opening a small box. Inside, there were 2 black stones about the size of goose eggs. She picked them up and asked, Qingling, what are these? Could they be meteorites? Meteorites? What are meteorites? Can you eat them? Qingling shook her head. I don't know. Besides sensing jade, it didn't pay much attention to anything else, especially since it truly didn't know. Shun Tianli also looked at the stones for a long time but couldn't figure out what they were, so she set them aside and took out what was underneath. It was a wolf pelt with strange, winding patterns painted on it. Ear, what do you think this is? Lui approached and said, it's a map. A map of Dacheng? I don't know. It looks like there are many mountains and water on it, not like a map of the continent. Since both the map and stones were stored in a box with a mechanism, they must be valuable. Shen Tianli folded the map, put the stones back, and closed the box. She said, Ear, put it into your space. Lui took the box and placed it into her space, then said, let's go. Shen Tianli nodded, pulling Lui to leave. Lui also took the luminous pearl from the living room, and Shun Tianli closed all the secret doors. At the cave entrance, Qingling asked, where are we going? Didn't you find a lot of jade? Let's go get your jade. This is exactly what Qingling wanted, and she happily said, sit still, we're leaving. The path through the waterfall's cave was the closest, and since the cave gradually went upward, it wouldn't hurt Year. So Qingling suddenly flew up. As they passed the waterfall, Shen Tianli again felt a throbbing pain in his muscles and asked, Year, did you feel uncomfortable when we went through the waterfall just now? Yes, my muscles hurt badly. Me too. But even though it hurts, I feel it's not enough. Lui suddenly remembered that many martial arts dramas on TV used waterfalls to train bones and muscles, helping the main characters grow quickly. She suggested, maybe next time during Wuxiu, you can try being hit by the waterfall. It might help strengthen your muscles and bones. Hearing this, Shun Tianli suddenly ordered, Qingling, stop. Qingling stopped and looked at Shun Tianli with suspicion. Shun Tianli said, we're going to the waterfall. I want to feel it now. But it's still quite cold today. Let's do it next time, Lui advised.
I'm fine.
Seeing Lui nod, Qingling had no choice but to turn back. When they reached the waterfall, there was a ledge jutting out just right. Shun Tianli slowly walked over and stood under the flowing water. The water from above hit him all over, causing pain. Shun Tianli clenched his teeth and persisted, but the force of the water was too strong. Even releasing all his internal energy couldn't resist it. Lui saw Shun Tianli's body wobble and hurriedly shouted, Qingling, quickly pull him back. Qingling quickly pulled Shun Tianli away from the cliff edge. Lui caught him and frowned, saying, look at you, always trying to show off. She then bent down and carried Shun Tianli in her arms. Feeling like a princess carrying her prince, Shun Tianli thought he suddenly became weak. He struggled and said, Year, I'm fine. Let me down quickly. Shun Tianli, look at you. Your face has turned pale, yet you're still worried about your pride? Do you value your face more than your life? Hearing his wife's angry voice, trembling with emotion, Shun Tianli realized she was worried about him. Since it was just the two of them now, and he had no face in front of his wife, he softly said, Year, don't worry.
I'm fine.
Just rest for a couple of days, and I'll be okay. Lui snorted, her face serious, and sat down with Shun Tianli on Qingling's back. She said, Qingling, go slowly, don't go too fast. Qingling nodded and slowly swam upward, reaching the entrance of the jade mining cave, and asked, Year, do you want to go down with him too? Just now, Lui took advantage of Shun Tianli's unpreparedness and used a silver needle to puncture his sleep point, allowing him to rest and avoid more pain. Hearing Qingling ask this, she didn't want to leave him alone, so she said, go down. Move a little slower. Qingling nodded and led the two of them out of the cave. Lui collected the jade and told Qingling to take them back. When they were close to the mountain entrance, Qingling suddenly said, Year, someone is coming. Villagers?
No.
Outsiders. She said villagers wouldn't go deep into the mountains, so since they were outsiders, there was no need to worry. But no matter what they did, they couldn't let them see Qingling. So she said, avoid them and go down the mountain. Shun Tianli was injured, and the other people probably weren't after them, so it was better for her to stay out of trouble. There are many ways to go down the mountain, so avoiding them was easy for Qingling. Near the usual path down, Qingling stopped and said, "Year, there are people at the fork." Lu Yi didn't pay much attention and thought that villagers probably knew they entered the mountain, so they climbed higher to gather more herbs. She carried Shen Tianli down from Qingling's back and said, "Qingling, you turn small and hide in the grass. Let's go back quietly, so the villagers won't see you." "Okay." Qingling turned back into a small white snake and followed Lu Yi. Lu Yi carried Shen Tianli down the mountain, but she never expected that what was waiting for them was Shen Qingshan. When Shen Qingshan saw Lu Yi carrying Shen Tianli, he blew on his small bamboo flute and then happily walked over, asking, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with Tianli?" Lu Yi was surprised that this annoying person still dared to appear in front of her. So shameless. She didn't bother to respond and was about to continue down the mountain, but Shen Qingshan stopped her and said, "Sister-in-law, you must be tired. I can carry Tianli for you." Lu Yi coldly said, "No need. Step aside." Seeing Lu Yi ignoring him, he looked behind her where no one had appeared and continued blocking her, saying, "Sister-in-law, Tianli looks pale and unwell. Maybe you should wait here. I'll call Dr. Li." Shen Qingshan blocked her twice, and his face was stiff with anger, yet he strangely forced a smile. This was not typical of Shen Qingshan. When something is unusual, there is usually a reason. Lu Yi blinked and then ordered, "Get out of the way. I want to go down the mountain." Seeing Lu Yi so ungrateful and already speaking disrespectfully, Shen Qingshan was not a patient person. He pushed Lu Yi and said coldly, "Lu Yi, I tell you, you can go down the mountain if you want. Just so you know, Shen Tianli is unconscious now. If you want to have fun, I'll let you go down. But if you stay, I'll make sure you regret it." Recently, his mother had introduced him to many women, but none looked as good as Lu Yi. Her face was as white and smooth as a peeled egg, and her small waist was as slim as a gentle grip. He was jealous of Shen Tianli's good luck, so he wanted to sleep with Lu Yi, put a green hat on Shen Tianli, and even threaten Lu Yi. Maybe Lu Yi would have his child for Shen Tianli, making him a father. Thinking of this, Shen Qingshan's eyes became even more lecherous. Lu Yi was disgusted by this look. She didn't expect Shen Qingshan to have such thoughts. She narrowed her eyes and kicked him in the groin. This was just a downhill. Lu Yi didn't hold back, and Shen Qingshan cried out in pain as he rolled down the hill. Lu Yi was about to go down the mountain when Qingling said, "Year, those people are here. It seems they're coming for you." Lu Yi looked down the mountain, and then behind her. Instead of running, she turned around and hugged Shen Tianli, heading back. If they were coming for her, she couldn't avoid them. It was better to face them directly than hide in the middle of the mountain, where villagers might be used against her. That would be too disgusting. She wanted to see who was after her. She found a big tree, put Shen Tianli down, and said to Qingling, "Take care of him. Don't let him get hurt."
"Okay, yeah."
Qingling circled around Shen Tianli and said. Lu Yi turned around and saw 7 or 8 big men approaching with large knives. They were armed with knives. Were they trying to scare her or kill her and silence her? Lu Yi casually picked up a branch as a weapon, pressed her lips together, and stood in front of Shen Tianli, ready to defend him. As they got closer, she asked, "Who are you?"
"What do you want?"
"Who we are isn't important."
"Dr.
Lu, you'd better behave. Drop your stick and come with us. Otherwise, with knives and swords, it's dangerous. If you hurt Dr. Lu, it won't be good." "Go where?" "With you?" If she went with them to find the mastermind behind this, it might actually be a good idea. "Where we're going, you don't need to know. Just come with us." Lu Yi nodded, threw down her stick, and turned to pick up Shen Tianli. They were stopped by someone who said, "You don't need to go, Shen Tianli. The master has said only Dr. Lu and Shen Tianli are to be forgiven." What a harsh statement. Lu Yi immediately guessed who the person was and asked coldly, "How much silver did Pang Tao pay you to kill Shen Tianli?" "I'll pay double." "Double? Do you know how much silver Master Pang gave us?" "You really have a lot of nerve," one man said. After speaking, he was scolded by a companion. "Shut up, you talk too much." "Boss, what are we afraid of?" Anyway, Dr. Lu already knows about Master Peng. The leader glared at him and said, "Go, kill Shen Tianli." The man walked while saying, "Big brother, if we kill Shen Tianli, Dr. Lu will become a widow. Look at her face and her small waist. Why not let her serve us first? Besides, she's not A and Master Peng doesn't know." After saying that, the other men looked at Lu Yi with greedy eyes, as if she was a piece of delicious meat waiting to be enjoyed. Big brother, second brother is right. This woman is just a cheap woman. When she gets to Master Peng, she'll serve men just the same. One or many, it's all the same. Why not serve us first? And big brother, look at her face. I've never seen such a fair, delicate girl. She's truly enchanting. Yes, big brother. Look at this girl. I'd be happy to die with her. Let's enjoy ourselves first, big brother. The leader carefully examined Lu Yi and thought, honestly, he had never seen such a charming girl before. It would be a shame not to take her. He nodded slightly. Seeing the second brother holding a knife and waiting for the signal, he said, "All right. Second brother, quickly kill Shen Tianli, then let Dr. Lu serve us well." The second brother was very happy and said, "Got it, big brother. Watch me. Shen Tianli is unconscious now. I'll stab him with a clean cut. He won't suffer too much." Lu Yi, already seeing them as dead, had no intention of fighting. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. When she saw the second brother raise his knife to stab Shen Tianli in the chest, she grew bored and coldly said, "Qingling, bite him with your venomous teeth. Once he turns into a poison man, you can eat him." The second person holding the knife suddenly felt pain in his hand. When he looked, he saw a small white snake had bitten him. Before he could shake off the snake, his hand went numb, and the knife slipped from his grasp. Lu Yi saw the knife about to fall on Shen Tianli, quickly caught it, then rolled to his feet and sneered, "All right, today I will give you all a good lesson." She saw this as a chance to test her martial skills. If she couldn't win, it didn't matter. She would just feed light spirit. The men saw the second person being bitten by the snake, and his hand turning visibly black, then falling to the ground. They all stepped back at the same time. The next moment, Lu Yi, holding a big sword, confidently said something and then burst into laughter. One of the men saw the small white snake slip into the grass and disappear, so he relaxed and said with a smile, "Big brother, it seems Dr. Lu knows martial arts. Why don't we play with her a bit to make things more fun?" The leader looked at the grass, saw no venomous snake, and felt relieved. He smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let's play with Dr. Lu. Third brother, go check on second brother, and also deal with Shen Tianli. Other brothers, be gentle. If you hurt Dr. Lu, we'll be the ones who feel bad." The men all burst into laughter and said, "Don't worry, big brother. We know how to cherish women." Tired of their rude laughter, Lu Yi had enough patience. She didn't even look at the big man approaching Shen Tianli with a knife. Instead, she charged at the leader. Although her knife wasn't as handy as a sword, as long as her moves were good, she wasn't afraid. If it didn't work, she could always take out her sword from the space. The leader initially looked down on Lu Yi. When he saw her big sword swinging toward him, he smiled and blocked it. But he never expected that the sword he should have met head-on actually sliced just 2 centimeters from his own blade. Lu Yi's foot suddenly shifted, and she appeared right in front of him. Feeling danger, he hurriedly retracted his sword, but his abdomen was already cut. Looking again, Lu Yi had already moved from his side to old 6. He placed his hand on his stomach, feeling the blood. He was both in pain and angry, shouting loudly, "Brothers, this woman knows martial arts. Don't hold back. Let's subdue her first." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a painful cry and staggered back, falling onto the grass. Seeing Lu Yi instantly injure 2 men, the others didn't dare to underestimate her. They quickly surrounded her. At this moment, there was another scream from Old 3. Everyone looked over and saw Old 3 also collapse onto the ground, looking pained. Someone said, "Big brother, this woman seems dangerous. Let's leave now." Old 7, "You're just a coward. The rest of us are not afraid of her. Today, I must sleep with her." He said this, raising his knife and swinging it toward Lu Yi. The others saw this and could only rush forward. Lu Yi remained calm and quickly realized they were just a bunch of cowards. Except for the old man who was trying to look brave, the others were just scaring her. She thought, how could Pang Tao, that coward, find someone really powerful? Turns out, they were all just show. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her body swayed. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her arm and instantly became alert. Lu Yi looked at the wound on her arm, squinted her eyes, and held her sword upright, stabbing toward the heart of the man who had hurt her. That man was happily hurting Lu Yi, but in the next second, he saw a big sword stabbing toward him. He was terrified, took a step back, and before he could call his brothers for help, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Breathing became difficult, and after a slight shake, he collapsed to the ground. Lu Yi killed one person, which scared the others, but she felt even more dizzy. Her hands holding the sword were weak. She could only stick her knife into the ground to support herself and prevent herself from fainting. She knew something was wrong, so she quickly said, "Qingling, poison them all and make them eat it. Find a place to bury the knife." After saying this, she released her sword and pressed her wound. The pain made her feel more alert. She turned and walked toward Shen Tianli. One of the men saw Lu Ye's condition and smiled, saying, "This woman has a problem. She wants to run. Brothers, catch her and avenge our fallen brothers." The others looked at each other and nodded, then moved to surround Lu Yi. After taking a few steps, they all shouted in surprise. Lu Yi hurried down the mountain with Shen Tianli in her arms, using her internal strength. Halfway down the mountain, villagers greeted Lu Yi, but she paid no attention to them. She ignored everyone and quickly ran home. "What's wrong with Yi? I don't know. Look, she's holding Tianli. He must be hurt. No wonder Yi is so anxious. But she runs so fast. Look, in such a short time, she's already at the foot of the mountain. Yes, Yi runs too fast. Tianli must be badly hurt. Should we go check on them?" "Check what?" "We are no longer selling medicine at Sister Li's place. Lu Yi probably doesn't like us, so it's better not to bother her. Instead, we should dig more herbs to make money." "What's going on today?" Just now, Shen Qingshan rolled down from the mountain, and now Shen Tianli is hurt again. Maybe there are no more big animals on the mountain. What big animals? If there were big animals, wouldn't Shen Qingshan be hurt at all? Also, none of us heard any roaring sounds. Don't scare yourself. The grass is growing tall now. Maybe Shen Qingshan slipped and fell by himself. As for Shen Tianli, everyone knows the mountain is full of traps. Maybe he fell in himself. Hearing this, everyone nodded. It's true they didn't hear any beast sounds, and they all knew the mountain was dangerous. Accidents can happen at any time. But since there are so many of them and they are only on the hillside, as long as they don't go into the mountain, they don't need to worry. A few families were worried and decided to carry their baskets and go down the mountain. Li Yuqian was helping the village chief renovate his house when he saw someone carrying Shen Qingshan over. He immediately went downstairs and saw Shen Qingshan unconscious. He worried about Shen Tianli and Lu Yi. After waiting a long time without seeing them come down, he went back up to the roof. Soon, he saw Lu Yi hurriedly coming down the mountain with someone in her arms. He was startled and quickly ran outside to meet her. He asked worriedly, "Junior sister, what happened to Tianli?" Since he now called Lu Yi his master, he naturally changed how he addressed her. "Yu Qingji, Uncle Li, Tianli accidentally fell into a trap and fainted. I need to go back and give him acupuncture. Remember, if I don't come out, don't let anyone disturb me," Lu Yi said quickly, not giving them a chance to reply. She carried Shen Tianli and ran off. Anyone paying attention would notice Lu Yi's steps were exaggerated, and her face was very pale. Xingling, who had observed everyone, buried her sword and turned back into a small white snake. When she caught up with Lu Yi, she saw her stumble at her own door. Shen Tianli also fell to the ground. Lu Yi struggled to get up, closed the door tightly, and locked it with difficulty, then slid down to the ground. "Yi, what's wrong?" Lu Yi shook her head and said weakly, Xingling, protect him. After saying this, she fainted. No matter how Xingling called her, she couldn't wake Lu Yi. Xingling shook Shen Tianli again, but he was still unconscious. There was nothing to do but grow bigger, carry both of them onto the bed, and stay by their side. When Shen Tianli woke up, everything was dark around him. He frowned but quickly realized he was at home. His wife was lying beside him. He slowly sat up, feeling intense pain all over his body. He clenched his teeth and began to practice, guiding his breath through his meridians twice. Sure enough, after being washed by the waterfall, his meridians expanded a bit, and he felt his internal strength was much fuller. After practicing, the pain in his body not only disappeared, but he also felt full of power. He happily held his wife in his arms, gently kissed her lips, then closed his eyes to sleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and noticed something was wrong. His wife usually sleeps without her outer clothes, but today she was still wearing them. There was also a smell of blood on her. Moreover, her body temperature was a bit low, and she was stiff. When he held her hand, he found it was weak and limp. He was shocked and quickly sat up. Such a sudden movement didn't wake his wife. He hurriedly shook her and called out, Wife, wife, what's wrong? No matter how he shook her, she didn't wake up. He pinched her nose, but that didn't work either. He quickly picked her up, put on his shoes, and called out, Qingling, Qingling. Qingling crawled out and spoke to Shen Tianli, but he couldn't hear a word. As he carried his wife and walked, he said, Qingling, grow bigger. Take us to town. Hurry. Qingling hurriedly followed him out. As soon as they left the house and Qingling grew bigger, Shen Tianli felt his wife, Year, sit on him. He quickly headed toward the town. The journey by ox cart took an hour or two, but Shen Tianli thought it was too slow. He kept urging Qingling to go faster. When they reached his home in the town, he didn't even knock. He kicked the door open and ran inside with his wife in his arms toward Bai Xushi's room. Bai Xushi heard the sudden kick at the door and woke up immediately. He dressed quickly, ready to see who dared to cause trouble. Then he heard rapid footsteps rushing toward him. Judging by the pace, the attacker's internal strength was quite strong. He thought they were coming for him, but he didn't seem to have any enemies. He reached for a few silver needles, but then heard Shen Tianli's voice outside. Senior brother Bai, quick, come see what's wrong with Year. Bai Xushi hurriedly put away the silver needles, opened the door, and under the moonlight, saw Shen Tianli running in with his wife in his arms. He hurriedly lit the candles in the room. Shen Tianli had already placed Lu Yi on his bed and said, Brother Bai, quickly, look at Year and see what's wrong. Bai Xushi checked the pulse while asking, What's wrong with Year? Just a moment ago, everything was fine, but now she's like this, with knife wounds on her body. Shen Tianli, feeling frustrated, said, I don't know. Something happened during the day. My meridians were damaged. Year took advantage of my distraction to stab my sleeping point. When I woke up, she was like this. Bai Xushi checked her pulse again, looked into Lu Ye's eyes, then examined her wounds. He frowned and said, Strange. Her pulse is steady, and the wounds are ordinary, not poisoned. Why is she unconscious? This is very strange. He then used a silver needle to several acupoints on Lu Yi, his brow furrowing even more. He sat back down to check her pulse again. Shen Tianli watched Bai Xushi examine her for a long time and asked anxiously, Did you find out what's wrong with you? Bai Xushi shook his head, looking quite annoyed. It seems my knowledge is too shallow. My sister's pulse and symptoms only show she's unconscious, but those acupoints didn't wake her up. Now, I'm not sure what's wrong with her. Shen Tianli suddenly picked up Lu Yi and said coldly, Go to town and invite the senior brother. Then he carried Lu Yi and left. Shen Tianli placed Lu Yi on their bed and looked at Qingling, who was swimming over, and asked, Tell me, what happened after I fainted? Shen Tianli saw Qingling opening and closing her mouth, but not hearing a single word. He frowned and pointed to his own index finger, saying, She bit me. Qingling tilted her head and looked at Shen Tianli for a while. Seeing his eyes narrowing and his face showing displeasure, she reluctantly bit his finger. Then Shen Tianli felt a wave of force wash through his mind, and he heard Qingling's soft, tender voice of a little boy. After you fainted, 7 people wanted to kill you. Year fought them. During the fight, her steps became unsteady, and she was hurt by someone. Year killed that person, then told me to poison and eat the others. I ate the poison people, and thought it was okay, so I finished digesting, and then looked for Year. But when I got home, she looked very weak. She locked the door and told me to watch over you. Then she fainted. Shen Tianli clenched his fists tightly, filled with guilt and anger. He had actually fainted when Year needed him the most. How could he be so stubborn? Year said she wouldn't let him go under the waterfall this time, but he refused to listen. Not only did he make Year worried, but he also caused her to get hurt and faint. Shen Tianliang, you are really useless. You can't even protect your wife. While Shen Tianliang was feeling guilty, he heard Qingling speak again. Year's fainting is very strange. Also, I can feel that her soul body is no longer in her body. I don't know where it has gone. What do you mean? Shen Tianliang was shocked. Year's soul body is not in her body right now. It's very strange. I was watching over her, and I didn't see her soul leave her body, but now her soul is gone. It's really strange. Hearing this, Shen Tianliang frowned. He only believed in the existence of fairies after seeing Qingling. Could it be that fairy sister took Year away? Otherwise, her soul wouldn't just disappear suddenly. He thought for a moment and moved the statue of the bodhisattva that the He family worshipped. Then he asked Qingling to guard Year while he went to Huiyan Temple. The young monk at Huiyan Temple's gate didn't want to report to the abbot, but since he had received a lot of silver, he saw how anxious Shen Tianliang was and went to inform Master Enpu. Master Enpu saw that someone came so late and knew it must be urgent, so he met Shen Tianliang. Master, I apologize for disturbing you so late, but my wife is now unconscious and in danger of her life. I came here to ask you a few questions.
Please speak.
Master, does this world really have Buddha and immortal beings? Master Enpu clasped his hands and said, Amitabha. Buddha and immortal beings are in the mind. They can only be understood intuitively, not explained. Hearing Master Enpu's vague words, Shen Tianliang frowned and asked again, if the immortal took her soul body away, what should I do?
Amitabha.
If her soul body was taken by an immortal, she must have gone to the Pure Land. You should be happy for her. Shen Tianliang clenched his fists and said coldly, but I want her to come back.
Amitabha.
This is not something we humans can control or manage. His eyes turned bright orange, and he asked, Master, is there no way? Maybe the immortal will send her back? Master Enpu was not a high monk, but he knew some tricks to keep Huiyan Temple prosperous. He said, why don't you give me her birth date and time? I can do a divination to see if her lifespan is nearly over, and then we'll know what to do. Shen Tianliang thought for a moment and provided Lu Ye's birth date and time. Master Huiyan cast another divination and frowned, saying, strange, according to the signs, this woman died last August. Nonsense, my wife is alive and well. She only fainted suddenly yesterday. Shen Tianli was furious and stood up quickly. Master Enpu was overwhelmed by Shen Tianli's anger and spoke softly, but the divination says so. Shen Tianli took a deep breath and tried to sound calm as he said, you should know Dr. Lu from the local healing hall. That is my wife. Is this really Dr. Lu's fate? Seeing Shen Tianli nod, Master Enpu clasped his hands and said, Amitabha, it seems Dr. Lu is blessed. I cannot see her destiny clearly, but everything is up to fate. Please watch her fortune unfold. Shen Tianli frowned, clearly unhappy with the answer. It seemed that asking for help was useless, so he took out 10 taels of silver and placed them on the table, saying, sorry for the trouble, I will take my leave. Master Enpu watched Shen Tianli leave, looked at his own divination, thought for a moment, and cast another one. This time, the signs were full of vitality and prosperity. Having 2 divinations in a row was unprecedented. He wanted to cast another, but recalling his master's instructions at his passing, he stood up, knelt before the Buddha, and began chanting. Since Li Xiaoer's mysterious death by hanging, she had realized she had become a ghost, only able to drift through Chuishan village, mostly staying at her home. She saw her parents greedily looting her belongings, which made her very angry but helpless. Especially her mother, who disliked her and refused to bury her body in the ancestral grave, saying it was bad for future descendants and wanted to throw her into the mountains to feed the wild animals. Li Xiaoer wished she could tear her mother apart. Even after the village chief buried her body in a mountain ditch, she felt no gratitude. She hated her mother. During the day, she felt the sunlight made her weak, and at night, she sat beside her mother cursing and scolding her. Gradually, she noticed her mother's body was becoming weak and cold, and her mother kept begging her to let her go. It was then she realized her owning energy could make women sick. She went to the village to find women with good lu leaves, waiting for their bodies to weaken so she could enter them, just like her mother, and make them hang themselves. Moreover, she discovered that after her mother's death, her own spirit grew stronger. However, soon a witch came. She couldn't harm herself, but she felt that this was a good time to leave Chui Mountain Village. She decided to dig up her body and burn it. With her ashes scattered everywhere, she could roam freely, find Brother Tianli, and seek revenge on Lu Yi. She originally wanted to stay close to Lu Yi, but for some reason, she couldn't get near Shen Tianli's family. They all had a faint purple-golden glow that made her afraid. She could only drift around. Occasionally, she found that as long as she touched someone close to death and helped them escape suffering, her spiritual power would grow stronger. It became so strong that even the sunlight during the day didn't scare her much. So, she wandered every day, looking for people about to die or those she didn't like, helping them escape suffering. Just as she found a target and was about to go over, she saw Shen Tianli's figure. Yes, even though he ran very fast, so fast that he was just a blur, she could tell it was Shen Tianli. She was sure she wouldn't mistake him. She thought for a moment and decided to follow him. He surprisingly went to a temple late at night, where Buddha statues were worshipped. She didn't dare go inside, so she waited outside. Soon, she saw him come out, looking heartbroken. What happened to Brother Tianli? Why is he so sad? She had never seen him so upset before. His sadness even made the purple-golden glow around him fade, as if it was afraid. The little spirit nodded quickly and eagerly. What's going on with the soul body you mentioned earlier? It's the same soul body I smelled in Chui Mountain Village. It was just here a moment ago, following you, but now it's gone. You said it was just here, and now it's missing? Shen Tianli asked seriously. The little spirit nodded, sniffing the air constantly, and said, "Strange, why is it gone? It was just rushing toward me." Hearing this, Shen Tianli suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no," and quickly ran toward the house. Li Xiaoer followed him at a moderate distance. When they reached the door, she suddenly sensed a strong, fishy smell mixed with danger. Her instincts told her to be afraid, but she didn't want to miss the chance to be with Shen Tianli. Usually, she couldn't get so close to him, but the danger grew stronger, and she felt her soul body trembling. She was a selfish person, and after thinking for a moment, she clenched her teeth, ready to leave. Suddenly, she felt something very tempting and deadly pulling her in. Danger and attraction intertwined. She gritted her teeth and decided to leave. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled her, making her cry out. The next moment, she realized something was wrong. First, she felt pain in her arm. Why was it hurting? She had become a soul body, and she had no sensation before. She raised her hand involuntarily and saw what looked like a hand in front of her.
She was shocked.
Instinctively, she tried to stand up but found herself in total darkness. However, she could feel that she was different. She actually had a body. She touched her face. It was smooth, shiny, and warm. She was extremely surprised. She touched her body happily and laughed. "Haha, I'm alive. Haha, this is great.
I'm alive."
After laughing, she heard running footsteps outside. She quickly stopped, still unsure whose body she was in, and decided it was better to pretend to be asleep. When Qingling saw Shen Tianli suddenly stop, she asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I think I feel you are waking up." Shen Tianli looked at Qingling coldly. Just as she felt she was about to freeze, he suddenly said, "Do you think that's Yuer?" Even from just a few words, she knew that person was no longer her Yuer. "Isn't it? Anyone can tell them apart. What's the use of you?" Shen Tianli finished speaking, then grabbed Qingling's head and threw her far away. He glanced at his and Yuer's room, then turned and went to the study. Lingling was mysteriously thrown away and felt very upset, but who asked it to be weaker than others? Although it didn't fight back, some things about the soul cannot be changed. Forget it, no more fighting. After making a contract with Shen Tianli, Lingling felt like it was about to break through. It decided to find a place to rest and recover. It just swam to their room. Usually, Year was fresh and pure, but now she was emitting a faint bad smell, which was very strong and made it hard to get close. Moreover, this smell wouldn't help her recover. Lingling tilted its head and sniffed the person on the bed. It was still Year scent, but why did it smell so bad? It seemed to be coming from her soul body. How strange. Forget it. It decided to find Xiao Yanyan instead. Yanyan was kinder and cuter. Li Xiao heard footsteps leaving and let out a sigh. She felt very tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep, unaware that someone was checking her pulse in the early morning. Sun Qishan checked her pulse quietly and said softly, "White junior brother, are you joking? Sister is just sleeping, yet you say she's seriously ill?" "No way," Bai Shushi said loudly. If he couldn't tell whether she was fainting or sleeping, he would ruin his father's reputation as a great doctor. "Junior brother, you should check her again," Sun Qishan suggested kindly. Bai Shushi hurried forward, his face turning pale. Sister was really exhausted. Next to them, Shen Tianli looked at the statue of the bodhisattva that was falling over. He watched the sleeping willow leaf, pursed his lips tightly, and his eyes flashed with coldness. When he saw Bai Shushi take out a silver needle, he quickly stopped him and said, "Maybe I was too nervous, so Bai senior brother misread her pulse. Bai senior brother, since Year is tired, just press her sleep point so she can rest well. Otherwise, she might get up and overexert herself again tomorrow." Bai Shushi was very upset. Hearing Shen Tianli, he withdrew the silver needle, then pressed lightly on her sleep point. He said, if she's still making trouble late at night, she should just sleep peacefully. Shen Tianli remembered Bai Shushi's technique and the location of the points, then asked, "Bai senior brother, how long will Year sleep?" "Until the afternoon, no problem." "Until the afternoon? That's great." Sun Qishan smiled and said, "If sister knew you let her sleep so long, she'd be angry. Tianli, if you want Year to wake up sooner, just press her Qing point." He also pressed a point on Shen Tianli's body. Shen Tianli nodded and said, "Thank you, senior brother." The sky was still early, and he prepared the room. Senior brother should rest first. When dawn comes, they will return to the county. Sun Qishan nodded and followed Shen Tianli out. After settling Sun Qishan, Shen Tianli returned to his study. He remembered Lu Ming had sent him many travel notes. Maybe there were clues in those notes. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the academy or the library to look at the travel journals or miscellaneous writings. Perhaps there were records of strange stories that could help him find a way to get his wife back. He looked at the position of the room, his eyes flickered. Since he couldn't drive her away now, he decided to let her sleep peacefully. He believed he could wait for his wife. His wife wouldn't disappear without reason, nor would she let others take over her body. But Qingling was useless. She couldn't get that wicked woman out of his wife's body. Before Shen Tianli went to the school, he told everyone that Lu Yi was tired and needed rest, so they shouldn't disturb her. Everyone looked at Lu Ye's room with some ambiguity and went on with their tasks. Li Xiao was awakened by hunger. She opened her eyes, and the sunlight was so bright that she instinctively hid in the shadows. Feeling a bit safe in the corner, she realized her arm was painfully sore. Li Xiao suddenly became alert. Right, she had a body last night. She didn't know whose body it was or what she looked like. But seeing the large brick and tile house and the bed she was sleeping on, she knew their family was quite well off. She saw a delicate copper mirror on the table. Excited, she got out of bed and looked into the mirror. She was stunned by the person inside. Big almond-shaped eyes, a small, high nose, and rosy, tender lips forming a delicate face. She had envied this kind of beauty for many days and nights. She never thought she would one day have this body. She uncertainly raised her hand, touching her eyes, nose, and mouth. The hand in the mirror also touched her features. It was real. She had truly become Lu Yi, the wife of brother Tianli. Heaven truly favored her, giving her a second life. Even though she died mysteriously, it was to let her become brother Tianli's wife again. With beautiful looks, a strong background, and most importantly, a healthy and even more handsome and capable husband. Such brother Tianli would surely go further in the future, and the one who would stay by his side would still be her, Li Xiu'er. Thinking of this, Li Xiu'er couldn't help but smile. Haha, Lu Yi, you never expected this, did you? I've actually become you. And you would never guess that your appearance and status now belong to me. From today on, I will stay with brother Tianli, serve him, have children with him, and enjoy a life of wealth and happiness. Haha, you made a wedding dress for me. Thank you so much. Just never come back again. Qiu heard voices in the room and quietly knocked on the door, asking, Madam, are you awake? Madam? Li Xiu'er couldn't help but feel happy. She smiled and said, Yes, I'm awake.
Come in.
Qiu pushed the door open and saw Lu Yi holding a bronze mirror. She asked, Madam, are you really awake? Should I tell Aunt He that you're awake? Li Xiu'er saw that the girl coming in looked about 11 or 12, with a decent appearance. She nodded happily, thinking she was too young and plain to match brother Tianli, so keeping her around was safe. She never expected Lu Yi to be so capable. She not only got brother Tianli into school but also brought a servant into the family. Doing well as a doctor must bring in a lot of money? No, she remembered in her past life, people from the capital came and gave the He family a lot of silver. That's how he sure could afford to marry her. Later, Lady Shen found an excuse to send her back to Old Fourth's family, and her tragic fate began. Now, since Shun Tianli and Old Fourth had broken their relationship, the money would naturally be used by them. But Lu Yi seems to enjoy life. She even hired a servant. But what's the point of hiring a servant? She's still unlucky. She's just benefiting her. Li Xiu'er thought proudly and asked He. She wanted to call her mother-in-law He, but then realized she was Lu Yi now, her daughter-in-law. She cleared her throat and asked, Where's my mother? She's worried about disturbing you, so she's talking in Aunt Fong's room. Aunt Fong?
Who is she?
Since she didn't know, she decided not to ask. First, she should tidy up Shun Tianlu. No need. Just prepare some good food and call Shun Tianlu to come here. Qiu glanced at her, then nodded and left. He sure was worried Lu Yi might be hungry when she woke up, so she had the food warmed early. When Cheng Pa heard Qiu's instructions, she brought the warm food to Lu Yi. Qiu then went to find Shun Tianlu. Shun Tianlu had just finished lunch and was writing large characters. When she heard her sister-in-law call her, she hurried over. She was surprised to see her sister-in-law sitting in the bedroom eating. She knew her sister-in-law was very clean and never ate inside the room. However, since my sister-in-law has been sleeping for so long, she must be very hungry. I didn't think much and playfully said, Sister-in-law, you're awake. That's great. This morning, you and I were wondering if you've had good news, since you've been sleeping so long. Li Xiu'er felt that the food was really delicious and she was very hungry, so she was happily eating when she heard Shun Tianluo speak. She paused and asked, Are you saying I might be pregnant? Seeing her sister-in-law's mouth full of food and not swallowing before speaking, and noticing bits of meat on the table, Shun Tianluo found it strange that her sister-in-law seemed different today. Although her sister-in-law had never learned formal manners, she never spoke while eating. Maybe she was too surprised. She smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you're a doctor. Don't you know if you're pregnant? Li Xiaoer touched her belly and shook her head firmly, with a stern tone. I'm definitely not pregnant. If I were, I wouldn't want this child. If she was pregnant, she would have the same child as brother Tianli. Her tone surprised Shen Tianluo, who asked confusedly, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Did you argue with brother? This morning, when she went for her morning exercise, she saw her eldest brother come out of the study. Whenever her sister-in-law was at home, her brother never stayed in the study. When he came out, his eyes were red, his face serious, and he exuded a cold aura, which was quite frightening. I didn't argue with brother Tianli. Brother Tianli? Her sister-in-law never called him that before. Just know that I didn't argue with my husband. Now go, wash all the bedding on my bed. Don't let anyone help you. I want you to do it yourself. If you can't finish washing, don't eat today. If you let others help, you'll have to wash all the bedding in the house. Hearing her sister-in-law say this, Shen Tianluo looked at Lu Yi in disbelief, tears in her eyes, and called out, Sister-in-law, you.
Don't call me sister-in-law.
Hurry up. Don't disturb my meal, Li Xiaoer said coldly. Shen Tianluo timidly looked at Lu Yi, wiped her tears, and ran out with the unwashed bedding. Soon, a voice came from outside. Miss, why are you crying? You even took out the ladies' bedding. It's nothing. Qiujiu, go ahead and do your work.
Don't worry about me.
Li Xiaoer, in the room, was pleased with Shen Tianluo's cleverness. After thinking for a moment, she decided she couldn't keep Shen Tianluo at home enjoying herself. She needed to marry her off quickly. Thinking of this, she called out, Qiujiu, Qiujiu, come in. Originally, Autumn Chrysanthemum wanted to talk to Shen Tianlu, but when she heard her wife calling her, she hurried inside and asked, Madam, what's the matter? Autumn Chrysanthemum, what time is it now? Madam, it's just past noon. 1 to 3 p.m., just past noon. Is your husband at school? Husband. Brother Tianli is her husband. Li Xiaoer couldn't help but feel happy and lowered her head shyly. Seeing Lu Ye's shy expression, Autumn Chrysanthemum looked at her and said, Yes. When does he finish school? She wants to go pick up Tianli, so he sees her first when he comes out. How could the madam not know when her husband finishes school? At the beginning of the U hour. 5 to 7 p.m., the U hour. That's still a long wait. She wants to see Tianli now. But never mind, there's plenty of time. Go, invite the matchmaker from town. Invite the matchmaker? What for? Autumn Chrysanthemum, are you hard of hearing? Why can't you understand what I say? Seeing her wife get angry, she hurriedly said, Yes.
Yes.
I will go invite her right now. After speaking, she frowned and hurried out in a rush. Lu Yu really doesn't want to attend literacy or chess lessons, so when class time comes, she stays in her room and naps, waiting for Luo Air to come call her. But after waiting a long time, Luo Air doesn't come, so she thinks maybe Luo Air is still napping. She gets up and goes to her room, but finds no one. After searching for a long time, she finally finds her in the backyard. Seeing Luo Air washing bedding by the well, she is shocked. Since Autumn Chrysanthemum's family arrived, they haven't washed their clothes.
Why today?
And it's big items like quilts and blankets. Why is Luo Air washing them? Could it be that little son came and accidentally got something on them? Sorry, so she's washing them herself? Her sister once said that when little son comes, you can't touch cold water, or it's bad for your health. Thinking of this, she quickly said, Luo Air, get up, I'll help you wash. Just as she was thinking about what mistake she might have made to be punished by her sister-in-law, Shen Tianlu saw Lu Yu come to grab the basin. She remembered her sister-in-law said that if anyone helped her wash, she would wash a whole yard of quilt covers. She hurriedly stopped her, saying, No. Go to class quickly. And please ask the teacher for a half-day leave for me. Luo Air, I won't laugh at you. If next time little son comes and accidentally gets something on the quilt, you can help me wash it. Sister once said that during little son's visit, you really shouldn't touch cold water, or it's bad for your health. Shen Tianlu listened, biting her lip and whispering, No, it's not that my little days have come.
Not that.
Then why are you washing these? Lu Yu was even more confused. Shen Tianlu bit her lip again, thinking that her sister-in-law had always been kind to her since marrying her older brother. Unlike other sisters-in-law who nagged their younger sisters-in-law, she never raised her voice and always spoke softly, with a gentle smile. But today, her sister-in-law unexpectedly scolded her for washing the bedsheets, and she didn't even know the reason. Feeling wronged, she continued washing the bedsheets, tears falling heavily down her face. Lu Yu saw how upset Shen Tianlu was and was shocked. She quickly pulled her and asked, "Luer, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Tell me, what happened?" Shen Tianlu wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, "Yuer, I'm fine. You should go see the master." But she didn't realize that Shen Tianlu, who was naturally gentle and delicate, looked even more pitiful when she was so submissive. Lu Yu's sympathy overflowed, and she pulled Shen Tianlu up, asking, "Luer, who told you to wash this?" Seeing Shen Tianlu lowering her head silently, Lu Yu frowned and asked, "Did Aunt He ask you to wash it?" "No. Aunt He prefers pretty bedsheets, and she wouldn't want you to wash them." Suddenly, she remembered that yesterday Qiujin had dried her sister and brother-in-law's bedsheets, which were the same color as this one. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the bedsheets in the basin, then looked at Luer and pointed at the basin in surprise. "Did my sister ask you to wash this?" Shen Tianlu bit her lip and nodded. "Why did my sister ask you to wash this?" Lu Yu was even more surprised. Her question made Shen Tianlu feel even more distressed, and she started crying again. "Luer, tell me quickly. With my sister's temper, even if she's angry, she wouldn't scold you for washing clothes." Shen Tianlu cried, "I don't know either. My sister-in-law told me to go over and say a few words, then she asked me to take apart the quilt and wash it. She also said if someone helped me, I should wash all the clothes in the yard. Wah, I don't know why my sister-in-law did this. Did I say something wrong? What did you say?" "I just asked if my sister-in-law was pregnant because she's been sleeping so long." But that sentence was correct. Recently, her mother and Aunt Fong had been worried about her sister-in-law's pregnancy, hoping for good news soon. Apart from that one sentence, she couldn't remember saying anything that would upset her sister-in-law. Just that? Shen Tianlu thought for a moment and nodded. "It can't be. My older sister isn't like that. Big sister is always kind and gentle, whether she is acting foolish or now. She never scolds people for saying the wrong thing. Moreover, she genuinely likes the Shen family, so she wouldn't treat Luer harshly. I also believe my sister-in-law is not that kind of person, but she asked me to wash the bedding. Did I do something wrong?" Lu Yulian tries to think, but she realizes that lately she has only been studying, practicing the piano, and her sister-in-law has been busy, so she hasn't seen her. How could she have offended her sister-in-law? Seeing Lu Yulian crying and frowning, looking so pitiful with tears and rain-like expressions, she says, "Don't wash it anymore. I'll ask my sister what's going on." Then she runs out to the backyard. Lu Yulian looks at the quilt in the basin and then at Lu Yu, thinking for a moment before squatting down to continue washing. Lu Yu is her sister-in-law's younger sister. Naturally, she wouldn't be angry with Lu Yulian. But if she doesn't finish washing and her sister-in-law gets angry, the family might become unhappy. Besides, she has washed bedding before. Since her sister-in-law married in, she has never let Lu Yu wash their bedding or clothes. Lu Yu asked Xing Xiaolian to tell her husband they had something to do this afternoon and needed to take leave, then she went to the main room. She found her sister eating inside and frowned, saying, "Why are you eating inside? Such a strong smell." Li Xiaoer looked up and saw a fair, delicate young woman walking over. The girl looked about 13 or 14, with 2 silver hairpins on her head. Although she wore coarse cloth clothes, she sat down on the opposite chair, indicating she was not a servant. So if she's not a servant, who is she? Why is she in their house? But no matter who she is, dressing so beautifully and daring to enter her and Tianli's inner room, she must be a troublemaker. She's probably a troublemaker. Thinking this, her tone became unfriendly. She looked up sharply at Lu Yu and said, "This is my house. I can eat wherever I want. You can leave now. We don't welcome you here." Lu Yu was surprised to see Lu Yi. This wasn't how her sister usually spoke. Her sister had been raised by their grandmother and always spoke softly and gently. She only got stern with outsiders. She never spoke to her or Ming'er like that. And the look in her sister's eyes was wrong. Before, when she was foolish, her sister's gaze was warm and eager to get close but shy. After she got better, her sister's look was gentle and full of affection. But now, it looked like she was seeing a stranger. A stranger? Lu Yu looked at Lu Yi again and realized she really was her sister. Their eyebrows and eyes were the same. Looking at the plates on the table, she frowned. There were many rice grains and bits of vegetables scattered on the table and plates, making a mess. Some rice grains stuck to the bowls. Older sister has been frugal since childhood. Whether in the past or now, she always eats her food cleanly and never leaves leftovers everywhere. Li Xiaoer felt guilty under Lu Yu's gaze, worried she might see something, so she hurriedly tried to send her away, shouting loudly, "What are you looking at? Get out! I don't want to see you." Hearing this, Lu Yu felt wronged and angry. She stood up suddenly and asked loudly, "Lu Yi, you actually say you don't want to see me?" Li Xiaoer was startled by Lu Yu's strong attitude. She regained her composure and said, "Who do you think you are? You dare to shout at me in my own house. Get out. I never want to see you again. You better leave my house quickly. I don't want a poor relative like you." Hearing Lu Yi say this, Lu Yu became even angrier. She looked sharply at Lu Yi, as if trying to see through her. Li Xiaoer, feeling guilty, forced herself to look at Lu Yu. She thought to herself, this girl must be Hinyo. Only his niece would be spoiled by her family and act so unruly and without manners. In her previous life, she married the village chief's son. After Shun Tianli went to Beijing, he took their child and husband to Beijing to find his family. She shamelessly asked his family to find her husband a government position in Beijing. She disliked Hinyo, so she only met her once and had his family entertain her. She forgot what Hinyo looked like, but didn't expect her to be so beautiful, almost like a fairy. In this life, Hifugue committed a deadly crime, so Hinyo definitely wouldn't marry him anymore. Now that Tianli is handsome and capable, she clings stubbornly here, trying to become Tianli's concubine. She's truly shameless. She must drive her away quickly. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get out. Lu Yu angrily turned and left. If she weren't afraid Shen Tianli would bully her, she wouldn't want to stay here at all. She was even being chased away. Fuming, Lu Yu left the room and happened to bump into Qiujin, who had just entered. They collided instantly. Qiujin, being shorter than Lu Yu, hit her forehead right on Lu Yu's chin, causing Lu Yu to tear up from the pain. Of course, she wouldn't admit she was crying because her sister disliked her and made her upset. "Second miss, are you all right?" I'm so sorry. Qiujin saw Lu Yu so sad and hurriedly asked. Lu Yu wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yi coolly said, "She's tough-skinned and thick. What could possibly be wrong?" "Lu Yi, you're going too far." Lu Yu shouted loudly. "If you think I'm overdoing it, then get out of my house." Hearing Lu Yi tell her to leave again, Lu Yu stubbornly refused. She clenched her teeth, turned, and sat in a chair in the living room. She raised her chin and said, "If you want me to leave, I won't. Let's see what you can do to make me leave." Li Xiaoer was surprised that Nyo was so shameless. She glared at her fiercely. When she saw a woman in festive clothes standing awkwardly at the door, she remembered her purpose. Afraid to keep the matchmaker waiting, she thought it was better for Hisi to be driven away later. She ignored Nyo, who was sitting and eating snacks. She smiled and said, "Qiuju, please invite the matchmaker in." Then she went to the main seat, picked up a cup of tea, and started drinking. Lu Yu heard matchmaker and looked at Lu Yi, deciding not to leave. Why is my sister inviting a matchmaker? Is she planning to arrange a marriage for Lu Er? Wasn't it said before that she and Lu Er were still young and should wait 2 more years? Now, what is going on? She sat aside, listened to the matchmaker's flattery, then asked who they planned to marry her to, and looked at her. Why bother with her? Her marriage shouldn't be decided by Lu Yi. She's for my younger sister-in-law. My younger sister-in-law is much prettier than her. Yan, tell me about the talented young men in town. Li Xiu'er said she was talking about talented young men, but secretly hoped to find a rogue or scoundrel for Shen Tianlu, someone even more shameless than He Fugui, so Shen Tianlu would be in constant trouble. When Yan heard that the candidates were even more handsome than the girl in front of her, she listed all the famous young men in town. But she was dissatisfied with Dr. Lu, so she thought, since Dr. Lu was also well known in the county and her husband was a scholar, he would have a bright future. Why would he look at town boys? She then started talking about the county. Li Xiu'er saw Yan mentioning better conditions, and her eyebrows furrowed more and more. She interrupted her and said, Yan, my younger sister is afraid of pain, so she probably can't endure childbirth. It's best if the other person has children. Having children? Her sister was actually planning to find a widower for Lu Er? Was that really her? She couldn't believe her sister would find such a poor husband for Lu Er. Lu Yu looked at her sister with suspicion, feeling more and more that something was wrong. At this moment, the sister was holding a teacup, gently tapping the tea with a lotus finger cover, her chin slightly raised, her back straight, and her legs crossed in a high stance. This commanding posture was something the sister had never shown before. When the sister was sick, even when dealing with ragged patients, she was always polite and never showed arrogance or disdain. Her eyes were also different. Her eyes were always gentle and kind, whether she was foolish or recovered, and even when she felt resentment towards her mother, she only kept her distance without hatred. But the person in front of her had eyes full of scheming, and her malicious intent was clear when listening to the matchmaker talk about widowers. Suddenly, recalling her attitude when entering the room, her doubts grew stronger. She stared directly at Willow Leaf, and every move and look made her suspicious. She wondered if the person in front of her was really her sister. But if she wasn't her sister, then who was she? Why was she mistreating Luo Er? It seemed she hated Luo Er very much, wishing Luo Er to have a hard life. Just this Scholar Fan. Although Scholar Fan is a bit older men know how to care for others. Besides, he has children and doesn't want Luo Er to suffer or be tired. Also, her husband is still studying, and Scholar Fan is knowledgeable and can help him. Most importantly, Scholar Fan drinks too much and likes to hit people. Not long ago, he killed his second wife, and her spirit still lingers. Shen Tianlu married him, and she definitely wouldn't have a good life. There weren't many widowers in the matchmaker's hand, and after Scholar Fan gave her a lot of money recently, she forced herself to speak. She never expected that Dr. Lu would be satisfied. She was stunned on the spot. Not only was Yanmei stunned, but Lu Yu was also shocked. Now she believed even more that the person in front of her was not her sister. Her sister wouldn't be so cruel as to find a widower in his 30s, whose son was older than Luo Er for her. No way. Lu Yu slammed the table and stood up. Li Xiu'er immediately placed her teacup on the table, looking displeased at He Er Niu, and said, Qiu Ju, please invite the old lady here. Qiu Ju's heart trembled. She hadn't expected that the lady would find a widower who could be a father figure for Miss Luo Er. Wasn't she destroying her? It would be better to invite the old lady. Willow Leaf, you can't decide Luo Er's marriage? He Er Niu, are you overstepping? I, as her sister-in-law, can't decide Luo Er's marriage. Do you think your cousin can decide? I told you, even if you want to marry Brother Tianli, he has to agree to marry you, and I also have to approve. Li Xiu'er said angrily. Lu Yu suddenly stood up, coldly looked at Lu Yi, and realized she was definitely not her sister. If not her sister, then who is she? Everywhere looked like her sister, even the small mole behind her ear and the scar on her chin from falling when she was young. So, why does she say she's not her sister? Suddenly, she remembered the villagers' stories about ghosts and monsters. Could it be that her sister is possessed by a ghost, acting so strangely and not recognizing her own sister? And this ghost not only knows Luer but also bears a grudge against her, or it wouldn't treat her like this. With this conclusion, Lu Yu felt more and more scared and worried. She wondered where her sister had gone and why this ghost was causing trouble inside her sister's body. She decided to go find her mother to talk about it, but also worried about Luer. She tried to hide her panic, kept sitting, and watched the ghost. She believed that he wouldn't let Luer marry a widower. But Luyu didn't expect that after he arrived, she heard that this ghost wanted to marry Luer to a widower. Although she opposed, her tone was too soft. How can Luer marry a widower? And he's so much older. Mother, you have loved Luer since she was little. Naturally, you don't want her to marry and suffer. He's older, but he knows how to care for others. Besides, he has no parents above him. If Luer marries him, she can take charge of the household and won't be bullied. And he's a scholar, which means he can read and will help her in the future. Mother, you also hope he can pass the imperial exam soon, right? Hearing Lu Yi say this, he seemed to agree. She had suffered from her mother-in-law before, and now that her mother-in-law was gone, she felt free and wanted her daughter to be happy too. But she was almost the same age as her daughter. Li Xiaoer saw he hesitating and angrily said, Mother, do you think I would harm Luer? He hurriedly shook her head and said, No, no. Since you say no, then do you agree? Li Xiaoer asked with a smile. He still seemed weak and useless, just like before. She genuinely thought this marriage was not good, but she also felt that Yi was right. When she was about to agree after being pressured, she suddenly heard Lu Yu shout, Lu Yi, don't go too far. What kind of marriage are you arranging for Luer? Have you ever thought about what will happen if Shen Tianli finds out? Li Xiaoer shrank back. The reason she quickly found a matchmaker for Shen Tianlu was to take advantage of Shen Tianli not being alert. She wanted to pressure his family into agreeing quickly. Once the marriage was settled, given Shen Tianli's temper, he would surely get angry. But she could just soothe him later. This is our family's matter. You don't need to interfere, she said. Lu Yu looked at the person in front of her and sneered. This ghostly woman was so eager to act out her role. Had she been waiting for this moment for a long time? How shameless she was, meddling in their family affairs. That was her sister's business, not this ghost's. She was too lazy to say more. When her brother-in-law returned, she planned to ask him to find a fortune teller to deal with this ghostly woman. Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up and said to Yen Mampa, Go away. We don't welcome you here. Yen Mampa was unhappy. Why are you acting like this, young lady? I'm not here to arrange a marriage for you. You, with your wicked heart, I'm not going to ask you to find a match for me. Hurry up and leave, she shouted, grabbing the broom behind the door and swinging it at Yen Mampu. Yen Mampa quickly stood back to dodge, screaming, Ah, you little girl, how can you hit people? I tell you, I'm a famous matchmaker in this town. If you offend me, don't expect to find a good family later. Lu Yu pushed Yen Mampu out into the yard with the broom and said angrily, I won't marry anyone, and I won't let you, this wicked matchmaker, find a match for me. Just leave now. By Su she heard that her junior sister had woken up and came to check. As soon as he entered, he saw the young girl angrily waving the broom to chase people away and saying such shocking words. He thought to himself that this girl was quite different from his junior sister, straightforward, sharp-tongued, and willing to fight. She was indeed a wild girl. But just as the matchmaker said, this wouldn't be easy to find a good family for her. Forget it. To avoid embarrassing the girl, he decided to wait and come back to see his junior sister later. Anyway, his junior sister was already awake. Yen Mampa saw Lu Yu's fierce attitude and the pain from her beating, and she knew today's marriage talk was doomed. Still, she was used to working hard and had been hired by the other side. She loudly shouted, Dr. Lu, I was hired by you, but with today's situation, how can I come to your door again? Li Xiaoer was angry about He Nio's mischief, but she also knew that today's marriage couldn't be arranged. She could only wait for another opportunity. She checked herself and found that besides a set of ordinary needles in her purse, she didn't even have a copper coin on her body. I suddenly realized that Lu Ye's appearance is not as bright as it looks. Look at her. She earns money outside but doesn't manage the household. She's so poor she has no money at all. I said, Mother, Give 1 or 2 silver coins to send away Madame Yen. She is a well-known matchmaker in town. If we offend her, it will be hard for Luer and Xiao Yan to find good marriage prospects in the future. Hearing this, Mrs. He quickly took out 1 or 2 silver coins from her purse and sent Madame Yen away. Seeing that they were generous, Madame Yen happily left. When Luyu saw Madame Yen leave, she thought that Luer, that honest girl, probably didn't know she was being bullied by the ghost and was still quietly washing clothes in the backyard. Sure enough, when she went to the backyard, she saw Shen Tianlu washing clothes. She walked over and pulled her up, saying, "What are you washing? Are you silly? Didn't I tell you, you don't need to wash?" Seeing Lu Yu pulling her toward the front yard, she said, "Yue, let go of me. Before dark, I still need to make a quilt, or else my brother and sister-in-law won't be able to sleep tonight. They only have 1 quilt in their room. 1 quilt is good. Maybe that ghost will freeze to death, and then sister might come back.
You don't need to worry about that.
They won't be left without a quilt. Go to your room and write big characters. Don't bother them," Lu Yu said firmly. Although Shen Tianlu was gentle by nature, she was smart. She held Lu Yu's hand and asked, "Good Yue, tell me, did my brother and sister-in-law argue? Is that why sister-in-law is taking her anger out on me?" This was the conclusion she had thought about for a long time. How do you say that sister and brother-in-law argued? This morning, I saw my big brother come out of the study. It looked like he hadn't slept all night. If he hadn't argued with his wife, why would he be willing to sleep separately from her? Lu Yu blinked, hoping Luer would misunderstand, which was better than her knowing that her sister had turned into a ghost. If they found out such a terrifying thing, what if they killed her sister? Wouldn't she never come back? She nodded and said, "Luer, my sister didn't mean to take her anger out on you. She came to call you. Go read in your room. Don't come out to see your sister for the next couple of days." Shen Tianlu's face turned pale, and tears shimmered in her eyes, but she nodded. She had always regarded her sister-in-law as family. Sometimes, she felt her sister-in-law was even closer than her mother. Her sister-in-law gave her books, bought her delicious cakes, and when she was feeling unwell with stomach pain during her period, her sister-in-law not only brought her red date tea, but also massaged her stomach until it was warm and comfortable. Later, she used wolf fur to make a warm bag for her. When Xiao Rizi came, she filled it with hot water to warm her stomach. Now, she has found a female teacher for her, so she can read, paint, and draw, treating her like a young lady of a noble family. She doesn't blame her sister-in-law for taking her out on her, but she can't stand her sister-in-law's cold attitude. It's all the brother's fault, making her sister-in-law not want to see her anymore. When the brother returns, she will definitely advise him to apologize and make amends to his wife. Seeing Shen Tianlu sadly return to her room, Lu Yu clenched her teeth but ultimately didn't tell the truth. She thought it was better if fewer people knew. Lu Yu went back to the main door and heard that ghost say, "Mother, think about it. Xiao Yan is not even 8 years old and going to school so early. Isn't that just to send silver and money? Besides, I plan not to go to the pharmacy anymore. I want to stay at home to serve the husband and try to have a chubby grandson for you." Lu Yu rolled her eyes. That ghost really knew how to act. Not only did she want to harm Luo Air, but also Xiao Yan, and she even wanted to take advantage of her brother-in-law. How hateful. And she wasn't going to the pharmacy to have a baby. She probably just didn't want to get sick and be noticed. He's worried about her not going to the pharmacy because of the large expenses with so many people at home. But when she heard she wanted a child, she quickly said, "All right, it's about time to have a child. After the baby is born, you can go to the pharmacy." Li Xiuer understood from He Shi's words that Lu Ye's position in the Shin family was not very good. He Shi clearly didn't like Lu Yi much, mainly because she was good at earning silver. She didn't expect that He Shi, who looked gentle on the outside, could also be so shameless. She continued, "All right, listen to Mother. But Mother, look, the husband is now studying, and he will definitely pass the imperial exam and maybe even become a top scholar. If you can't write characters, wouldn't that be embarrassing? So from now on, you should write 10 big characters every day." 10 big characters? Year, is that too much? Mother knows some characters, but she really can't write, let alone big characters. Why don't you let Mother read a few more books? He sure said with worry. Mother, no. You can't let the husband be laughed at in the future. If you think 10 is too few, then write 20 instead. She knew that he sure was most afraid of writing. In her previous life, she was also like that. The teacher asked her to read, which was fine, but she was lazy about writing, and her handwriting looked like a child's drawing, ugly and terrible. So now, she deliberately made her write characters just to tease, he sure. Mrs. He was surprised to be asked to write 20, so she quickly stood up and said, No, I'll just write 10. I'll go back and write now. Then she ran out like she was fleeing. Li Xiaoer saw Mrs. He's expression and couldn't help but smile happily. She never expected she could control Mrs. He someday. It made her very happy. But not having silver was really inconvenient. She also believed Lu Yi wouldn't hide money for herself. Thinking of this, she ran to the inner room and started searching through the room. Lu Yu came in and saw the ghost with her sticking out, looking around. The room was messy everywhere. She raised an eyebrow and thought, rude people are just rude. Her sister's room had always been clean and tidy since they were young. It was strange to see it so messy now, with the smell of food still in the air. That ghost was probably also a sloppy person before. Seeing her throw all the messy clothes from the chest into the bed, she frowned and asked, What exactly are you looking for? Li Xiaoer turned around and saw second sister He standing at the door without her knowing. She was annoyed and asked, Why do you care what I'm looking for? Why are you standing at my door? Are you looking for silver? How do you know? After saying that, Li Xiaoer felt she had revealed too much and glared at her, saying, It's none of your business. I don't want to bother. If you hadn't made the room so messy, I wouldn't feel uncomfortable and wouldn't say a word. Do you forget that you usually give the silver to your cousin and never keep a penny for yourself?
What?
Lu Yi, this fool, actually handed over the silver, and she still said she wasn't foolish. Clearly, she was even more stupid. Does she not know that silver is more reliable than men? You told me that your silver was always taken by Shen Tianli. If this fool took silver from Shen Tianli, he would definitely suspect. Taken by Shen Tianli? Li Xiaoer frowned, thinking whether she should ask him for it. Suddenly, she saw the scar on her arm and had a new idea. She smiled slightly. How could she forget Lu Yi had a place to withdraw money? After understanding, she said coldly, Go away, I want to take a bath. Then she shouted outside, Qiu-ju, where are you sneaking off to? Come and tidy up the room. Also, inform the kitchen to prepare some water. I want to take a bath. She then started looking for clothes, tossing one after another. Finally, she found a water-red spring dress and held it up to compare. You're not allowed to wear this one. This was a gift only from her and Lu Er for their older sister. The sister said the dress was too bright and not suitable for everyday wear. She planned to wear it only after a few days when she was free and could go shopping in the county with them. She didn't want this monster to ruin her and Lu Er's effort. Li Xiaoer proudly looked at second sister He, thinking she liked the dress. She smiled and said, I want to wear it. The water-red color is beautiful, and the embroidery is lovely. If I wear this to meet brother Tianli, he will notice me right away and be happy. Lu Yu saw her pride and felt even angrier. She thought this monster was shameless, stealing her sister's body, her clothes, and now her man. It was too disgraceful. She was determined to find a way to make her fail. Humph. Qiu-ju saw how messy the room was and frowned, wondering what was wrong with the lady. Why did she make such a mess and ask her to clean it? Usually, she never let them tidy the inner room. But today, the lady had let Lu Er wash the bedding, so it wasn't strange for them to tidy up. Li Xiaoe watched Qiu-ju and Cheng Xiaolian clean the room, then took a bath and put on a water-red dress. With her fair skin and beautiful clothes, she felt she looked very pretty. Since it was still early, she dried her hair and styled a pretty hairdo. Unfortunately, Lu Yi only had a silver hairpin and a pearl flower, no decorative hairpins. She wasted her beautiful peony hairdo. This was the most fashionable hairdo in the capital. Oh well, she would just style this hairdo for now. Later, after going to Huichun Hall to get some silver, she would buy some jewelry to match her lovely dress. Lu Yu saw the monster come out and furrowed her brows even more. She said that the water-red color made her sister's skin look whiter and brighter, and she was right. But sadly, on this monster, it was a waste of such a beautiful dress. Still, she had to admit that this monster was better at dressing up. Her makeup made her look even more beautiful and charming, with a gentle elegance. Plus, her pretty hairdo made her seem noble and graceful. Someone might think she was a lady from a wealthy family, dressed so beautifully to attract her brother-in-law. How hateful. But she wouldn't let her succeed. Since her sister wasn't here, she had to protect her sister's things and couldn't let this monster ruin anything else of her sister's. Li Xiaoer was very annoyed when she saw Hier Niu following her. After glancing her over from head to toe, she realized that in both appearance and dress, she was far inferior to herself. Since she wanted to follow her to highlight her own beauty and nobility, she decided to let her stay. Li Xiaoer raised her chin, walked gracefully with small steps, heading towards Huichun Hall. Many people turned to look at her along the way, which made her feel even more proud and happy. She lifted her chin even higher. Lu Yu sneered inwardly, thinking, what's there to be proud of? She's ugly as, like a boastful rooster. No. Even if she looked good, it wouldn't be her face. It's clearly her sister's. Where does this ghost get the courage to be so proud? She's really thick-skinned. Manager Chen saw Lu Yi and Lu Yu and hurriedly came out from behind the counter, respectfully saying, Dr. Lu, what brings you here? Didn't you say you were injured and needed to rest for a few days? He had never seen Dr. Lu dressed so beautifully. If it weren't for the second young lady, he wouldn't even recognize her at first glance. Lu Yi had initially planned not to come anymore, but then thought that suddenly not showing up might cause suspicion. So she replied, Yes, I am injured. Please bring me some high-quality golden wound medicine and find someone to bandage me. Hearing this, Lu Yu was furious. This ghost was shameless. She didn't know that a woman's body shouldn't be exposed, especially in a shop full of men. Letting anyone bandage her would ruin her sister's reputation. Forget it. For her sister's sake, she decided to do it herself. She took the golden wound medicine and bandages from Manager Chen and said, Give it to me. I'll do it. Manager Chen knew that the second young lady was the most suitable, so he hurriedly handed it over. But then Lu Yi asked, Do you know how to do it? Manager Chen looked suspiciously at Lu Yi. Recently, the second young lady had often come to see Lu Shuquan and helped out a lot. These small tasks shouldn't be difficult for her. But from her expression, it seemed she didn't know how. Seeing Manager Chen's doubt, Lu Yu glared at Li Xiaoer. If she didn't believe her sister could wake up, this ghost wouldn't end well. Plus, the body belonged to her sister, so she was too lazy to bandage her. Shut up. Do you want me to tell Shen Tianli? She threatened. When Lu Yu mentioned Shen Tianli, Li Xiaoer's attitude immediately softened. She followed Lu Yu into the room, reluctantly allowing her to bandage her wound. Seeing her movements were quite skillful, she finally felt satisfied. After leaving the room, she said to Manager Chen, Advance me 100 taels of silver. Mr. Lu's first time borrowing silver, and he asked for so much money at once. Shopkeeper Chen was surprised. Behind him, Lu Yu gritted his teeth. This woman is too shameless. She wants to take the money that sister earned for herself. She shouldn't treat Huichun Hall as her personal bank. She's ruining sister's hard work. He said, You said you could only borrow at most 10 taels of silver at a time. Why do you want 100 taels now? You don't even remember your own words. Lu Yi, you're so strange today. Seeing the suspicious look from Hier Niu, Li Xiaoer quickly lowered her head. No wonder the shopkeeper wasn't looking at her.
There's a rule like that.
Why does Lu Yi set such rules? She's so stingy.
Suddenly, Li Xiaoer understood.
This must be to guard against that vampire, he's sure. Li Xiaoer felt she had figured it out. Seeing Chen's shopkeeper still stunned, she angrily said, Hurry up and bring it to me. The shop probably doesn't even have 10 taels of silver. When she was wandering before, She heard people say that Dr. Liu at Huichun Hall was very skilled and charged low prices. Since the prices were low, they probably didn't make much money. Chun's shopkeeper was just confused by their conversation. Hearing Dr. Liu get angry, he quickly took 10 taels of silver from the money box. Li Xiaoa happily took the silver and went straight to the jewelry shop. She bought 2 pretty flower hairpins and put them in her hair. Only then did she go to the study hall. At the study hall entrance, she saw several young women waiting. They looked her over, dressed nicely, and there were 2 carriages. But none of that mattered. She wondered if all the men present were looking at her. Lu Yu couldn't stand the attention and said, "You wait here for Shen Tianli. I'll go buy some pastries for Xiao Yan." "Okay, go ahead. Buy more. I like to eat lotus seed cakes, and my husband likes pine nut lily pastries. Buy those too." Lu Yu pouted. Her sister liked to eat lotus seed cakes just like her. She reached out and said, "Here's the silver." Such a cheapskate, buying a few pastries and asking me for silver. Eating and drinking at my house, and I have to pay you? Should I ask him for silver too? Li Xiaoer said unhappily. "No, I'm eating at Shen Tianli's house. Should I ask him if he'll give me the silver back?" Li Xiaoer didn't expect He Er Nyo to be so difficult. She definitely couldn't let her ask Tianli go for money, or she'd lose face. She took out a few dozen copper coins and said, "Here, go quickly and buy. The husband will finish school soon." Lu Yu took over 30 coins, shook them in her hand, and sarcastically said, "I thought you were generous, giving only these copper coins. It's not enough for my errands." "Oh well, I guess I'm just too generous." Li Xiaoer was angered by her tone and clenched her teeth, then glared fiercely at her. When she saw everyone looking this way, she quickly suppressed her emotions. Soon, the students began to walk out of the school slowly. Seeing each person look at her, Li Xiaoer couldn't help feeling proud. Look at how much attention she was getting. Such a feeling was wonderful. When she saw the handsome, aloof young man walking out slowly, Li Xiaoer felt everything around her become dull. Only he shone in her eyes. She walked over gracefully, like a shining star. Today, Shen Tianli had read all the remaining books in the school's library. He found no books about souls and understood why, after all, it was a school. He planned to go to the 2 bookstores in town after class. As he stepped outside the school gate, he sensed something unusual. People were whispering, "Hey, isn't that Dr. Liu? She's here to pick up Shen Tianli. She looks so beautiful today." Yes, Shen Tianli is really lucky to marry such a lovely lady like Dr. Liu. Some even recited poetry, graceful and charming, more enchanting than a fairy, with bright eyes like water and snowy cheeks. Half-moon-shaped eyes hiding amber, lips like cherries. Slim and delicate like jade, walking with graceful steps. Fragrant white jade, speaking softly like flowers, a night so beautiful it's hard to forget. This poetic praise made Shen Tianli's fists clench tightly, his eyes full of anger as he watched the woman walking towards him. When did she wake up? He didn't realize she was at home, yet she was so restless. Using his wife's body, she came out to show off. How disgusting and hateful. Shen Tianli hurried over, grabbed her hand, and quickly walked toward the nearest corner. Nearby, Shen Yongkong saw Lu Ye's expression and felt his body heat up, even sensing a strange feeling. He was overjoyed and quickly headed home. A flashy young lady on the carriage saw the two leaving and asked her maid, "Is that Lu Yi?" "Yes, miss." The young lady angrily tore her handkerchief and said bitterly, "That shameless woman is so good at charming people. No wonder he doesn't like me. Let's go back." She planned to write a letter to her cousin. With her ability and status, she couldn't believe Shen Tianli would be so obedient. Li Xiaoer felt her wrist being tightly grasped, causing her pain. She frowned and softly, with a hint of grievance, said, "Husband, please let go. You're hurting me." Listening to her voice, which sounded like that of his wife, but with a tone he had never heard before, Shen Tianli's anger grew stronger. He ordered coldly, "Shut up." Li Xiaoer sensed that Shen Tianli was angry. Feeling wronged, she bit her lip and followed him with red eyes. Her delicate appearance made the students around feel a surge of sympathy. Shen Tianli is really a rough man. He doesn't understand how to cherish his wife. Look, Dr. Liu is about to cry, and I feel so sorry for him. What's the use of feeling sorry? She's his wife. Sigh, if only we had Shen Tianli's good looks. Then even just looking at a beauty like Dr. Liu would be a pleasure. How could he let her feel wronged? Yes, she's so handsome. Outside the academy, a carriage arrived. Rumor has it that a young lady from the county came specifically to see Shen Tianli. But unfortunately, Shen Tianli is like a cold stone, ignoring her completely. Yes, now many women come to the academy just to see Shen Tianli. I'm not worse than him, so why does no one admire me?
He's already married.
Do those women still plan to be his concubines? It's so unfair. Shen Tianli had excellent hearing and was proud of it. He first felt annoyed at himself for hearing everything so clearly. He pulled Li Xiao'er into an alley and asked coldly, "Why did you come here?"
Husband, I just wanted to.
Hearing her delicate, affected tone, Shen Tianli couldn't help feeling both helpless and angry. He ordered coldly, "Shut up. From now on, don't come to pick me up. Stay at home and behave yourself. Don't come out and embarrass us." Before he finished, he was interrupted by someone angry. "Brother, how can you speak to my sister-in-law so harshly? Look, you've made her wrist turn red." Hearing Shen Tianyan's voice, Shen Tianli looked over and saw his wife's fair skin marked with red lines, caused by him. Instead of feeling regret or pity, he only felt furious. It was Li Xiao'er's fault for making her skin red. This disgusting thing. Why didn't it go be reborn somewhere else? Why stay in this world to disgust people? He didn't know where his wife had gone. He dared not hurt her physically, only seethed with anger inside. Bai Shushi is really useless. Didn't she say she would wake up only during the evening? Why is she awake so early? Shen Tianli didn't want to talk much. He prepared to close his eyes and let this annoying thing sleep forever. Just as he raised his hand, he heard Lu Yu's voice. "Shen Tianli." Shen Tianli turned around in surprise. This little sister-in-law usually calls him brother-in-law politely, but this time she was calling him with anger and seriousness. Did Li Xiao'er do something after waking up to upset her? "What's wrong, you?" Before he could finish, Lu Yu interrupted him. "Cousin, I bought the lotus seed cake you like."
Cousin?
What is this little sister-in-law doing? He was surprised when he heard this, but then Li Xiao'er angrily walked forward and said, "What niu? Didn't I tell you that my husband prefers pine nut lily pastry?" "What niu?" Shen Tianli and Shen Tianyan looked at Li Xiao'er at the same time. Shen Tianli's eyes flickered. As expected of Ye's sister, smart enough to see through the deception. She was probably trying to make him doubt. The person in front of him wasn't really Lu Yi. But little sister-in-law shouldn't forget. How could she not recognize her own wife? However, her cleverness and awareness made Shen Tianli very satisfied. With her around, he could focus on reading books about this and save his wife sooner, so she could see Li Xiao'er. Shen Tianyan found it strange that his sister-in-law was calling his own sister by the wrong name. He wanted to tell her that it was Sister Yu'er, but his elder brother pulled him back and shook his head warningly. Shen Tianyan frowned and lowered his head.
Who said that?
My cousin only likes lotus seed cake. You wouldn't even know what I like to eat, right?
Who said that?
I know best what my husband likes to eat, Li Xiao'er said unhappily. There was no one in this world who knew Tianli better than her. Lu Yi couldn't compare to her. Really? Cousin, tell me, what do you like to eat? Lu Yu smiled sweetly. Seeing Lu Yu smile so brightly, Li Xiao'er thought she was trying to Tianli. She immediately stepped in front of her and blocked Lu Yu, saying, "What niu, you're outside. Have some shame. Don't try to my husband." After saying that, she possessively held Shen Tianli's arm. Lu Yu's eyes shifted from that ghostly arm to Shen Tianli's face, and her gaze turned cold. Shen Tianli clearly saw it. His little sister-in-law was saying, "Shen Tianli, you let her hold on to you? You're doomed. When sister wakes up, I will definitely tell her." Shen Tianli disliked Li Xiao'er from the start. When she linked arms with him, he pushed her away, took 2 steps back and scolded, "Do you know where we are? This is not proper. Hurry home." After saying that, Shen Tianli walked away directly. Lu Yu blinked quickly and hurried after him, quietly asking, "Brother-in-law, do you know she's not my sister anymore?" Shen Tianli nodded. Lu Yu was very happy and was about to ask when he found himself pushed aside. Li Xiaoer felt very wronged because Shen Tianli had been kind to Lu Yi in the village, so why was he so cold now, just like before? She was about to cry when she saw He Er Nyo sneakily run over. She caught up with Shen Tianli, who was trying to flirt with someone, forgot her sadness, and hurried after him, pushing Lu Yu aside. She angrily said, "He Er Nyo, this is my husband. You can't stand so close to him." Lu Yu scoffed sarcastically. Her husband was clearly her sister's husband. That shameless ghost. But now she was sure that her brother-in-law knew she was not her sister, so she felt relieved and happily took out some lotus seed cakes, saying, "Xiaoyan, come and try the lotus seed cake. It's very delicious." "Thank you." Xiaoyan took some and looked at her older brother. In the past, when they walked down this quiet alley, her older brother would hold her sister-in-law's hand, and the coldness around him would disappear. They would quietly talk about what happened that day, and life seemed peaceful. But now, her brother exuded cold air, walking quickly and keeping his distance from his wife. His wife dared not speak and hurried along, feeling wronged. She thought it was strange. If her brother made his wife angry, she would ignore him and be very kind to him instead. She hoped they would have a disagreement. But today, her wife didn't even greet her brother. Oh, and her wife called her own sister He Er Nyo. Isn't He Er Nyo her cousin? What's wrong with her wife? "Yurji, my wife likes lotus seed cakes too. I'll bring her 2 pieces.
"No need, Xiaoyan.
She just told me she prefers hibiscus cakes and doesn't like lotus seed cakes. If you bring her those, it won't help." Lu Yu blinked and smiled. Shen Tianyan looked into Lu Yu's eyes, lowered his head, and quietly ate his lotus seed cake. He knew that his wife thought hibiscus cakes were too sweet and rarely ate them. Fong family was waiting at the door early, as their youngest daughter had said. When they saw Shen Tianli and Yi walking over one after the other, they hurried forward. They quickly ran to embrace Lu Yi, saying, Yi, you scared me to death. Are you all right?" Li Xiaoer was hugged by a strange woman. She accidentally tugged her own hair, making her hair messy and hurting her badly. She pushed her away angrily, saying, "What's wrong with you? You suddenly pounced on me and messed up my hair. It hurts so much. Who are you, crazy woman?" Fong was surprised to see Lu Yi. Her eyes showed sadness and disbelief. How could Yi say such things about her? But when she heard Yi say she hurt her, she quickly apologized, saying, "Sorry, Yi. I heard you got hurt and got nervous, so Did I hurt you anywhere? Does it hurt? Let me check." No need.
You should leave now."
She's really a crazy woman. She doesn't even know her, so why is she hugging her? And with such a caring tone and expression. Seeing Fong's sad face, Shen Tianli hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Mother-in-law, I just had a small argument with Yi earlier, so she's angry now. Please forgive us." After speaking, he scolded, "Yi, hurry up and apologize to your mother." Li Xiaoer looked at Fong, feeling stunned. Mother-in-law? Mother? She didn't know Lu Yi had a mother? Lu Yi was just a stepmother who was very mean to her. Her biological mother had died long ago. But since Shen Tianli said so, he must be right. She quickly lowered her head and said carefully, "Mother, I'm in a bad mood. Please forgive me." Lu Yu, who followed behind, saw this scene and couldn't help but rub her forehead. She had originally planned to show her brother-in-law, so he would know that this wasn't her real sister. But she didn't expect him to find out, which made her mother sad. She hurried over, pulling Fong and walking toward the house, saying, All right. I forgive you. Just be nicer to mother in the future." Fong was hurriedly pulled away by her youngest daughter. She said, You wear, slow down." Mother almost fell. Seeing they were almost at the gate, Lu Yu said, "Mother, don't be sad. My sister is a bit crazy now and bites anyone she sees. We even argued just now. Hearing this, Fong, although sad, felt a little relieved. She frowned and asked, your sister and brother-in-law have always been harmonious. Why did they argue?
This.
Lu Yu couldn't answer right away. Suddenly remembering Lu Er's words, she said, it's because you and Aunt he keep pushing my sister to have children. But brother-in-law doesn't want to have children so early, so you two argued. It was a fierce fight. That's why you've been avoiding your sister these days, so you don't upset her. Fong sure looked apologetic, not expecting her good intentions to cause Yi Er to argue so fiercely with Tianli. No wonder her tone was so harsh. She said, all right, I won't say anything more. Anyway, Yi Er is still young. She can have children whenever she wants. Yes. Sister is still young. It's okay to wait a couple of more years. Her sister had said that their bodies were still growing, and having children before 18 could be unhealthy. So, her sister planned to wait until after she turned 18, giving her a chance to dissuade their mother and Aunt He. And also, her brother-in-law's thoughts. Exactly. You shouldn't always argue with your sister. She's in a bad mood, so you should be more understanding. Fong sure said, Mother, only sister gives to me. I never give to her. Lu Yu disagreed. Your sister is so good to you. If she's in a bad mood and you argue with her, her mood will get even worse. Don't you understand to be considerate of your sister? She has to see doctors, earn money, and take care of the whole family. That's very hard. Fong sure advised. All right. I get it. Hurry back and see Dad. I still have some things to talk to sister about, Lu Yu pushed Fong Sure. Fong Sure nodded and softly said, don't be stubborn. Talk nicely with your sister. Okay, I understand. Here, Mother, this is the lotus seed cake I bought for you and Dad. Sister said this is the most delicious time for lotus seed cake. You should take it to Dad to eat. Lu Yu said, placing the lotus seed cake into Fong Shure's arms, then grabbing her skirt and running away. Bai Su Shi, who had planned to go out, saw her running away and shook his head with a smile. What a wild girl. When Lu Yu ran over, she saw the three still standing at the door. Xiaoyan was holding a pretty little white snake, trying to give it to that ghostly creature. She was so scared, she kept backing away and then screamed, quickly running into the house. Seeing her fleeing in panic, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile happily. Shin Tianyan watched his sister-in-law run away in a flustered state, then looked at the gentle spirit in his hand. He bit his lip. His sister-in-law didn't recognize Sister Yuer, Aunt Fong, or even her own little white snake. Brother, she's not sister-in-law, right? Shin Tianyan looked up and seriously asked Shin Tianli. Shin Tianli looked at him calmly and said, you decide for yourself. Shin Tianyan pouted, clearly unhappy with his older brother's answer. Just then, Sister Lu Yu came over smiling and said, Xiaoyan is very clever. He figured it out even earlier than I did. Shin Tianyan opened his eyes wide in disbelief, even though he was sure of it himself. He was surprised and asked, really? What about sister-in-law? Let's talk about it when we get back. With that, Sun Tianli and the others stopped discussing the topic. As they entered, they saw Bai Su Shi walking over and smiling. Tianli, Xiaoyan, are you finished with school for the day? Shin Tianli nodded and asked, Brother Bai, are you going out? It's time for dinner. Hee, I have some things to take care of, so I will be away for a few days. Sun Tianli nodded. All right, Brother Bai, take care. Lu Yu remembered the picture album Bai Su Shi had given her. She thought for a moment and quickly called out to him as he was leaving, Brother Bai. Lu Mei, do you need something? Lu Yu nodded and asked, may I ask, Brother Bai, are you leaving Inrome County? Bai Su Shi smiled and nodded. Could you please bring back 2 copies of any beautiful drawings you find outside? Yer would be very grateful. After saying this, she hurriedly added, won't ask you to spend your silver. I only have a few taels left. She took out her small purse, but she had forgotten. She only had a few silver coins, so she felt embarrassed to show them. Shin Tianli saw his sister-in-law's awkwardness and stepped forward, saying, Brother Bai, when you're passing by the bookstore, please bring back some interesting books for Tianli too. He then took out 200 taels of silver and handed it to Bai Su Shi. Lu Yu saw her brother-in-law easing the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Su she looked at the two of them, then took the banknotes, smiling. All right. I'll go now. The three of them walked back together. Lu Yu asked curiously, brother-in-law, when did you realize she wasn't our sister? I knew as soon as she woke up. Lu Yu nodded happily, thinking her brother-in-law really cared about their sister. She then said, she seems to recognize you all and also has hostility toward Auntie and Luo Air. Yes, her name is Li Xiao Air. She used to be from the same village as us.
Li Xiu Air?
She really is Li Xiao Air. How did sister-in-law turn into Li Xiao Air? Sun Tianyan asked in shock. Shin Tianli frowned and shook his head, saying, I don't know either. We'll have to wait until Yi Air wakes up to understand.
Brother-in-law, what should we do now?
Skin Tianliang said with dislike. After she eats, I will make her sleep deeply, so she stays asleep. Lu Yu nodded. Okay, so she won't cause trouble when she wakes up. Skin Tianliang looked at his sister-in-law, and then at Qingling. He took Qingling and held it up in front of Lu Yu, asking, Are you afraid of it? Lu Yu saw that not only Xiao Yan could touch it, but her brother-in-law could too. She also saw the little white snake tilting its head, examining her, blinking its eyes. Its cute and innocent look reminded her of her silly sister from before. She smiled and said, I'm not afraid, brother-in-law.
Can I touch it?
It's so beautiful. Sun Tianliang handed it over while saying, Qingling is your sister's friend. I was worried you might be scared, so I didn't bring it out earlier. I didn't expect you and your sister to be so brave and to like Qingling so much. Lu Yu took Qingling, which then curled up on her wrist. It lifted its head to look at Lu Yu eye to eye. Lu Yu gently stroked Qingling and said, So your name is Qingling? Such a nice name. I bet your sister gave it to you, right? My sister is really brave. She's not afraid of Qingling. Why didn't I introduce you to me earlier?
She also glanced at Sun Tianyan.
Her sister treats her brother-in-law better than she treats her. Sking Tianliang ignored his sister-in-law's harsh gaze and said, I don't know when she will wake up tomorrow. I might not be home. Keep Qingling with you, watch over her, and don't let her leave the room. If you go out, leave Qingling here and watch her. Thinking about how Li Xiao was afraid of Qingling just now, Lu Yu smiled mischievously and nodded. Skin Tianliang pretended not to see his sister-in-law's bad look and said, If Qingling suddenly bites her, don't worry. It means your sister has woken up. Qingling can eat soul energy. Lu Yu looked at Qingling in surprise, nodded, and asked, Brother-in-law, are you just letting Li Xiao stay inside my sister? Don't you plan to do something? I'm looking for books on this. Maybe I can find a way to drive Li Xiao away. Brother-in-law, you should invite a powerful fortune-teller. The villagers say these evil spirits can be driven away by them. Hearing this, Sun Tianliang's eyes lit up. He walked outside and said, You all go back first. I need to step out for a bit. Lu Yu knew her brother-in-law was probably going to invite a fortune-teller. Her sister would be back soon. She gently patted Qingling's head and smiled at Xiao Yan, saying, Xiao Yan, don't tell anyone about this yet, okay? And you try to stay away from her. Otherwise, if sister wakes up and finds she used her body to do bad things, she will definitely feel sad. Shen Tianyan quickly nodded and said, Yes, Sister Yuer, I understand. I will go to the study now and avoid seeing her.
Good.
Thinking that Aunt He was practicing calligraphy in the study, she said, You should also advise Annie not to be angry with sister, okay? Shen Tianyan nodded confused. When he arrived at the study, he saw his mother crying while writing big characters, which looked worse than his drawings. Mrs. He saw him, her eyes shining, and she put down her brush as if she was saved. She ran over and asked little Yen, Where is your older brother?
My brother has gone out for something.
Mother, why are you writing big characters? You're wasting so much paper. Your brother went out?
What should I do now?
Your sister-in-law asked me to write big characters, saying it's good for me. But it's not good for me. It's just hurting me. I've been writing for a long time, but it still doesn't look right, and my arm hurts so much, Mrs. He complained. Shin Tianyan hurriedly helped his mother to a nearby chair and said, Then mother, don't write anymore. But what about your sister-in-law's check? Mrs. He looked worried. She felt like her daughter-in-law was deliberately bullying her.
She felt very wronged inside.
But she also thought Year was right. Later, Lear and little Yen would surely become successful, and she didn't want to embarrass her sons. Even Sister Sue said that just reading and recognizing characters wasn't enough. She should practice her handwriting more. But for some reason, whenever she picked up the brush, it felt harder than hoeing, like holding a living creature in her hand, and she couldn't control it well. Mother, just stay away from your daughter-in-law these days. Write 2 characters a day, and when your daughter-in-law checks again in a few days, you'll still be able to show her. Hearing this, Mrs. He also felt a bit tempted. She nodded and said, "That's a good idea." Little Yen, I think your brother and your sister-in-law must have argued. She was especially strict today. I just heard Chiojuan say your sister-in-law made your sister wash the bed sheets. She actually made sister wash the sheets. Shun Tianyan clenched his fists angry.
Yes.
Luckily, your sister was soon persuaded by Yuer and left. Little Yen, do you think your sister-in-law and brother are fighting? Is she taking it out on us? Mrs. He said, feeling wronged. Shin Tianyan cursed Li Xiaoer in his heart, then smiled and said, Mother, don't think too much. Sister-in-law is so good to us. She wouldn't take it out on us. Mrs. He thought about it and nodded, saying, Let's go to Mother's room. We'll go eat. Since her eldest son hadn't come back, she decided to stay away from her daughter-in-law for now. Li Xiaoer returned to her room, calmed down for a moment, and no longer felt afraid. She was angry at Shin Tianyan for daring to scare her and decided to get back at him later. When Chioju asked if the meal was ready, she nodded. Seeing the dinner was quite nice. Roast chicken, braised pork, a fried egg, some greens, plain noodles with golden corn porridge. It looked very appetizing. Li Xiaoer suddenly felt hungry. She stood at the door and looked around but didn't see Shin Tianli. Soon, she saw He Nyo coming over. Why are you here? Where is my husband? She asked. Your cousin had to go out for something, so I came to eat with you, she replied. Without caring about Li Xiaoer's unhappy face, she went straight into the living room. If she weren't worried about Li Xiaoer bothering Luer and Auntie, causing trouble for her sister later, she wouldn't want to come at all. Fortunately, Auntie He and Luer Xiao Yan weren't there. Lu Yu scooped her own rice and started eating. Li Xiaoer saw that she treated this place like her home. Shin Tianli only told He Nyo when he went out, not her. She felt Shin Tianli was also interested in He Nyo and became even angrier.
Get out.
Get out of my house, you shameless, disgusting woman. Trying my husband, shameless. Just leave now. Lu Yu was furious. She was so angry she trembled. She thought Li Xiaoer had a foul mouth. She could say anything. Shen Tianli was her brother-in-law, and she had never thought of him that way. If others found out, and her sister heard, how would she feel? Her brother-in-law should always be gentle with her, waiting for her to come back and wake up. What did you say? Say it again, if you dare. Lu Yu released Qingling and asked coldly. Li Xiaoer wanted to walk over and chase He Nyo out, but when she saw the snake, she was so scared her body trembled and her face turned pale. She stammered, Snake? How is there a snake here? Seeing her terrified, Lu Yu sneered and said, This is my cousin's pet.
He saw I liked it and gave it to me. What? Li Xiaoer screamed in disbelief.
She had thought Lu Yu was very happy with Shin Tianli, enjoying his kindness and love, and she was very jealous. Now she realized that was only surface deep. In reality, Lu Yu not only had to earn money for the Shin family and support her whole family, but also had to take care of her brother-in-law's favorite little cousin, spoiling her so she could do whatever she wanted. It was clear that He Nyo would soon become a concubine. She was very angry about Lu Ye's weakness in her heart, which made her now have to compromise with He Nyo. Look, Qingling is so cute, Lu Yu said as she walked over to Li Xiaoer to show her. Li Xiaoer was so scared she quickly backed against the wall, shrank her neck, turned her face away, and timidly said, Please put it away. Quickly put it away. She was already afraid of snakes, and this one made her even more scared. Seeing her cowardly look, Lu Yu happily smiled, sat down at the dining table, and scooped herself a bowl of porridge. When she saw Qingling staring at the roast chicken with wide eyes, she smiled and said, "Qingling, are you hungry too? Here, this plate of roast chicken is for you." She placed the roast chicken in front of Qingling. Qingling rubbed against Luyu, thinking she was as kind as air, and happily went to eat the roast chicken. Seeing Qingling eating happily, and Li Xiaoer still shrinking in the corner, Luyu felt proud and contemptuous. She said arrogantly, "Why aren't you coming to eat? If you don't, I'll let Qingling bite you." If she weren't worried about Li Xiaoer not eating and hurting her sister's health, she wouldn't be so kind. Hearing this, Li Xiaoer couldn't help but shrink back. When she saw the little white snake looking at her, she slowly withdrew her hand and sat across from them, eating timidly. Luyu was very happy to see her like this. After finishing her meal, she said, "Go to sleep now. My cousin said he won't be back tonight. Is he going to sleep in your room?" Li Xiaoer asked through clenched teeth, tears in her eyes, with a hint of hatred. "Shut up. If you keep slandering my reputation, I'll have Qingling bite you to death," she said, grabbing Qingling's arm and moving her closer to Li Xiaoer. Li Xiaoer was instantly terrified and quickly shook her head, saying, "I won't dare anymore. I won't dare anymore." Luyu finally felt at ease and left. Li Xiaoer shot a fierce look at Luyu, worried that the little white snake might come again. She hurried to the inner room, closed the door, and waited for Shen Tianli. But after waiting for a long time and growing very sleepy, Shen Tianli still hadn't come back, so she could only go to sleep. Luyu also waited a long time for Shen Tianli, hoping he would bring the shaman over quickly to chase Li Xiaoer away and bring her sister back. But after a long wait, Shen Tianli still didn't return, and she eventually fell into a daze and fell asleep. Feeling cold and panicked, she woke up to find she had fallen asleep on her pillow. Seeing that it was still dark outside, she decided to sleep a little longer. She pulled back the blanket and was about to sleep when she suddenly heard the rooster crow, waking her up again. She wondered if Shen Tianli had returned. Most importantly, she wanted to see where Shen Tianli was sleeping. "If she sleeps with that woman, I'm sorry, sister, but she won't let him go." Hastily, she pulled back the blanket and ran outside. She reached Shen Tianli's courtyard, saw it was quiet, and found a hidden corner, watching the door of the main house. After waiting for a long time and feeling sleepy, she suddenly heard footsteps. She looked up and saw Shen Tianli standing in front of her, which made her instantly alert. Why are you here?" Luyu remembered that he seemed to have just come from outside, so she asked, "Brother-in-law, have you just returned? Did you find him?" Shen Tianli shook his head. "I know that the fortune teller went crazy, probably scared by Li Xiaoer, but I will keep looking." Luyu nodded and looked around the room. She asked, "Are you going inside to sleep?" Hearing this, Shen Tianli finally understood why his sister-in-law was here. He was annoyed by her lack of trust but also touched by her sisterly affection. He said, "No, I just pressed her sleep point so she can sleep a bit longer."
Great.
"Brother-in-law, go quickly." Shen Tianli nodded, pressed Li Xiaoer's sleep point, then left the room. Seeing his sister-in-law standing there trembling and waiting, he walked over and said, "I'm going to the front yard study. You should go back and sleep. Brother-in-law, let's go together." Shen Tianli nodded. His sister-in-law didn't trust him and was afraid he might come back halfway. Luyu was in the neighboring courtyard. Seeing Shen Tianli really went to the front yard, she yawned and went back to sleep. She slept until she woke naturally and found it was already noon. She hurried to her sister's courtyard and saw that Li Xiaoer hadn't woken up yet, which made her feel relieved. However, she planned to watch over Li Xiaoer these days to prevent her from causing trouble. She asked her husband for leave and sat in her sister's courtyard reading a book. Li Xiaoer slowly woke up, feeling sore all over and a bit cold. She frowned and called for Qiujin several times, but Qiujin didn't come in. Instead, Nyo entered, which made her instantly angry. She shouted, "Why are you here? You ask me why I'm here? Sister-in-law, you're really silly. It's already 3/4 past noon, and you've just woken up.
You sleep so much. Li Shiwe frowned.
She had slept for so long and hurriedly asked, "Where is my husband? Where do you think?" "Surely, he's at the academy. I need to get ready quickly and go to meet him," Li Xiaoer said as she got out of bed. "Your cousin wouldn't like to see you. He hates anyone going to meet him. Previously, my sister only met her brother-in-law at the crossroads. Sometimes he would come to pick her up." Li Xiaoer suddenly remembered how angry brother Tianli was yesterday. She wondered what was wrong. It turned out he didn't like being picked up by others. Never mind, if he doesn't want to be picked up, that's fine. It's a good chance to settle accounts with Shin Tianluo and to ask her why she didn't wash the bedding yesterday, which made her wake up cold today. Angrily, she went outside and saw second sister, He, following behind. She said angrily, "Why are you following me?"
"Who said I was following you? I was just going out."
Li Xiaoer was so angry she glared at her and then turned to go to the outhouse. After washing up, she found that the food was already prepared in the room, which made her somewhat satisfied, but she didn't see Kyujv. She angrily called out, "Kyujv, Kyujv." Lu Yu came over holding Qingling and asked, "Not eating? Why are you crying?" Seeing Qingling, Li Xiaoer shrank back and, feeling nervous, lowered her head while eating and asked, "Why is it you again? Where is Kyujv?" "Kyujv is busy preparing dinner. If you have something to say, you can tell me."
Lu Yu sat down and said.
Li Xiaoer looked at second sister, He, sitting down, and frowned. She had a strange feeling that second sister, He, was watching her. No, with that little white snake around, she would definitely help deal with Shen Tianluo and second sister He. She had to send her away first. Second sister He, "Go call my mother and tell her I need to see her," Li Xiaoer, finishing her meal, ordered Lu Yu. Lu Yu was feeding Qingling ribs and, upon hearing this, didn't even look at her. "Go find her yourself." Li Xiaoer immediately stood up and said, "I'll go. I don't want to order you around." Lu Yu remembered that at this time, her mother might be with Aunt He. Li Xiaoer didn't know her mother and might upset her by asking. She needed to find a way to comfort her, so she said, "You're eating peacefully. I'll go instead." Seeing Lu Yu stand up and leave, Li Xiaoer felt reassured even though she didn't have the little white snake with her. Since the little white snake belonged to brother Tianli, it wouldn't harm her easily. She called out outside, "Kyujv, Kyujv." Kyujv heard her and hurried over, asking, "Madam, what's the matter?" Li Xiaoer timidly looked at the little white snake and then kept her distance, saying, "Come on, take me to see Luoer." Autumn Chrysanthemum saw the little white snake, but also knew it was the second Mrs. Pet. Although a bit scared, she understood it wouldn't attack people. She felt Lu Yi tightly gripping her arm and frowned, but still took Li Xiaoer out of the living room. Li Xiaoer noticed the little white snake following at a distance. She thought for a moment and decided to go find Shin Tianlu. Later, she was interrupted by Mrs. He and second Miss He, so she decided to settle Shin Tianlu's marriage first. Thinking of this, she asked Xiuju to take her to the matchmaker Yan. Lu Yu called Mrs. He, but Li Xiaoer was nowhere to be seen. She frowned, worried that Xiaoer had gone to bother Shin Tianlu, but she also saw no one at her place. This troublesome thing. Maybe she went to see her brother-in-law. She ran out and saw Qingling approaching. She took Qingling to the study hall but found it was not there. Luckily, Shin Tianli was not at school but in the bookstore next to the study hall. Soon they came out together. "You're, what is she going to the matchmakers for?" Shin Tianli asked. Lu Yu was shocked. "What?" "She actually went to the matchmaker." That Li Xiaoer. Hearing Lu Yu's tone, Shin Tianli felt something was wrong and quickly asked, "What's going on?" "Brother-in-law. Since she woke up yesterday, she wanted to arrange a marriage for Luoer. She even found an old ugly scholar, saying that being older means more caring and that the scholar could help you." Even Auntie seemed to agree. Shin Tianli's eyes instantly darkened. He told Qingling to lead the way, and they quickly arrived at the matchmaker Yan's house. From afar, they heard Li Xiaoer's voice. "All right, it's settled. Tomorrow, that scholar will bring gifts to propose marriage." Shin Tianli strode into the room. Li Xiaoer saw Shin Tianli and asked in surprise, "Husband, you?" Before she finished, She felt a sharp pain around her neck and was lifted into the air, just like when she was hanged in her previous life. Her breathing became rapid. If you behave, I might keep you for now. If you don't blame me for being harsh, Shen Tianli said, then threw Li Xiaoer onto a nearby chair. Li Xiaoer finally felt she could breathe again, gasping heavily. Her mind was filled with images of Shen Tianli trying to kill her in her past life. She couldn't help but tremble and curl up in the chair. Shen Tianli ignored her. He saw a note on the table, picked it up, and saw it was Luoer's birth date and time. His anger grew. He said, everything she said is invalid. Our family's affairs are not for her to decide. After speaking, her finger pointed at Li Xiaoer. The next moment, Li Xiaoer fainted. Shen Tianli pursed his lips, picked her up, and walked away quickly. He felt both angry and sad. Although she was his wife's body, she was not his wife. Where had his wife gone? When would she come back? Brother-in-law, what's the situation? Did you find the fortune teller? Shen Tianli said, I've already sent someone to look for her. She should be here tomorrow. Shen Tianli didn't really believe in the fortune teller's usefulness, but he felt helpless and could only hope in these spiritual healers. That's good. If she comes tomorrow, then the ritual can be done tomorrow night. Your sister should wake up then. Let her sleep for now. She was so troublesome. He was really afraid that if he wasn't careful, something might go wrong in an instant. Shen Tianli nodded and said, I won't let her wake up. In his heart, he wondered, Wife, where are you? Do you know how worried and scared I am? Wife, please come back soon. Lu Yi didn't know where she was. She was surrounded by thick fog, with faint mountains and water visible around her. She searched for a long time, walked for a long time, but the fog had no edge. Only a faint voice in her mind asked, What do you want? Lu Yi wanted to go back, wanted Shen Tianli, even all the things in the sky, underground, modern, and ancient, she told them all. But the voice kept asking her what she wanted. She guessed that this answer might be the key to leaving. If she answered correctly, she could leave. But she really didn't know how to answer anymore. She felt exhausted and hungry. She lay on the ground, her mind full of Shen Tianli. He must have woken up and known she was in trouble. He must be worried, anxious, even feeling guilty. She had to get out quickly. But what exactly was this cursed password?
What does she want?
Right now, she only wanted Shen Tianli to appear beside her, to stay with her, comfort her, smile at her, be gentle, and care for her. But she knew that wasn't the answer. Frustrated, she rolled on the ground. What is the real answer? She asked hundreds, thousands of times, but no one answered her. Lu Yi said gloomily, forget it, better to save some effort. Through the thick fog, her mind drifted back to her past after crossing over. Suddenly, she remembered that not long ago, when Li Zian was about to betroth Li Shuirong and He Niu, Shen Tianli said their marriage was too hasty and careless. He hadn't even given them a wedding. Actually, she didn't really mind. Ancient formal weddings were very complicated, and they only officially married at night, which meant fasting all day. To save trouble, old lady Shen allowed Xiao Yan to substitute for Shen Tianli and casually perform the wedding ceremony, without even involving old Shen. Compared to ancient times, she actually preferred modern weddings, where she could wear a beautiful white wedding dress, have Shen Tianli propose to her in front of everyone with a ring, express his love, and personally put the ring on her finger. She thought that if Shen Tianli wore a suit, he would look so handsome that he would outshine all the young idols. Unfortunately, such a wedding was impossible. There could be no wedding dress, but there could be wedding rings. Lu Yi suddenly sat up from the ground, happily thinking, when I get out, I will get a beautiful ring and have Shen Tianli put it on me. At that moment, a faint voice appeared in her mind, asking, What do you want? Without hesitation, Lu Yi replied, Give me a beautiful ring. After she spoke, she felt a pain in her finger. She looked down and saw that her finger was bleeding. She also noticed she was holding something in her hand, a translucent, shiny jade ring. It had no specific design, but it was clearly a top-quality jade ring. She was surprised, How did she end up with a jade ring in her hand? What was happening? Suddenly, she felt her surroundings become much clearer. She looked up and saw the fog had cleared, revealing lush green mountains. Before she could be surprised, she felt herself leaving that place. If she had known the answer was a jade ring, she would have said so earlier. She had wasted so much time for nothing. But soon she realized her body was feeling strange. Because, unexpectedly, she found someone inside her body. Li Xiaoer, why are you here?
Ah,
Lui, you're back? You're leaving? This is my body. Go away. Li Xiaoer tried to push Lu Yi away, but she found her soul was slowly drifting out of Lu Ye's body. She wanted to hold onto something to stop herself from leaving, but that helpless feeling was overwhelming. She could only shout, "No, no, I don't want to leave. This is my body. If anyone should leave, it's Lu Yi." But no matter how much she shouted, she couldn't stop her soul from leaving. Even more terrifying was that as her soul emerged from Lu Ye's body, it was bitten by something. She screamed in pain.
ah.
Hastily emerging from Lu Ye's body, she saw the little white snake with its mouth open, biting her soul and eating it. She noticed her soul growing weaker and that the soul she had previously obtained was almost completely eaten by the little white snake. She was shocked and even thought that if her soul was eaten, she would truly die this time. Panicking, she wanted to escape, but her soul was tightly trapped, and no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. No, she couldn't let it eat her. She couldn't die. She still wanted to be Brother Tianli's wife. Suddenly, she sensed a hiding place. After some thought, she decided to give up all her souls, keep her true spirit, turn into a beam of light, and run away. Lingling felt a strand of her soul leave, but she thought she couldn't escape either, so she decided to eat her current soul first. Outside the living room, Inga found the jade pendant she had dropped when she just said goodbye, hurriedly picked it up, and left in a rush. Suddenly, she felt the jade pendant grow cold, and a chill ran through her body. She shivered and said while running, "It must be Sister Zhao talking about me. I need to hurry and not delay Mrs. Schedule." Lu Yu and the others saw Tang Huishan's master and servant off, then hurried back to her sister's room. When she saw the ghostly figure, she had just reached the door when she heard sounds inside. She pushed open the door and saw Li Xiaoa had actually woken up. She turned around to call Shen Tianli. Didn't brother-in-law say she would wake up in the afternoon? Why did she wake up so early? Fortunately, brother-in-law didn't go to the academy today. Lui opened her eyes and saw her sister walking outside. She couldn't help but call out, "Yor, where are you going?" Lu Yu, about to run, suddenly stopped and asked in surprise, "What did you just call me?" Seeing her sister's surprised look, Lu Yi smiled and said, "Yor, my good sister, where are you planning to go?" Lu Yi was sure this was her sister now. She immediately rushed over, hugged Lu Yi, and cried, "Sister, you're finally back. Where did you go?"
Do you know I was so scared?
Lu Yi hugged her sister and, to be honest, felt quite disgusted seeing Li Xiaoer in her body when she woke up. But hearing her sister's worry, she couldn't help but feel relieved that she was back. "I don't know where I went. I only felt like I was in a fog, and suddenly I was back." Lu Yu left Lu Ye's embrace, wiped her tears, and said, "Anyway, it's good to wake up. That Li Xiaoer did a lot of bad things with your body. Brother-in-law makes her sleep every day."
Liu Ye reiset Herebros.
Had she been gone for a long time? Why does it only feel like 2 days have passed? Did she do something bad? Lu Yi asked in surprise. Lu Yu told her sister everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Lu Yi was surprised that her younger sister knew her so well. She was the first to realize it wasn't her, and she was grateful that Lu Yu asked Lu Er and her mother-in-law to stay away from her. She said, "You Er is so clever." "Thank you, sister." Lu Yu shook her head. As long as her sister was back, she wouldn't worry or be afraid anymore. She held Lu Ye's hand and said, "Sister, please don't do that again, okay? It's really scary." Tears welled up again. Lu Yi gently wiped her tears, feeling both sorry and touched.
It was just an accident this time.
In the future, I won't let you be scared anymore. Lu Yu nodded and asked, Are you hungry, sister? I'll go prepare some food. Let me wash up first. I feel all dirty. Lu Yu was happy to hear that, as expected of her sister. So clean and tidy. Lu Yu left, and Lu Yi opened her palm. Inside, there was a beautiful jade ring. She frowned, wondering if that was why Li Xiao felt sick. But why would someone give her such a jade ring? What is this jade ring for? Never mind, she thought. She'd eat first and then decide. Her whole body felt weak and sore. She was about to throw the jade ring into her space when she suddenly realized her space had disappeared.
How could that happen?
She used to be able to do it before, and now her space contained Lian Ling's jade stones and Shen Tianli's books. How could it vanish? She looked at the jade ring in her hand. Could the disappearance of her space be related to it? She remembered that before leaving the fog, her finger was pricked by the jade ring, which was covered in blood and helped her clear the fog. If she pricked her finger again, could she clear the fog in front of her? It felt like a voice was urging her. Lu Yu thought for a moment, took a needle from her pouch, and pricked her finger. Blood dripped onto it. Suddenly, she felt a strong pull. She was shocked and couldn't call out before she found herself in a strange place, mountains, water, and a large piece of land. She immediately felt scared. Why was she here again? She shouldn't have tried to her finger. She shouldn't have listened to that voice inside her. But soon she noticed nearby many glow-in-the-dark pearls, bookshelves, chests, and alchemy furnaces. Aren't those the items she moved from the cave into her space? Lu Yi excitedly walked over and found not only these items, the silver needles she brought from the modern world were also among the belongings. There were also many supplies like grains and clothes she had put in. Is this her space? Has it really become like this? How could this happen? Soon, Lu Yi noticed that the light, delicate jade stones had disappeared. She looked around again and found that, besides the jade stones, the two strange stones she took from the cave house were also gone. It must be that the stones and jade objects together created a strong energy that caused the space to form. Lu Yi was very happy. This was a big gain. Since it was her space, she should be able to come and go freely. She silently thought about it, and sure enough, she appeared inside her room. That was great. As Lu Yi stepped out, she fell into a warm embrace. Thinking about how Li Xiao had used her body these past 2 days, she wondered if Shen Tianli had noticed or if anything intimate had happened. She felt uncomfortable and was about to ask questions when she heard a low, rough voice above her head. Wife, where have you been? Don't you know how worried and scared I've been? I was really afraid you wouldn't come back. Shen Tianli held her tightly, as if wanting to embed her into his body. Lu Yi felt a little pain, but she could sense Shen Tianli trembling and his fear. Especially with that hoarse voice. All her questions caught in her throat. Yor could tell something was wrong. With how much the young master liked her, he would have noticed her discomfort immediately. How could she doubt or question him? She gently opened her arms and wrapped them around his narrow waist, softly saying, Sorry, I made you worry. Wife. Shen Tianli called her affectionately, lowering his head to explore her lips, but Lu Yi moved away.
Wife.
Shen Tianli looked up hurt and confused. I haven't washed for days, and you haven't either. You're still wearing the same clothes from that day. They smell terrible. Go take a bath and change. Lu Yi finally noticed that Shen Tianli was not only wearing clothes from Huichui Mountain Village, but also that he hadn't shaved. A short beard had appeared on his face, his eyes were red, and his eye circles were dark, showing he hadn't rested well these days. Seeing his injured eyes, she softly said, Husband. Call me Ji Chun. That's my name, he said, recalling what he had taken as his name last night.
Yi Chen.
After the storm, Kuei Bao is really beautiful. Did you choose that name yourself? Shen Tianli nodded. Only you can call me that. It's unique. Lu Yi was touched but also thought Shen Tianli must have been disgusted or had some shadow from hearing that name earlier. But she had to admit, she also had a shadow in her heart. She had called herself that before, so she couldn't give herself a different name now. Forget it, a name is just a code. As long as everyone recognizes her as this soul, it's enough.
Liu Ye nodded.
Jichin, go wash up quickly. After washing, I have something to tell you. Shun Tianli knew it was related to his wife's sudden disappearance, so he nodded, took a set of clothes, and left. Just as he stepped out, he saw his sister-in-law carrying washing supplies. He couldn't help but give her a cold look. This little girl, now that his wife was awake, she didn't even tell him. He thought she was clever. He had overestimated her. Lu Yu looked at Shen Tianli's unhappy expression and felt very happy. She sweetly called out, "Brother-in-law, are you going out?" Her tone was clear. "Once you leave, don't come back." But Shen Tianli didn't answer her. Instead, he said to Kyujv, who was behind her, "Prepare some water. Madam wants to bathe. Also, prepare some delicious food. Later, I will eat with her." "Yes, sir." Lu Yu wasn't angry. Instead, she happily went into the inner room. She saw her sister had already gotten up, tidying up the bedding and folding it neatly. That was the real sister. Nothing like that sloppy girl. "Jia, wash up now." "Thank you, Yuer." Lu Yu took the basin for washing her face and the toiletries, then smiled at Kyujv, saying, "Thank you, Kyujv." Kyujv was a bit surprised but smiled and replied, "You're welcome, madam." In her heart, she thought, finally, the madam was back to her true self. That previous version was so unfamiliar. After washing up, Lu Yi saw Lu Yu happily standing beside her, looking proud. She couldn't help but smile and ask, "What are you so happy about, Yuer?"
姐姐，姐夫第一个发现不是你，可是我第一个察觉到姐姐醒来。你不知道，刚刚姐夫看我的眼神都带着嫉妒呢。你说是不是应该很开心？姐姐，姐夫第一个发现不是你，可是我第一个察觉到姐姐醒来。你不知道，刚刚姐夫看我的眼神都带着嫉妒呢。你说是不是应该很开心？
Lu Yi couldn't help but pinch Lu Yu's little nose and said, "All right, little troublemaker. Go to class quickly. You missed 2 days of lessons, so you need to catch up."
啊，姐姐真是太不讨人喜欢了。
Lu Yu groaned loudly. "Yuer, be good. When the time comes, your older sister will give you a gift." Lua couldn't help but feel excited and asked, "Sister, can you tell me what the gift is?" A picture album and a mysterious gift. Just hearing about the album made Lua eagerly look forward to it, and the mysterious gift made her even more excited. She happily said as she headed outside, "Sister, don't worry. I will catch up on my lessons in these 2 days." Lu Yi watched happily as Lua left. Then she saw Qiujie and Cheng Xiaolian carrying a bath bucket. She hurried over to help, filled the bath water, and took a nice bath. After changing clothes, she carried the bath bucket out of the inner room and saw Shen Tianli sitting in the living room, which was already filled with food. Seeing her come out, he stood up and said, "I'll do it." He took the bath bucket and poured out the water. When he returned, he saw his wife sitting on a stool, serving herself rice. With a gentle smile on her face, she seemed to glow, making him love her more, feel close to her, and want to care for her. This is his wife. Her appearance doesn't matter. It's just her. "Jichin, come quickly. The porridge smells so good." Shen Tianli nodded and sat beside her. The couple didn't speak much, only occasionally helping each other serve some dishes, creating a warm, silent feeling. After eating, Shen Tianli saw Lu Yi start to tidy up and said, "Let's go. Let them clean up. Come sleep with me for a while." He hadn't slept for 2 days.
Liu Ye nodded.
She felt a little sleepy but noticed Shen Tianli pulling her outside. She heard him say, "Our bed is for her to sleep on. I've already had someone make a new one. These 2 days, it's okay for you to sleep in the study with me." Seeing how detailed Shen Tianli was, Lu Yi agreed, "With you here, anywhere is fine." In the study, Shen Tianli held Lu Yi tightly and kissed her deeply for a long time before releasing her and asking, "Wife, what's going on?" Lu Yi extended her left hand with a smile and said, "Look." Shen Tianli looked and saw that, somehow, his wife's hand now had a beautiful, transparent white jade ring. He frowned and asked, "Did you find this in that box?" "It's beautiful, but I still hope everything you wear is bought by me." Lu Yu was a bit speechless about Shen Tianli's jealousy. She thought for a moment, took out a needle, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade ring. Seeing the ring absorb the blood, he looked at her puzzled. She simply held his hand and smiled, saying, "Come in." In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianli realized he had entered a strange space. There were mountains and water, and most importantly, the bookshelf in front of him looked very familiar. He walked over to look at the books and asked in surprise, "Wife, what's going on?" Lu Yi shook her head and said, "I don't know either. That day, I was fighting those bandits when I suddenly felt very dizzy. I hurriedly took you home. As soon as we arrived, I fainted. When I woke up, I found myself in a foggy place. It was very confusing. I walked a long way, but couldn't find the edge. A voice kept asking me what I wanted. I answered many things, but none were right. Finally, I mentioned the jade ring, and I was released. Then, it seemed like a voice in my mind told me to drip blood onto the jade ring. That's when I entered the space, and it turned into this shape." Shen Tianli looked around and said, "This place feels really nice. It makes me want to practice cultivation." He closed his eyes and felt his internal energy flowing naturally through his meridians. Although slow, he could sense it. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Year, try it, and see if you can feel your internal energy flowing." Lu Yi closed her eyes carefully and discovered that, indeed, her internal energy was moving on its own. This place is truly a good spot. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shen Tianli sitting on the ground practicing cultivation. The young lord is so diligent. Forget it. She might as well practice too. Lu Yi practiced a large cycle of the great circulation. When she opened her eyes, she saw the young lord still cultivating. She didn't disturb him but instead went to the bookshelf, picked out 2 medical books, sat on the ground, and started reading. Halfway through, she noticed Shen Tianli stand up, walk over, and pick up a sword from the space. "Wife, I want to practice swordsmanship for a while," he said. As he drew the sword, he immediately felt it had changed. The blades seemed to have shed a layer, as thin as cicada wings, shimmering with cold light, exuding a powerful aura. Shen Tianli blinked and saw that the sword had the words Jingfeng written on it. It was the Jingfeng sword. Shen Tianli's eyes lit up. This was the sword introduced in the martial arts manual his cousin gave him. He had actually obtained it himself. It also said that to practice the Phoenix Divine skill, only the Jingfeng sword and the Jinghuang sword could unleash their full power. He never expected to not only find the complete Phoenix Divine skill, but also to discover the Jingfeng sword. The moves of the Phoenix Divine skill kept appearing in his mind. Holding the Jingfeng sword, Shen Tianli couldn't help but start to move it around. Lu Yi looked up from her book and saw Shen Tianli practicing sword nearby. His posture was graceful, and his sword strikes were sharp. He looked like a flying crane or a swimming dragon, and from afar, his powerful aura was overwhelming. This Phoenix Divine skill is truly impressive. I need to improve my martial skills too. But first, I should finish reading this medical book. They didn't know how long they had been in the space. It was getting late, and they thought it was time for dinner. When they stepped out of the space, it was not even noon. They looked at each other. Shen Tianli said, "Our room has a more fragrant item. If we put this fragrant thing in the space and compare, we'll know which is better." Lu Yi nodded and was about to enter the space when Qingling came in. She apologized, saying, "Qingling, the jade stone I put in my space has disappeared. Next time, when we return to Tsuishan village, we can dig for it again, okay?" Qingling had just eaten some soul bodies and poisoned people. It needed the jade stone to help with its training. Hearing Lu Ye's words, it felt disappointed but also responsible for not protecting her well, which caused her soul body to vanish. It had also brought back a stinky soul body. It quickly shook its head and said, "It's okay, as long as Year comes back. I still like fragrant Year." It then rubbed against Qingling's arm. Lu Yi smiled and said, "I will take you to a good place." Then she led Shen Tianli and Qingling into the space. Inside the space, Qingling exclaimed happily, "Wow, Year, where is this? There's spiritual energy in the air."
Wow, this is Lingxi.
Lingxi, I want to go in and take a bath. It was about to jump into the river, but was caught by Shen Tianli. It struggled and shouted, Shen Tianli, let go. I want to swim in Lingxi. I want to stay in Lingxi forever and never come out. Seeing Qingling so eager, Shen Tianli knew the water was special. He said, Qingling, do you like small rivers? I can have someone build one in the yard.
No, no.
An ordinary small river can't compare to this. This is Lingxi, Lingxi. It can help me practice faster. Lingxi? What is the use of Lingxi? Martial artists like you prefer practicing in the morning because when the sun rises, the spiritual energy is thicker. I use jade stones to cultivate because they contain spiritual energy. But Lingxi is where the space's spiritual energy gathers, helping me improve quickly. Plus, if humans drink the spiritual water, their meridians will expand, and their training speed will be faster. If the spirit water is used to make medicine or poison, it can fully unleash its power. Really? Since it's such a good thing, how could you waste it? Shen Tianli said, then threw Qingling far away and ordered, don't let her get close to the spirit creek. Qingling, who was thrown out, rolled like a carp and quickly swam toward the spirit creek. Just as she was about to reach the creek, she heard Shen Tianli's words, looked at the creek nearby, then at Lu Yi, and feeling wronged, flew onto Lu Ye's shoulder, wrapping around her arm and rubbing her hand. She looked at her with big, sad eyes and said, Year, he's bullying me. Boo-hoo, he's bullying me and won't let me practice. Hearing her voice full of innocence and sadness, and seeing those water-filled eyes, Lu Ye's heart softened. She gently patted her head and said, Jichen, how about digging a small pond downstream for Qingling to practice alone? Qingling's eyes lit up. She rubbed against Lu Yi happily and said, Year, you're so kind. Seeing Shen Tianli no longer oppose, Lu Yi followed the river to see how long the spirit creek was. After walking for a long time without seeing the end, she found a place far from the mountain and drew a big circle, saying, Let's dig a pond here for Qingling. But just as she finished speaking, the circle turned into a big pit. Lu Ye's eyes brightened. She exchanged a look with Shen Tianli, then drew a thin line on the ground, saying, This is a water diversion channel. Soon, the spirit spring and the big pit formed a small tributary, and the spring water slowly flowed into the pond. Seeing Qingling happily enter her own spiritual pool, Shen Tianli took Lu Ye's hand and said, Let's go. We can build a big pond ahead for bathing.
Liu Ye nodded.
I also plan to build a bamboo house here for resting and storing things. Shen Tianli nodded and said, Good. I see many trees in the mountains over there. We can cut some down to build a wooden house. Then he walked to the other side of the river, drew a sizable square pit, and said, Year, dig a pond here. Lu Yi knew Shen Tianli wanted to bathe with her, and her cheeks turned a little red. She asked, Isn't it too big? Shen Tianli's ears also turned slightly red, but he looked noble and confident, walking forward and saying, Bigger baths are more comfortable. Little science fact, more fragrant, an ancient folk method of timekeeping, involves adding markings to incense. As long as the airflow remains steady, you can tell the approximate time by observing the incense. On the mountain in the space, there are many bamboos. Shen Tianli was doing well at first, but he quickly realized he was wrong. He couldn't cut down the bamboo with the Jingfeng sword at all. What kind of bamboo is this? It's so hard. Shen Tianli couldn't help but use his inner strength. Only then did he manage to make a small cut. Seeing this, he could only use his inner strength to chop again. After 3 strikes, he finally cut through a bamboo about 5 inches thick. Lu Yi dug a bath, then came over and saw Shen Tianli had only cut 1 bamboo, and he was using the Jingfeng sword. Jichen, are you waiting for me to help? Hearing his wife's teasing, Shen Tianli stopped and handed her the sword, saying, My wife is so strong.
Come on, you try.
Lu Yi looked at Shen Tianli. She was fine with her coming over. It's just bamboo. Using the Jingfeng sword is overkill. She could just use her small axe. But when she swung her axe, the bamboo surprisingly wobbled. Lu Yi couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at her slightly dull axe and couldn't help but use her inner strength. Still, she couldn't cut it open. Suddenly, she felt like she was being teased by her little husband. She straightened up and said, Jichen, it's not nice to laugh at your wife. Shen Tianli walked over, hugged Lu Yi, and smiled. Why would I laugh at my wife? I just want her to know that this bamboo is very hard. Boring. I'll punish you by making you cut all the bamboo for the thatched hut. Lu Yi said, then prepared to leave. But Shen Tianli grabbed her and said, Wife, don't be in such a hurry. Calm down. Use your inner strength to cut the bamboo. Cut one piece, then decide whether to keep going. Seeing Shen Tianli's words, Lu Yi knew there was a trick. She raised her axe and started chopping with her inner strength. On the third strike, the bamboo finally split. She felt a sense of achievement, not knowing how many swings she had taken, but she finally cut through a bamboo about 10 centimeters thick. After cutting it, Lu Yi quickly realized that during the process of chopping bamboo with her inner strength, her inner power seemed to turn into a tall spring. When she swung the axe, it was like a hammer hitting the spring. The spring slowly compressed downward, and the stored inner strength became even more abundant, solid, and pure. Lu rested for a while, then continued chopping bamboo. He didn't know how long he had been working when suddenly he smelled a foul odor. He saw Shen Tianli quickly heading up the mountain. He hurriedly asked, Jichen, what's wrong?
I'm fine.
Keep chopping. I'll tell you when I come back. After Lu Yue chopped another bamboo, he noticed Shen Tianli had returned and was wearing a different outfit. He couldn't help but ask, why did you change clothes? Then he saw that Shen Tianli had changed a lot. His skin was once fair, but now it was clear and smooth, like high-quality jade, even better than hers. His previous aura was sharp and sword-like, full of edge, but now it was like a hidden treasure sword in its sheath, calm and restrained but still impressive. Shen Tianli held a bowl and smiled, saying, Wife, drink some spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring? Lu suddenly remembered Shen Tianli's recent actions, as well as the fairy tales and gentle words she had heard before. Her eyes lit up, and she took a sip, finishing it quickly. Suddenly, her whole body ached intensely, as if her meridians were about to burst. Wife, it will hurt at first, but you must hold on. I believe in you. You can do it, Shen Tianli encouraged her. Lu had never experienced such pain before, but she could endure it, biting her lower lip tightly. Her little husband must have been in pain too, but he didn't disturb her. She believed she could do the same. Yue, bite my arm. Shen Tianli saw her clenching her teeth and biting her lower lip. He quickly pulled up his clothes and stretched out his wrist. Lu shook her head, tore her clothes forcefully, and bit into them. About 10 minutes later, the pain gradually lessened. Her skin began to release dark impurities, and her stomach started to cramp. She struggled to sit up, ready to go into the woods. Yue, I've changed the water in the bath. Remember, when you bathe, use the Phoenix Divine skill. Lu nodded quickly and ran deep into the woods. Shen Tianli smiled, picked up her axe, and started chopping again. He suddenly felt that chopping could better refine his inner strength. After cutting 5 bamboo stalks, he saw his wife approaching. She was still his wife, but from afar, she looked as bright as the rising sun and as radiant as a lotus blooming in clear water. When he looked closer, she was as stunning as a lotus flower emerging from the water. Yue was becoming more beautiful every day, so beautiful that he wanted to hide her away. He threw away the axe and hurried to his wife's side. He hugged her tightly and kissed her passionately until she was weak in his arms. Then he softly said, My wife, what should we do? With you like this, I'm afraid to let you go out. Lu Yi was also very surprised by her changes. She still looked like herself, but her features had become more delicate. Her thin lips looked like they had a filter, bright and attractive. Her nose was high, small, and elegant like white jade. Her eyes looked bigger and more lively. When she looked at her reflection in the water, she was lost in her own beauty. She looked so charming now, especially since she was still so young and weak. But hearing Shen Tianli say this, he was not happy and said, What? Can't you protect me? Shen Tianli held Lu Yi tightly and said firmly, "You are my wife, and I am your husband. Even if I risk my life, I will protect you well." Lu Yi was satisfied and pushed him away, saying, "I don't want you to risk your life. You go cut some bamboo first, I'll be a moment." Shen Tianli didn't understand what his wife was planning but nodded anyway. He was worried and didn't dare use his inner strength to cut the bamboo. Instead, he removed the leaves and branches nearby. He touched the long, soft bamboo and thought for a moment before throwing it at a nearby stone. The bamboo leaves instantly covered the stone. His eyes lit up. He didn't want to throw away these bamboo leaves and small stalks. They were sharp tools for survival and protection. After removing the branches and leaves, he saw his wife slowly walking over. Seeing her appearance, he happily went to her and asked, "Wife, how did you do this?" Her skin was slightly darkened, not as bright as before, and her features didn't stand out as much. She looked even less noticeable than earlier. "Come here, little handsome. Your looks will attract butterflies too. Let me help you with your makeup," Lu Yi said, pushing Shen Tianli onto a nearby stone. She took out a gray powder and started applying it to his face and neck. After a while, she said, "Yes, this little handsome looks much safer now." He had always been safe, right? "Wife, your hand too." Lu Yi also wiped her hands. Shen Tianli looked and saw her hands were a little darker and more yellow than her face. He smiled helplessly. His wife liked this color, so this was fine. Just after Lu Yi finished dressing Shen Tianli, she felt someone knocking on the door outside. She said, "Someone's here. Let's go out." Shen Tianli nodded. The two of them left the space, but the knocking continued. Shen Tianli called loudly, "Come in." Soon, Lu Yi saw a man in his 30s walk in. "Master, we've found the person." Shen Tianli just remembered that he had asked Uncle Gang to find a famous and powerful fortune teller. But now that Year has woken up, the fortune teller is no longer needed. He said, "Uncle Gang, we don't need the person anymore. Send him away." Uncle Gang didn't doubt or question. He simply nodded and said, "Yes," then left. Lu Yi asked confidently, "Is it Wei Auntie's husband?" Shen Tianli nodded. "Earlier, Li Xiao was with you. Yuer said the fortune teller could drive away ghosts. So I asked Uncle Gang to find a well-known fortune teller." Lu Yi nodded, feeling angry. Li Xiao didn't behave herself even after she died. It's disgusting. But she should have been eaten by Qingling. When I woke up, I saw Qingling practicing her skills. It's better if she was eaten, Shen Tianli said, clearly not wanting to talk about her anymore. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and asked, "Look at this." Lu Yi opened it and saw that it was a land deed. Shen Tianli had bought the big mountain in Suishan village. "Why did you buy the mountain?" "I was thinking, since Pang Tao dared to let Shen Yongfu sell medicine, maybe one day he would buy the mountain too. If the villagers had no place to gather firewood or pick herbs, it would be better if we bought it first." Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded. With Pang Tao's wickedness, he might really do something like that. Shen Tianli's gaze shifted to Lu Ye's arm. His tone turned harsh. "He sent someone to hurt you." Hearing the murderous tone in the young master's voice, Lu Yi shook her head. From the way those people spoke, it seems they don't even know Pang Tao. It's not that she was lying to her master, but their strength was too weak now. She already knew that Pang Tao was more powerful than they thought. To deal with him, they needed time and patience, not reckless actions now. Shen Tianli frowned as if talking to himself. "I don't know who it is. Yes, we can't figure out who the other side is. We just need to be more careful in the future. Let's go to our room and see how much time differs between the space and outside." Shen Tianli nodded. The two of them went to their room. The watch change was just now, around 1 p.m., but when they brought the watch change into the space, it was around 10:45 a.m., during the 5th quarter of the hour. When Lu Yi entered the space to look around, it was already the 3rd quarter of the hour, about 1:45 a.m. This means nearly one full time period, or about 2 hours, had passed outside. Inside the space, 6 time periods had gone by, which is almost 12 hours. In other words, 1 day outside equals 6 days inside the space. Both of them were happy and excited. Shun Tianli took Liu Ye's hand and said, Yi, now we have more time to read books and practice martial arts.
Liu Ye nodded.
It's a pity you still have to go to school, and I need to see the doctor. I've already taken sick leave today, and I won't start classes until the end of the month. Maybe you shouldn't go to school for now. Let Sun Liang help with the doctor. Liu Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Now, time was really precious for them. We usually stay at home and don't go out. Our family must be worried. Let's say we're going to pick herbs in the mountains and then return to the village. We can go up the mountain. It's better to leave the town to Aunt Wei and Uncle Gang. Shun Tianli liked Liu Ye's idea and said, Okay, I'll find Sun Liang. You tell the family and then we'll leave. Liu Yi nodded, and they went their separate ways. Liu Yi first checked on Liu Shuquan. Seeing the concern in the eyes of the Fong family, Liu Yi apologized. Mother, I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood that day and shouldn't have said those things. Fong Shi immediately started crying when she heard Liu Ye's words. She knew that Liu Yi treated her like her own mother. Whatever he sure had, she had too. Whatever he sure lacked, she sometimes had. Besides feeling guilty toward Yi, she genuinely loved Liu Yi as her own daughter. But that day, Liu Ye's words made her feel sad. However, Yu Er was right. Liu Ye's sadness and tone were understandable. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see her upset, and no one could really let Liu Yi vent her feelings. Today, Liu Yi even took the initiative to apologize to her. Wiping her tears, she held Liu Ye's hand and said, Silly girl, I'm your mother. It's okay for you to say a few words. If you're upset later, don't hold it in. Come back and tell me, understand? As women, they sometimes feel frustrated, and she didn't want her daughter to bottle up her feelings. Liu Yi nodded and said, Okay, mother. Take good care of father. Recently, many new herbs have grown on the mountain. I plan to go up and identify the herbs, so I'll stay in Suishan village for about 10 days. Mrs. Fong listened and frowned, saying, There are many prey on the mountain. How can you manage alone? Mother, it's not just me. Tianli will go with me. He has already asked for leave from his teacher. Hearing this, Mrs. Fong could only nod. Liu Yi then went to see Mrs. He. Mrs. He, thinking she still hadn't practiced her writing, hurriedly said, Go ahead. But be careful, you and Tianli. Bring more food. Liu Yi nodded and smiled, saying, Okay, mother. But you still need to practice your big characters. You don't have to write 10 or 20 a day. Just write one big character well. How does that sound? Mrs. He finally felt relieved after hearing this and smiled, saying, All right, I will practice hard. Xiaoyan also asked her to write 5 characters. After comforting Mrs. He, she went to Shun Tianlu and Liu Yu's study. They were both practicing big characters. Compared to Shun Tianlu's simple, childlike handwriting, Liu Yu's writing looked more mature, but it wasn't as neat or serious as Shun Tianlu's. Liu Yu saw Liu Yi and quickly put down her brush, running over and asking, Big sister, why are you here? Liu Yi first bowed to Sun Yang and then smiled, saying, I'm going to pick some herbs on the mountain. I will be gone about 10 days. I came to tell you, if anything happens, go see Aunt Wei. Usually stay at home and study well. Don't run around. When she mentioned running around, she looked at Liu Yu. Liu Yu pouted and said, Sister, I didn't run around. But why are you gone so long? Are you collecting herbs for yourself? Shen Tianlu, still a bit afraid of her sister-in-law after being scolded by her, worriedly asked sister-in-law, Are you sick? Liu Yi smiled and shook her head, holding Shen Tianlu's hand.
Roar, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have been angry at your brother and taken it out on you. Liu Yu pouted, blaming Li Xiaoer for making her sister worry. Shen Tianlu, with tears in her eyes, shook her head and said, Sister-in-law, you're so kind. Even though my brother bullies you, I should be bullied too. Sister-in-law, if your brother makes you uncomfortable in the future, punish me instead. I'll be fine. Liu Yi held Shen Tianlu's hand and smiled. Silly girl, I won't do that anymore. Next time, I'll just discipline your brother directly. Our little girl should be spoiled. She then took Liu Yu's hand, which was beside her, and placed it on Shen Tianlu's hand, patting it gently.